A big strange story from Shirtu village. The old shell has produced a pearl. This old shell refers to a family in Shirtu village with the surname Gu. Old Mr. Gu is about 52 years old, and Mrs. Gu is also around 50. They should be enjoying their retirement, spoiling grandchildren, but surprisingly, she is pregnant again. However, the Gu family is thriving, with plenty of sons and daughters. Some family members even complain that they have too many children, which annoys the young wives who have no sons, making their eyes turn red with anger. The village elders gather under the old locust tree, all staring eagerly toward the west end of the village at old Mr. Gu's house. Old Fox, do you think old Gu's wife really is pregnant? Old Fox doesn't know how to answer. After all, it's not his wife. He's just here peeking around. He heard from his son Huzi that Dr. Lee hurriedly went to old Mr. Gu's house with his small medicine basket, but he hasn't seen any movement for a while. He shook his head. Who knows? Old Mr. Gu hasn't said anything, and such talk shouldn't be spread recklessly. I think, said a woman who doesn't get along with Mrs. Gu, confidently, it's just that Mrs. Gu is too bored at home and has made herself sick, so she thinks she's pregnant. Old Lady Foam, I think you're just jealous of Mrs. Gu and envy her comfort, another village woman said with a sneer.
Who's to say?
Everyone knows that Old Lady Foam and Mrs. Gu don't get along. When Foam was young, she was quite beautiful. When old Mr. Gu settled in Shirtu village, he was still a bachelor. He met Mrs. Gu through an introduction. But Foam had her eye on Mr. Gu early on, mainly because he was an outsider and poor at the time, so she gave up. After Mr. Gu married, his life got better and better. Foam was so jealous, she almost regretted her decision. Out of anger, she married a young man from the same village. Over the years, her husband became wealthier, while her family grew poorer. She wondered what kind of divine punishment she had offended. She wished the Gu family would become poorer and kept trying to have more children. Old Lady Foam snorted coldly, her small eyes fixed on the Gu house. She saw the door open from inside, and two people came out. One wore a blue long gown and carried a bamboo medicine basket on his shoulder. The other wore a faded gray short shirt, looking older but still handsome. She curled her lips. The Gu family really has good looks. It's out, it's out. Everyone saw old Master Gu personally the barefoot doctor out. After a few polite words, the barefoot doctor left. Old Master Gu remained where he was, neither happy nor sad, which left people feeling confused. Does this mean there is a pregnancy or not? Old Master Gu then stepped toward the old locust tree. Everyone took a step back, but as soon as they stood still, they saw old Master Gu had already approached. Oh, everyone's here. Yes, yes, everyone is just watching your joke. Everyone wore a smile but didn't speak, worried about saying the wrong thing and getting scolded by old Master Gu, since he was known to be strict. Old Master Gu stroked his beard and suddenly smiled, almost making everyone stumble, afraid he might lose his temper. Everyone, my wife is pregnant. The busy farming season is coming soon. My wife prefers quiet, so when you pass by my house, please be careful and considerate. Without waiting for a response, he turned and walked back. Everyone was left standing there, a bit stunned. They came to see your family's joke, not to be threatened. Everyone knows your house is on the main road.
Wait.
Old Lady Gu is pregnant? A miracle. The news that Old Lady Gu was pregnant spread quickly through Shirtu village. From the 80-year-old to the 2- or 3-year-old children, everyone knew about it. Some congratulated, others doubted, and opinions varied. Gu family. Old Master Gu called back his daughter-in-law from outside the family. The whole family sat in the main hall, the atmosphere tense. Old Master Gu pounded the table. Be quiet. The already silent hall became even quieter. Old Lady Gu patted Old Master Gu's sleeve, signaling him to speak, not to cause a fuss and scare her daughter. She touched her smooth belly, already imagining it was a girl inside. Old Master Gu forced a smile, then reached out to touch Old Lady Gu's smooth belly. When he looked at everyone, his face was serious. You all probably know now. Your mother is pregnant. From now on, do things carefully. The family's money and affairs are still managed by your mother. Eldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law, you two should handle the household chores. When you need money, ask your mother. Old Lord Gu looked at his only daughter-in-law. Sistering, even though you are married and shouldn't interfere much in your family's affairs, your mother has special circumstances. Later, you should tell your husband. The busy farming season is coming soon, so go back a few times to keep your mother company. After the busy season, you won't need to come so often. If it weren't for the busy farming season, he wouldn't bother to ask his daughter to visit his wife. Guing nodded and said, "Father, I understand." Her husband's family was large, and they didn't need her during the busy farming period, so she could come back to visit her mother. Old Lord Gu was pleased and nodded, then sternly warned a few mischievous grandsons before the gathering dispersed. During the few months that Grandma Gu was pregnant, the Gu family was very cautious. If anyone made a small mistake, Old Lord Gu would silently appear behind them with a stern face, making everyone nervous. Fortunately, the day Grandma Gu was to give birth arrived quickly. Winter was cold, but spring was in full bloom. In Stone Village, a group of idle old men and women gathered again under the old locust tree. They all looked eagerly toward the old Gu family at the west end of the village. When they saw the midwife enter the Gu family's house, they became very excited. "I saw the midwife go into the house." "I saw it too." "Hey, do you think Grandma Gu is having a boy or a girl?" "The Gu family has plenty of boys and girls. It doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl now. This is different. I saw Grandma Gu out for a walk a few days ago, and her belly was huge. Just like when I had my son. I suspect she's having a boy. It's a girl. Old Gu keeps calling his daughter daughter. So it must be a girl. You old men, that's definitely a boy. It can't be a girl. Let's make a bet. I bet a chicken egg. It's a girl. Let's bet." The old men and women argued under the locust tree, each registering their bets with Old Slick. He quietly took out 10 coins and placed them on the girl's side. Everyone was betting while the Gu family waited for Grandma Gu to give birth. All the family members gathered in the yard, watching the door of Grandma Gu's room. Since the midwife had gone in, they hadn't heard any sounds, which made everyone nervous. The eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui, was from the town. She was diligent and quick at work. When she heard Grandma Gu was about to give birth, she quickly boiled a pot of hot water and prepared a bowl of brown sugar and eggs for Grandma Gu. They waited for a long time, but didn't hear any loud crying. Everyone started to feel anxious. What is happening? Inside, Granny Lu was also sweating nervously. No pregnant woman gives birth without crying. Well, actually, no one gives birth without pain. Granny Lu looked at Grandma Gu lying on the bed, appearing calm and relaxed, with no sign of nervousness about giving birth. "Gu family, does it hurt you?" "Sixth aunt, I don't feel any pain at all." If it weren't for the sinking feeling in her belly, she wouldn't think she was about to give birth. Granny Lu nodded. "Your baby is good. The child isn't fussing. When I went to Li Jiago a few days ago, the woman there was having a hard time with her birth, and her baby was crying loudly." To lighten the mood, Granny Lu chatted with Grandma Gu. Suddenly, Grandma Gu let out a loud cry. Her baby was born. Quickly, Granny Lu cut the umbilical cord. The newborn skin was fair and smooth, not wrinkled like most babies. It was clearly a beautiful baby. She wrapped the baby in a blanket and placed it beside Grandma Gu. Only then did she continue to handle other matters. Grandma Gu looked energetic and turned her body to look at the small baby lying next to her, her eyes full of gentle smiles. Among her children, this one was the most handsome. "Sixth aunt, is the baby a boy or a girl?" Grandma Gu asked softly. Granny Lu finished wiping her hands, walked over, and looked under the small blanket. Her face lit up with a smile. "Congratulations to the Gu family. Your wish has come true. It's a girl." Grandma Gu gently touched her daughter's small cheek. The baby happily kicked her legs. A faint fragrance filled the room. Grandma Gu looked surprised. She was the only one who could smell it. Everyone outside was anxious, waiting nervously. When they heard Grandma Goo's cry, they thought labor had started. But after waiting a long time without any other sounds, old Master Goo almost broke down the door in worry. Congratulations! It's a girl. Granny Lu opened the door and cheered for old Master Goo. At the same time, flowers bloomed everywhere on the mountain. Animals walking in the woods looked up toward Shertu village. Under the old locust tree. Why hasn't old Goo's family made any noise for a long time? Could it be a difficult birth? Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, old Goo might scold you. What's that smell? Why does it smell so good?
Hey.
Old Slick, the peach blossoms at your door have bloomed. Everyone was surprised. The peach tree had many flower buds. Based on the usual blooming time, it should take at least 10 days for the flowers to open. Why did they bloom so early? I am still surprised, but on the other side, good news came from the old Goo family. Grandma Goo has given birth. It's a daughter. Everyone forgot about the flowers blooming and gathered at the old Goo house. Looking inside, they saw Grandma's sick stable coming out and hurriedly asked, Grandma's sick stable, what did the old Goo family have? A girl. I've been delivering babies for decades, and I've never seen such a beautiful child. She's truly stunning. Grandma Six Stable clicked her tongue and sighed again. Why is it that she can't have such a beautiful daughter? She shook her head and left the crowd's sight. When old Goo, the clever one, heard they had a daughter, he immediately patted his thigh in excitement. Finally, he guessed right. Everyone in the Goo family rushed into Grandma Goo's room. As soon as they entered, they saw the quiet newborn lying in a small quilt. Her skin was white and smooth like jade, with big, shining eyes blinking like hidden grapes in the dark, bright and dazzling. Everyone gathered around the baby, unable to help but gasp in admiration. This child was incredibly beautiful. Usually, newborns are wrinkled and unattractive, but when their little sister was born, she was so pretty. The Goo family members looked at each other and confidently believed their own genes were the best. Old Goo looked at his daughter lying in the small quilt and couldn't stop smiling foolishly until Grandma Goo gave him a slap, and he finally calmed down a bit. Old Goo cleared his throat and waved his hand at everyone. All right, you've all seen the little sister. Today is the first time meeting her. We should bring some gifts, but since it's her first day here, we'll skip the formalities. But next time, remember to bring something when you visit. Grandma Goo heard this and couldn't help but feel a headache. Her husband was talking nonsense again. She immediately agreed. Your father is right. The elderly couple, without feeling embarrassed, tried to get something for their little daughter. They didn't think it was shameful. Instead, they thought it was normal. Old Goo's eldest son, Goo Shufeng, was working at the government office. Knowing his mother was about to give birth, he took leave early to come back. When he heard his parents' words, he felt guilty for not bringing anything when visiting his little sister. But when he checked his pockets, he had no money at all. What could he do? His wife saw what her husband was looking for and immediately took out a red cloth from her pocket, handing it to him. The man's broad hand now held the red cloth, and when he slightly squeezed it, he felt like there was a pair of bracelets inside. He quickly handed it to his parents. Father, mother, I am the eldest son of the family. Since my sister was born, I should give her a gift. This is a pair of bracelets for her to wear. Old Mr. Goo reached out and took the red cloth handed over by his eldest son. Inside, there was a silver bracelet with small bells hanging from it. When slightly shaken, it jingled softly. Everyone saw the eldest brother bringing out a gift, so they all took out their prepared presents. Oldest son Goo Shufeng blushed a little, realizing everyone had prepared gifts earlier, and he had forgotten. Luckily, his wife was thoughtful. A tiny baby in swaddling clothes opened her eyes with effort, but since she was very small, her eyes only opened a slit. Through the faint light, she carefully observed everyone. They all looked like honest, kind-hearted people, and the atmosphere was peaceful and happy. She was very pleased. Although she didn't know how she came here, looking around now, she thought it was pretty good. Mom, have you named the little sister yet? The eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui, looked at the baby in swaddling clothes and liked her more and more. Old Lady Goo frowned slightly. She had been so happy she forgot to name her daughter. She immediately turned to look at the confused old man, shook her head, and said, "Not yet." Old Master Goo quickly said, "Wife, why don't you give the girl a name?" Old Lady Goo lowered her head, playing with her granddaughter in the swaddling cloth. She smiled gently, lightly touching the little face, and the little girl giggled. "Every time I touch you, you smile so sweetly. How about calling you Goo Tion, sweet?" She reached out and touched the little nose, then continued, "Mom hopes you will be as sweet as honey, safe and happy all your life, without worries. Mom will do her best to make sure you have a worry-free life. Goo Tion." The baby in swaddling clothes heard her name and happily stretched her legs, but accidentally kicked her father right in the face. Old Master Goo was very happy. His daughter liked him very much. Look.
She even kicked him.
The newborn baby played for a while, and then fell asleep. Old Master Goo shooed everyone out. He then chuckled at his little daughter for half an hour before Old Lady Goo finally chased him out. She was worried that her husband might go crazy from laughing so much. Right after giving birth, Old Lady Goo was a bit weak, so her two daughters-in-law went to the kitchen to help. Gooing, who was married outside, saw that Old Lady Goo had just finished giving birth and hurried home to tell her family. Old Master Goo had 7 children, making the total 8 now. Old Master Goo Shufeng had a task at the government office. His second son, Goo Buizhou, went out to do business 2 years ago despite his family's objections and has not been heard from since. The third child is Gooing, who married into the neighboring village. Her husband's family surname is Chung, and they live happily together. The fourth son, Gu Yunqi, and the seventh son, Gu Yanheng, are students studying at a private school in town. The fifth, Gu Qing, is learning embroidery from someone in town. The sixth, Gu Yan, is younger and stays at home watching over his nephews and nieces. After Old Master Gu was chased out by his wife, he held 2 eggs in his palm, spinning them, with one hand behind his back, standing straight and proud as he strode toward the old locust tree. Under the tree sat a group of old men chatting. When they saw Old Master Gu walking out like an old rooster, they called out, "Hey, Old Gu, not watching the kids at home, just out for a stroll? Congratulations, Old Gu." Old Master Gu proudly waved his hand, explaining that his daughter was born that morning, and everyone in Shertu village knew about it within a short time. Among them, Old Slick was the happiest because he guessed right and earned a chicken. Old Master Gu, feeling proud, said, "My daughter is so easygoing. No fuss, no trouble."
Sigh.
Daughters are the best. People with daughters frowned when they heard this, while those without daughters looked excited. While Old Master Gu was praising his daughter under the locust tree, Old Slick suddenly interrupted. He stared wide-eyed at Gu's house, seeming incredulous, and hurriedly patted Old Gu on the shoulder. "Stop bragging. Look at your house, Old Gu." Hearing Old Slick's voice, everyone paused and looked toward Gu's home. The big gate was open, and a few wild chickens strolled in, followed by a lively little rabbit hopping around. In just a short while, several wild animals had entered the yard. What's going on? Are these animals coming to their door by themselves? Old Gu frowned. Behind him, Old Scholar's formal words sounded, and he didn't bother chatting anymore. He hurriedly headed home. Seeing this, the crowd also followed, curious since they'd never seen such a strange sight before. At Gu's house, the yard was crowded with onlookers. Everyone was standing on tiptoe, peering inside, and gasping in surprise. In just a short time, there were already more than 10 animals, wild chickens, rabbits, and even a slightly larger roe deer. "What's happening? Stop standing around.
Catch them," Old Gu shouted loudly.
The crowd snapped out of their surprise and started catching the animals. They worked for about half an hour before catching all of them. Old Mr. Gu had a wild chicken feather on his head. After guiding everyone to put away the prey, he told everyone that children celebrating their first month should come to drink wine. Everyone responded together, feeling a bit sour inside as they left. The sleeping baby outside didn't hear anything because she was dreaming about eating lots of meat. Inside, Grandma Gu heard the noise and peeked through the door, but was sent back to bed by her second daughter-in-law to continue resting. Grandma muttered to herself, thinking she was in good health and didn't need to stay in bed after giving birth so many times. At this moment, old Mr. Gu came into the house with a chicken feather on his head. Seeing Grandma Gu get out of bed, his face changed. He quickly went over to help her up. "Why did you get out of bed? Go lie down properly. You all think I'm so fragile? I've given birth several times, I can handle it." Old Mr. Gu wanted to say more but stopped himself. He looked at his second daughter-in-law standing nearby and waved his hand. "Second daughter-in-law, go see what they're doing. Call everyone back." Hearing this, the second daughter-in-law understood that her father-in-law wanted to talk to her parents. She politely stepped outside. Grandma Gu was half lying in bed, and old Mr. Gu tucked her in. "Old man, just say what you want," she said, noticing her husband's worried look. "Sai, I've thought about how hard you've worked all these years. If I hadn't insisted on my way, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much," old Mr. Gu said, lowering his eyes to hide a hint of sadness. If it weren't for that incident back then, he wouldn't have retreated to the mountains. "With you and the children, these hardships don't matter." Grandma Gu looked down at her little daughter, lying beside her. Seeing her peacefully sleeping, she felt her fatigue fade away. Their sleeping daughter, Gu Tian, was pretending to sleep but listening carefully to her parents' gossip. Grandma Gu patted old Mr. Gu, feeling that he was truly distressed. "I'm thinking about what will happen to our little girl when we're gone," she said. Old Mr. Gu frowned, clearly hadn't thought about that either. What to do? What else could be done? Of course, start teaching them now how to love and respect their sister and aunt. After making up his mind, old Mr. Gu and Grandma Gu talked for a few more words. Just then, the second daughter-in-law returned with the eldest and a bunch of children. The eldest daughter-in-law had just finished preparing dinner. The dishes were brought to the table, and old Mr. Gu waved his hand, signaling everyone to sit down. At the dining table, old Master Gu only started eating after a few people had begun. When everyone had eaten enough, he put down his chopsticks and spoke. "I assume you all know what happened this afternoon?" Old Master Gu didn't say it directly, but hinted at the wild chickens and rabbits that entered the house earlier today. Oldest son Gu Shufeng knew about this. He had gone out to catch a chicken to help his mother and sister strengthen their health. But just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he was stopped by a group of villagers. Everyone was talking at once, and he finally understood what was going on. Who would believe that wild animals from the mountain would come to their house on their own? After meeting his second brother's wife on the way, he realized it was true.
"Dad, I also heard about this."
But how come these wild animals came to our house all by themselves? This was really strange. It's the first time wild game came willingly to ask for food. Old Master Gu waved his hand and said, "No matter how they came, since they are here, these animals are probably meant to serve as food for your sister's full moon celebration." After saying this, he deliberately looked as if he couldn't speak openly. Seeing his father's reaction, Gu Shufeng immediately frowned and said, "Dad, don't worry. As long as I have something to eat, I won't let my little sister go hungry." These wild animals had never shown such behavior before. Why did it happen today? Old Master Gu also felt puzzled. He knew his family's luck, but they had never been this fortunate. Usually, their life was plain, neither very rich nor very poor. While thinking, he looked at his young daughter, lying on the kong, a traditional heated bed. He was startled and his hand trembled, almost dropping the bowl he was holding. "Dad, is little sister cold lying on the kong?" The eldest daughter-in-law had been watching her father-in-law stare at her little sister on the bed, wondering if he was worried she was cold. She immediately asked. Old Master Goose snapped out of his thoughts. He wasn't in the mood to eat anymore. He turned to look at his grandsons who were eating. "You boys, today's meal with this meat is thanks to your little aunt. In the future, if you have a bite to eat, you should share half with your little aunt. Remember to respect her."
"Got it?"
The Goo children, knowing the rules of eating, put down their chopsticks and bowls when they heard their grandfather. They tilted their heads to listen. "Yes, Grandpa. We will respect our little aunt." The older children responded together, and the younger ones also nodded and answered properly. Old Master Gu nodded with some satisfaction and continued to let his grandsons have their meal. Eldest son Gu Shifeng was a bit confused by his father's actions, but he agreed that children should show respect to their younger sister. Father, don't worry. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er will take good care of their little sister. Not just them. Later, tell your sister and those naughty boys at school to love and care for her. Old Master Gu was a little worried and turned to ask, when will those naughty boys have their day off? Naughty boy Gu Shifeng rubbed his nose carefully and said, they will have a day off tomorrow. Then go and pick them up tomorrow. Old Master Gu's tone was calm, but Gu Shifeng understood what he meant. He quickly agreed. After dinner, Old Master Gu went into the house and saw Grandma Gu lying on the bed with her daughter beside her. Is the girl awake? Has she caused you trouble? During dinner, the girl had been sleeping peacefully, neither crying nor making trouble. Grandma Gu shook her head. The child is very obedient, very easy to take care of. When Gu Tian, who was just waking up, heard this, she frowned slightly. She was a good girl and never caused trouble for her mother. She hummed a few sounds to show her displeasure. Hearing her daughter's hum, Grandma Gu smiled immediately. Your daughter is annoyed with you. Old Master Gu heard this and immediately objected. How can she be annoyed with her daughter? He played with her and teased her until Gu Tian fell into a deep sleep. Then he stopped. The next day, before dawn, Gu Shifeng hurriedly left the house. There was a cart with oxen at the village entrance. Gu Shifeng went to the cart, took out 5 coins, and handed them to Old Man Huang standing beside the cart. Old Man Huang was the only person in the village who drove the ox cart. Young Gu from the Gu family were all from the village. 1 coin is enough. Seeing the amount Gu Shifeng gave, Old Man Huang tried to return the coins, but Gu Shifeng pushed them back. Old Man Huang, keep the money. The academy is closed today, and I need to pick up my brother and sister. Old Man Huang knew about the Gu family and that they had 2 sons studying at the academy. He nodded and took the money. As dawn broke, an ox cart entered the town and stopped at the street corner. Gu Shifeng greeted Old Man Huang, agreed on a time, and went to the academy to wait for the students to come out. About 15 minutes later, the academy's gate slowly opened and students walked out in pairs. The 2 young boys led the way, one slightly younger but both handsome and charming. One carried a cloth bag on his back, and as they walked, a gentle breeze followed them. When they saw a familiar figure, they hurried over. Big brother. Gu Shifeng patted Gu Yunqi's shoulder and looked at his 2 younger brothers, recalling their father's last instructions before leaving. Now that there's a little sister at home, I wonder what gifts you 2 brought for her? Though the gift is simple, our feelings are deep. As siblings, giving a gift is more about the thought. Gu Shifeng spoke expressionlessly, repeating their father's advice, which he also thought made sense. Gu Yunqi was the 4th son, and Gu Yanheng was the 7th. The brothers looked at each other, wondering how they didn't know their mother was pregnant. Big brother. Is this why we haven't been able to go home for nearly 10 months? Yes, it had been 10 months since they last visited home. Usually they spent their days studying at the private school. This time, they couldn't resist the urge to return, but Gu Shifeng awkwardly touched his forehead, having completely forgotten about this matter. When Grandma Gu was pregnant, their father had advised that the 4th and 7th sons come home briefly to avoid startling her. But Gu Shifeng was worried that the 2 brothers' studies would be disrupted, especially since the 4th son was about to take an exam, so he hadn't told them. He frowned and said, "That's Dad's decision. But now that you know, it's not too late. Let's go see what's ahead. You 2 can buy some gifts for your sister. I'll go pick up 5th brother." He hurriedly made an excuse and dragged the 2 brothers to the market, then left them there and walked away. Gu Shifeng headed to an embroidery shop called Jin Xiao Embroidery House, where 5th brother Gu Qing was learning embroidery. Jin Xiao Embroidery House. Gu Shifeng entered smoothly, pushing open the heavy door. Inside, many girls were practicing their embroidery. He approached the manager, spoke a few words, and then asked for a few days' leave for Gu Qing. Gu Qing was 15, at the most beautiful age. Her eyebrows curved like willow leaves, her eyes clear as spring water, and she wore a gentle smile, like a flower blooming in spring breeze. Big brother. Has mother given birth? Gu Shufeng nodded. Gu Qing quickly turned to fetch her prepared bag, which was full and a bit heavy to hold. Gu Shufeng reached out to take the bag, feeling its weight. Big brother, did mother have a brother or sister? Her clear, pure eyes fixed on Gu Shufeng, filled with a deep desire to learn. It's my younger sister, and she's a pretty little sister. I tell you. Gu Shufeng kept talking all the way, while Gu Qing listened with wide eyes. The little sister is truly lucky. He kept talking until they picked up the two younger siblings. Then Gu Shufeng became quiet and reserved again. Before leaving, Gu Shufeng asked for a few extra days off from the government office and took his younger brother and sister home by ox cart. When they arrived, old Master Gu blocked the fourth son, Gu Yunqi, and the seventh son, Gu Yanheng, outside. Old Master Gu looked at the set of calligraphy tools in Gu Yunqi's hands and then at the grass-made insect in Gu Yanheng's hand. He pointed at these items. Is this the gift you two brought for your little sister? The fourth son, Gu Yunqi, was gentle and calm. He looked down at the set of calligraphy tools he held. It wasn't very fancy, but it was worth quite a bit. Why did his father seem to dislike it? He didn't understand, so he quietly pushed the book he was hiding closer to his chest, worried his father might see. Father, this set of calligraphy tools isn't very fancy, but our little sister will need to read and write in the future.
She'll be able to use them then.
If the little sister didn't want them, he would have to use them himself. Old Master Gu nodded, thinking that his daughter would also need to learn to read and write. He turned to look at Gu Yanheng, who was standing nearby with his head drooping. And you? Gu Yanheng trembled and carefully glanced at the stick his father had pulled out from somewhere. It was as thick as a bowl. Father, don't underestimate this grass-made insect. This. He couldn't think of anything else to say. Gu Yanheng shoved the grass-made insect into old Master Gu's arms, lifted his hem, and turned to run. Old Master Gu, caught off guard by Yanheng's move, quickly grabbed the thick stick and chased after him. The eldest, Gu Shufeng, frowned, walked over to Gu Yunqi, and reached into his bag to take out a book. It was a new gray-covered book with small characters on the cover that read Women's Virtue. Gu Shufeng's face turned dark as he glared at Gu Yunqi and threw the Women's Virtue book into his arms. Fourth brother, isn't this the gift you're giving your little sister? Gu Yunqi's face suddenly turned red. He hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Everything happening outside didn't affect Gu Tian. At this moment, she was staring at her little legs, trying hard to kick the quilt. Before she could kick it off completely, Grandma Gu, who turned her head to look, caught her in the act. Oh, my little treasure. Why are you so strong? Grandma Gu helped tie the small quilt around Gu Tian again, then kissed her little cheek. The baby's milk scent was even more pleasant. She paid no attention to what was happening outside the room. Soon, Grandma Gu finished her confinement period, and the next day was Gu Tian's full moon celebration. Early in the morning, Grandpa Gu went out for a walk. Before long, the whole village knew that the young lady of the Gu family was celebrating her full moon. Everyone promised to attend the celebration. Grandpa Gu was happy and went back home. Grandma Gu held Gu Tian outside in the sun. Seeing Grandpa Gu return with a proud look, she asked, "Have you sent the invitation to the Liu family in Heshi?" The Liu family in Heshi was Grandma Gu's maternal family, named Liu Yu, who still had elderly parents at home. "I sent it half a month ago." They replied that they would definitely come. Grandpa Gu casually replied as he took his little daughter into his arms. Grandma Gu nodded, then looked at Grandpa Gu again. "And the Gu family?" She started to ask but suddenly stopped. Grandpa Gu also froze for a moment, then shook his head.
Don't worry about them.
In her arms, Gu Tian opened her eyes. Her eyes were covered by the corner of the quilt, but she could hear her parents' paused voices. Her eyes darted around. It seemed there were many mysteries about her father. Yawning, she felt sleepy again and fell into a deep sleep. Babies are so troublesome. Why do they sleep so little? That night, Eldest brother Gu Shufeng picked up the resting fourth and seventh brothers and also brought back Gu Qing. Last time, Gu Qing brought a pile of baby cotton clothes and a small silk quilt, all saved from her apprentice days. As soon as they returned home, the fourth and seventh brothers rushed into Grandma Gu's room, eager to hold their little sister. But before they could get her, Gu Qing, the fifth brother, cut in and stopped them. Grandma Gu sat nearby, watching her two sons argue, then looked at the well-behaved Gu Tian. She felt more that daughters were sweeter. Enough. Do you two still have a big brother? Fourth, you're about to be married off this year, and yet you're still so childish. She sighed helplessly and shook her head. The brothers were close, so she usually didn't say much. It was mostly Grandpa Gu who stepped in to teach them a lesson. Gu Yanqi, with his handsome face, blushed. Usually gentle and calm, he felt it was wrong to act this way. He immediately bowed and apologized to seventh brother Gu Yanheng, saying, "It's all fourth brother's fault." "Fourth, I apologize to you." Gu Yanheng was still young, having only studied for a few years. He politely bowed and said, "Fourth brother, it's all seventh brother's fault." Seventh brother has apologized to fourth brother. The two looked at each other and smiled, showing a gentle scholarly air. As they talked, outside the house, sixth brother Gu Yan hurriedly ran in and pushed aside the door curtain. "Mother, fourth brother, fifth sister, seventh brother. Father asked me to tell you it's time to eat." Old Lady Gu reached out to take Gu Tian, and everyone left the room. Before the meal, Gu Tian was hugged and kissed repeatedly by everyone until her face was covered in saliva. Then her mother finally rescued her. She pouted, looking at her mother with a sad face, as if she was about to cry. Old Lady Gu couldn't help but laugh and quickly comforted her. Old Master Gu looked at his daughter's cute expression and felt so tender that he couldn't even drink wine. "Don't kiss me so casually in the future. Except for me and your mother." Gu Tian, pretending to be sad and curled up in Old Lady Gu's arms, suddenly forgot her sadness. Her mind was filled with, "Can I really do that? Is this okay?" Since she had her father's promise, others wouldn't dare to disobey Old Master Gu's words. After dinner, Old Master Gu sat on the kong, a traditional bed, holding Gu Tian in his arms, and looked up at Gu Shufeng. "Big brother, tomorrow is your sister's full moon celebration. As soon as it's light, go to the neighbors and borrow tables and stools. Borrow as many as you can." Big brother Gu Shufeng nodded in agreement. Old Master Gu then ordered fourth brother Gu Yunqi and seventh brother Gu Yanheng to meet people at the village entrance. Two daughters-in-law and fifth brother Gu Qing helped in the kitchen, while sixth sister Gu Yan watched over the nephews and nieces to prevent them from causing trouble. Once everything was arranged, everyone was told to rest early. Big brother Gu Shufeng and his wife returned to their room. He sat on the bed and looked at his wife. "Swear, you've worked hard these days." Since her pregnancy, Old Lady Gu's household chores had fallen on the eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui. Qin Shui shook her head. "It's what I should do." The Gu family had a good tradition, without any dirty tricks. Her in-laws had been very kind to her all these years, and now taking care of her mother-in-law was only right. After talking for a while, the couple went to sleep. Early the next morning, the Gu family got up. The ones cooking and washing vegetables prepared everything first. After the preparations, Old Lady Gu went to cook. Although the feast was scheduled for noon, since most of the dishes were meat, especially wild game, which doesn't spoil easily, they needed to cook it longer. Elder brother Gu Shufeng early in the morning borrowed tables and chairs from neighbors, gathering 10 tables in total. Gu Ying, the bride-to-be, arrived early with her husband's family. Seeing the visitors, Old Master Gu quickly welcomed them. Gu Ying's husband's family is named Chengdan, a honest and kind man. They have 3 sons and 2 daughters. Originally, Gu Ying wanted to bring her child home for a few days, but Chengdan thought it was not suitable, so he left the child at a neighbor's house. Gu Ying and Chengdan watched as everyone busily helped out, and they both rolled up their sleeves to lend a hand. After a busy morning, the small courtyard was soon filled with people, mostly those who had helped catch wild game that day. They came with their families, but not many, only a few people from each household. Thank you all for coming to celebrate my daughter Gu Tian's full moon feast. Old Master Gu stood up once everyone was seated, raised his cup, and thanked everyone. Those who came to drink were friends of Old Master Gu, some invited, but some did not show up. He hoped the celebration would be lively, but it didn't go as planned. He understood the reason, but it didn't matter much to him. Old Gu, you're too polite. After knowing you for so many years, this is the first time you've been so courteous, someone said, mainly because of his daughter. Thinking about it, their family was blessed because of Gu's little girl. Old Master Gu waved his hand, feeling it was inappropriate to talk about official matters now. After thanking everyone again, he continued drinking with the old friend. After 3 rounds of wine, Old Lady Gu, following tradition, brought out her daughter to show everyone. When people saw her, most of their drunkenness was gone. Every year, the village had babies, but the babies at full moon were usually thin or dark-skinned. Seeing such a fair and tender little girl for the first time, everyone's interest was piqued. Old friend Lu immediately liked the little girl and quickly approached Old Master Gu, whispering, "Old Gu, how about arranging a match for her?" Old friend Lu has a 1-year-old grandson from his youngest son, Fulai. He initially wanted to arrange a marriage, but as soon as he asked, he immediately regretted it. The 4th and 7th sons of the Gu family are studying, and the 4th son is about to take exams. He might become a scholar, which would raise his status, making him less interested in their family. Well, Old Gu, just pretend I'm drunk. I've been thinking, my family isn't good enough for this little girl, Old friend Lu sincerely said. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. His grandson couldn't compare, and besides, she was from Old Gu's family. Wasn't that a different generation? No, this wouldn't do. Old Master Gu's face instantly turned dark and frightening when he heard the sly man's words, but unfortunately, the sly man was too focused on thinking and didn't notice. Before he could throw the sly man out, the man spoke again, and his expression softened a little. "Little brother, my daughter won't be limited to this small place," he said, hinting that his daughter wouldn't stay in the countryside forever. Old Master Gu thought for a moment and decided he needed to write a letter to them. The sly man nodded in agreement, chatted a bit more, then sat down to continue drinking. Those nearby overheard their conversation and stopped listening, all feeling envious of Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu, praising their good fortune. Recently awakened Gu Tian was a little confused, but hearing the compliments about her parents made her happy, and she smiled brightly. The full moon celebration was lively and busy. The whole village, young and old, ate until they were full. A few unambitious people even brought their own bowls just to eat more meat. Old Master Gu saw this and, after giving a quick reminder to Old Boss Gu, hurried to check on his little girl. The Gu family was very friendly. After dinner, some familiar neighbors stayed to help, and Old Lady Gu didn't refuse much. She felt she owed them because she had helped others before. Luckily, there were leftover wild foods in the kitchen, enough for the family to share and improve their meals for the next few days. As evening fell, the Gu family finally had time to rest after a busy day. When Old Master Gu entered the house, Old Lady Gu had just finished nursing the baby. Seeing his furrowed brow, she couldn't help but ask, "What's making you look so worried?" Since their little girl was born, she had never seen Old Master Gu look so troubled until today. "Is it because of what the sly man said?" she asked, referring to the man who wanted to arrange a marriage. Later, he changed his mind, Old Lady Gu said thoughtfully. She remembered how the sly man had changed his words, but she clearly saw Old Master Gu's changed expression at that moment. Old Master Gu sighed deeply. His words weren't just for the old folks. They were also a warning for those with intentions. After putting the baby to sleep, Old Lady Gu looked up at Old Master Gu and said softly, "Whatever he said, that's his business. Besides, you can control what people say in front of you, but can you control what they say behind your back? Tianbao is still young, and she has a long road ahead. If this causes a bad reputation, you need to be careful." She spoke gently but delivered a firm message. Old Master Gu shivered, swallowed hard, and immediately went to the kitchen to fetch a basin of foot-washing water, personally washing his wife's feet. Madame Gu happily accepted this. The sky was covered with dark clouds, with only a few stars shining through, creating a mysterious night. A white dove flew across the sky and disappeared. In Beijing, the white dove landed inside an old, grand building. A servant outside saw it and quickly caught the dove, then hurried to the study. Guards were stationed outside the study, blocking anyone from entering. Not even a mosquito could get close. The study was originally spacious, but now it was full of people, making the space feel a bit cramped. An old man with white hair sat in the main seat, holding a roughly 2-finger-wide piece of paper. It only had a few words written quickly, but everyone looked a bit down. After a while, he threw the paper onto the table, a little angry. The paper floated lightly and didn't go far even with force, then drifted back to the old man's hand. Angry, he was about to throw it away again, but a man in gray clothes standing nearby snatched it first. "Dad, calm down. I'll handle this." The old man was unhappy and angry, turning his head aside and refusing to look at it. The man in gray then looked at the note, which had only a few words written casually. "I have gained another lovely daughter, feeling very happy. Thanks to our ancestors' blessings. No jealousy, please." Meaning, "I've gained a precious daughter again, very happy. Thanks to the ancestors. Don't be jealous." The man in gray looked troubled. Seeing how angry the old master was, they couldn't do anything. Their family had no girls at all, not even in the next generation, only grandsons. Now, the old master saw a grandson and felt headache, but the third son often touched his heart, always mentioning this to upset him. Now, another girl was born. No wonder the old master was drooling over her. "I'll go find that useless grandson right now." The old man, quick-tempered and upset by the third son, immediately started packing. Everyone in the room was frightened and tried to calm him down. After a while, they managed to soothe him. No one dared to mention this in front of the old master, only secretly preparing gifts for the third son. Spring passed eastward, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years went by. By now, Gu Tian had grown into a little happy bundle. While other 3-year-olds were still playing with mud at their door, Gu's 3-year-old child had already secretly gone up the mountain behind the village. Shirtu village was backed by a large mountain, which was full of wild game and rare medicinal herbs. Gu Tian is familiar with various medicinal herbs. Since she accidentally awakened her space a year ago, she has had a red circular mark between her right ring finger and little finger. Everything in her space is like that of other travelers. There is a spiritual spring, a room filled with various herbs, some processed and some not, and outside, fields growing rare medicinal plants and other crops. Because she is still young, she can't do many things and can only handle simple tasks. Gu Tian walks with short legs, climbing the mountain slowly. She used to wander at the foot of the mountain, but now she feels ready. The ginseng in her space can be sold. Over the years, her family remains poor. Her eldest brother works at the government office and has been promoted to a shopkeeper. Her second brother is still missing. Her third sister's 2 sons started school last year. Her fourth brother passed the imperial exam 3 years ago. Their father wanted him to keep studying, but the teacher advised him to attend the local school to prepare for this year's spring exam. Her fifth sister is now somewhat famous in the county for her embroidery, which is very lively and detailed. She got engaged a year ago and is waiting to marry after her fourth brother passes his exam. Her sixth sister is 15 and uninterested in most things, except cooking, which she learned from Grandma Gu. Gu Tian sometimes brings back ingredients from mountain. Her seventh brother is also preparing for exams this year. Gu Tian sighs deeply. If her fourth brother passes the exam, he will go to the capital. If her seventh brother passes the village exam, he will also need to take the official exams. All these expenses require money. She clenches her small fists and continues to go into the mountain to gather herbs. She carries a small basket made especially for her by Grandpa Gu, inside which is 100-year-old ginseng she took from her space. At this moment, the Gu family. Grandpa Gu went early in the morning to wake his daughter's room, but after knocking for a long time, there was no response. Usually, a little person inside would quickly come to open the door, but today there was no movement. Could something be wrong? Suddenly, Grandpa Gu remembered how Gu Tian had begged him a few days ago to weave cages. He hurriedly pushed the door open. It was not locked. As he entered, he saw that the room was clean and tidy, with a small quilt on the bed folded neatly, but she was not there.
Xiao Yi, Xiao Er.
Among the grandchildren, only Xiao Yi, Xiao Er, Xiao San, and Xiao Si are a bit older. These children often take their little cousin to play. Xiao Yi is the eldest of the older children. Xiao Er is from the second family. Two children heard their grandfather calling them and hurriedly ran over, followed by a group of little kids behind them. "What's wrong, Grandpa?" Old Mr. Gu didn't speak right away. He looked over everyone and noticed that the little girl, Tianbao, was not among them. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. "Have you seen your little aunt?" The eldest was at the county office, and the fourth and seventh children were studying outside. Only a few grandchildren were at home. The children all shook their heads at once.
No.
Old Mr. Gu's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. He patted his leg and thought, something's wrong. He quickly ran into the main hall. The children behind him didn't know what was happening, but the older ones guessed and hurried after Grandpa into the house. Inside, Grandma Gu was still setting out bowls and chopsticks, ready to serve dinner soon. Old Mr. Gu went into the house, took the chopsticks from Grandma Gu's hand, and placed them on the table. He turned to her and asked, "Did you see when Tianbao went out? Isn't Tianbao in the house?" Grandma Gu replied casually, then suddenly realized something was wrong. "Tianbao isn't in the house. No one is inside. The small quilt is neatly folded. Quick, let's find her." Hearing this, Grandma Gu immediately called everyone to help search for Tianbao. Old Mr. Gu also asked a few old men to help look around the village, while he himself went into the mountains alone to find her. Meanwhile, Tianbao was wandering in the mountains with her short legs. She carried a small basket on her back, inside which was a large ginseng. The basket was already full. She had wanted to pick 100-year-old ginseng, but she found that the mountains were full of treasures everywhere. She casually discovered a bunch of ginseng nests. The ginseng in her basket was one of them. The rest she transplanted into her space. Just doing this made her exhausted. She really wanted to know if this mountain belonged to anyone. If not, forget it. Even with her current abilities, she couldn't buy a mountain. She might as well think about how to make money. Tianbao was still holding an injured little fox. After walking for a while and feeling tired, she sat on a dead tree trunk, hugging the fox. She looked around and realized she had been walking blindly and had gone quite far. After resting for a while, she tried to find a way down the mountain with the little fox but didn't notice a stone under her foot. When she tripped and fell, she instinctively protected the little fox in her arms. Tianbao sighed softly. Her little arms and legs felt sore. She supported the little fox's bottom and struggled to get up. She looked down at the culprit that tripped her, a big stone. The large stone was about the size of her half a head. Its gray surface looked dull and rough to the touch, with a sandy texture. Sweet Bao's eyes sparkled slightly, but before she could look closely, she heard a distant shout.
Sweet Bao.
"Where are you?"
Dad.
"I'm here." Hearing the voice, Sweet Bao immediately responded. She looked down at the big stone beside her, quickly squatted down, and carefully moved the stone into her space. After finishing, old Master Gu also came running towards her, hearing the call. His eyes were red. The deeper they went into the mountain, the colder his heart felt. He kept praying for Sweet Bao's safety, calling out to his ancestors along the way. Now that she was right in front of him, he couldn't help but feel like crying. He had no idea what kind of shock he had experienced.
Dad.
Sweet Bao saw her father approaching with tears in his eyes. She hurriedly hugged her little fox and ran toward him. When she reached him, worried she might hurt her little fox, she reached out a hand to hold her father's big leg. "Dad, you're here." She looked up with her big, wet eyes at old Master Gu. Her hair was messy, her clothes dirty, and her face covered in dirt, as if she had rolled in the mud. Seeing this, Old Master Gu felt very sad and guilty.
Dad.
Eat carrots. Sweet Bao turned slightly and brought her small basket closer to her father. Old Master Gu, with a gentle smile, looked at her, then froze in place, unable to say a word for a moment. Old Master Gu was stunned for a moment. It was only after Sweet Bao shook his leg that he snapped out of his shock. Did you dig this, Sweet Bao? A 3-year-old girl had actually found ginseng. Sweet Bao looked at her father seriously and nodded. Yes, she really had dug it up. Dad, let's go home and eat carrots. She put her small basket on the ground. Old Master Gu quickly picked her up, noticing the little fox in her arms. Overwhelmed by joy, he quickly calmed down, placing the basket into his daughter's arms and letting the little fox sit at the edge of the basket, just enough to cover the ginseng inside. Okay, let's go home and eat carrots. Old Master Gu agreed, without correcting her about the carrots. To keep things quiet, he decided to call them carrots, even if they weren't. He carried his daughter down the mountain quickly. The people helping him search only wandered around the village, but they couldn't find Sweet Bao anywhere. After all the fuss, everyone in the village knew that old Gu's daughter had gone missing. Some people who don't get along with the Gu family are just watching the fun. Seeing this big group of people with no results, they start to feel happy about others' misfortune. Honestly, the old Gu family has caused too much trouble. The second son was doing business outside and never came back. Now the little 8th child is also lost. It's just karma from heaven. That's true. Our village is so remote that children can get lost easily. Parents are so careless. It's just retribution. Every family has a girl, right? They have several. They just spoil one girl too much, and even heaven can't stand it. Why are you women always gossiping? Mind your own business. A loud shout from the village head, Mr. stops the gossiping women. He is known for being fair and just. The women see it's Mr. and fall silent. Mr. looks serious. He remembers what the women said and is also worried about the Gu family's little girl being lost. He is the only one who knows the family's secrets. He walks over to the old sly man and suggests they go up the mountain to look since they haven't found the child in the village. Could such a small child climb the mountain alone? They aren't sure, so they decide to look there and also send some strong young men to search outside the village. After giving instructions, Mr. lets everyone go up the mountain. But just a few steps in, the old sly man sees a figure coming down from the mountain, holding a small child. When he looks carefully, he recognizes it's Mr. Gu carrying the lost little girl. Look, it's Mr. Gu, and he's got the little girl with him. He shouts loudly, and everyone's eyes turn to the person coming down the mountain, holding the child. It's Mr. Gu and the little girl, called Tian Bao. Mrs. Gu also notices and quickly steps forward. When she gets close, she sees Tian Bao is dirty and messy, her hair is disheveled, and her ribbon is missing. She looks very upset. Mrs. Gu's heart aches and tears come to her eyes. She quickly wipes her tears, afraid someone might see, and whispers to herself that it's good she's back. Today, I, Gu, thank everyone. Tomorrow we will prepare some wine to thank you all. After saying this, she takes the child and leaves. On the way home, Tian Bao stays silent, lowering her head as if thinking. Only after they reach home and send away the caring people does the family gather together again. The 2 daughters-in-law looked at their young sister-in-law with sad eyes, their eyes turning red with worry. They opened their mouths to speak, but couldn't say a word. Their parents, the father and mother, remained silent. As daughters-in-law, they naturally didn't dare to speak first. The grandchildren, all around the same age, looked at their young aunt with curiosity. Seeing her head bowed, they all felt sorry for her. Grandpa, please don't be mad at my little sister-in-law. If you're angry, then be mad at me instead. It was the youngest of the older grandchildren, about 5 or 6 years old, already showing signs of being a good person. Old Mr. Gu didn't say anything. He just paused for a moment, then looked down at his little daughter in his arms. Just then, baby Tian turned her head to look at her father, her eyes misty and wet, softening his heart. Little one, take your brothers and sisters outside to play. I won't punish your little sister-in-law. He wouldn't want to punish her even if he could. After getting old Mr. Goo's approval, little one and the others cheered and ran out to play. The door was closed again. Inside the house were only old Mr. Goo, Grandma Goo, and the two daughters-in-law, along with two young girls. Old Mr. Goo took out the small basket from his arms and placed it on the small table. The little fox inside the basket quickly crawled into Tianbao's arms to avoid being dropped. Everyone's attention shifted to what was inside the small basket. To their surprise, there was a huge ginseng root inside. They were all speechless with shock. Where did such a big ginseng come from? And it was so large. A few years ago, old Mr. Goo had also dug out ginseng, but it was much smaller than this one. This is the ginseng Tianbao found, old Mr. Goo said calmly, noticing the shock in their eyes, and then shared something even more surprising. Seeing their stunned expressions, he suddenly felt much happier. Father, the little sister-in-law is really talented. The eldest daughter-in-law was stunned for a moment, then looked at her young sister-in-law, who was gently stroking the little fox. Tianbao noticed everyone's gaze and slightly lifted her small face, showing a serious expression. Sell radishes. Let little one and the others go to school. Though she looked like a 3-year-old child, Tianbao's mind was that of an adult. In ancient rural areas, people were called mudlegs, and merchants were looked down upon. Only studying was the way out for boys. On the way here, she had thought a lot. She planned to start teaching her suitable-age nephews, and if they needed money, she would sell the ginseng. Inside her space, she had found many ginsengs, lingzi mushrooms, and other rare herbs, which she had transplanted into her space. With these resources, even if they didn't go to the mountains for a few years, it would be enough to support her entire family. Old Master Goo's eyes reddened again. His youngest daughter was only 3 years old, yet she was already thinking about her cousins. Old Second's family, listen up. Your little sister went into the mountains to help teach Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. She's just a 3-year-old child, but she cares about her cousins. I hope you all will respect and care for your little sister, so Xiao Yi and Xiao Er will also be good to her. The two daughters-in-law listened, tears streaming down their faces, especially the second daughter-in-law, who was very sad. Father, don't worry. Even if we only have one meal, we will make sure little sister eats. Both daughters-in-law expressed their support. Old Master Goo nodded, thinking he needed to have a serious talk with his son and grandsons later. Seeing her two sisters-in-law so sad, Sweet Bao suddenly felt her burden grow heavier, as she still had to support several nephews through school. She was too young to share all her thoughts openly, but holding them in was uncomfortable. Sweet Bao struggled out of old Master Goo's arms, placed the little fox on the bed, and turned to run toward her two sisters-in-law. Luckily, they were leaning against the bed, so she was only a few steps away. Don't cry. Selling carrots, going to school. I can support you all. She said this with effort, trying to show her determination to support them. Her two sisters-in-law's eyes turned even redder as they silently wiped their tears, remembering their little sister-in-law's kindness. Even if she couldn't support them financially, her words made them feel grateful and content. Sweet Bao's maturity exceeded Old Master Goo and Old Lady Goo's expectations. After Old Master Goo decided, he planned to go to the county town early the next morning to sell the carrots and arrange for Xiao Yi and Xiao Er to attend private schools. Stone Village was vast but very remote, bordered by several hills, with the largest hill behind the village. The village was poor and couldn't afford private schools. The children had little early education, and most of those who had learned to read had already moved away. The only way for Xiao Yi and Xiao Er to attend private schools was to go to the county town. Once everything was decided, the family hurried to boil water and prepare meals. Their little sister-in-law was still dirty and looked like a mud doll. After 3 rounds of eating, Sweet Bao was exhausted. She hugged Old Lady Goo's neck and, in a daze, fell asleep. Old Master Goo had something to discuss with Old Lady Goo. He went over, gently took the sleeping Sweet Bao, and placed her on the bed. I was planning to tell old second soon that Xiao Yi and Xiao Er should go to private school, but I didn't expect. The 3-year-old daughter had gone into the mountains to dig ginseng. He never expected this, and now thinking about it, he feels a wave of fear. Grandmother Gu frowned and looked at him with disapproval, glaring sharply at Grandpa Gu. Grandpa Gu was a bit confused, not sure what he had said wrong.
How can you still say that?
If it weren't for your suggestion to live frugally, would our family be in this state? Thinking of this made her angry. Grandmother Gu was originally a noble daughter from an official family. She had lived a wealthy life since childhood. Although not extremely rich, she had never lacked anything. She married Grandpa Gu not for wealth, but because she liked his carefree spirit.
But now?
She was just angry. Who is wealthy with many servants. Yet, they too were rich, but lived in simple mud and grass houses, claiming it was to teach the children to be diligent and thrifty. If not for the family, second brother wouldn't have quietly gone to do business, and he's been missing ever since. Every time she thinks about it, she feels very guilty. If she had told the family about their situation earlier, would everyone be more organized now? Grandpa Gu knew he was at fault and said nothing, sitting quietly by the bed. He understood what Grandma Gu was talking about, but he also had his own difficulties to explain. I didn't mean to. I know you didn't mean to, but do you plan to live like this forever? Just because you're angry with others, willing to live a poor life? You're really not even as good as Tianbao. Grandma Gu was somewhat disappointed and frustrated. She wouldn't have spoken about Grandpa Gu's past foolishness if it weren't for Tianbao's matter today. She felt she might have kept it inside forever. Let's not talk about the eldest, second, and third brothers for now. We'll discuss them when second brother returns. Fourth and seventh brothers will soon be involved, so there's no need to worry. Fifth is engaged, and sixth is not young anymore. There are also a bunch of younger boys, each one needing consideration. I've thought it through. The family's money should be used openly now. In the future, I plan to make the family better in Tianbao's name. She only hoped that 100 years later, her brothers and sisters would take better care of Tianbao. Grandpa Gu had nothing more to say and simply replied with a faint yes, then remained silent. After all, what Grandma Gu said last was exactly what he wanted to say. Grandma Gu gave a few more instructions before finally letting Grandpa Gu go. In the blink of an eye, it was time to go to the county town. Tianbao woke early, folded the small quilt on the bed, and then looked at Grandpa Gu. A pair of wet, big eyes kept staring at Grandpa Gu with longing. Her mouth was slightly pouted, as if protesting why he didn't take her along. Grandpa Gu ignored the child's pleading gaze, feeling he had been busy all morning and hadn't finished his work. When he was about to leave with a small basket, he suddenly remembered he had forgotten something. He slapped his forehead. He had forgotten his daughter. Hurrying into the child's room, he just saw her turn around and stick out her little bottom at him. Grandpa Gu was so anxious he broke out in sweat. He wanted to comfort his daughter, but also worried that the ox cart at the village entrance might leave. So he quickly picked up the child, holding her in his arms, and ran away under Grandma Gu's stern gaze.
Dad.
Walk slowly, don't hurt little sister. Seeing her little sister's sad, pleading eyes, the eldest daughter-in-law's heart melted. How adorable little sister is. Grandpa Gu hurried as fast as he could and finally managed to stop the ox cart just before it left. On the way to the city, the villagers of Stone Village were all surprised. They saw a handsome old man apologizing repeatedly to a 3-year-old girl, saying he was sorry and promising it wouldn't happen again. Once they reached the county town, the child's hurt feelings finally eased. After calming down, she felt a bit disdainful of her childish behavior, but deep inside, she felt a sweet warmth she had never experienced before. It was as if heaven had granted her another chance, allowing her to live freely and happily. Grandpa Gu carried the child to a small clinic in town. The shop was modest, with only one doctor sitting at the counter, behind which were shelves of traditional Chinese medicines and a young servant busy preparing medicine. Brotherly, Grandpa Gu entered and nodded slightly to the doctor sitting at the counter. Dr. Lee, who was not young anymore, had some gray strands mixed with his black hair and a few wrinkles around his eyes, but he had no beard. When he heard the familiar voice, Dr. Lee quickly stood up and looked at the visitor. His eyes then shifted to the small girl in his arms, showing a hint of surprise. "Brother Gu, is this the little Tuan your wife gave birth to?" His tone was very sure, as if he had already diagnosed the child. "Sweetie, this is Uncle Lee, call him Uncle." Grandpa Gu pointed to Dr. Lee and said to the girl in his arms. The girl straightened up and slightly bowed to Uncle Lee, with a shy, cute smile on her face, speaking in a childish voice. "Hello, Uncle Lee." Her childish words made Dr. Lee feel very happy. No wonder this child was diagnosed by him. She was not shy at all. Old Master Gu chatted with Dr. Lee for a while and then explained the purpose of his visit. In the past, the ginseng that old Master Gu dug up was sold to Dr. Lee. So, Dr. Lee naturally thought it was the same kind of ginseng he had seen for decades. But when old Master Gu took out the ginseng, he was stunned and couldn't move for a long time. What is this? This ginseng is really big. It was the second time he had seen such a large ginseng. Old Master Gu smiled and nodded, not finding anything strange about the ginseng. Instead, his little sweetie, who was in his arms, looked at Dr. Lee's expression and then at her father's confident look, and she covered her mouth to secretly laugh. She remembered how her father looked the first time he saw that ginseng. Hearing the laughter, old Master Gu looked at his little girl. She was giggling shyly, and he thought she was laughing at Dr. Lee. But she was actually laughing at him. Dr. Lee quickly regained his composure and pulled old Master Gu aside. "Old brother Gu, let me take a look at this ginseng. Be gentle when you hand it over, and make sure to take enough." Dr. Lee carefully took the ginseng and weighed it in his hand. This heavy ginseng was much bigger than the one he saw before. With so many roots, it was probably around 400 years old, maybe close to 500. Dr. Lee felt very excited inside. Recently, a noble visitor came looking for ginseng that was 300 to 400 years old. Such a rare find in their small town was incredible. But today, he had actually found one. It was like falling asleep and waking up with a surprise. "Old brother Gu, name your price." "I won't haggle." "Brother Lee, you decide the price." "I don't know much about these things, so if you ask me to set a price, I'd be overestimating myself." Old Master Gu waved his hand and looked hesitant to name a price. What if it was too low? This was a treasure dug up by his daughter. Dr. Lee clenched his teeth and secretly thought, "This is a clever one. I'll give you 3,000 taels for this ginseng." Dr. Lee offered a high price. 3,000 taels was the highest in their county, but compared to Beijing, it was quite low. After all, a 400-year-old ginseng was rare and hard to find. Sweetie didn't understand money very well, but she still thought 3,000 taels was a lot. Plus, she had many rare herbs in her space. In her past life, she liked to experiment with ancient skincare recipes and often used them herself. Now, with abundant resources in ancient times, she could continue making some, not only for herself but also to earn money and support her family. The more she thought about it, the more confident she became. She clenched her little fists, with a determined look in her eyes. Old Master Gu turned his head to look at his daughter, but instead saw sweet baby clenching her small fists. Small fists? Fists? That means she's not satisfied with the price. He understood. Old Master Gu shook his head at Dr. Lee, his eyes narrowing slightly and his voice calm. 3 years ago in the capital, there was a 200-year-old ginseng. Someone offered 30,000 taels, but it couldn't be bought. In the end, it was sold at Wanbao Pavilion for 100,000 taels of silver, and it's still well known today. Brother Lee, do you think I can sell this 400-year-old ginseng for 20,000 taels? Maybe even more. After all, a 100-year-old ginseng is common, but this 400-year-old one is rare. Old Master Gu spoke casually, as if he was just chatting about everyday things. But Dr. Lee knew that this old man was clever and tricky. "How do you know about what happened in the capital 3 years ago?" He suddenly remembered that old brother Gu was just a country person. He probably didn't even know how to get to the city gates. So how could he know about a famous event in the capital 3 years ago?
Everyone knows about it.
Old Master Gu said calmly. Dr. Lee knew he wouldn't get much out of old Master Gu, so he muttered, "You didn't want to sell when I offered the price earlier." His tone was a bit resentful. Old Master Gu raised an eyebrow, looking confident and unbothered. Dr. Lee bargained with old Master Gu. They initially agreed on 50,000 taels, but because Dr. Lee kept lowering the price, old Master Gu's eyes turned cold. He directly set a firm price of 60,000 taels of silver. Take it or leave it. If not, he would go to Wanbao Pavilion. Dr. Lee felt like crying but had no tears. He was old, but still got tricked by an old man. Most of his savings were gone. He thought he was good at bargaining, but in front of old Master Gu, he was nothing. He didn't understand why, with such skill, he was getting poorer and poorer. But later, he found the answer, and his wealth grew. Sweet Baby was once again stunned and froze in place. She thought 3,000 taels was a lot, but she didn't expect her father to be so powerful. He managed to sell it for 60,000 taels. Just one small ginseng for 60,000 taels? Does that mean she still has a 1,000-year-old ginseng in her space? She was truly rich. Her bright eyes kept staring at her father. She quietly whispered in his ear, "Father, you're so amazing." Old Master Gu's pride instantly soared. His daughter's praise made him feel like he hadn't shown enough strength. He wanted to do more, but seeing Dr. Lee's about-to-cry expression, he decided to let him go for now. He would wait until he had more to gain before taking more. Dr. Lee was unsure what old Master Gu was thinking and didn't realize he had become a target for exploitation. Fearing that old Master Gu might change his mind again, he hurriedly took out a jade token and led old Master Gu to the largest moneylender in the county town, called Jinyu Moneylender. Using the jade token, Dr. Lee withdrew 60,000 taels of silver notes and handed them to old Master Gu. They had settled their accounts. Old Master Gu, holding the 60,000 taels of silver notes, thought for a moment and opened an account in Gu Tian's name. He deposited 55,000 taels there, exchanged 100 taels of the remaining 5,000 taels for silver coins, and kept the rest as silver notes. Tian Bao once again felt like a wealthy lady. With the money, old Master Gu and Tian Bao went on a shopping spree. Beautiful hair accessories?
Buy.
Pretty little clothes?
Buy.
10 sets. All kinds of snacks and pastries? Buy everything. They kept shopping, pointing, and buying whatever they liked. But before they could leave, a group of rough-looking troublemakers stopped them. Did they perhaps cause a scene with their spending? Tian Bao secretly wondered where the wealth had been exposed. "Master, it's this man in front who stole our child."
Look.
"Our little girl is still in his arms." "Little girl?" Tian Bao was confused. She turned around and looked around. Only her father was holding her, surrounded by a crowd. Suddenly, a very fat woman jumped out and pointed at her, claiming she was the little girl. But she was her parents' Tian Bao. "Father, are we being robbed? Why didn't they say this road is mine or this tree was planted by me?" Old Master Gu tightly hugged Tian Bao, ignoring the group of troublemakers in front of him. The woman, hearing this, immediately burst into loud crying. "Master, please save our little girl. She's not herself anymore." As she cried loudly, passers-by gradually gathered around. Seeing the situation, she cried even more sadly. Tian Bao's expression grew cold, her face stiff and emotionless. Looking at the crying woman and recalling children who had been trafficked in her past life, she felt a deep sense of disgust. Scams like this had been happening for ages. "Father, why is this aunt crying? And who is this little girl?" Old Master Gu looked at the scene, initially thinking it was a theft, but then realizing it was a kidnapping, an obvious crime. His eyes shifted, noticing the circle of people forming around them, with the innermost circle focused on the kidnapping. "Oh, this woman is crying so sadly. Could her child really have been stolen in broad daylight?" Note: the phrase about Ning's poor eyesight was unclear, but it seemed to imply skepticism about the woman's claim, given her cuteness and whether she could have been born by the woman. "Don't talk nonsense. That child doesn't look anything like the woman at all. Yes, yes, you have good judgment. People around are talking loudly. Some feel sorry for the child being taken away and imagine a big drama, while others just watch coldly, as if they are watching a show. A few clever people want to report the incident, but before they can leave, someone stops them. Sweetbow sees this and immediately feels cold inside. Is this organized and planned? Who are you two? Why are you stopping us, father and daughter? Old Mr. Gu looks at the growing crowd and asks, You took my little girl, and ask who I am? I am the mother of the child in your arms. Her words seem to confirm everyone's gossip. Old Mr. Gu's face darkens, and his eyes turn unfriendly. Huh, claiming to be my child's mother? You should go back and be reborn. You're so ugly, yet you dare to walk around? The more he thinks about it, the more uncomfortable he feels. Though he is over 50, he is strong and healthy. Otherwise, how could he have a daughter? And in the past 2 years, he feels younger than before. Lu Shi is also over 50, but she looks good. A few white hairs used to be on her head, but now they are black again, and she has no wrinkles on her face. Unlike the woman in front of him, green bean eyes, flat nose, and wrinkles at the corner of her eyes from crying, wrinkles that could kill a fly. How can she claim to be his daughter's mother? Is she trying to disgust his daughter on purpose? Old Mr. Gu doesn't know that his youthful appearance these days is thanks to the spiritual spring water given by Sweetbow. The woman's face turns pale from his words. She never expected that a seemingly gentle and easy-to-please person could be so sharp-tongued. She trembles, points at old Mr. Gu, and wants to curse him, but seeing his disdainful look, she feels like choking on her own blood. This is too much. The woman's eyes dart around in anger. She is so upset that she starts crying loudly again, crying as she apologizes to the man beside her. Husband, I'm sorry. The man in front of us is actually the father of the child. I am the child's mother. She cries while telling her story. She says that decades ago, she met this man when he was badly injured and fell at her door. At that time, she was already married, but her husband was away doing business. She was alone at home. To avoid gossip from neighbors, she had to hide the injured man inside her house. But after bringing him in, she was in trouble. Her family was very poor. They couldn't even afford a doctor for the injured man. Fortunately, the woman knew some medicine. She climbed the mountain alone to gather herbs, and with these herbs, she managed to save the man's life. At first, the man was very grateful, but over time, his feelings grew stronger. They became a couple. Not long after, the woman's husband returned, and the man quietly left. Years passed. 3 years later, the man couldn't forget the woman and found her again. Their old feelings rekindled, and they became close. What was meant to happen happened. After that, the man disappeared completely. Soon, the woman became pregnant. She carried the baby for 10 months and raised the child with great effort until the child was 3 years old. Unexpectedly, the man learned he had a daughter and, under cover of night, took the child away. The woman, her husband, and their relatives searched for 3 days before they found the child, but they were falsely accused. The woman was unable to speak of her suffering and started crying. Her husband sighed deeply. Sweetbow was almost shocked speechless by the woman's words. This woman was very good with words, almost like she could write a book. If she hadn't been born with memories from her past, she might have been easily fooled by the woman. Old Master Gu's face turned pale, and his gaze at the woman was filled with a hint of anger, making her step back repeatedly.
Ha!
You heartless, scheming woman, trying to take my daughter and ruin my reputation? Do you think I, with my appearance, would be interested in a woman with such ugly eyes? Are you after my green bean eyes? Or just your figure? By the end, old Master Gu looked extremely disgusted and felt so sick that he started to dry heave on the spot. Everyone was stunned by this. Initially, the crowd was moved by the woman's words and started criticizing old Master Gu. But after hearing his words, they felt they made sense. Despite his age, old Master Gu was handsome, and his appearance didn't seem affected at all. The little girl in his arms, Sweetbow, resembled him in features, and had no resemblance to the woman. Everyone looked at Sweet Bao, who remained obedient and calm in old Master Gu's arms despite the commotion. Seeing such a cute child, everyone's hearts melted. The child was simply adorable. Both sides had their own stories, but the truth was clear at a glance. The onlookers began questioning the woman. Her face turned pale instantly. She opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. The crowd grew angry. This kidnapper was stealing a child in broad daylight. If it weren't for the man holding her down, they might not have been able to protect the child. A group of men dressed as constables in official uniforms saw the gathered crowd from afar and sensed something was unusual. Leading them was a handsome man who bore a strong resemblance to old Master Gu, especially his eyes and eyebrows. This man was Gu Shufeng, old Master Gu's eldest son. Gu Shufeng initially thought it was just a crowd causing trouble. But as he approached, he saw a familiar figure and looked at the child in that person's arms. He realized it was true. Without hesitation, he quickly walked over. Official business at the county office. Please clear the way for unrelated persons. As Gu Shufeng stepped in, his handsome eyebrows furrowed slightly. He looked at his father's pale face and then at his sister's angry expression. His face immediately darkened with anger.
Speak.
What is happening here? Why are so many people gathered? Before anyone could answer, he continued, I see this father and daughter with pale faces. You all are crowding around like village bullies. Are you trying to the child? After saying this, he felt more confident that he was right. Sitting on the ground was a woman whose face turned even whiter upon hearing his words, paler than paper. The woman froze in place. It was only after being kicked by the man beside her that she regained her senses and crawled toward Gu Shufeng. Officer, please save me. That old man tricked me into falling in love with him before, and now he wants to take my child. Please, sir, see the truth clearly. Old Master Gu was stunned by the woman's shamelessness. His words had already been harsh, yet she still had the nerve to insult him so openly. Gu Shufeng was caught off guard when he heard her first words. He looked blankly at the woman's face, then turned to glance at his father. He truly couldn't understand when his father had ever deceived someone's feelings. Old Master Gu saw Gu Shufeng look at him and immediately felt insulted. He glared fiercely. Just wait until you get home. Gu Shufeng shivered and dared not think further. Then he remembered the woman's last few words and wondered if he had misheard. He tentatively asked, Are you saying that the child in your arms is your daughter? He was referring to the sweet child in old Master Gu's arms. The child, Sweetie, pouted slightly, feeling hungry and impatient.
Auntie, I'm hungry.
Why aren't we done yet? The woman quickly nodded, her eyes filled with surprise, thinking the officer would help her. Gu Shufeng's face turned icy. He kicked the woman to the ground and said coldly, This is my father and sister. I didn't even know my sister had become your daughter. Are you insulting my sister? My sister is as beautiful as a fairy. How could you compare her to a woman with small eyes like yours? Someone come. The troublemakers were all taken to the county jail to await their punishment. Gu Shufeng ordered loudly, and the troublemakers were brought back to the government office. Since old Master Gu was involved, he went along to give his statement. After everything was done, the sun was high in the sky, and it was almost noon. Gu Shufeng asked for leave from the office, claiming his sister was frightened. He wanted to safely take her home and stay with her. The county magistrate knew Gu Shufeng loved his sister very much, and since Gu Shufeng was talented and had made a good deed this time, he approved the leave and even gave 2 extra days to help comfort the little girl. The 3 of them, old Master Gu specially bought an ox cart, loaded it with all the things they needed to buy, and also bought a big basket of meat buns and a few small delicate buns, which could only be found at the restaurant. On the way, the little Ly ate 2 small buns, and the rest she kept to herself. Old Master Gu and Gu Shufeng each ate 1 meat bun. Gu Shufeng was surprised by the large amount of things in the cart. He wanted to ask but didn't speak. Could something special have happened during the days he was away? So, Gu Shufeng returned home with many questions in his mind. Grandmother Gu and the 2 daughters-in-law had been waiting at the door, looking out anxiously. When the family didn't return for a long time, she started to worry. It was the first time the little girl went to the county town. The journey was long, and the weather was cold. She didn't know if the girl was dressed warmly enough. It was almost noon, and she wondered if the girl had eaten. Her thoughts drifted further, and her worry grew. She secretly decided that next time, she wouldn't let old Master Gu take the children away unless she could go too. Only then could she feel at ease. The two daughters-in-law had prepared the meal early and kept it warm in the pot, but they were hungry and their stomachs were growling. Grandmother Gu turned to look at them. Both looked embarrassed and blushed, seeming a bit helpless. She sighed. It wasn't right to let the daughters-in-law go hungry either. That wouldn't be fair. Oldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law, you two go eat first. I'll wait here at the door for a while. The two women looked at each other, both seeing reluctance in each other's eyes, and shook their heads. Mother, we're not hungry. We want to wait with you for Dad and the little girl to come back. In fact, they were very hungry. They had only eaten a few bites in the morning before rushing to the county town, and they couldn't eat anymore. The little girl was going for the first time, and they didn't know how she was doing. Now she hadn't come back, and they were even more worried. Grandmother Gu sighed, but didn't insist. She turned her head and kept watching the road. The two daughters-in-law exchanged glances and moved behind their mother-in-law, both gazing ahead. Soon, a yellow ox cart appeared at the intersection, with a heavy old ox struggling to pull a load of goods. The eldest daughter-in-law initially paid no attention, thinking it was just a cart carrying goods, not people. But as her gaze shifted away, she quickly looked back. The driver sitting at the front was her husband. Behind him sat an elderly person holding a small bundle, wearing a pink jacket, the same as the outfit her younger sister-in-law wore that morning. Mom, Dad, my little sister, and Shufeng are back, and they brought a cart full of things too. Seeing this, the second daughter-in-law was stunned. Her father-in-law had left early in a cart pulled by someone else's ox, so how could they have returned with their own ox cart? Grandmother Gu stood up excitedly, wanting to go forward to greet them, but then she remembered that Grandpa Gu had returned quite late, and she felt angry. Second son's family, go check if the food is still warm. If it's cold, reheat it, the second daughter-in-law responded, and turned to walk toward the kitchen. Grandmother Gu looked at her second son's figure and sighed. She didn't miss the sad look in his eyes, but she couldn't say where her second son was. Her heart felt heavy. She also looked at Grandpa Gu with a stern expression. The eldest son, Gu Shufeng, quickly arrived at the house door in the ox cart. He jumped down and carried his little sister, handing her over to Grandma Gu, who was waiting at the doorframe. Grandpa Gu turned and jumped down from the cart. When he looked up, he saw Grandma Gu's face was pale with anger, almost making him feel faint. He was frightened by her expression. That look, he dared not imagine. Grandpa Gu lowered his head and helped Gu Shufeng unload the purchased items. Behind the house was a newly built ox shed. They unloaded the cart and led the ox to the backyard. Only then did Grandpa Gu realize he had nothing to do. He forced himself to go inside. Inside, the two daughters-in-law quickly served the food. Sweet Bao handed her little plush bun to her mother. Her mother's face was bright with a smile, but when she looked up and saw her father-in-law entering, her smile disappeared. Sweet Bao looked at her father and mother, sighed, and felt that life was hard. She sighed softly. Mother, today Daddy was so brave and chased away the bad guys. Sweet Bao tilted her head and, in a childish voice, praised her dad. She didn't say much, but what she said was meaningful. Grandmother Gu was initially uninterested and even felt a bit jealous, as her daughter hadn't praised her much before. But when she heard the last part, she felt something was wrong. Chased away the bad guys? Sweet Bao, how did Daddy chase away the bad guys? Grandmother Gu lowered her head and quietly asked Sweet Baby. But in the next moment, she changed her mind. A 3-year-old child doesn't have such a good memory. She immediately wanted to look serious and ask old Master Gu, but instead, she heard her daughter's soft, babyish voice. Mother, today Sweet Baby almost didn't get to see you. A mean woman said she was my father's person and claimed that Sweet Baby was her daughter. But sweet baby is so cute and obedient. She must be my mother's daughter, not someone else's. Humph. She snorted playfully and cutely with her little nose. Grandmother Gu frowned upon hearing this, her icy gaze piercing straight into old Master Gu's heart, making him feel nervous. He had never felt so embarrassed in his life, especially since his little daughter was speaking the truth. Something didn't seem right. "Huh, I didn't know you had found a mistress?" she said, implying that her daughter was. No, that can't be right. How could she claim her daughter belonged to someone else? Could she have been fooled? Grandmother Gu's eyes changed, showing some fear. Old Master Gu, who had been watching her closely, patted his thigh. An opportunity had come. "Madam, it's not what you think. I don't know the person on the other side. You wouldn't believe how those green-eyed people make me feel uncomfortable. I can't even eat properly." "Green-eyed?" Grandmother Gu hugged her daughter and sneered coldly, observing carefully. Seeing her cold smile, old Master Gu's legs went weak. He didn't realize he had said the wrong thing. Just then, the second wife came from behind, holding a bowl of green bean soup, which had been simmered early in the morning as instructed by the grandmother. Each person had a bowl. The one in her hand was for the father-in-law. "Father, finish the green bean soup. It had a little sugar inside, very tasty." Hearing the sound, old Master Gu instinctively turned his head and saw the bowl of green bean soup with floating beans. He immediately ran to the side and vomited. He felt so uncomfortable, like something was stuck in his throat. Grandmother Gu smiled slightly, her anger easing. She called everyone to start eating, ignoring her father-in-law, who was vomiting nearby. The Gu family had many grandchildren. After finishing their meal early, the sixth son took a group of children out to play wildly. The adults endured hunger, waiting for old Master Gu and his daughter to return so they could eat again. They enjoyed a hearty meal. Each person had a meat bun and drank from a big bowl of green bean soup. The remaining buns were put in the kitchen. But old Master Gu found the food tasteless because just seeing green beans made him feel sick. He ate lazily and even said that he didn't want to see green beans at the table anymore. But others would listen, except Grandmother Gu. After old Master Gu finished speaking, she smiled mysteriously. Sweet Bao covered her eyes, feeling a bit reluctant to look at her father. She originally wanted to briefly mention today's events and give her mother some reassurance. Today, many villagers from Shirtu village were watching, but no one spoke up. It's understandable. People prefer to stay out of trouble. However, if gossip spreads and her mother hears it, it could hurt her parents' feelings. Though her father is not afraid of shadows, he can't stop rumors from spreading indirectly. Her father was hurt a little, but once her mother knew what happened, even if she heard rumors, she wouldn't lose trust in her husband. After the family finished eating, they closed the door. Old Master Gu sat on the calm, a traditional bed, with a pile of silver notes on the table. The others looked surprised. "Here are 4,900 taels of silver notes and 100 taels of small silver coins. The carrot your younger sister dug up was sold for a total of 5,000 taels. Today, some money was used for household expenses. There are now 50 taels of small silver coins left. This money is to be divided by your younger sister. Do you all agree?" Old Master Gu looked around, his eyes full of authority, as if daring anyone to object or he would punish them. Everyone quickly shook their heads. They had no objections to giving the money to their younger sister, since she was the one who earned it herself. After returning home, Gu Shufeng learned from his wife about what his younger sister had done, something so daring that he couldn't imagine the consequences. There were many wild animals on the mountain, and luckily, his younger sister was safe. Old Master Gu nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at Sweet Bao sitting in Grandma Gu's arms. He asked kindly, "Sweet Bao, I know you're clever. Here's some money for you." Sweet Bao shook her head, thought for a moment, and asked softly, "Daddy, should I be the one to decide how to use this money?" Old Master Gu nodded. It's right that the money belongs to his daughter. Little one, second little, third little, and fourth little go to school. Use some for your sisters-in-law, he said, then took out 2 500 tael silver notes, intending to give them to his 2 sisters-in-law. But because Sweet Bao was too small, She reached out but couldn't quite grab the notes. Elder sister's second family. You should thank your little sister, he said. The two daughters-in-law looked at each other happily and quickly took the silver notes, thanking their little sister repeatedly. Sweet Bao smiled, her eyes narrowing happily. The two sisters-in-law treated her very well. New clothes, little flower shoes, and even sewn small dolls for her. They didn't treat her any differently from their own children. Kindness begets kindness. The two sisters-in-law truly deserved it. Sweet Treasure then gave all her remaining silver notes to her mother, while she kept the broken silver for her father. Although old Master Gu was overjoyed when he saw Lady Gu's indescribable expression, he suddenly felt sad. It's all because of the little eyes. After dividing the money, the family laughed happily, but Sweet Treasure still had plans in her mind. Once the family was happy, they all remembered how the money was earned, and each looked worried, coming forward to remind Sweet Treasure. Sweet Treasure pouted and didn't want to agree easily. She had found ginseng on her first trip up the mountain and needed to go up several more times. Otherwise, how could she support the family? Not letting her go up the mountain would cut off their income. That's not acceptable. She had finally found a way to get rich, and she couldn't give up so easily. At worst, she could just not dig ginseng. There were many herbs on the mountain, and she could make some simple little crafts. Even if she wasn't allowed to go up the mountain openly, she could go secretly. After thinking of a plan, Sweet Treasure nodded as if she agreed reluctantly. Seeing her nod, the family felt relieved. That night, Sweet Treasure slept in Grandma Gu's room. In her half-dreaming state, she seemed to hear her father begging for mercy and her mother coldly questioning. It took until midnight for the sounds to fade away. Sweet Treasure smiled softly. The house was filled with warmth and life, unlike the coldness of her previous life. Her heart felt sweet, wishing this life could go on more slowly. The next day, Sweet Treasure got up early, dressed herself, and took half an hour to get ready in bed. When she finally got up and opened the door, she was stunned by what she saw. There was a crowd of people outside the yard, watching the scene. Old Master Gu and Lady Gu were not inside. Only a group of onlookers was outside, and they didn't see old Master Gu's figure. As soon as Sweet Treasure stepped out, the crowd of women gathered around her. When they saw her come out, they crowded closer, and a few older men nearby also wanted to approach. But seeing the women surround Sweet Treasure, they could only stare in silence. Oh, little Sweet Treasure, it's been a few days. Why are you so lucky again? Exactly. I always said Sweet Treasure is a lucky girl. Sweet Treasure, let Auntie hold you. A few days? Wasn't it just the day before yesterday? What is luck? Aunties, please don't do this. I can't breathe, she said, pretending to struggle and pat her chest as if she really couldn't breathe. What are you doing? Grandma Gu's voice came from behind the crowd. She was a bit confused about why so many people were gathered together. When she stepped forward, she saw her lovely daughter, Jiao Jiao, surrounded in the middle of the crowd. The air was stuffy, and her small face was flushed red, but she didn't realize it was from just waking up. My sweet baby is awake. Why are you all crowding around? Please move back, I pitifully called out to my little darling. Grandma Gu stepped in to rescue Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao naturally wrapped her arms around Grandma Gu's neck. Since she was higher up, she could see farther. She didn't miss the disappointed look on the faces of the women nearby. Did something happen? Jiao Jiao leaned close to Grandma Gu's ear and whispered, Mom, why are there so many people? Jiao Jiao, your seventh brother has passed the imperial exam. Someone will come to share the good news soon. Jiao Jiao's big, bright eyes widened in disbelief. Last night, she had a sweet dream. In her dream, she saw a group of people beating drums and shouting, calling the young man in front Gu Tongsheng. The young man turned around, and he looked exactly like her seventh brother. Was her dream coming true? Or was everything in front of her just a dream? Or had she not woken up at all? Grandma Gu looked at the stunned Jiao Jiao, feeling her adorable and charming. A smile appeared in her eyes. She reached out and pinched Jiao Jiao's soft, smooth cheek. Jiao Jiao struggled to get down from Grandma Gu's embrace. "Mom, I want to see my cousins to make sure they're not fighting." After saying that, she turned around with her hands behind her back, looking serious. Jiao Jiao slipped through the crowd and approached Xiao Yi and the others. When Xiao Yi saw her auntie walking over with a serious face, they all quickly stood straight. When she got closer, they all greeted, "Hello, auntie." "Xiao Yi, is it true that seventh brother passed the imperial exam?" "Little Annie, early this morning someone spread the news that uncle passed." By dawn, everyone in the village knew. The whole village came to see the scholar. Xiao Yi spoke excitedly, her eyes shining and her face proud, as if she herself had passed the exam. Jiao Jiao nodded, understanding. She must have been sleeping too soundly to notice when people arrived. "Play here nicely. I want to see if seventh brother has come back." She wanted to check if the scene later would be the same as in her dream. Xiao Yi nodded obediently, and Jiao Jiao stepped toward the door. Because she was young, she squeezed through a small gap to go outside. Many people had gathered at the Gu family's entrance, talking in small groups. But everyone's eyes were all focused on the road. Jiao Jiao quietly ran to the side of the road and hid behind some bushes, just enough to cover her small body. Just as the small girl hid herself, she heard distant drums and gongs. The sound was far away, but Sweet Treasure's good ears caught it clearly. Her heart tightened. After a moment, the drum and gong sounds grew closer, and a group of people appeared gradually. Leading the group was a tall, handsome young boy with delicate features. He looked a bit refined but still youthful, with a gentle smile and eyes full of warmth. Along the way, many people greeted him, and he politely responded to each. The boy in front of her was her seventh brother, Gu Yanheng, full of confidence and spirit. This scene was just like her dream. Even his walking style was the same. It made her a little dizzy. Why was this happening? Gu Tong Sheng. Cheers rang out. Sweet Treasure quickly looked up. Gu Yanheng, who was walking at the front, heard someone call him and turned to see the source of the voice. To her surprise, it was someone familiar. Gu Yanheng approached and started talking with the person. After a few words, they agreed to meet again later. The drum and gong procession continued forward and soon reached the Gu family's door. Old Master Gu was dressed in a new robe, with a gentle smile on his face. He wasn't proud of his son passing the exam, but appeared quite modest. The people coming to celebrate included a constable from the county office. Usually, a scholar wouldn't have such treatment, but the Gu family was different. First, they had a talented scholar, then a county officer, and now another promising young man. Gu Sufeng decided to make the celebration lively. He found someone close to him and went home to share the good news, though he hadn't seen the scholar himself. When the county magistrate learned about it, he also wanted to join in, so he agreed to Gu Sufeng's idea. The villagers from Stone Village also knew the scholar hadn't shared the news, but the Gu family had. This showed that the Gu family had caught the magistrate's attention. Climbing the social ladder was just around the corner. Building good relationships early was always wise. Grandma Gu gave a red envelope as a gift and rewarded the drummers and gong players, since they had done physical work. Old Master Gu held a few tables of banquets in the yard, with ready-made dishes bought from the county the day before. After 3 rounds of wine, the Gu family saw off the villagers and began cleaning up. Grandma Gu suddenly clapped her leg. Oh no! She forgot about her own child. "Did you see your little sister or cousin?" Gu Sufeng shook his head. Earlier, he had taken the drunk village head home and hadn't seen his little sister. "Mother, my little sister is missing," he frowned and asked before turning to look for her. I'm here. Big brother, don't worry about me." A soft voice came from outside the door, causing Gu Sufeng, who was about to step out, to stop. Old Master Gu and the others also turned to look at the door. They saw a small, tender figure of a girl rushing in. Her black hair was spread behind her, reaching her neck, soft and close to her body. She had some dry grass on her head and looked quite carefree as she entered everyone's sight. Is little sister-in-law acting like a little beggar? Old Master Gu and Grandma Gu relaxed a bit, worried that Tianbao had gone back up the mountain again. Little sister-in-law, where did you go? Everyone was surprised. Xiao Yi carried a small bench over to Tianbao and looked her over carefully. They noticed she had grass on her head, dirt on her back, and even dirt on her hands, as if she had rolled into a pile of earth. Tianbao clenched her small fists and said in a soft voice, "The road is uneven." Her face showed anger, but she looked like she was grinding her teeth. She was so angry she felt itchy, but all she saw was a cold, distant figure. The person wasn't tall, just a small child like her. Who would have thought that this small child would kick her into a mud pit? She had been hiding in the bushes, watching her seventh brother go inside the house. Suddenly, she became dazed, and before she could react, she was kicked into the pit. There was a mud hole in the bushes. Who dug this stupid mud pit? Fortunately, it hadn't rained recently, or she would have turned into a mud doll. When she crawled out of the pit, she saw a figure walking away, blurry but exuding a cold aura. Wow, I didn't see his face. No way to get revenge now. Thinking of this, Tianbao's little face scrunched up in sadness. She felt a bit upset. The Gu family members came forward to ask about her health, making Tianbao's small face turn slightly red. The Gu family had always been very kind to her. Old Master Gu often taught his grandchildren how to care for and respect her. They even said that if they had food, they should first share with her. Hearing this, her face blushed even more. She wouldn't fight with her cousins for food, and was more determined to work hard and get rich. Old second, stay here and tidy up. Let Luer help you. Old first, help your father deliver these tables and chairs to the neighbors, and bring some thank you gifts along. Grandmother Gu remained calm and composed. After giving her instructions, her gaze fell on Cheer standing nearby. Everyone says that a scholar is good for nothing. Seeing his delicate and weak appearance, she frowned and said to Old Seven, "When your father and elder brother clear out the space, you are responsible for cleaning it up. Little one, don't cause trouble." Then she gave Little One a warning look. Little One shrank back and nodded, not daring to make any move, and could only pull his younger siblings to help their mother. Old Seven Gu Yanheng slightly smiled. He saw the look of disdain in his mother's eyes and understood what she meant. People say scholars are useless. But like his brothers, he secretly learned martial arts from a teacher. Only his mother didn't know about it. Understood, mother. Grandmother Gu waved her hand, and the Gu family members hurried to work. She then took Sweet Treasure to wash up. Fortunately, the kitchen had 2 large pots boiling water, ready for use. After washing and tidying up, it was already dark outside. The 2 sisters-in-law started preparing dinner for the evening. Sweet Treasure, with nothing to do, went to help in the kitchen. But the sisters-in-law, worried she might get hurt, carried her to the yard. Luckily, Sweet Treasure was quick. She poured a small cup of spiritual spring water into the water basin. This water came from a spring in her space, marked by a stone tablet with big characters reading spiritual spring water. Below, a line of small characters said, "Spiritual spring water relaxes muscles and bones, beautifies the skin, and can even help transform and rebirth." Recently, she had been drinking this water. At first, she only took a sip, and black oil was expelled from her body. Grandma Gu thought she had fallen into the oil basin, but because she was young and spoke unclearly, she didn't ask further. She just thought she was too little and had fallen by accident. Since the first time she expelled black oil, this never happened again. She felt relieved and noticed the effects of the spring water. Her skin became smoother and brighter, almost like white jade in the sunlight. Her bones also grew stronger, making mountain climbing easy. Sweet Treasure, who was thrown out of the kitchen, refused to give up. She sat on a small stone bench, propping her chin with her hands, and looked mischievously at her 6th sister, Gu Yan. She sneaked over to Gu Yan and hugged her thigh, softly calling, "6th sister." Gu Yan, the 6th sister, was caught off guard when the little girl hugged her leg. Before she could react, she heard a sweet voice calling her 6th sister. Gu Yan reached out and picked up Sweet Treasure. The scent of milk from her body filled the air. "You little clever girl, you've never called me that before. What do you want this time?" Old Lu Gu Yan saw through the little guy's small tricks and gently pinched his tiny nose. Sweet Bao smiled and hugged Gu Yan's neck, then softly said, "Sixth sister, I think tomorrow will be a very good day. The mountain scenery should be beautiful. Let's go and take a look." Gu Yan smiled and shook her head, showing some disapproval, especially when she remembered how she had searched for Sweet Bao a few days ago. "Why do you want to go up the mountain again? Didn't you just go a few days ago?" she asked. Then she thought for a moment and added, "Could there be more radishes up there?" She knew that the radish her little sister found was sold for a high price. It was the first time she had seen so much silver, but she also felt a bit sad. Even her young sister knew she needed to earn money, but she didn't know how. Sweet Bao shook her head. "No more radishes, only that one. It took a lot of effort to dig it out. Going up the mountain is good." She couldn't say she suspected something was wrong with the rocks on the mountain, could she? At her age, she understood quite a lot. But there were indeed many treasures on the mountain. "Going up the mountain is good," she repeated. She didn't say much because children don't understand everything, and she couldn't explain every detail. Sigh, when will she grow up? There are many things she can't do now. Guyen didn't think too much about it. She only saw her little sister repeatedly emphasizing that going up the mountain was good. She frowned slightly. Could her little sister have seen something on the mountain? She leaned down and whispered into Sweet Bao's ear, "Tomorrow, I will take you up the mountain." She still needed to find a way to get rid of that group of radish heads. But Sweet Bao shook her head. Under Gu Yan's surprised gaze, she slowly said, "Tonight, I want to go. Going up the mountain during the day. Isn't that dangerous?" Although her parents hadn't said anything directly these days, they watched her every day, worried she might leave the house. So, she could only go at night. With the spiritual spring water, she wasn't worried about lacking strength. Everything would be fine. Gu Yan hesitated. It was her first time doing something so daring in front of her family. After some persuasion from Sweet Bao, they agreed to go out at the hour of Su, late evening. To avoid suspicion, Sweet Bao decided to sleep with her sixth sister. In ancient times, people went to bed early. When it was just getting dark, they finished eating, and when it was very dark, they went to sleep. After they agreed, Gu Laotai called them to eat. She also called a group of little radish heads. The Gu family had a busy day and went to bed early after dinner. Laotai wanted to hold Sweet Bao to sleep, but since Sweet Bao wanted to sleep with Gu Yan, she gave up. The family then rested for the night. At midnight, when the hour struck, Sweet Bao opened her almond-shaped eyes. Excited, her cheeks slightly reddened, and her eyes seemed to shine in the darkness, which made Gu Yan feel a little scared. Gu Yan finally mustered her courage and followed Sweet Bao up the mountain. They walked for about half a quarter of an hour behind the Gu family house, reaching near the foot of the mountain. It was now night, with the moon high in the sky. On the only path leading to the mountain's base, there were two figures, one big, one small, walking shakily in the moonlight. Following the path up the mountain, they could go straight to the top. Last time, Sweet Bao only went partway inside and didn't explore deeply. Fortunately, the mountain near Shirtu village was full of wild animals. 3 years ago, some animals had attacked villagers, and it was said that all the fierce beasts had suddenly become aggressive that day, rushing down the mountain. A few even entered her home. She remembered this well. Her mother kept talking about how fierce the animals on the mountain were during those days. Because of this, the mountain was almost deserted. No one from the village had ever gone up. They only picked wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. Many rare herbs on the mountain remained untouched, which is how she managed to sneak in. But since she last came down the mountain in a sorry state, though unharmed, people might start paying attention to this mountain again. That wouldn't be good. It would be better if the mountain belonged to her family. Her family? She had a plan. Sweet Bao suddenly became energetic. She walked with more determination. Phomlai County has many villages and mountains of all sizes. The mountain near Shirtu village wasn't very big, and if the Gu family bought it, no one would likely complain. But they needed to act quickly. As they moved deeper into the mountain, Sweet Bao began to notice something was wrong. Why were there so many fierce animals, yet she hadn't seen a single one? It wasn't that she wanted to see the animals jumping around, but since they entered the forest, she hadn't seen any movement at all. Still, that was a good thing. The vegetation was dense, and the deeper they went, the harder it was to see the path. Luckily, there was a small, elegant white lantern in her space. Its delicate design was suitable even for a 3-year-old to hold without looking out of place. Taking advantage of the darkness, Sweet Bao took out many necessary items from her space and packed them into her small backpack. She then took out a fire starter and lit the lantern. The sudden brightness made Gu Yan instinctively cover her eyes. After a moment, she slowly recovered. The bright candlelight shone through a thin paper lantern, creating a circle around the two of them, giving a moment of peace. With the light, Gu Yan finally saw that her younger sister was heavily dressed with many items. She was a bit surprised and wondered if her sister had brought all these things with her. But the night was too dark to see clearly. Gu Yan stepped forward and packed all the items hanging on Tian Bao into her own backpack to make her lighter. Tian Bao didn't stop her, only asked her sixth sister to help share some of the load. She didn't give everything, just in case she needed to take something from her space later. It would be easier to explain if not all was visible. Tian Bao carried a lantern and followed Gu Yan as they continued walking into the mountain. After hearing no signs of wild animals, their pace quickened. Soon, they reached halfway up the mountain. Tian Bao handed Gu Yan a water pouch filled with spring water. Sixth sister, drink some water. Let's rest a bit. Her soft, innocent voice seemed to have a magical calming effect. Gu Yan was exhausted, panting as she took the water pouch from her sister. She noticed Tian Bao showed no signs of breathing hard, which surprised her silently, but didn't think much of it. After resting for a while and drinking water, Gu Yan felt much more energetic. She turned her head and saw Tian Bao wandering nearby, causing her to also pause briefly. Tian Bao was holding a lantern, examining the surroundings. She spotted an old tree nearby, with lush branches and leaves. The trunk and branches were covered with dense thorns, and among the leaves, there were small green berries, plump and round. When close, she could also smell a strange fragrance. This was a Sichuan pepper tree. Tian Bao's eyes lit up. In ancient times, people didn't care much about food quality. Just saltiness was enough, regardless of taste. Sichuan pepper was an essential ingredient, used for making scallion pancakes, spicy chicken, or added to stir-fry dishes. The tree was tall enough for an adult to reach, but 3-year-old Tian Bao couldn't even reach a single leaf, even on tiptoe. Sixth sister, come quickly. Unable to reach the branches, she called for help and, worried about finding this place again later, pulled a red ribbon from her space and tied it to the tree trunk so she wouldn't lose track of it. Gu Yan put away the water pouch and hurried over. Seeing Tian Bao wandering around the tree, she looked up at the tree. The faint candlelight cast a glow beneath the tree, with a touch of moonlight on the treetops. As she approached, she could still smell the strange fragrance. Tian Bao, what are you doing? She asked, a bit confused. Could this tree be a treasure? Sweet treasure, hiding under the cover of moonlight, through the small pepper seedlings she found into the space. She quickly turned to sixth sister, Gu Yan, and said, Sixth sister, pick some of these green fruits. Afterward, she handed her the lantern so she could carry it while picking peppers. Gu Yan took the lantern carefully and began to pick the fruits with caution, mindful of the tiny thorns on the peppers. Sweet treasure reminded her to be careful not to hurt her hands, as the small thorns are numerous. Gu Yan nodded, focusing intently on picking the peppers from the tree. Sweet treasure slipped into the space and found the stone she had thrown in a few days ago. She remembered there was a storage room inside the space, filled with all kinds of items, including a mini-improved stone-cutting machine. She placed the stone into the machine, pressed the button, and watched as it started. Soon, the machine cut the stone in half. She opened the machine and took out the stone. Since it was daytime outside, she immediately saw a faint green hue inside the stone, which made her very excited. She looked closely and confirmed it was a raw jade stone, very green and somewhat transparent, possibly emperor green jade. After tidying up, she quickly left the space. Gu Yan was still picking peppers on the hillside. She went over and saw she had gathered about half a basket. The pepper tree was lush and unharvested, and even after a while of picking, there was little change. Sixth sister, let's pick these first. Later, we can come back quietly to pick more, she suggested, hoping the Gu family could also taste the flavor of the peppers. Guyen wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at the half basket of peppers, nodding in agreement. Sweet treasure, why are you picking these? She paused, looked around at the quiet surroundings, and then found a topic to talk about. They are edible.
Eat.
At first, she smelled a strange aroma, and then a tingling, numbing sensation. Could these really be edible? Guyen was initially skeptical, but for some reason, when she saw the serious expression on Sweet Treasure's face, she believed her. Maybe these really are as delicious as her little sister said. They rested for a while, and now it was midnight. In the dark night, Guyen's eyes sparkled with excitement, completely different from her timid appearance earlier. She excitedly rubbed her hands on her pants and turned to ask, "Little sister, where are we going next?" At this moment, she no longer saw Sweet Treasure as a 3-year-old baby. After all, what 3-year-old would go up the mountain alone? And both times she went up, she gained a lot. By the way, little sister, how did you think of going up the mountain? This was a question Guyen had been wanting to ask for a long time. Last time, she also wanted to ask, but because Tian Bao had dug up wild ginseng and needed to sell it, she didn't ask much, fearing her father would scold her. Actually, it wasn't really my idea to go up the mountain. The night before, I had a dream that I was digging carrots, and the carrots were on the mountain. So, I wanted to try, and I surprisingly found some, Tian Bao said half-truthfully. Part of what she said was true, but part was false because some details were quite shocking. Even her sixth sister couldn't reveal everything. That night, she did dream and found ginseng, but it wasn't as big as in her dream, nor did she sell as much money. She didn't think much of it at first, just assuming it was an ordinary dream. But when she dreamed again that Brother Seven passed the imperial exam, she thought this dream was unusual. After thinking carefully, she connected the dots. The dream was a warning, but it only showed a rough outline, which might differ from reality, though the meaning was clear. Guyen looked surprised and asked, "So, did you see anything in your dream this time?" Tian Bao shook her head. The dream she had yesterday was about Brother Seven passing the exam. Guyen didn't look disappointed. Instead, she gently patted Tian Bao's head and softly said, "Eighth sister, you only need to tell me about your dreams. You must not let others find out."
She didn't know what else to say.
If fourth brother and seventh brother were here, they might give many reasons, but when it came to her words, she didn't know how to explain. Tian Bao understood the danger of this matter. She knew that if others found out about her secret, she might not be safe anymore. Having a special treasure, even if innocent, could be a crime. Guyen kept talking softly, and every word she said went straight into Tian Bao's heart. She also felt warm inside, once again believing she was truly the daughter of Heaven's Way, blessed with many powers. Heaven's Way, you finally realize you're my real daughter? Humph. As it approached the hour of the ox, Tian Bao couldn't rest anymore. She had to go down the mountain before dawn and go home. But she was still thinking about the place where she found the raw stone last time. She secretly guided Guyen to that spot. "Sixth sister, this place looks familiar."
"Ah,
"This is where I dug up the big carrot last time." Tian Bao pointed to a muddy pit. Guyen looked over and saw that the mud pit had soft soil, clearly disturbed by someone. This mountain usually doesn't have people wandering in, except for the Sweet Treasure who dug up ginseng a few days ago. Guyen's eyes brightened slightly. She turned to the Sweet Treasure and said, "You rest here. I'll go take a look." After speaking, she carried her lantern and headed toward the mud pit. As soon as she left, the Sweet Treasure's wish was granted. She quickly took out her small hand lamp from her space and carefully searched near the stones she found last time. After a few rounds, she found several stones of different sizes and stored them in her space. Now, she had a new plan. She put away the lamp and returned with Guyen, who was also carrying a small ginseng. Guyen's face was smudged with dirt, but her bright smile overshadowed it. The sweet treasure and Gu Yen, walking in the frosty morning light, moved back home step by step. It was now about 3:15 in the morning, just dawn. At the foot of the mountain, the villagers' homes were already emitting smoke from cooking. A tall and a small figure hurried back to the Gu family. After sneaking into the house, suddenly a creaking sound made them jump and hide behind the wall, holding their breath. Old Lady Gu got up early. After dressing, she planned to go to the kitchen to boil some hot water. But she turned her steps toward Old Six's room, startling the sweet treasure, who peeked out. Goodness! Her first thing after waking up was to come see her. Guyen had been nervously watching the sweet treasure's movements. Seeing her face turn pale, she couldn't help but sneak a glance. She also saw Old Lady Gu at the door, almost holding her breath in surprise. Fortunately, Old Lady Gu lowered her hand, which was about to knock, and turned to the kitchen to boil hot water, planning to steam an egg custard to nourish the sweet treasure. When the sweet treasure saw Old Lady Gu go into the kitchen, she quickly tugged at Six Sisters' sleeve, crouched low, and hurried to the door. Guyen followed closely behind. The two safely returned to their room. They leaned against the door and took a breath, then quickly hid their baskets, changed their clothes, and lay on the bed pretending to be asleep. It was about 3:45 in the morning. Old Lady Gu knocked on the door, calling them to wake up for breakfast, then turned and went to the sweet treasure's room to get a set of small clothes to dress her. But the sweet treasure, afraid Old Lady Gu might notice something unusual, had already hidden a set of clothes in Six Sisters' room. After Gu Yen finished changing, she helped the sweet treasure dress. When Old Lady Gu came over with the clothes, they were already washing their faces. "You're such a lively little monkey today. Why are you so diligent?" Madame Gu gently set aside the clothes in her hands and held the soft, sweet little treasure in her arms. She felt a sudden sense of satisfaction. When she looked up and saw her daughter's serious expression, she couldn't help but tease her. The little treasure pretended to be serious, speaking in a cute, baby voice to correct her mother. "Mom, that's not right. The little treasure is well-behaved, not mischievous at all. I've always been diligent." She nodded confidently, clearly agreeing with herself. She truly was diligent and busy earning money to support the family. "Is it Mom who's wrong then?" "No, no, no." The little treasure shook her head, frowning slightly, and said in her baby voice, "It's Dad who's wrong." "What? What are you two talking about?" "How am I wrong?" Old Master Gu's voice came from behind Madame Gu. Turning around, they saw Old Master Gu standing at the door. He seemed to have been there for a while, and behind him, Old Seventh Gu Yen Hung was walking over. Suddenly, the little treasure blushed immediately. She hurriedly buried her face in Madame Gu's neck, trying to hide her face, and also stretched out her chubby little hands to cover her cheeks. The little treasure had already lost her composure and couldn't lift her head. For the first time being caught, she felt a bit helpless. However, once Old Master Gu's hearty laugh sounded, her face turned even redder. Seeing her daughter's face turn as red as a monkey's, Old Master Gu was given a sharp look from Madame Gu, as if scolding him for being clueless. Old Master Gu, however, wore a mischievous smile and tried to coax the little treasure out of her embarrassment. When Madame Gu changed the subject, the little treasure took the hint and snuggled into Old Master Gu's arms. The incident was considered over, but her older brothers and sisters couldn't help but giggle secretly. Although her cheeks were slightly red, her eyes sparkled brightly, showing no anger at all. Instead, she had a faint smile. The laughter ended, and Madame Gu called everyone to eat. The Gu family had many members, and the children were divided into different tables. The main hall was spacious enough to set up 2 tables, one for the adults and one for the children. Because the little treasure was the oldest among the children, she was seated with the adults. She sat obediently beside Madame Gu, holding the special small chopsticks made by Old Master Gu. In front of her was a plate of food carefully prepared by Madame Gu, along with a bowl of steaming egg custard. Seeing the egg custard, her brow furrowed slightly. She looked over to the other table and saw each nephew had a bowl of egg custard in front of them. Only then did she relax her expression. She picked up a small spoon and divided the egg custard equally between Old Master Goo and Old Lady Goo. "Little sweetie, you can eat your share yourself. You don't need to give us any," Old Lady Goo said with a bit of concern for her daughter, pushing the bowl of egg custard back in front of Little Sweetie. Little Sweetie deliberately made a serious face, pushed the bowl back, and said solemnly, "Mom, you eat yours."
This.
Old Lady Goo was moved to tears by Little Sweetie's filial piety. Even at just 3 years old, she already knew how to care for others. Many grown-ups don't know this. Thinking of this, she coldly glanced at Old Big and Old Seventh. Both of them shivered at the same time. Old Master Goo was also touched. All daughters are like this. He remembered how third and sixth daughters used to share their food with him and his wife. Now, the children had grown up. But there was a little boy who liked to tease people, and there were quite a few of them, which was even more frustrating. "Little sweetie, your mom is right. You should eat more." "We've already eaten," he said, feeling guilty when thinking about his childhood and his daughters. "Eat, Mom and Dad eat, or else little sweetie won't eat." She said this angrily, pushing her small bowl of egg custard forward as if daring them not to agree, implying she would go hungry. Old Master Goo wanted to argue further, but was interrupted by Old Lady Goo. He could only watch as his wife agreed. We'll eat. Little sweetie, you should eat quickly too. It will get cold and won't taste good," she said, worried that it would become fishy if it cooled down, and she was afraid her daughter wouldn't want to eat. Seeing that her parents had eaten, Little Sweetie smiled happily. Then she looked at Sixth Sister beside her. Her expression changed, and she gave up that idea. She divided her portion with her parents. Her parents hesitated for a while, but if she gave it to Sixth Sister, under their watchful eyes, she wouldn't dare refuse or take more. Little Sweetie looked at her older brother and sister-in-law. They looked healthy and rosy, unlike the pale faces of ordinary families, indicating her mother had never been harsh on her daughters-in-law. She thought of a plan. Since she was hesitant to give her share, she decided everyone should have one. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it. She remembered the several thousand taels of silver. She still felt it was unreal. "Mom, starting tomorrow, everyone will have a bowl of egg custard. Big brother works hard, and seventh brother and the others need to study. Sister-in-law and the older sisters also have their struggles," Little Sweetie said seriously. The old couple thought about it carefully and agreed to Little Sweetie's suggestion. They exchanged a look. Old Master Goo cleared his throat. "You all heard that. Your little sister suggested that from now on, everyone will have a bowl of egg custard every day. This is something your little sister fought for. Remember to be good to her." Old Master Goo finished speaking, and Grandma Goo nodded in agreement. However, in front of their young daughter, especially after seeing her big, bright eyes, the boastful words faded away. Instead, they decided not to praise her openly in front of the girl, but to do so secretly later. The two sisters-in-law looked at their father-in-law with disbelief. They exchanged glances, feeling quite shocked. Their children only needed a bowl of egg custard each day, which already made them happy. Now, even they had it, and all these changes started after the younger sister-in-law was born. Even the children's egg custards were different. Their lives only improved after they had the younger sister-in-law, who in their family's daughter-in-law had as much pocket money as they did, who in their family's daughter-in-law was not criticized harshly by her mother-in-law, who in their family's daughter-in-law woke early and worked late every day, doing all the chores. Only the Goo family's daughter-in-law was not nagged or overworked just because she was an outsider. Father and mother, we will always remember how good the younger sister-in-law is, and we will make sure the children respect her well, the eldest daughter-in-law quickly expressed. "Don't worry, father and mother. I will do the same," the second daughter-in-law said sincerely, though she was shy and unsure how to phrase it. The elderly couple was very pleased with their daughters-in-law's attitude. They once again felt lucky that their two sons did not marry troublesome women. They enjoyed a very happy meal. After breakfast, Old Master Goo took his two sons out to work in the fields. Grandma Goo had some errands and left the house, reminding the two daughters-in-law to take good care of little sweetie and not let her go out. After repeatedly warning them, she left, though she kept looking back, clearly worried. Standing nearby, little Sweetie sighed helplessly. Was she really that mischievous? Certainly not. The two sisters-in-law looked at little Sweetie's helpless face and couldn't help but smile secretly. Little sister-in-law, go play nearby. Don't wander around the entrance. Remember what Mother said, the eldest daughter-in-law advised. Then she turned to go pick pigweed, which the children had cut yesterday. Little sister-in-law, just listen to Mother, the second daughter-in-law said with a gentle smile. Little Sweetie nodded. She didn't plan to go out today. Last night, she picked some Sichuan peppercorns and wanted to taste them. She turned around and went to find sixth sister Gu Yan, who was busy in the kitchen. Gu Yan took out a ladle of flour, planning to make pancakes for lunch, simple and easy for old Master Gu and the others to eat. Before she started, she saw a small ball of a child run in. Sixth sister. Little sister, sixth sister will play with you later. I need to prepare some food now to send to Father and the others at noon. Old Master Gu and his family went to the fields and did not come back for lunch. The two sisters-in-law and the sixth sister took turns bringing food. Today was the sixth sister's turn. If anyone in the Gu family is good at cooking besides Grandma Gu, it's the sixth sister, who has some talent for it. However, she rarely cooks. Sixth sister, do you want to make pancakes? Sweet Bao's bright eyes looked at Gu Yan, full of anticipation, waiting for her answer. Gu Yan felt a bit nervous under the gaze, but wasn't sure why her little sister was so interested. She simply nodded.
Great.
Do you remember the green fruit we picked last night? Sweet Bao asked, leaning closer to Gu Yan and whispering in her ear, Sixth sister, I actually dreamed that the green fruit is edible. I know how to do it. It's simple, making scallion pancakes. Gu Yan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? How do I eat it? Seeing her sixth sister's curiosity, Sweet Bao quickly explained the method. She described how to prepare the peppercorns clearly, but the uses of pepper powder were a bit vague. After all, it's only used in a few ways. She pointed out the direction, leaving it to sixth sister's understanding. If she truly had talent, she thought she could even open a restaurant someday. Guyan was naturally smart and listened carefully. After Sweet Bao finished, she knew what to do. She quickly got up, went back to her room, and took out her small basket. She poured out some of the green fruits, planning to try making the pancakes first. Following Sweet Bao's instructions, she washed the peppercorns thoroughly to remove impurities, then removed the stems, leaving only the round, green fruits. She dried the washed fruits in the sun. After about half an hour, the moisture evaporated. Guyan took the peppercorns to the kitchen, cleaned the clay stove until it was oil-free, and started a fire. Sweet Bao, standing nearby, felt she had nothing to do, so she volunteered to help. She eagerly ran forward to light the fire, muttering as she did, Be good, little flames, listen to me. Don't burn too fiercely. Be obedient, okay? Once the stove was hot, Guyan poured the peppercorns into the pan and began to stir-fry them slowly with a dry spatula. This process required patience to ensure each fruit was heated evenly. Gradually, the peppercorns changed color, some opening up and releasing black seeds. At this point, Sweet Bao quietly reduced the heat. Guyan stirred a few more times, then took out all the peppercorns and placed them in a jar. Sweet Bao also turned off the fire. The initial preparation of the peppercorns was almost complete. The next step was to grind them into powder. Once crushed into fine bits, they would be ready to use. Since there were no tools at home, she could only crush the ingredients by hand. Little Treasure wanted to help but was stopped. Her small arms and legs made Guyan worried she might get tired, especially since she had been up the mountain last night. She wondered why she herself wasn't tired or sleepy, but couldn't figure out the reason, so she shook her head and decided not to think about it. Following the steps Little Treasure described, Guyan did everything carefully. After working for about an hour, she finally finished preparing the Sichuan peppercorns. She eagerly mixed the dough, let it rest, kneaded it, then rolled it out into a large, thin pancake. She spread oil on top, sprinkled chopped green onions, added salt and ground Sichuan pepper, rolled it into a long, folded the ends inward, shaped it into a circle, and then rolled it out again into a round pancake before cooking it on the pan. When she lifted the lid to flip the pancake, a delicious aroma wafted out, mixing the scent of green onions and the slight numbing aroma of Sichuan pepper, making anyone hungry just by smelling it. Even the two sisters-in-law working in the yard came over, attracted by the smell. What's that smell? It's so fragrant. It smells so good, coming from our kitchen. They followed the aroma into the kitchen and saw the burning stove, from which the delicious smell was coming. Third sister-in-law, what are you making? It smells so good. Gu Yan's face was flushed, with a bit of flour on her. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. When she smelled the aroma, she relaxed a little, but when she heard her sisters-in-law speak, she froze, unsure how to answer. She quickly glanced at Little Treasure, who immediately went over to the two sisters-in-law and said sweetly, "Aunties, Sister Six is so amazing. She invented a new kind of pancake. What's it called?" "Scallion oil pancake." Gu Yan quickly answered, but as soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Was she taking credit for her little sister's work? She had only helped a little. The discovery and method were all her sister's ideas. She wanted to explain, but seeing Little Treasure give her a meaningful look, she frowned and stayed silent. Little Treasure enthusiastically praised Sister Six's cooking skills in front of the sisters-in-law. They didn't feel jealous at all, only a bit ashamed. Since entering the Gu family, the mother-in-law had been teaching them cooking, but they could never quite match her skill, mostly just helping her. Now that third sister-in-law was so talented, it truly seemed to be inherited from the mother-in-law. Under the envy of the sisters-in-law, the first scallion oil pancake was cooked and served. A few people couldn't resist the spicy taste, and each took a small bite. Everyone praised the flavor after just one bite. The scallion pancake was soft and tasty, much better than the dry, hard flatbread. The dry flatbread could only be eaten with hot water and lacked flavor. Sometimes, it even hurt their teeth. This gave Gu Yan great determination. Little Treasure didn't realize that her actions today would change her six sisters' life forever. Everyone enjoyed the meal, and the pancakes were all finished. The three of them quickly started making more. They cooked about 10 more scallion pancakes, fried an egg, and then took a pot of hot water to go to the fields. Grandmother Gu wouldn't be back for lunch, so the meal was simple. The two sisters-in-law at home made more scallion pancakes, while Gu Yan took Little Treasure to deliver food to Old Master Gu and the others in the fields. At noon, the sun was very hot. On the way, you could see families carrying small baskets heading to the fields to deliver food. They greeted familiar faces along the way, but kept walking quickly. Gu Yan and Little Treasure walked for a while and then saw 3 men resting under a willow tree nearby. They were all shirtless, sweating and panting, clearly tired from work. Little Treasure's eyes flickered, and her expression darkened. She looked at her eldest brother, then at her 7th brother, and finally focused on her father. Her small eyebrows furrowed, and she remembered the words she overheard that night. At that moment, she felt her family kept many secrets. With a smile on her face, she ran into Old Master Gu's arms, but he gently lifted her up. He was worried and reluctant to hold her, but, "Father is all sweaty. You can't jump on him. If your mother finds out, I may not be afraid of her, but I really fear your mother." Old Master Gu's words were jumbled, and although he looked fearless, he was actually worried about his wife. Little Treasure covered her mouth to hide her giggle, but didn't try to jump into Old Master Gu's arms again. "Father, eldest brother, 7th brother, come quickly for lunch," Gu Yan called out, placing the basket of food on a nearby drywood post, which served as a makeshift table. Little Treasure also took out her big bowl, placing it on the table. Gu Yan poured hot water into the bowl, then took out scallion pancakes wrapped in white cloth. When she uncovered them, the aroma was so tempting that Little Treasure, who was already a little hungry, suddenly felt starving. Big Brother Gu and 7th Brother Gu also became hungry, but Old Master Gu didn't start eating. They didn't dare to eat first. Old Master Gu smelled this aroma and thought it was very fragrant, better than delicacies from mountains and seas. He turned his head to look at his young daughters and asked, "Did you make this yourselves?" He wasn't doubting them. He knew his daughter's skills well enough. Guyan knew she couldn't hide anything from old Master Gu, so she spoke before Sweet Bao could. Dad, my little sister, and I made it together. Yes, Dad, my sick sister, and I came up with this. They didn't explain how they thought of it. They just remembered suddenly. After all, the Sichuan peppercorns were picked from the mountain late at night, not something found easily in the village. Old Master Gu nodded, knowing his youngest daughter's idea, and didn't ask further. After all, his little girl was full of ideas. He waved his hand to let the eldest and seventh children eat. They still had work to do after the meal. Sweet Bao sat with her chin in her hands, watching seventh brother eat eagerly. He no longer looked refined like when he first returned. His actions and mannerisms now resembled a rustic man, not a scholar. But everyone in the Gu family was good-looking. Even the two sisters-in-law were famous for their beauty in the area. Though their manners at the table were rough, their handsome faces made the meal seem even more delicious. Seventh uncle just finished a piece of scallion pancake and kept praising it. When he looked up, he saw Sweet Bao staring at him with her chin in her hands. He touched his face, but didn't find anything. He moved closer to her and whispered, "Little sister, do I have something on my face? Why do you keep looking at me?" He didn't dare ask the rest, because he saw his father's icy gaze shoot over. Seventh uncle quickly moved back, but then he heard his sister's childish voice. "Because the brothers are good-looking. A scholar with abs?" Old Master Gu heard this, and suddenly felt his pancake was tasteless. He put down his pancake, turned to look at Sweet Bao, and his eyes became firm. "Little Sweet Bao, is Daddy not good-looking?" Having lived over 50 years, old Master Gu never thought this question was important. He disliked it when he was young, but now he was eager to know. Dad is the most handsome. If Dad weren't good-looking, Sweet Bao wouldn't be so pretty, so cute, and so obedient. It's all because of Dad and Mom. Sweet Bao praised herself a lot, but her words sounded very flattering to her. To old Master Gu, it was very pleasing. He even ate an extra pancake and shot a teasing look at seventh uncle. Seventh uncle silently drank hot water and ate his pancake, not speaking. He already felt his father's dislike growing day by day. After Mr. Gu finished his meal, he was full of energy and urged Gu Yan to take Sweet Treasure home. He worried about how she would look if she got sunburned and turned darker. Gu Yan took Sweet Treasure home. Her sisters-in-law had already prepared dinner. Since Sweet Treasure wasn't very hungry, she ate a little simply. After eating, she wanted to help clean up but was sent back to her room for a nap. She also took her niece along to rest. The little niece was from her eldest brother's family. She was the sixth child, 6 years old, with a delicate appearance, fair skin, and a slightly sickly look. Because she was born prematurely and weak, she rarely played with her brothers. Usually, she stayed inside the house or in the yard. Sweet Treasure often played with her, but because she had been busy these past few days, she completely forgot about her. Although the little niece was weak, Sweet Treasure had been secretly nourishing her with spiritual spring water this past year. Still, since her illness came from her mother, only a divine doctor could cure her. "Little auntie, you haven't played with Nuar for several days," Gu Little Six, whose name was Gu Nuar, said with big eyes while lying beside Sweet Treasure. Sweet Treasure felt a little sad but knew she was only 3 years old, even though her inner soul was that of an adult. "Nuar, be good. Little Annie has been busy these past few days and neglected you." "I'm sorry," Sweet Treasure said sincerely, with a look of apology. Gu Little Six was naturally timid. Besides her parents, she was closest to her little auntie, Sweet Treasure. Hearing her words, she couldn't fully understand her, but knew her little auntie had been busy recently. "Come, little auntie will hold you to sleep," she said, wrapping her in her arms and falling into a deep sleep. Last night, she couldn't sleep at all. The spiritual spring water kept her alert, but since she was still young, she soon felt sleepy. Since her last dream about Gu Seventh, who was a scholar, only a few days had passed, but she dreamt again. In her dream, Sweet Treasure was tall, wearing a bright green dress, sitting on the low wall of her house. The hot summer heat and waves of heat rolled in. As a breeze blew, she felt the heat intensely, and soon beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. In the dream, the little sweet treasure pursed her lips tightly, her eyes showing determination as she looked toward the neighbor's house. Her small legs, like white lotus roots, swayed gently, which was very different from her serious face. The neighbor had moved in an annoying person. He was cold and aloof, always with a distant expression. Although he was 2 years older than her, he looked like a little old man, serious and irritating. For some reason, whenever she saw this grumpy face, she wanted to tease him. She felt a strange familiarity, but couldn't remember where she knew him from. But what makes people most angry is that this annoying person turns his back and refuses to recognize her. She clearly helped him, yet he coldly forbids her from entering his house. Her temper flares up. In the hot summer heat, she sits on a low wall, confronting this annoying person. Suddenly feeling dizzy, she tilts her body and falls off the wall. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao, who is asleep, wakes up instantly. She sits up in shock, sweating and trembling slightly, as if she truly felt the fall from a great height. She turns her head to look at Gu Xiaolu, still asleep, then quietly gets out of bed, slips into her space, takes a shower, and tends to the ginseng she's growing. After finishing her chores, she leaves her space. Sweet Bao then lies beside Gu Xiaolu, her mind drifting blank. She's thinking about the scene from her dream, a scene that will happen in the future. She recalls that in the dream, she is a bit older than she is now. It's a dream from several years later. In the dream, there's also a stranger, a young kid she's never seen before. It's the first time she dreams of a stranger, and they won't meet until years later. Sweet Bao feels restless and uneasy. Her little mind is full of thoughts. She keeps worrying. Did someone catch her when she fell from the low wall in her dream? Did she hit her head? Her low wall isn't deadly, but she fears being seriously hurt, especially in the old, backward times, where falling could mean death. Drowsily, Sweet Bao falls into a deep sleep. This time, she sleeps peacefully, until sunset, when the sky turns a warm, glowing color, easing some of the heat. Grandma Gu, who had been out all day, returns home at this time. Grandma Gu pushes open the door, looks at Sweet Bao sleeping, tucks her in, then picks up a fan to gently fan Gu Xiaolu and Sweet Bao. Knowing her mother-in-law will go to her sister-in-law's room after arriving home, the eldest daughter-in-law searches for her and finds her there. "Mother, are you going to cook today?" She has already prepared the side dishes, waiting for Grandma Gu to start cooking. "Let's go," Grandma Gu says, folding her sleeves as she walks. The eldest daughter-in-law follows behind, closing the door and chatting with Grandma Gu about what happened today, which surprises Grandma Gu. She didn't know Sister Yen had such cooking skills.
Quick.
Go take a look. After Grandma Gu leaves, Sweet Bao, lying on the bed, wakes up. She rubs her eyes and finally feels more awake. Lying nearby, Gu Xiaolu noticed that her little aunt had woken up and quickly rubbed her eyes, acting dazed as if she couldn't remember where she was. Until her gaze shifted to Tianbao, and her memory slowly returned. Her face flushed with 2 rosy clouds, and she shyly said, "Little aunt." Tianbao reached out to pat Gu Xiaoyu's head. Her hair was already messy, and her gentle touch made it even more tangled. "Hurry up and get up. Dinner will be ready soon," Tianbao said, glancing out the window. The sky outside was starting to darken. Gu Xiaolu nodded, picked up her coat, and tried to put it on. But after a long time, she couldn't get it on and looked anxious. Meanwhile, Tianbao had already dressed herself. She came over to help Gu Xiaolu get dressed. Although she was only 6, she was slightly taller than her 3-year-old cousin. The 2 children finished getting ready and left the room, planning to help in the kitchen. But Grandma Gu shooed them out, so they sat on stools feeling a bit helpless, resting their chins on their hands and watching the door. Suddenly, they heard hurried footsteps outside. The sound suggested many people were coming. Tianbao quickly stood up and ran to the door. At the front was a burly man with a fierce face, looking very intimidating. When he saw the children come out, his eyes lit up, and he quickened his steps. Tianbao frowned and hurriedly pulled Gu Xiaolu behind her. Before they could turn to run, the man with the rough face approached them. He carefully looked at the two girls, unsure which one was the little girl who caused a fuss on the mountain a few days ago. One girl was timid, while the other was brave and calm, clearly the one who had gone up the mountain. Tianbao watched the man examine her without speaking. She looked a little cold, her small face stiffening. "Hey, little girl, was it you who went up the mountain a few days ago?"
The man asked. Who are you?
Tianbao wanted to ask sharply, but her voice was too soft, sounding like a tickle rather than something serious. The man was surprised, not expecting her to ask. His dark skin turned slightly red with embarrassment, looking ashamed. Tianbao was a bit taken aback by his shy reaction. This shy, cute contrast made her find him somewhat likable. The man scratched his head and whispered to his companions, "Did I say the wrong thing just now?" They all nodded, which made the man worried. "What should I say then? He is not good with words, let alone talking to such a small baby. Usually children see him and start crying." His companions thought for a moment and then looked at the little sweetie who had been staring at them. They decided to say, "How about this second brother? When they ask you questions, just answer honestly. That way, we won't scare the kid." The man nodded. "I am from the neighboring Dahlia village. My surname is Liu, and my given name is Shi. I came here to ask how you went up the mountain that day." That day, everyone in Dahlia village was shocked by the story of a 3-year-old baby going up the mountain. Especially since the child came out completely unharmed, with no injuries at all. Just that alone made the hunters envy them. This mountain has no owner to this day, and in recent years, no one has mined there. The wild animals and herbs are plentiful. If they could find a way, they could save money this year, have a good new year, and maybe even find a wife. Lu Shi was imagining a bright future, picturing what his wife might look like. Sweetie knew right away that the mountain couldn't be kept a secret. It was full of wild animals and herbs, and if they mined it recklessly, everyone could live better. But she was worried about buying the mountain because she didn't want people to mine the raw stones openly. What if someone found the raw stones? Given her family's current lack of power and influence, they might be controlled or exploited. That day, I went up the mountain, but I only wandered around at the foot of it. I didn't dare go inside because there are many scary bugs. Sweetie described what she saw, as if she could still see those frightening creatures. Hearing this, Lu Shi and the others felt a bit disappointed, but also believed she was telling the truth. A few days ago, his older brother went up the mountain to try his luck. Halfway there, he was attacked by a wild wolf. Luckily, his brother was skilled and fought back. He didn't manage to defeat the wolf, but he was injured and barely made it back alive. If their family weren't so poor, unable to even afford medicine, they wouldn't be asking a child for help. Lu Shi was disappointed, but knew it was best not to bother the girl further. He thanked her and left with a large group of people. Sweetie saw the man looked troubled, probably hiding some hardship. She carefully observed the group and saw that everyone was capable of hard work. She immediately spoke up to stop them. "Wait a moment." Lu Shi stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the little girl. "My family is currently hiring workers. If you're interested, you can come to my house. The wages are a bit higher than others." After saying this, she saw the hesitation on their faces and quickly understood that workers in this era were different from modern-day laborers. However, signing a contract is necessary. You can choose a 1-year, 3-year, or 5-year term. If you do well, you can renew the contract. If you want more opportunities for growth, just ask, and the contract can be ended. All meals and accommodation are included, but you must be diligent and hardworking. If you're willing, you can come to my house tomorrow. Liushi listened to the young girl's words. The content alone was very appealing. But he also looked at her small figure and wondered if she could really take charge. Still, he needed to discuss this with his older brother at home. Whether or not the girl's words count, this is their last chance. "All right, I'll go home and think about it. If I agree, I'll come tomorrow." Coming means agreement, not coming means refusal. Sweet Bao nodded, agreeing with this. Liushi left with a group of people. Just then, Old Master Gu, along with Old Gu Da and Old Gu Chi, returned from the fields, carrying farming tools on their shoulders. Their clothes were muddy and torn, and dirt was on their faces, but their upper garments were neat. Seeing her father return, Sweet Bao quickly turned and ran into the house, pouring 3 cups of sugar water. Little Fat Hand picked up 1 cup and slowly headed toward the door. As soon as Old Master Gu entered, he saw his daughter holding the water and immediately went over. "Is it hot? Give it to me quickly. Don't scald my Sweet Bao's hand," he said, hurriedly taking the cup. Sweet Bao let go, and Old Master Gu held the sugar water, not in a rush to drink it, but chatting with his daughter for a while. Behind him, Old Gu Da was carrying Gu Little Six in his arms. He had been standing at the door earlier, afraid to come in, but was willing to come after being carried inside. Old Gu Chi followed behind Old Gu Da, placing the farming tools at the door and turning sideways to enter. His eyes swept over the 2 large bowls of water on the table and then looked at which bowl his father was holding, immediately knowing it was the one his sister poured. Old Gu Chi picked up his bowl and took a big sip, instantly feeling his fatigue ease. He then said to Sweet Bao as if revived, "Thanks to my little sister's water. Otherwise, I would have collapsed in the field." "Nonsense." Old Master Gu frowned, giving Old Gu Chi a disapproving look. "Why praise so much?" Sweet Bao covered her mouth and giggled secretly. She knew her 7th brother's personality. In front of outsiders, he was always a bit refined, but with family, he was like a lively little treasure, often making Old Master Gu angry. As her 7th brother said, "Getting angry is good for health." Old Gu Chi made a funny face at the giggling Sweet Bao, then finished the water in his hand. He placed the bowl on the table and slipped into the kitchen. Old Master Gu sat on a bench nearby, holding a bowl and feeding Little Six some water. Sweet Baby didn't know if Lucy would come, but she had a feeling he definitely would. "Papa, let's buy a farm," she suddenly said, startling Old Master Gu so much he almost choked on his water. Old Master Gu was also distracted by his reaction, so he put down his bowl and told Little Six to go play, then looked at his son with a frown. "Father, I think we should buy a farm for my little sister." Old Master Gu didn't move, and Old Master Gu thought he disagreed, so he quickly added, "My little sister is already 3 years old. She's not small anymore. In a few more years, she'll get married. Just thinking about her dowry makes me sad. We should start preparing it now." Seeing no response, Old Master Gu was about to speak again to persuade him, but was stopped by his father. "Shut up. Why are you stabbing people in the heart like Old Seven?" His father said. "If she doesn't get married, I'll just keep her at home." He was thinking about where to find a farm to buy. The countryside didn't have farms for sale, especially large ones with 100 acres of good land, and nearby areas also had none for sale. Old Master Gu had been pondering this problem. He wanted to secretly save up a dowry for his daughter, but it couldn't be made public. If other siblings found out later, it might cause resentment, which he didn't want. But after Old Master Gu's son brought up the idea, everything changed. His older brother supported buying land for his sister. Old Master Gu also considered this. If they couldn't find anything locally, they would have to go to the county town. Sometimes, wealthy merchants there were selling land. "Father, how about this? Tomorrow afternoon, I will go back to the county office. I plan to visit a pawn shop to see if there are any farms for sale that need to be sold quickly." Old Master Gu nodded in agreement. That was the best option. "Tomorrow, someone will come to apply for a long-term farm worker. Don't forget to accept them," Sweet Baby said, pouring a small cup of sugar water, then climbing onto a stool and sitting there. She leaned over the table, sipping her sugar water little by little. When she heard her father and older brother discussing, she suddenly blurted out a shocking comment. Old Master Gu was so surprised he almost threw his bowl at Old Master Gu. He turned to look at the girl smiling while drinking her sugar water. "Want a few? Do you already have a place to stay in the future?" He wondered if he should buy more farms for his daughter. Sweet Baby happily looked at Old Master Gu. She knew her father was the best.
I don't know yet.
Once the farm is bought, let them go live there. There are only a few rooms at home, just enough for their family. If they let the long-term workers live there, it might cause gossip, since the Gu family is quite poor. Brother, these workers are hired. Do we have any contract or agreement? Sweet Bao remembered an important point. In ancient times, there was no formal contract, especially not for employment. The idea of hiring was like selling someone, but that's not what she wanted. Just like in her previous life, signing a labor contract meant if either side broke it, there were consequences. If the contract ended and wasn't renewed, that was everyone's choice. A contract? Could it be a deed of sale? Old Gu thought about it. Isn't a contract just like a deed of sale? Sweet Bao shook her head and explained briefly. Given her age and experience, she couldn't say too much. Her current actions already went beyond what a child should do. Old Gu was clever. After hearing a little, he quickly guessed the idea. He turned around and went to borrow a pen and ink from Old 7, Gu Yanheng. When Old Gu left, he was deep in thought. Sweet Bao turned her head and saw Old Gu lost in thought, which made her feel a sudden jolt. She had gone too far. But who would have thought? Girl, you're so smart. No wonder I'm proud of you. Oh, wait. It's your mother who gave birth to you, but I also played a part. Old Gu's eyes shone brightly, his face full of joy as he looked at Sweet Bao. His pride was obvious. But suddenly, someone hit him from behind, making him grimace in pain. What are you talking about in front of your girl? She's clever, and that's not just today she's showing it.
Who said that?
Didn't you see your little girl was scared? Old Lady Gu was furious. She wanted to slap Old Gu, but Sweet Bao ran over and stopped her. She slid down from her stool, ran over, and hugged her mother's leg, rubbing her face against it. In a soft voice, she said, "Luckily, I'm my parents' daughter. That's why I'm so cute, so talented, and
Oh.
anyway, I'm so good because of my parents." Old Lady Gu was overjoyed. She thought her little girl's words sounded better than those of a rude man. She immediately picked up Sweet Bao, who was holding her leg, kissed her many times, then turned to give Old Gu a cold look. "Eat your meal." Her cold tone made Old Gu want to cry. Sweet Bao, lying in Old Lady Gu's arms, looked at her father and quietly made a hand gesture. She then whispered, sending a silent plea for help to her father. Old Master Gu's mood finally improved a little. He wanted to show off his achievements in front of his daughter, but unexpectedly, he was caught in the act.
Sigh.
The Gu family usually set up 2 tables, a large one for the adults and a small one for the children. There was also a young, high-ranking little adult present. The eldest daughter-in-law prepared bowls and chopsticks, then looked around and saw everyone seated, except for her husband. She had heard from little Six that her father had returned. Old Lady Gu also noticed the eldest son's unease. She frowned and asked the man beside her, "Where's the eldest? Shouldn't he be eating? Is he hungry? He's busy with something." "We're eating without him," he replied. "Why wait? A boy can be hungry for a while." As soon as Old Master Gu spoke, everyone started eating, except for Sweet Bao, who didn't move. Others began eating, but she waited for her older brother, knowing he was busy because of her. Old Lady Gu used her chopsticks to serve Sweet Bao some food, and then realized she hadn't touched a single bite. Even the steamed egg custard was nearly cold. "Sweet Bao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Old Lady Gu's voice was gentle but clear. The Gu family members stopped eating when they heard her. The younger nephews gathered around behind their little aunt, looking at her with concern. They couldn't say a word. 2 sisters-in-law quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks. One poured hot water, and the other was about to leave to find a doctor. Old 7th Gu also set down his chopsticks, rushing to find a doctor before being stopped by Old Master Gu. "Sit down, Xiao Yi. Take your brothers and sisters to eat." Old 7th, come back. Your little sister isn't sick. Sweet Bao was truly frightened this time. She knew her family loved her very much. Her brothers cared, her sisters-in-law loved, her sisters liked her, and her nephews respected her. She felt that if she ever said she was in pain, her family would stay up all night caring for her. This feeling was something she had never experienced before, especially in an era where men held power and women were subordinate. This kind of equal love was even more precious than many. Mother, eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, sixth sister, seventh brother, and little nephews, I'm fine. I just want to wait for my older brother to eat together. Her warm heart and bright smile made her look even more radiant. Unknowingly, her sincere words strengthened her position as the beloved child. Meanwhile, in old Seventh Gu's room, where the oil lamp flickered and he struggled through 8 sheets of rice paper, he finally wrote a contract that satisfied him. After turning off the oil lamp, Boss Gu took the new contract and walked over, blowing on the ink as he went. When he looked up, he saw everyone staring at him, even a few young boys giving him resentful looks. What's wrong with them? Boss Gu felt suspicious. When he glanced at Grandpa Gu's expression, which was full of resentment and sadness, he frowned. Does his father want to hit him again? Although he was suspicious, he had important work to do. He decided to ignore these looks for now and hurried to sit beside Tianbao. Little sister, I've prepared a draft. Take a look and see if it's suitable. He reached out to give the contract to Tianbao, but she didn't reach out to take it. Instead, she looked at her older brother with a helpless expression. Big brother, I don't know how to read. Well, I can read and understand words, but right now, she's only 3 years old and truly cannot read. Big brother, just read it aloud, Tianbao said with a resentful look in her eyes. She could ignore resentful looks from others, but her little sister's gaze hit her right in the heart. Why does little sister look resentful too? You silly fool. How did I end up with such a stupid son? Even he knew Tianbao couldn't read. Grandpa Gu couldn't stand it anymore. He angrily scolded and snatched the contract from Boss Gu's hand, then lowered his head to read it carefully. At first, he looked at it casually, but the more he read, the more shocked he was. This contract was incredibly bold and unprecedented. If it were made public, it would cause a huge stir. This contract, just for private use, must not be made public, Grandpa Gu said in a serious tone. He didn't explain why, but reminded him firmly. He put the contract away and said he would read it to Tianbao later. Only then could the family start eating. That evening, Grandma Gu bathed Tianbao and then carried her into her own room. It had been several nights since she last held her daughter, and she missed it. Grandpa Gu followed and saw Grandma Gu ignoring him. He thought she was angry about what happened that night, so he approached with a charming smile. Wife. Enough, stop talking, she said. If he kept going, she'd feel sick. She was an adult, yet she still called him wife all the time. Grandpa Gu had many things to say, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Grandma Gu cut him off. He swallowed his words, thinking he'd find a chance to say them later. Grandma Gu was calm when she bathed Tianbao. She wasn't really angry at Grandpa Gu. She forgot about it quickly. She just couldn't stand his shameless attitude. What did that contract say? You immediately changed your expression, but Grandma Gu did not ask the next question because she knew that even if she didn't ask, Old Master Gu would explain everything clearly. After hearing this, Old Master Gu sighed. The contract is quite fair, especially for poor families working outside. However, once this contract is enforced, it will affect the interests of the old faction, which is not good for us. This contract benefits the common people and helps them, but it also touches on others' interests. Ants cannot shake a big tree. Sweet Bao understood the key point, but looked confused on the outside, while secretly calculating the benefits involved. This contract was mainly her idea to comfort the long-term workers. Her intention was that they came to work to earn money, not to sell themselves as slaves. It was also meant to reassure Lu Shi and others. But she didn't expect the underlying relationships. She wanted to use the contract herself, but if someone with bad intentions found out and took credit, the blame would fall on the Gu family. In this era, not only was there male dominance, but also issues of power and money, which her family lacked. Old Master Gu turned to Sweet Bao and briefly explained the contract, then, worried she might not understand, simplified the words. Sweet Bao cooperated with Old Master Gu's performance. Dad, we will use this contract ourselves. Self what?
Self what?
Forget it, I'm rambling. Sweet Bao didn't say more. Old Master Gu also looked worried, sighed, then got up and went to the next room. Not long after, he returned with a cold feeling on his body. He took off his coat and lay on the outside. Sweet Bao, lying on the bed, rolled over and fell into old Master Gu's arms. She clearly smelled ink on him. Her eyes closed slightly, moving, but she fell asleep quietly. In the night sky, a pure white dove flew out of Shertu village, soaring through the dark night toward the distance. The next day, old Master Gu got up early. Before breakfast, he wandered around the east and west ends of the village. He wanted to visit the Li Zheng family, but seeing smoke rising from every household during the busy morning, he didn't want to disturb them and decided to go later. Grandma Gu got up early too. As she dressed, she accidentally woke Sweet Bao. She saw her sleepy eyes and tried to get up, but was gently pressed back by Grandma Gu. Sleep a little longer. I'll call you when breakfast is ready. Sweet Bao nodded and continued to lie down. But once Grandma Gu left, she tossed and turned on the bed several times and then couldn't fall asleep. Sighing, Sweet Baby sat up again, once more lamenting the evil of the biological clock. When no one was around, Sweet Baby entered the space wearing only a small shirt. The temperature inside was just right. Even in just a shirt, she felt neither hot nor cold. The time inside the space moved much faster than outside. The best part was that when crops ripened, they would stop growing, so there was no need to worry about them falling. Sweet Baby went to see the ginseng planting area. She found that the ginseng transplanted last time was growing very well, having grown more than a full size in just a few days. She also checked on the reishi mushrooms, including red and purple varieties. They were growing very happily, and even the smallest looked to be at least 50 years old. Then she looked at the taller crops and various fruits. Unfortunately, she was too short to reach them. After drinking some spiritual spring water, she remembered the stone she found last time. She eagerly ran to find it, intending to continue carving the stone. But she thought about the limited electricity in the space and decided to cherish it and use it sparingly. She considered using traditional methods to carve the stone. Although it was slower than mechanical carving, if she wanted to start this kind of business in the future, she would have to begin preparing now. Once she made up her mind, Sweet Baby collected all the other stones, leaving only a small, delicate one. After leaving the space, she started dressing and getting up. She scooped some clear water with her chubby hands, washed her face, and casually grabbed a hairband. Then she pushed open the door and went outside. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Grandpa Gu coming back from outside, carrying himself in a relaxed and carefree manner. Grandpa Gu saw his little granddaughter with her hair messy and noticed the hairband she was holding. Suddenly, he understood what she was about to do. His eyes lit up slightly. He hurried over, reached out, took the hairband, and then quickly grabbed Sweet Baby. "Baby, let me tie your hair," he said. He didn't know how to do it, but he had seen how it was done. Sweet Baby wanted to resist and say no, but before she could even speak, Grandpa Gu covered her mouth with his hand, his voice a little pleading. "Baby, just let me tie your hair. I really can do it. If you don't believe me, I'll do it right now." Grandpa Gu was eager and ignored Sweet Baby's innocent little eyes. He looked into the kitchen area and saw Grandma Gu still busy, which made him feel more at ease. Quietly, he took Sweet Baby to the study room. The Gu family had a shared study room that anyone could use. Now, Grandpa Gu quietly carried Sweet Baby into the study, placed her on a stool, and then hesitated over the hairband in his hand. What should he do first? "Dad, maybe I should find Mom." "No need, I remember what to do now. You sit quietly here. Dad will be right back." He quickly peeked out to make sure no one was around, then hurried back to his room. After finding the comb used by Grandma Gu, he quietly returned to the study. As soon as he looked up, he saw his daughter waiting patiently, and he couldn't help but smile. Sweet Bao felt helpless. Her dad was such a lively person. What could she do? Just spoil him, I guess. Old Master Gu came over with the comb, first combing her hair smoothly. Then he remembered how Grandma Gu styled her hair, and he picked up a hairband, measured it, and suddenly remembered the two little tufts at the back of her head. He realized how to do it now. Old Master Gu spent half an hour fiddling in the study. When breakfast was ready and Grandma Gu went to call Sweet Bao, she found no one in the room and looked everywhere but couldn't find her. "Old madam, have you seen Sweet Bao?" Grandma Gu frowned, worried that Sweet Bao might have gone out to play. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui, had just put down her bowl when she heard this. She remembered seeing something in the morning when she went to the bathroom. She quickly said, "Isn't my sister-in-law with Dad?" It seemed she had taken her away, but she didn't dare tell Grandma Gu that. Grandma Gu's brow furrowed even more, feeling that old Master Gu was becoming more and more careless. "Have you seen where she went?" As soon as she asked, she remembered where she might be and immediately turned to walk toward the study. The eldest daughter-in-law was worried something might happen, so she hurried after Grandma Gu to the study. Inside the study, Sweet Bao sat tearfully on a small stool, her little mouth pouting. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she was trying hard not to cry. She looked down at her small hands. In her soft, white palm, there were a few strands of black silk. Before she could feel sad enough to cry, someone from behind handed her another black strand. "Good girl, hold this first. Don't cry. Dad will finish combing your hair soon." He kept busy, but the more anxious he was, the harder he pulled, tearing 2 strands of hair. Old Master Gu sighed. This was a hard task. He wanted to style her hair like Grandma Gu, with 2 buns, but her hair was too soft, like silk. He didn't dare use too much force, but when he got nervous, he tangled the hairband with her hair. The more he tried to untangle it, the tighter it got. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He comforted his daughter while trying to untangle the hair. Sweet Bao took the 2 broken strands, her sadness deepening. Not only did her scalp hurt, but she also felt upset about her hair that she had carefully cared for over 3 years. Finally, her hair is dark and shiny, and her hair quality is very good. Now she doesn't dare look at herself anymore, nor does she dare to hope for anything. She only wishes her mother would come and save her soon. It seems as if heaven heard her plea. Grandma Gu, walking on light, pushed open the slightly open door of the room with a grand gesture. Her beautiful eyes looked at Sweet Bao, and her sternness quickly turned into concern. When old Master Gu saw the person, he immediately panicked. He wanted to pull back his hand, but, in his nervousness, accidentally pulled out a strand of Sweet Bao's hair. Old Master Gu was stunned. He looked down at the hair in his hand, and then at Grandma Gu, who was furious. This. He tried to defend himself. No. Can he explain himself? "Listen to me. You talk, I listen." Unexpectedly, Grandma Gu suppressed her anger and planned to hear old Master Gu's excuse, but whether she would accept it was not up to him. "You say I listen? Listen to this." He still dares to speak with anger. "Well, she." Old Master Gu mumbled for a long time, then blurted out some incoherent words, which made everyone feel annoyed. "Enough, I already know," Grandma Gu said, not wanting to scold old Master Gu in front of Sweet Bao. "Sweet Bao, let your sister-in-law redo your hair. We'll go eat soon." "Mother, aren't you eating?" Sweet Bao, tears still in her eyes, asked softly. Grandma Gu's blood seemed to rush to her brain. Look at how obedient and sensible her daughter is. She quickly suppressed her anger and comforted her daughter, fearing her anger would get worse if she didn't. In her youth, Grandma Gu was formidable, but after marrying old Master Gu, she became more restrained, focusing only on supporting her husband and raising children. She had been quiet for many years, probably forgetting the times she was scolded. Sweet Bao obediently left with her sister-in-law. Not long after they left, they heard a loud cry from behind the door. The aunt and niece exchanged a glance, then nonchalantly returned inside. Qin Shui tidied up Sweet Bao's hair again, tying 2 small bunches on her head, making her look very cute. The aunt and niece returned to the dining table. The others in the Gu family, hearing the noise, wanted to go to the study, but Sweet Bao stopped them. "Mother said she wants to have a good talk with father," she explained, meaning her mother was pushing her to go and talk with her father. Hearing this, the Gu family members ignored the loud crying from the study and continued eating as if nothing was happening. It was only after the Gu family finished eating and a long while had passed that Grandma Gu finally opened the door, slightly panting. As she stepped out, she rolled down her sleeves. Sweet Bao saw her mother come out and quickly ran over, holding her hand and leading her to the dining table. "Mom, I saved some food for you. Hurry and eat." She was about to serve tea and pour water when Grandma Gu gently pulled her up. Grandma Gu brushed aside the little bangs on Sweet Bao's forehead and looked at her with red eyes, feeling a bit lighter inside. "Good girl. Sit here and eat with Mom." "Okay." Meanwhile, Grandpa Gu, limping and leaning on the wall, came out. The Gu family members outside didn't want to help him because they all knew he wasn't good at cooking, but still went to help his younger sister comb her hair. They saw how much his sister loved him, tears shining in her eyes. Grandpa Gu felt sad inside, but had no one to talk to. He was very upset. He sighed deeply, turned around, and headed toward the door. The eldest daughter-in-law, Qin Shui, felt sorry for him. Remembering what her younger sister-in-law had told her, she ignored her husband's gaze and quietly approached her father-in-law, whispering, "Dad, there's food your little sister left for you in the kitchen. It's still warm in the pot.
Go eat it quickly."
Little sister said if you don't eat, she won't forgive you, she added. Grandpa Gu had planned to go hungry as a form of self-punishment, but when he heard that his daughter still cared about him, he felt guilty. Especially when he remembered his daughter walking out with her messy hair like a chicken coop, he felt even more guilty. But Sweet Bao, knowing her father's heart well, threatened him. Nothing was more effective than that. Grandpa Gu had a hard time eating that meal. With the special spiritual spring water Sweet Bao prepared, his pain eased significantly. Unbeknownst to him, the ridiculous events that happened that morning had already been written into an urgent letter and sent to the capital. Afternoon, Lu Shi from the neighboring village thought about everything all night. The next day, he told his elder brother what he had encountered in Shirtu village. At first, he was very nervous. Their family only had the two brothers. When his elder brother got married that year, a famine struck the village. They had no choice but to leave, begging their way here. Unfortunately, their mother was unfortunate and passed away before they could repay her kindness. Their eldest sister-in-law was lured away with a piece of cake halfway through, and their elder brother still hadn't married. After Lu Shi finished speaking, he lowered his head and stood aside. His elder brother, Lu Dong, frowned and remained silent, deep in thought. He looked up at Lu Shi with a cold gaze. "Did you go to someone's house?" "Yes." Lu Shi gritted his teeth. Going to someone's house was something he did quietly. "Are you still asking someone about a little baby?" Lu Dong felt ashamed when he heard his brother go to ask a 3-year-old how to climb a mountain. How could his brother be so embarrassing?
"Yes."
Lu Shi lowered his head even more. Lu Dong closed his eyes and took a deep breath. If he weren't injured, he would definitely give his brother a good lesson. "Tell me, how did that little girl say it?" He didn't want to be a long-term worker. It's not as free as being a hunter. But in recent years, game has been hard to find. Seeing that he couldn't eat enough, if what that little girl said was true, being a long-term worker might not be a bad idea. Lu Shi repeated exactly what the sweet little treasure had said that day, word for word. His originally furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Lu Dong looked serious, glanced at Lu Shi, and said in a hoarse voice, "We can't do this alone. Ask Liuzi and the others if they are willing to go, and also Huzi and the others. If everyone agrees, we will go to Shirtu village later." "Big brother, we all want to go." Before Lu Shi could answer, a loud reply came from behind. Lu Shi turned his head and saw it was Liuzi and Huzi, and upon closer look, there were about 10 people. He looked at his older brother with questioning eyes. "Is that too many?" Lu Dong looked at his brothers and said coldly, "Did you all hear that just now?" Leading the group was a dark-skinned man. Hearing this, he immediately grinned and scratched his head awkwardly. He had gone to Shirtu village yesterday and was happy to become a long-term worker. "Yes, I heard, big brother. From the looks of you, everyone agrees to go. But let me tell you first, we are going to work. No matter how kind the master is, we can't do anything unkind. If I find out, don't blame me for not considering brotherhood." Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Shi thought it was about time, so he borrowed a bullock cart and took Lu Dong towards Shirtu village. A group of strong men walked briskly, and in about 15 minutes, they arrived at the Gu family's door. The gate was wide open. Lu Shi peeked into the yard and saw two little babies squatting on the ground. She wiped her hands and lifted her chubby face to look at Lu Shi, showing no sign of fear. "Are you sure you've thought it through?" Lu Shi nodded quickly and then sidestepped, pointing at the man on the ox cart outside. "This is my older brother. We've thought it through, and we're willing to come as long-term workers." Sweet Bao looked in the direction he pointed and saw a strong man sitting on the cart. He had a scar on his face and faint blue circles under his eyes, clearly not having slept well. He was wrapped in bandages and looked a bit tired, but his eyes were clear. There was a faint hint of danger around him, suggesting he was a hunter. While Sweet Bao was studying Lu Dong was also watching Sweet Bao. He was surprised inside. The little baby in front of him was truly fearless, just as his brother had said. He also admired how brave the young child was at such a young age. He noticed the curious look in the baby's eyes. "I am Lu Dong, a hunter from the next village. I was injured a few days ago. Yesterday, my younger brother disturbed you because of livelihood issues. I want to apologize again on behalf of my brother." Sweet Bao nodded slightly. Little Fatty held his hand behind his back and tried to look serious, but his soft, fair skin made him look very innocent. "No need to worry." Sweet Bao guessed what Lu Dong meant. They came to apply for the job, which was a sign of agreement, and the apology was to acknowledge the disturbance yesterday. Both matters were separate. Coming to be a long-term worker didn't mean they considered the issues the same. When old Master Gu came out, he heard the little girl say, "No need to worry." Worry about what? He slowly moved over to Sweet Bao, confused. But Sweet Bao furrowed his little brow. He had clearly drunk the spiritual spring water, so why did he look like he had been beaten again? Old Master Gu reached Sweet Bao and stood in front of him, shielding him behind. He looked at the group of strong men. "Are you here to apply for the job?" "Yes, sir." It was Lu Shi who answered. Old Master Gu raised an eyebrow, thinking this burly man with a fierce face seemed quite straightforward. He nodded in approval and then turned slightly to look at Sweet Bao. He whispered, "Good girl, how should we pay them?" Sweet Bao felt sorry for his father. Although her father had pulled her beloved hair, her mother had also scolded him, and he looked even worse. "Dad, just stand aside. I'll explain." Old Master Gu nodded and moved a little behind his daughter, standing tall with confidence, showing he wouldn't be less brave. "Yesterday, my little sister told you that we are hiring long-term workers and need to sign a contract. The contract can be for 1 year, 3 years, or 5 years. If you are dissatisfied, you can choose to terminate the contract, but there will be a termination fee, which is only about 1 month's wages. Although we hire long-term workers, we are not strict about it. In a few days, we will have a new farmstead, and if someone wants to farm, they can do so. If not, they can choose other options." Hearing the noise inside, Old Gu came out and spoke first, taking the opportunity while Sweet Bao was about to speak. Sweet Bao just took a breath, but was silenced by Old Gu's words. Her eyes flickered slightly, seeming to understand her elder brother's actions. She almost did something inappropriate, especially in front of strangers. She knows a lot, and the Gu family only considers her clever, but others wouldn't think the same. She's just a 3-year-old girl. How could she understand such obvious truths? Apparently, her elder brother's words aligned with her thoughts. Little Fatty nodded repeatedly, his chubby face trembling with excitement. Sweet Bao quietly reached out her chubby hand to touch him, feeling a bit shy. "Sorry, I've been eating too well lately and gained some weight." Lu Dong didn't object after hearing this. Behind him, a group of brothers looked up at Lu Dong with eager eyes. Life is hard, even finding food is difficult. If strength can support the family, why not? Lu Dong glanced at Old Gu, then subtly looked at the chubby little girl with his peripheral vision. "The pay is very good, but I have many brothers, each with a family. I'm not sure." He paused, leaving the rest unsaid. Old Gu understood what he meant. Old Gu nodded and was about to speak, but he felt his clothes being pulled. Looking down, he saw his little sister's wide, bright eyes. He quickly crouched down, and her small face pressed close. Big brother, if you agree to bring family members and if someone farms well, we will buy the grain at a high price. If not, we can offer subsidies, but no cheating or sneaking around. Sweetbow thought carefully and whispered again, Big brother, pay a little more wages, okay? Old Goo nodded and stood up, then polished, and repeated what his little sister had just said. The expressions of the people in front of him became even more excited. Old Goo looked down thoughtfully, his eyes shining with affection. He gently patted his little sister's head, then, in her confused state, led everyone to a side room to sign the contract. He believed his little sister was truly special. Originally, he was worried that hiring long-term workers might have flaws. However, after little sister's actions, it turns out that this method is not only reliable, but even better than buying workers. A life with hope and a life without hope are two different ways of living. Little sister's approach not only gives people hope, but also helps win the trust of the workers. Sweet baby, who was patted on the head, looked confused. Old Master Goo, standing nearby, looked unhappy and glared coldly at old Master Goo. Unfortunately, the latter didn't notice the look, as he was the one who had pulled Sweet Baby's hair before and had been scolded by Grandma Goo. The matter of hiring long-term workers was settled, and it also lifted a big weight off Sweet Baby's heart. What they are doing now is just preparing for the future. Most of the people brought by Lu family hope to farm because they have families to support and can't afford to neglect their homes. Old Master Goo happily agreed and offered good wages. Those willing to farm, if they produce good crops, can sell them at high prices to the Goo family or even receive bonuses. If the harvest isn't good, they shouldn't be discouraged. They will still earn wages. Someone asked the Goo family, high prices for good grain, but if there's no grain, you still pay? What's the point? Sweet Baby, with an innocent smile, said in a soft voice, Sweet Baby is afraid of being hungry. Being hungry makes it hard to sleep, and when she can't sleep, her parents will worry. The two brothers of Lu family are free and unburdened. They want to do some kind of guard work, not because they don't want to farm, but because they feel constrained by the land and can't fully show their skills. Old Master Goo saw that the two were martial artists and immediately agreed to their request. However, since two more people suddenly appeared at home, they needed some space. There were no empty rooms, so he told everyone to go back first and come again in 3 days after tidying up. The matter of hiring long-term workers was finalized. Old Master Goo couldn't pretend anymore. Under Grandma Goo's surprised gaze, he happily left and headed straight to the inner house. Seeing this, Old Master Goo couldn't sit still. With the sun high, he hurried back to the county town to find out about the farm. Sweet Baby at home wasn't worried about whether they would buy a farm. She trusted her father and older brother's abilities. Her only concern now was about money. Buying a farm was just for her own supply. She planned to plant more crops and fruit trees, and also grow some chili peppers. The chili here isn't spicy at all. For someone who loves spicy food, it tastes bland and waxy. She wanted to cultivate chili peppers with real heat, imagining hot pot in winter and small barbecues in summer. Life should be enjoyed like this. But she turned her head to look at her mother, who was watching her closely, and then paused to think about going to the mountains. However, Sweet Baby was not a quiet little girl who could sit still on a bench. Her eyes darted around, observing everything. She saw Xiao Yi and the others nearby, carrying empty buckets and carefully sneaking along the wall, even glancing sideways towards Sweet Baby. She understood why her little nephews were so afraid of their mother. Sweet Baby had an idea. It was the change of spring and summer, and the noon sun was hot, but the water was cold and refreshing. Thinking about this made her want to go out even more. But if she asked to go play, Grandma Goo wouldn't agree and would scold Xiao Yi and the others. She was their aunt and didn't want her nephews to get in trouble. Just as Sweet Baby was trying to think of a way, she suddenly looked up and saw Gu Yen drying Sichuan pepper nearby. She rubbed her chubby little finger on her chin, thinking. Sister 6 needed to learn a new skill. With a cute smile on her face, she showed her 8 teeth and giggled. Then she reached out her chubby hand to tug at Grandma Goo's sleeve. When Grandma Goo looked over, her eyes showed a little sadness. Grandma Goo was surprised and then felt a pang of sympathy. "Oh, my sweet girl. Why are you crying?" "Mom," she called in a long, soft voice, swinging her sleeve as she spoke. "You say she's your good girl, and you won't let her go out to play?" This. Grandma Goo was momentarily speechless. Good girl was a term of affection, but there was a reason she didn't want her to go out. "You're my good girl, no doubt, but do you forget the last time you sneaked out?" Just thinking about it made her scared. Sweet baby pouted and said stubbornly, "Mom, it was my fault last time, so this time I asked for permission first. Besides, I'm not going out alone. I want to go with Sister Six." Guyen was drying Sichuan pepper nearby, occasionally flipping the peppers. But the next moment, she froze when she heard Sweet Baby's voice. Did my little sister want to go out? Could she be dreaming again? Thinking of this, Guyen stopped flipping the peppers and quickly washed her hands before walking over to Grandma Goo. "Mom, I'll take my little sister out. Don't worry." Grandma Goo looked at Sweet Baby and then at Guyen, who was excited. She was a bit confused. Why were they so close? But since they were sisters and had a good relationship, she felt relieved. She was worried about Sweet Baby running off, but Guyen was a steady girl, so she didn't worry too much. "All right, Sister Yen, take good care of your sister, and also watch over your mischievous little sister for me." Madame Goo tilted her head and told Guyen to be careful. Guyen responded, but she felt unsure inside. Luckily, her mother didn't know. It was her younger sister who was with her. Otherwise, she might not have been able to take Sweetie out. Madame Goo nodded and agreed that Sweetie could go out. Happy, Sweetie slid down her small stool, turned around, and shook her little hips as she ran into the house to find her small basket. Just as she was about to leave with her older sister Lu, Madame Goo, who had sharp eyes, noticed something was wrong and immediately called out to stop her.
"Wait."
"Sweetie, what are you doing with your small basket?" she asked, narrowing her eyes and examining it. The basket had some mud on it, probably the one she took up the mountain that day. Sweetie had one foot inside the door, and the other just lifting to go out. When Madame Goo stopped her, she kept her calm, pulled back her chubby leg, and turned to look at her mother. "Mother, this basket was made by Father for me. I must carry it when I go out. It's like Father is right here with me." After saying this, she looked touched, showing how obedient she was. Madame Goo frowned, thinking about how her husband had a heart problem. She waved her hand and told Yen and her sister to take Sweetie away. Inside, she felt a little sour. Sweetie happily skipped after Guyen. Madame Goo felt she should do something, so she remembered the writing tools in the study and clapped her hands. She knew what to do and hurried into the house. Meanwhile, Sweetie, who was bouncing along, didn't realize her tough days were about to begin. Guyen led Sweetie out of the Goo family home. At first, she felt a bit shy about being led by Sweetie, but gradually, she thought it was quite nice. Sweetie held Guyen's hand and kept walking forward. After a while, they reached a small river not far from the house. From a distance, they saw a group of children by the river, each holding tools, some catching fish, some catching shrimp, and others playing in the water. Seeing this, Sweetie felt excited. "Sixth sister, let's go," she said, pulling Guyen along. Guyen wanted to stop her, but she remembered how Sweetie had been kept at home by Madame Goo these past few days, especially with her sad, wet eyes looking at her. Her heart softened. Guyen and Sweetie quickly reached the riverbank, just as Xiao Yi, who was 10 years old, and the other children were there. Xiao Yi was about half-grown, with a slightly childish face, holding a fish he just caught to show the others.
"Wow.
Such a big fish." Sweetie leaned in to look at the fish in Xiao Yi's hand and exclaimed in surprise. It was only a little bigger than her small hand, but she didn't want to hurt her cousin's confidence. When Xiao Yi heard the familiar sound of her mother's voice, she almost dropped the fish in her hand. Next to her, Sweet Bao watched nervously. After all, it was just a small fish, but still a fish. Sweet Bao stepped forward and saved the poor little fish, not caring that Xiao Yi was still in shock. But when Sweet Bao saw the fish, she froze. This fish. Sweet Bao carefully examined the small fish in her palm. Although it was only the size of her hand, she could clearly see what it looked like. Its belly and sides were yellow, and its back was light brown. Because the fish was so small, some details were hard to see, but smelling the fishy scent, she was sure it was a yellow croaker. Yellow croakers usually live in the sea, but the small river in Stone Village isn't freshwater. Does it eventually flow into the sea? She didn't know for sure, just wondered if there were more. Little Auntie, my brother, and the others didn't go into the water. I was the only one who caught the fish. Sweet Bao was so happy about finding the yellow croaker that she couldn't wait to taste the fried fish. But it was so small, there wasn't enough for everyone. If only there were more yellow croakers, she thought. More fish, more meat. Little Auntie. Xiao Yi nervously looked up at Sweet Bao. She saw her face was red and puffy like a steamed bun, but she was smiling happily. Xiao Yi shivered in fear. Was her little auntie planning to tell on her? Sweet Bao snapped back to her senses, glanced at Xiao Er and Xiao San, who were rolling up their sleeves and pant legs, their feet still covered in water plants. She was 3 years old, but she wasn't blind. Did you forget what Grandma told you? Little Bao said, crossing her arms and scolding them. The children still fishing nearby saw this and couldn't help but giggle, some even teasing loudly.
Hey!
Xiao Yi, look at you. How can you still come out fishing? Are you afraid, little 3-year-old? That's hilarious.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Yi didn't respond, just lowered her head and sincerely admitted her mistake. Sweet Bao was pleased with Xiao Yi's attitude. Her bright eyes flickered, and she looked at the children who had just teased Xiao Yi, a faint smile on her lips. There was a hint of coldness. Her nephew. She could only bully him. Who's the little duck talking? Why don't you run when you see someone? Do you think you're a person now? The little girl was young, but spoke sharply. Sweet Bao didn't recognize the child in front of her, but Xiao Yi did. Hearing her little auntie speak back, her eyes unexpectedly turned a little red. Sweet Bao's heart softened instantly. Our Gu family has always believed that if no one bothers us, we won't bother others. But if someone bullies you, tell your little auntie, and she will fight back for you. Sweet Bao's voice was loud and confident, but a bit childish, which made her less intimidating. Who do you think you are, calling me a duck? Shouted the village chief's grandson, Li Duoyao, the only child in his family. He was used to being arrogant, often bullying others, and because his grandfather was the village chief, the other kids dared not speak up. However, he never managed to take advantage of the children from the Gu family. Li Duoyao finally found a chance to mock her, and although he didn't dare speak back in front of elders, he was surprised to see that this 3-year-old girl knew how to stand up for herself. He was so angry that he responded with a retort, but still felt annoyed. He handed the bucket he was holding to his little follower behind him and stomped over through the water. Gu Xiaoyi saw Li Duoyao coming and turned around, hiding her little auntie behind her. She then faced Li Duoyao directly. Oh, Gu Xiaoyi isn't pretending to be tough anymore? Li Duoyao sneered, glancing past Gu Xiaoyi to look at Sweet Bao. She was white and tender, with cold eyes, calmly looking at him, which made him shiver. Bah! A 3-year-old baby? Why should he be afraid? Sweet Bao didn't expect that a boastful and annoying person like him would be remembered forever, more than diamonds. She reached out her chubby hand to pull Gu Xiaoyi back. Xiaoyi didn't understand what she meant but saw her little auntie's confident look and believed she could handle this, so she stepped aside and made space. Xiaoyi is my nephew. If you have something to say, come at me, she said sweetly and bravely. Sweet Bao protected Xiaoyi fiercely, and Gu Yao, behind her, saw the situation and pulled Xiaoyi back. Only her younger sister could handle this now. Li Duoyao looked down at the small girl and sneered, trying to pull Sweet Bao aside. But before he could reach her, the little girl, she fell down by herself. Li Duoyao was momentarily stunned, still holding his hand as if to pull her away, but he was too surprised to react. Ugh ugh ugh. Why did you push her? I didn't push. Ugh ugh ugh, and you're scolding her too. I didn't. Ugh ugh ugh, and you want to hit me? He was confused and overwhelmed. Hearing Sweet Bao's accusations and seeing the anger on the faces of the Gu family members, he believed that if he said the wrong thing, he would be attacked by them. Gu Yan's face instantly turned pale. She hurried over to try to carry Sweet Baby home, but a small chubby hand stopped her. Sweet Baby blinked at Gu Yan, then pitifully turned to look at Li Duyao. Six sisters sob, "He hit me." Gu Yan immediately understood what Sweet Baby meant and played along. "Li Duyao, why did you push my little sister? Do you want to scold her? Or hit her?" Sweet Baby looked down, took half an onion, and waved it in front of her eyes. The strong, spicy smell made her eyes turn red instantly. When she looked up again, her eyes were red, tears welling up. Li Duyao froze in place, scared. This. He was so frightened, he felt dizzy. Today, Gu Xiao was the one lying on the ground. He wasn't afraid of boys playing rough, but now Sweet Baby was on the ground. If no one was around, it wouldn't be a big deal. He might even bite her out of frustration. But a group of Gu family members nearby stared at him, all wanting to rush over and fight. I. He couldn't say a second word after a long time. Sweet Baby pouted, looking bored. She looked like a tiger, but turned out to be fragile. Seeing the joke, Sweet Baby decided to stop. The chubby boy tried to get up, but first attempt failed, and the second attempt still didn't work. Coincidentally, Old Master Gu arrived. Old Master Gu was in a very good mood. He had just come out of the Li Zheng family's house, where he learned about a nearby estate for sale. They planned to move the whole family to the capital. The estate's land couldn't be moved, so they planned to exchange it for cash. He also took over a shop in the county town. Once the Li Zheng family agreed on the price, the transfer could be completed. Old Master Gu hummed a little tune as he walked home, casually glancing and seeing Xiao Yi by the river, eyes red. His face immediately darkened as he approached. But as he got closer, he recognized the figure on the ground. Wasn't that his daughter? And her eyes were red? Which brat dared to bully his daughter? Old Master Gu rolled up his sleeves and walked over. A few children didn't see Old Master Gu approaching from behind. When they entered, Gu Xiao Yi noticed him.
Grandpa.
Old Master Gu's face was grim, dark, and heavy-footed, the ground creaking under his steps. Li Duyao heard Gu Xiao Yi call out Grandpa and immediately felt weak in the knees. He also heard the footsteps approaching, each step pounding in his heart. Old Master Gu stepped forward and quickly picked up Sweet Baby, who had just sat on the ground, holding her in his arms and asking warmly about her well-being. "Good baby, why are you sitting on the ground?" While saying this, he also looked around at the children. All of Gu's children had red eyes, while others looked quiet and obedient. Only one was trembling like a sieve. Could she be sick? Old Master Gu frowned and quietly moved away from Li Duyao, keeping a distance to avoid catching any illness. He knew there was suspicion, but if a boy was the one being bullied, he would teach him a lesson. But if it was his daughter, that was different. Did anyone bully her? A deep, stern voice asked, each word hitting Li Duyao's heart. But he was only a half-grown kid. He knew the Gu family's reputation was mighty, but they were known for strength, not kindness. His grandfather had warned him not to provoke the Gu family, but he didn't listen. Now he was full of regret.
So?
Dare to do it but not admit it? Fine, I know all of you little ones belong to someone. Sweet Baby hugged Old Master Gu's neck, afraid he would make a big fuss and teach Li Duyao a lesson, so he would remember not to bully others just because he had power. She leaned in and whispered in his ear. Old Master Gu frowned, showing some disapproval, but he couldn't resist his daughter's pleading and had to nod reluctantly. "Since you won't admit it, I'll visit each of your homes and talk to your families about today's matter. Xiao Yi, take your brothers home." After saying this, he carried Sweet Baby back home with a serious face. Li Duyao couldn't hold on anymore and sat down heavily on the ground. The small followers who usually followed him also put away their buckets and ran home to tell their families what had happened. Someone hiding in the dark watched everything carefully, frowning. He took out a pen and a piece of paper, then wrote, "The young lady was bullied today," tears streaming down her face. The third old master did not step forward, possibly blaming her for last time. The young lady is suffering. A white dove flew out of Shertu village. After returning home, old Master Gu's face softened a lot, but when he saw Grandma Gu's half-smile, he suddenly felt the pain where he had been hit earlier. Holding Sweet Baby, he moved forward cautiously, afraid to take big steps and be noticed. Grandma Gu sneered coldly. She saw him look lively when he went out to find the village chief, but now he was pretending? It's probably because she showed more mercy last time. As I get older, I become kinder. I won't let that happen again. But when her gaze shifted to Sweet and obedient Bao, her face suddenly froze like a snowstorm was coming. She left the house with her daughter, who looked fine but returned with red eyes. Grandma Gu's quick change of expression caught Grandpa Gu off guard. He moved his mouth but didn't know what to say. Mom, Bao looks tired and her eyes are red. Bao looked at her pitiful dad and sighed, deciding to help save him. Grandpa Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Grandma Gu was no longer angry with Grandpa Gu. She quickly went to take Bao from him, brought her back to the room, and helped her take a nap. After Grandma Gu coaxed Bao to sleep, she saw Grandpa Gu pouring a pot of tea and sitting in the shade. There was an empty stool, probably reserved for her. Grandma Gu walked over, sat on the stool, picked up a rough ceramic cup, and sipped slowly. Then she spoke. Tell me, who bullied my girl? From how Grandma Gu looked at her daughter, she could tell she was bullied. She was covered in dirt, her eyes red like a rabbit's, and she said she was tired. Could she not tell that her daughter was scared and crying? It was clear she was afraid she'd blame her husband. Her child wouldn't mistake tiredness for crying. Grandpa Gu picked up the teapot, poured more tea for Grandma Gu, and finally spoke. I asked Xiao Yi and the others. It was Li Duyao from the village chief's family who pushed Bao. Why didn't you go straight to old Li? Grandma Gu was furious. I've known that kid's grandson has been bullying my grandson. Usually, I turn a blind eye. Luckily, my grandson has never been hurt, so I never made a fuss. But who would have thought that the respect we gave him would turn into a stepping stone for him to act arrogantly today? Grandma Gu was angry. Since she married into the Gu family, her children and grandchildren had been bullied, and now even a 3-year-old was being bullied. Just this once. If it happens again, I won't forgive him, Grandpa Gu comforted Grandma Gu. He wanted to go find old Li and settle the score immediately, but his daughter wouldn't allow it. Grandma Gu calmed down a bit. She knew Grandpa Gu was hot-tempered. He loved his daughter deeply. Bao being bullied probably had already been dealt with, but she was so calm, drinking tea peacefully. Maybe she believed Bao's words.
Sigh.
Her daughter was sensible and polite. Let me tell you, old Gu too, this time I won't argue with you. I will follow your and your grandson's decisions. But if that guy can't control his grandson better, don't blame me. Grandma Gu said confidently to Grandpa Gu. Grandpa Gu smiled and agreed with Grandma Gu's way. As evening approached, Yen carried a bucket of fish back from outside the door, only to meet Grandma Gu, who was washing her hands and preparing to cook. Grandma Gu frowned and looked at the fish in the bucket. The fish's tail was slightly yellow, indicating it was from the river. Yen Jier, why are you bringing these fish? She knew these fish, but didn't know when they had come from. At first, someone caught and ate them, but the fish tasted very muddy, with lots of bones and little meat, not good for stewing. Later, no one caught them anymore, and the children just played with them. Today, little E caught a small fish for Tianbao to play with. I saw she was very happy, so I brought this bucket of fish. She was so happy she was almost drooling. Seeing her younger sister, it seemed she dreamed of eating these fish, but didn't know how to cook them. Grandma Gu nodded and didn't pursue the matter. She told Yen to go inside and call Tianbao to see the fish. Yen responded and went inside to wake Tianbao. Tianbao was half asleep when Yen carried her up. When she opened her eyes and saw it was Sixth Sister, she hugged her neck and rubbed her head, softly saying, Sixth Sister with a long ending tone. Hey, little sister, are you awake? Sixth Sister caught a lot of fish this afternoon.
Come and see.
Hearing about fish, Tianbao instantly became more alert. Her eyes sparkled with tiny stars, bright and dazzling. Where are the fish, Sixth Sister? Are they the kind I was thinking of?
Come on.
I'll take you to see. Yen took Tianbao to the yard. Tianbao looked into the bucket, which had about a dozen fish, some with yellow tails, and a few that were palm-sized yellow crucian carp, flat and thin, with yellow on their bellies and tails. Tianbao found it very strange. Are these farmed sea fish? Sixth sister. These fish look so weird. Look, there are even little teeth. She pointed with her tender, white hand. Yen looked, but didn't see any small teeth. These fish seem to have been raised by someone, but I don't know where exactly. A while ago, a fish farmer was chased for debt and couldn't pay, so someone released all the fish fry. Tianbao nodded, quietly remembering this. If they could farm these fish extensively, there would be no shortage of markets. Maybe they could sell very well. Whether it's yellow croaker or yellow carp, the cooking is simple and the taste is delicious. If she thought of a way, she realized that no one is making these fish now because people don't know how to eat them. If she sells her method, it could be a good idea, and in the future, adding more family members would be justified. Sixth sister, let's remove all these fish. Tonight, mother can cook 2 fewer dishes. I know how to prepare these fish. Gu Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this. She knew she wasn't going to the river without a reason. Gu Yan quickly took a small bucket to the kitchen, told Grandma Gu, and then started cleaning the fish. Grandma Gu also found this interesting and wanted to watch how Gu Yan would cook the fish. The fish was cleaned quickly. Under Tianbao's instructions, the yellow croaker had its head and internal organs removed, and the yellow carp's insides were cleaned out. Grandma Gu found this even more curious and wanted to watch from the kitchen. But if she did, Tianbao wouldn't be able to guide Sixth sister. She patted her small body and said to Grandma Gu, "Mom, wait here. I'll stay to help. It wouldn't be good if you got smoked out." She pushed Grandma Gu outside. Hearing Tianbao praise her, Grandma Gu smiled with her eyes squinting and happily returned to the dining table. Old Master Gu didn't know what was happening in the kitchen. He saw Grandma Gu come back in a very good mood, but didn't see Tianbao. He frowned, thinking Tianbao hadn't called anyone. "Why did you come alone? Where's Tianbao?" Grandma Gu looked at Old Master Gu with a smile, but didn't answer. That look almost made him break out in a cold sweat. The kitchen became busy, with 2 stoves lit at the same time. Tianbao explained a few cooking methods to Gu Yan. Gu Yan chose 2 simple dishes, which Tianbao had expected. Under Tianbao's guidance, the yellow croaker was marinated, and the yellow carp was set aside. They also prepared the seasoning of pepper and salt. The seasoning was very simple, just Sichuan pepper and salt. But since there was no fennel at home, they only used Sichuan pepper and salt. First, they cleaned the pots thoroughly, heated them slightly, then added the dried Sichuan pepper and salt to stir-fry. When the salt changed color and the pepper released its aroma, they turned off the heat. Then they used another pot, heated some oil, and slowly fried the yellow carp until golden brown. When one side was done, they flipped it and prepared a few eggs. Cracking the eggs into the pan made a sizzling sound. The aroma of the fish combined with the eggs filled the air, smelling very inviting. "Smells so good." Gu Yan flips the food while sniffing eagerly. She suppresses her saliva and, with Tianbao's nod, takes out the fried fish and eggs. She sprinkles a little salt on top, and the dish is ready. Making yellow croaker fish is much simpler. Fry the fish oil carefully, don't overcook or undercook. Aim for crispy outside and tender inside. When serving, sprinkle freshly ground pepper salt. Both dishes are done. The Gu family members, sitting and waiting, have already smelled the fish aroma. Each feels very hungry, faces eager and eyes bright with anticipation. They are so eager that they can't sit still. When an adult and a child bring in 2 small plates, Old Master Gu walks over first, bypasses Old Six, and approaches Tianbao. He takes the 2 small plates from Tianbao's hands and places them at the children's table. The children's fish, crisp yellow crucian carp and yellow croaker, are very crunchy. Even the fish bones are soft and easy to bite through, so there's no worry about children choking on fish bones. The Gu family looks at these 2 new dishes with amazement. The color is golden, and the taste is delicious. Even without tasting, just looking makes them feel satisfied. The aroma makes everyone hungry. But old Master Gu hasn't spoken, so no one dares to start eating. This fish was caught and prepared by Sister Yen herself. Everyone, please try it. Old Master Gu simply mentions who is responsible for the dish. In the Gu family, Tianbao is the most loved, but everyone is treated fairly. Whoever makes the dish gets the credit, no favoritism. Old Master Gu speaks, and everyone starts to taste. Grandmother Gu picks up a piece of fish, puts it in her mouth, and finds it incredibly fresh and flavorful. There's no fishy smell at all. Even the fishy taste is turned into a rich aroma. She tries a crispy small fish, sprinkled with salt and some unknown seasoning. Biting into it, it's crispy, slightly numbing, and fragrant. Delicious, Grandmother Gu nods, clearly approving of the taste. Next to her, Tianbao holds a crispy fried yellow croaker. Eating happily, with oil on her lips, she recognizes this familiar flavor. It's delicious. Sixth sister, how did you come up with this? Why didn't you do it before? Old seventh Gu, sitting at the table, eats without manners. The two small plates of fish are quickly finished, and the other dishes seem dull in comparison. Gu Yan feels a sudden jolt in her heart, a hint of panic on her face. After glancing at her, Grandmother Gu lowers her head and gently wipes Tianbao's mouth, casually saying, "Old seventh, you've been back for a few days now? You haven't been studying lately. If nothing urgent tomorrow, you should go back to the academy. It's hard to grow crops at home." She sighs softly after speaking. Old Master Gu could easily tell what his mother meant. He sighed and didn't ask further. "Mother, I suspect your calling me home is just to make me do farm work." Recently, he had been busy working outside, plowing the fields all day. His father had been playing all day. He had worked the whole day. Old Lady Gu glanced at Old Master Gu and said calmly, "Oh, you finally figured it out." Old Master Gu choked on his own blood in surprise. This made Sweet Baby giggle happily. "Mother, I miss fourth brother." Sweet Baby, full and happy, touched her round little belly, squinting her eyes as she thought of fourth brother studying outside. Now, it seemed he was about to take the imperial exam for the recommended scholar. Her words made everyone feel a bit down. This year, fourth brother was taking exams. He was still studying at the county school, and there had been no news for several months. Sweet Baby was worried about whether fourth brother had enough money, if someone was taking care of him. Although he was traveling with companions, there were still many inconveniences. Old Lady Gu nudged Old Master Gu and said, "Not only does our daughter want to go, but I do too. Why don't we go to the county town in a few days?" Traveling from Fenglai County to the county town takes about a day by carriage. If they take a horse-drawn cart, it might take 2 days. Old Lady Gu's suggestion made the Gu family members feel nervous. Go to the county town? They also wanted to go. "Everyone shouldn't go," said the woman, "because there were too many children and women, and it would be too obvious on the road." Old Master Gu rejected the idea of everyone going. He thought that if it was not safe, just the two of them, him and his wife, could go with Sweet Baby. Fewer people would be less noticeable, and someone at home could take care of things. But Sweet Baby thought if they were going, they should all go together. It's not like they couldn't afford the trip. Didn't you see the disappointed looks from her sisters-in-law? "Father, let's all go," she softly suggested to Old Master Gu. After all, going to the county town wasn't something they could do just like that. She needed to arrange the farm workers first, planting crops during spring plowing, checking if there was a well on the farm, and if not, digging one. Oh, thinking about it, her responsibilities felt very heavy. This time, Old Master Gu didn't rashly agree. Instead, he looked at Sweet Baby, who was leaning on the chair, touching her belly. "So why do you say that? Going all together is safer. Big brother usually stays in the county town. Even if we leave the sisters-in-law at home, no one can watch over him. It's better to bring everyone, hire a few more carriages, or, if worried, hire some guards from the pawnshop. That way, we can ensure a safe journey." On weekdays, the farthest place he usually went was the county town. Sister-in-law hasn't visited her parents' home in a long time. This time, when he goes to the city, He can also arrange for Xiao Yi and the others to attend private school. After returning from the city, they can be directly sent to the private school, which is very convenient. Old Master Gu nodded in satisfaction. Tianbao's words were reasonable and well-argued, leaving no room for criticism, so he agreed with her. The children cheered happily. Remember, you are going to the city because your little aunt helped you. Be respectful and filial to her. Old Master Gu, who hadn't spoken for a while, said these familiar words smoothly. Madame Gu, standing nearby, nodded seriously.
Ah.
How adorable are parents. Love and reciprocation go hand in hand. Giving leads to receiving. Only taking without giving is unrealistic. Before going to the city, the farm must be bought first. This is Old Master Gu's top priority. That night, Old Master Gu went to bed early. The next morning, he got up at dawn and headed to the main house. At this time, the village head had just gotten up, washed his face, and was about to go out. He heard a knock on the door. The village head's wife came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands, and went to open the door. When she opened it, she saw Old Master Gu. Good morning, brother-in-law. Sorry for bothering you so early. Oh, it's old Brother Gu. Come in quickly. The wife stepped aside to let Old Master Gu in, then closed the door. Old Master Gu walked confidently into the main hall. Inside, the village head was sitting at the dining table, and his daughter-in-law was serving dishes. Brother, want to eat together? The village head had just poured himself a drink, but hadn't taken a sip when he invited Old Master Gu to join him. Old Master Gu waved his hand. Brother, wait a bit before drinking. If it's not enough, we can go look at that place. If it's good, I'll buy it. Hearing this, the village head was a bit surprised. Although he was anxious yesterday, he thought they could wait a day or two. But now, they can't wait even a moment. Could something have happened? He put his cup aside, looked serious, and asked, Brother Gu, you're in such a hurry. Is there something urgent? After thinking for a moment, he added, if there's a problem, just say so. Although I am a village head, I will help if I can. Old Master Gu felt touched inside. He just wanted to see his son. He waved his hand. It's nothing serious. Our fourth son is studying in the city, right? His exams are coming soon. We should go see him and help him prepare. The village head understood. His son was studying away from home, and he was worried. Brotherly Guxian, we are going to that house now. I tell you, if you don't come today, I plan to go myself. The family is about to move soon. If everything looks good and there are no problems, we will go together to register the property. Old Master Gu nodded, not bothering to stop Li Zheng from eating a little. The two of them left the house together. Outside, Li Zheng's wife was carrying some food and bread when she came in. She saw that neither Li Zheng nor Old Master Gu was inside, so she turned and asked, Where are your father and Uncle Gu? Li Zheng's wife is honest and simple. She replied quietly, Father and Uncle Gu went out, saying they're looking at a farm. She nodded, knowing about this, as she had discussed it with the head of the household last night.
Sigh.
Old Gu's family is getting richer. Eat your meal. Li Zheng borrowed an ox cart, and the two of them sat on it heading toward the farm that Li Zheng mentioned. The farm is not far from Shirtu village, but it covers a large area. From afar, there isn't much good land, only about 20 acres, but the farm itself is very big. The farm is built with blue bricks, with stone steps, and a black wooden door that looks quite grand. Old Master Gu looked up and said to Li Zheng, This is the farm I told you about. Old Master Gu nodded. Just from the outside, he thought it looked good. Very few rural places use blue brick walls. Old Master Gu tied the ox cart to a tree near the gate. Li Zheng lifted his clothes and went up the steps, knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, they heard someone open the door from inside. A teenage boy's face appeared, dressed in rough cloth servant clothes. While they looked at the boy, he was also looking at them. Are you the main person in Shirtu village? The boy asked, after glancing at them, then lowering his head. Li Zheng looked a bit nervous and quickly replied, Yes, I am the old master. Then come in with me. Today, Steward Liu is on duty up front. Wait a moment, I will go call Steward Liu. After they entered, the boy closed the door and said to himself. He bowed and then turned to run ahead. Soon, the boy came back steadily, followed by an old man with white hair. He was stroking his long beard as he walked. Steward Liu, I wonder how much this house might sell for? As evening fell, old Master Gu, who had been out all day, returned in the dark. He looked a little tired but smiled as he entered the house. Old Master Gu had been out all day. Old Lady Gu was worried he might be hungry when he got back, so she kept dinner warm on the stove. After Mr. Gu returned home, he immediately went to the kitchen to bring out dinner. At this time, the Gu family members were all waiting for Mr. Gu. When he arrived, everyone sat quietly in the main hall, watching him eagerly. Mr. Gu was very hungry. He wanted to eat but couldn't bring himself to do so. There's no rush to eat. Mr. Gu was not in a hurry. He flicked his clothes aside, sat at the table, and his expression was hard to read, neither happy nor angry. He looked carefully at everyone around him, noticing their nervous faces, then suddenly smiled. His smile made Grandma Gu realize that everything was settled, and her worried heart finally relaxed. But at this moment, Grandma Gu gave Mr. Gu a light slap on the shoulder, not too hard. It's good news. Why do you look so gloomy? She said, surprised. She had thought they didn't manage to buy it. If they truly hadn't bought it, she would have to ask her family if there was a closer village for sale. Mr. Gu was hit but didn't feel any pain. He kept smiling. Dad, how much did the village cost? Sweet Bao, who had been smiling happily, suddenly remembered the important question. How much money was spent? Not much, just 3,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels of silver? Hearing this, the Gu family members' faces turned pale.
Wow.
Buying a village cost 3,000 taels of silver? That's really a lot. What does 3,000 taels mean? Sweet Bao wondered, not knowing much about the value. The only thing she knew was that this amount of money was hard to earn and that buying a village for 3,000 taels was a lot. It was a village in Fonglai County. If they moved to the capital in the future, buying a village might cost over 10,000 or even 15,000 taels. With this understanding, Sweet Bao felt for the first time that money was hard to come by and was spent very quickly. But because of this, her hidden trait, being frugal, was triggered. From now on, she decided to save money. She thought it was best to split a coin in half before spending it. She would bargain whenever she could. But what if she didn't know how to bargain? Then she had to learn.
Sigh.
There's no choice. Her family was poor. If she couldn't save money, what would happen in the future? Just thinking about this made Sweet Bao feel overwhelmed. She had a cheat device, but because she was too young and didn't want to attract attention, she could only use it as a safe. But she couldn't rely on her space forever. Teaching others to fish was better than giving them fish. Having some skills was very useful. It seemed that what she learned in her previous life finally had a chance to be useful. The Gu family members had just digested the news about the 3,000 taels when Mr. Gu suddenly revealed the next surprising thing. Old Mr. Gu took out the land deed from his pocket, along with the deed for a shop in town, and placed them on the table. He said, "The estate and the shop are now under Tianbao's name. Don't be jealous. This was paid for with money from selling ginseng. Once the estate is cultivated, our conditions will improve." Old Mr. Gu first secretly changed the name on the deed to Gu Tianbao. Grandmother Gu didn't object, neither did the two sisters-in-law, nor the older brother and sister. But Tianbao had an opinion. Previously, selling ginseng had earned over 50,000 taels, which went into her small savings. The 5,000 taels she took out to help with family expenses was also secretly used by her father to buy her an estate, with 3,000 taels of that money.
Dad.
You're doing the wrong thing. Tianbao ran quickly to old Mr. Gu, her chubby hands on her hips, her face showing some anger as she looked at him and said every word clearly. Old Mr. Gu was confused. He didn't understand why his daughter was upset. Grandmother Gu hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, Tianbao? Your father is doing the right thing." Did she not understand? Tianbao, these 3,000 taels are the money from selling ginseng meant for you. Buying the estate naturally belongs to you. she said, and it's also saving up your dowry. Hearing this, Tianbao felt even angrier. Mother, that's not right. This money belongs to the Gu family now. It's not just mine, Tianbao's. Since the family is adding land, the name should be on the father's, not mine. And she had 55,000 taels.
Not only that,
Her space was filled with medicinal herbs, raw stones she discovered, and a mountain she had her eye on. Tianbao's words made the Gu family silent,
but they still felt that all of this was deserved by Tianbao.
Grandmother Gu and old Mr. Gu felt even more heartbroken for Tianbao. This silly girl, she was planning for herself, but she was giving everything to everyone else. Then, Tianbao, what do you think should be done? Old Mr. Gu, feeling sorry for his daughter and not wanting her to be upset, wanted to hear her opinion. Later, he would secretly buy some things for Tianbao without her knowing and continue to register them under her name. As long as she didn't find out, it would be fine. Tianbao is right. Dad and Mom were confused. We shouldn't have done this.
So, what do you suggest?
Grandmother Gu also expressed her stance. Tianbao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To make the Gu family rich, there must be no internal conflict. Only harmony can bring prosperity. Tomorrow, Dad will transfer the estate and shop to his name. I want to go with Dad. She added, I'm not afraid that Father will lie to me. Zhuangzi has it, and the long-term workers can be settled. Next, she needs to prepare some things to go to the county town, bring some food for fourth brother, and hire some guards from the pawn shop. Old Master Gu agreed to take Sweet Treasure to the county town with him. The next day, after breakfast, Old Master Gu took Sweet Treasure and Old Seventh Gu to the local magistrate's house. After explaining their purpose, the magistrate looked a bit surprised, and his eyes showed genuine admiration for Sweet Treasure. Your child is really good, the magistrate couldn't help but praise. Thinking about how his own grandchildren compare to others, he felt a bit ashamed and even considered sending his grandchildren to school. Hearing that Gu's children would go to school, he thought there might be someone to look after them. Old Master Gu's face turned red with happiness when he heard this, as if he was being praised himself. But for Old Master Gu, any praise for Sweet Treasure was like praising him. The magistrate saw Old Seventh Gu standing silently nearby and pointed at him, whispering, Old Brother Gu, is your seventh also going? Why is seventh going too? Could it be because he's registered under his daughter's name and his son is upset?
That shouldn't be.
Old Seventh Gu is a scholar. How could he be fooled by such things? Old Master Gu cast a cold glance at Old Seventh Gu, who was trying to diminish his presence, and said with disdain, he doesn't deserve it. He's just going to the academy casually. Old Seventh Gu wore a faint smile, but inside, he almost cried. Why is it so hard for him? Suddenly, he understood why his older brother only told them after their mother gave birth. At least they wouldn't feel so upset for 10 months. Sweet Treasure also felt sorry for her older brother but couldn't defend Seventh Gu in front of their father, or else their father's petty temper might flare up and target Seventh Gu. Today, she wore a light green spring dress, with a small embroidered bag slung across her body, filled with snacks. Her mother had secretly prepared many treats, so she wouldn't go hungry. Carefully, Sweet Treasure moved closer to Seventh Gu, took a piece of candy from the embroidered bag, and put it into his palm. Then she nonchalantly returned to her grandfather. Seventh Gu felt the coolness in his hand from the candy. Before looking at his palm, he knew it was from his little sister. His heart felt as sweet as honey. Now he thought, having a sister was the best decision his father ever made. A group of people sat in a bullock cart heading toward the county town. After about 2 hours, they arrived at the town gate. After passing through, Old Gu 7 got off the cart here. A few days later, he planned to go to the capital city. He wasn't sure if he had time, so he decided to return to the academy today and ask the master about it. If possible, he wanted to visit the rumored Yishuan Academy in the capital. He shook out his robes, his posture elegant, carrying a bit of scholarly pride, and walked toward the academy. Sweet Bao only looked away after she could no longer see Brother Seven's figure, sighing again at how handsome the Gu family was. The bullock cart swayed slowly toward the government office. Halfway there, they met Gu Laoda, returning from patrol. Gu Laoda stepped forward, greeted the guards, then turned to Sweet Bao. He took out a small silk ribbon with tiny bells on each end from his. The ribbon was embroidered with a delicate little flower, with green leaves, making it look lively. Sweet Bao immediately recognized that only Fifth Sister could have made this embroidery. She was happy but didn't reach for it right away. Instead, she frowned slightly and asked Big Brother, "Does Little Six have one?" Little Six was her older brother's daughter. Gu Laoda smiled and took out another ribbon from his, also with bells, but the embroidery was not as exquisite as the first. Sweet Bao smiled sweetly and said softly, "Thank you, Big Brother, and thank Fifth Sister for her kindness." She reached out and took the embroidered ribbon. Gu Laoda was about to exchange it for the one in her hand, but paused when his gaze fell on her almond-shaped eyes. He was stunned. Those eyes no longer showed joy or anger, but they also didn't seem different. "Little sister, Big Brother, I really like this ribbon," she said, waving the ribbon in her hand. Gu Laoda swallowed his words, feeling hesitant. He didn't dare say much. He sensed that little sister was upset and saw their father's probing look. He forced a smile and said, "Little Six will love this one too," and waved the ribbon he held. "All right, let's go inside quickly." Old Master Gu looked displeased. They had been there for a while, and he hadn't even received a greeting. Instead, they kept flattering Sweet Bao. He grew more annoyed. He wasn't without daughters himself. Hearing the noise, Gu Laoda looked surprised, as if just noticing Old Master Gu. "Father, why are you here?" Old Master Gu's face darkened.
Why?
"Can I come?"
Father, I didn't mean it that way.
"I think you do." Old Master Gu became very bossy, to the point that even he was afraid. Sweet Baby saw that Old Master Gu was being ignored, so she got a little temper, which was easy to handle. Old Master Gu was still feeling upset when suddenly a chubby little body snuggled into his arms. The next moment, he heard a soft voice say, "Your little cutie is here. Please accept." What does accepting mean? But his daughter was indeed his little cutie. How shameless! Old Master Gu grinned widely, saying he wasn't shameless, while secretly lifting his daughter and holding her firmly. He even shot a teasing look at Big Brother Gu. Big Brother Gu sighed helplessly, turning around as if he didn't see anything, and casually asked what the county officials were here for. "They came yesterday to handle the land transfer. Today, are they here again? Did they buy something else?" "Uncle, what brings you here today?" The county official saw that Gu's eldest son didn't know anything, so he immediately explained what he knew. Hearing this, Big Brother Gu frowned, somewhat disapproving of Old Master Gu's actions. But when he heard it was Sweet Baby's idea, he no longer disagreed. Whatever his sister said was right. He immediately turned around and went with the county official and Old Master Gu to the government office. On the way, Sweet Baby didn't want to be carried, so she ran ahead on her own. Big Brother Gu, walking behind, quietly tugged at his father's sleeve. The two whispered, reaching an agreement. These things were unknown to Sweet Baby. They went to the county office to handle the property transfer. It couldn't be done immediately, but since the county office had a back door, the transfer was completed quickly. After the transfer, the county official had other matters to attend to, so he parted ways with Gu's father and daughter, leaving them to visit the pawn shop alone. Fonglai County was not very big, but its economy was among the best compared to other similar counties. There were only 2 pawn shops in Fonglai County. One pawn shop only dealt with buying and selling people, mainly with courtesans, and was considered very dirty by Old Master Gu. So he went to the other pawn shop. This pawn shop did legitimate business, and all the people they sent out were willing sellers. They delivered people to wealthy households, and both their character and appearance had to be good. When Gu's father and daughter entered the pawn shop, a maid warmly greeted them. "Sir, miss, are you here to buy some servants or a maid? Our pawn shop only deals with honest families, and all the girls are voluntary sellers, so there's no need to worry about other issues." Old Master Gu didn't say anything. Whether buying servants or hiring, it all depended on Sweet Baby's approval. He planned to carefully choose those with good morals. I wonder how to address the lady of the house? Sweet Baby spoke first, lifting her small face and looking at the talking maid with bright, shining eyes. Her voice was also very pleasant. Seeing that a child was speaking, the maid immediately understood. This might be a wealthy family sending their young lady out to see the world. She said, "Thank you for not minding, miss. You can call me Grandma Lee, Grandma Lee." Sweet Baby immediately called out happily, smiling happily, which made everyone feel very pleased. I wonder if the young lady plans to choose some girls of similar age to serve as maids, or find a group of capable workers. Do you have anyone skilled in martial arts? The more, the better. Skilled in martial arts? Grandma Lee immediately thought of a group of men who came a few days ago. They refused to sell themselves, only wanting work. She had thought to observe them for a few days. If no one was hired, she would send them away. What a coincidence. The buyers are here. There is indeed a group, Grandma Lee thought for a moment and said, they just arrived a few days ago. I don't know their temper yet. If you don't mind, you can choose from this group. Grandma Lee's thinking was simple. These days, the world is tough. People with skills, unless driven by necessity, wouldn't want to be subordinate. If they can help, better to lend a hand. I tell you, these people really have martial arts skills. They don't talk much, which is quite reassuring. Not talking much, and being disciplined in their actions. Hearing this, Sweet Baby felt a bit excited. Skilled in martial arts. She had never seen what real martial arts looked like. Good. We'll take them. But I don't know how the wages are calculated.
Oh.
Grandma Lee clapped her hands happily and said, Miss, hiring them is a great blessing. As for wages,
Grandma Lee agitata.
She had never done this kind of business before. She was always a trader. Renting people was a first for her. Master, if you can give a reasonable price, that would be good. There are about 15 people in this group. They have horses. Just give enough for their family's livelihood. Sweet Baby nodded, thinking that this maid was quite honest. Doing this kind of work, she even had some kindness. She just didn't know if anyone would do this kind of job. Grandma Lee, we'll pay 2 silver coins per person per day, mainly for our safety. In a few days, we will leave the county town for the capital city. The journey is long. Once we return to the county, we'll settle everything. Grandma Lee looked at the young lady in front of her, satisfied, and nodded. The girl was clever and articulate, speaking clearly and logically.
All right.
When will you leave? In a few days. Should I ask them to come find you, or will you come to me? A few days? Tianbao thought for a moment. She still needed to go arrange things for Lu Shi and others this afternoon, buy supplies tomorrow, and it would be about the day after tomorrow. Grandmother Lee, we will leave in 2 days. When the time comes, we will come directly to your place. Because the employment system is not perfect, she couldn't say much. She planned to pay a deposit then, but a new idea formed in her mind, to establish an employment system. But it was just a basic idea. After all, manpower, resources, and money are all essential. After confirming her plan, Tianbao led old Master Gu away. Behind them, Granny Lee watched the 2 figures leave and secretly sighed. She knew about courier services in these times, but why was there still a guard escorting the goods? No, escorting people. Her thoughts were quite unique. Unbeknownst to Granny Lee, she missed a great opportunity. Later, when she saw the growing employment system, she would regret it so much she'd feel sick inside. She would tell everyone she had truly seen that little girl. In Beijing, the Gu family received news from Fenglai County again. A young servant hurried to the study with an unopened letter. The study was tense, with the old man sitting at the main desk. Several middle-aged men of similar age looked worriedly at him. "Father, you can't go." One man in gray pleaded earnestly. But the old man lost his temper. He slapped the desk loudly, startling the servant outside. The servant hurriedly knocked and entered, handed the message to the gray-clad man, then quickly left. Oh no! The ancestor was angry again. This was the 13th time this month. The gray-clad man didn't scold the servant for his manners. Seeing that the message was from Fenglai County, he immediately said, "Father, the secret guards have sent another message." The old man's temper instantly cooled. He patted the dented desk calmly and said, "Really? Let me see." The gray-clad man quickly handed him a bamboo tube. The old man used a small knife to open the wax seal, twisted open the tube, and carefully examined the letter inside. After a moment, his brow furrowed, then relaxed again. Go to Nanyang Prefecture. It takes about 5 days from Beijing to Nanyang Prefecture. The gray-clad man was stunned. He didn't expect his father to change his mind so suddenly. Just now, he was arguing about going to Phonglai County, and now it was Nanyang Prefecture? He frowned, feeling uneasy. Seizing his father's clear-headed mood, he took the letter from him. The third young master's family would depart for Nanyang Prefecture in 2 days. The city of Fucheng. He remembers that his fourth younger brother's family is about to take an exam this year. "Father, you can't go." The old man, who had just been in a good mood, was completely upset by his eldest son. The other sons all kept silent, afraid of causing trouble for themselves.
Why?
On what grounds? The old man forced down his anger and asked his eldest son. He accepted that he couldn't go to Phonglai County. He endured that. Not allowed to see his granddaughter.
He also tolerated that.
There are only 4 granddaughters in total, and the third family has all of them. The eldest granddaughter was born, but he wasn't allowed to see her. The second granddaughter was born, but he wasn't allowed to see her. The third granddaughter was born, but he wasn't allowed to see her. The fourth granddaughter has been 3 years old, and he still doesn't know what she looks like. Father, when the third brother left Beijing, you also knew that he didn't want to involve us.
Now
what? The old man interrupted with a face full of anger and said, "I think you all are just jealous that the third family has a daughter.
Look at yourselves.
What are you missing compared to others? Each of your sons has many children. So what? Our family is so big. Do we need so many to inherit?" The old man sneered, feeling it wasn't enough, and continued to criticize. "I think you just want your mother to go blind from crying." Then he changed the subject. We're old now. I feel sorry for the Gu family ancestors. I raised a bunch of boys, but no daughters. Now the third one is successful and has 4, but his brothers disagree. We're old. Our bodies are already heading to the coffin, and now even the outlet for our anger is blocked by the sons. Old and tired. As he spoke, the old man shakily got up, trembling as he headed toward the study door. The man in gray wanted to step forward to help him, but was pushed away with one hand and simply opened the door and walked out. Once the old man left, the remaining people in the room said, "Big brother, what should we do about this?" The man in gray remained silent. Luckily, the old master didn't interfere, so it was easier to handle. Stay in the capital and make sure to comfort the old master. I will go to Nanyang City. He had long wanted to visit his little niece. The others didn't see much point, but agreed to let the eldest brother go first. Still, they all felt something was wrong. The old man hurried back to his room, turned around, and started packing his clothes. An elderly woman sitting nearby, with white hair and a lively spirit, sat watching a lamp and reading a book. When she saw the old man come in, she wasn't surprised at all and asked, "Not allowed to go again?" Not hearing a reply, she was stunned when she saw the old man had already packed his belongings, even packing her things too. "There's no time to explain. The carriage is outside. I am ready now and will leave immediately for Nanyang. Take care of my granddaughter. Let's go." After Old Master Gu and Sweet Treasure confirmed the guard detail, they went to the East Market to buy some basic supplies for the estate. Since they bought too many items and couldn't carry everything on a cart, Old Master Gu decided to buy a horse-drawn carriage instead. 2 figures, one large and one small, hurried to the horse market. The market only had a few scattered horses for sale. From afar, they looked tired and droopy. It's better to come to the market early in the morning. Old Master Gu picked a stall that looked lively and healthy. As soon as he stepped inside, a middle-aged man with an honest face approached, wiping sweat from his forehead. He bowed when he reached Old Master Gu. Old Master Gu quickly returned the greeting. "Sir, are you looking to buy a horse or a carriage?" "I want to buy a carriage. Do you have any ready-made?" Old Master Gu asked, looking around guided by the horse seller. The horse seller's eyes lit up. Yes, we do. But I need to know how many people it should hold. We have carriages for 10 people and smaller ones for 5. Is the structure sturdy? Old Master Gu asked, a bit worried about the strength, especially for the 10-person carriage. Sweet Treasure looked around. The horses looked tall and mighty. She was afraid to get too close, just in case she got kicked and couldn't go to the city. She followed behind Old Master Gu as they headed toward the carriages. They examined the carriages, which were made from high-quality wood, with excellent structure and craftsmanship. The prices were also quite high. Sweet Treasure tugged on Old Master Gu's sleeve and pointed to 2 spots. Old Master Gu immediately understood what she meant. The horse seller didn't notice Sweet Treasure's gestures and thought she was tired. He said with a smile, "Is this young lady tired? If so, she can rest in the front hall." Old Master Gu waved his hand and picked up Sweet Treasure. Turning to the horse seller, he said, "This child is shy. I'll hold her." Sweet Treasure also buried her head in Old Master Gu's arms, pretending to be shy. Seeing this, the horse seller smiled and changed the subject. Old Master Gu pointed to the 2 carriages Sweet Treasure indicated earlier, one larger and one smaller. Just those 2 carriages. And give me 2 good horses. Price is not an issue. When the horse trader saw this, he thought to himself that this old master had good judgment and bought the 2 best carriages. Old Master Gu finally paid a high price of 100 taels to buy 2 fine horses and 2 carriages. The horse trader, seeing a big customer, asked his servant to help drive the horses back. Old Master Gu told the servant to wait at the county gate and meet him there later. The servant nodded and went ahead to wait at the county gate. Old Master Gu drove a large carriage to load the purchased items, then bought some cloth and cotton from a fabric shop and headed toward the county gate. Sweet Treasure sat outside the carriage, next to Old Master Gu. He was worried she might stretch her legs out, so he kept tugging at her gently. "Dad, I didn't fall." Sweet Treasure looked a little sad. If she kept tugging, she thought she might get choked. Old Master Gu, not sure if he was squeezing too hard or if it was because his daughter was worried about him, smiled happily and said, "Don't worry, my girl. The road is bumpy, but I'll hold you tight so you won't fall." Sweet Treasure felt like crying but had no tears left. Luckily, Old Master Gu had already arrived at the county gate. Turning his head, he saw the servant feeding the horses while waiting for them. Around them, a group of people was curiously watching and whispering. At that moment, Old Master Gu felt very proud. This was not something that could be compared to past glory. This was something his daughter had given him. Sweet Treasure didn't look up at Old Master Gu. She glanced around with her almond-shaped eyes, thinking that her 7th brother might go to the county seat. She looked for a long time, but didn't see him. Could she have guessed wrong? She couldn't help but look around again, and finally saw a figure walking from a distance. He had a graceful posture, carrying a scholarly air as he walked. His features were delicate, with a gentle smile at the corners of his lips, seeming very happy. 7th brother. Sweet Treasure saw Old Master Chi approaching and waved her small, tender hand excitedly. Old Master Chi, approaching from afar, only saw a chubby figure waving her arm and calling him 7th brother. Without needing to look further, he knew it was his little sister. He had a handsome face and a warm, spring-like smile. He quickly walked forward, but before he could pass Old Master Gu, he was pulled aside by him. Old Master Gu pointed at the servant and said fiercely, "Drive the horses now." 7th brother, remember to pay them for their hard work," Sweet Treasure whispered, sweating a little for her brother and quietly reminding him. As for why Sweet Treasure wanted to give a tip, she herself wasn't sure. Maybe because she remembered how humble she had been during various experiments. Old Master Gu nodded, then scratched his head, puzzled about why his father was so angry. Despite that, he still followed Old Master Gu's instructions, took the whip from the servant, who was initially worried, and looked toward Old Master Gu. Old Master Gu nodded, so he reluctantly handed over the whip. But in the next moment, his palm was placed into a pile of copper coins. Upon closer inspection, there were more than 20 coins. He was startled but quickly smiled and got off the carriage. Old Master Gu didn't notice anything unusual. He just thought the other person wanted some tips and didn't pay it much mind, pushing the matter aside. Old Master Gu was also a skilled driver, having learned this in his early years. He was driving the carriage in front, with Old Master Gu following closely behind. With the carriage, their speed increased a lot. After about 15 minutes, the three of them in two carriages returned to the Gu family. A horse neighing and a few hooves sounded, drawing the Gu family's attention. They thought it was just some spectators, but it turned out Old Master Gu was returning in a carriage. "Did you rent the carriage so quickly?" Grandma Gu asked as she the carriage and carried Sweet Treasure over to Old Master Gu. Old Master Gu hadn't responded yet, when villagers nearby, hearing the noise, looked enviously at the Gu family. Even though Grandma Gu had said it was rented, they still looked jealous. "Wow, Sister Gu, your family is getting rich." The Gu family had been envied for the past 3 years. Everyone looked well-fed, but the lady's waistline hadn't changed at all. Hearing the voices, Grandma Gu turned her gaze and saw that annoying lady. She pressed her lips, then said, "Yes, we're getting rich. Who wouldn't be grateful for a good husband? Decades of consistency. Now he's successful, and I've benefited too." She then touched her darkened hair. This comment made Grandma Fong choke on her words, her face turning red, but she didn't argue and turned away in anger. Grandma Gu felt even better. Old Master Gu, walking over, saw her words and his eyes lit up. He happily approached Grandma Gu, but she threw him a cold look. Old Master Gu paused, then moved to the side as if he hadn't seen her expression. Mother, the carriage was bought, not rented. Sweet Baby took out a small piece of candy from her little bag, put it in her mouth, and played with a ribbon in her hand. She gently pinched the bell, and after a moment of silence, she spoke clearly. Initially, the villagers heard that it was rented and lost interest, preparing to leave. But what did they hear next? Bought? 2 cars? 2 horses? All bought? Wow. Wow. The Gu family is really wealthy. How much silver must they have? Old Brother Gu, how much did those carriages cost? Someone asked eagerly. Old Master Gu didn't hide anything and immediately told the price, but he mentioned a lower amount. When the villagers heard the actual price, they all froze in surprise. Wow, the Gu family really made it big. Ignoring the curious villagers, Gu's family turned back home, closing the door behind them to block their gaze. Meanwhile, the servant returned to the stable, pulling some hay to feed the horses. But he was thinking about the 20-something copper coins. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded behind him. The servant quickly composed himself, didn't look at the person, and knelt down with a thud. "Master." The visitor was a middle-aged man with an honest and kind appearance. If Old Master Gu were here, he would recognize him as the man who sold him the horses. "Why are you back so soon?" the man asked softly, with a hint of pressure. The servant broke out in cold sweat and lowered his head, saying, "Master, we were supposed to go as planned, but on the way, his son came, and the plan changed. I thought it wouldn't be a problem, but who would have thought? Who would have thought that man was so skilled?" The middle-aged man's kind face was gone, replaced by a cold expression. "Go back and accept your punishment." Then he turned to leave, and his words floated in the air. "Long City needs workers. You go." Hearing this, the servant's face turned pale. He sank to the ground, filled with deep hatred. Long City. The Gu family. Old Master Gu was drinking water. Sweet Baby was nestled in Grandma Gu's arms, talking in a sweet voice about what she saw today. Most of her talk was about the horse trader, and she didn't mention the ribbon. When she said she was tired, Grandma Gu brought over some sugar water. She lowered her head and sipped it carefully from Grandma Gu's hand. Before she finished drinking, there was a knock at the door. The group looked at each other. Gu's 7th son got up to open it. After a moment, he came back with a group of people. Leading them were Lu Dong and Lu Shi, with their families behind them, 5 or 6 ox carts in total. "Father, we're going to the village." The person waiting arrived just in time, so they decided to go see the estate together. Old Mr. Gu nodded and immediately called his family to get into the carriage, followed by a large group of family members and friends. This made some people, who didn't know what was happening, feel anxious and curious. What is the Gu family up to now? Didn't they just buy 2 carriages? What are they up to now? Can't they rest for a while? Have they all had enough? Everyone fell into deep thought. When did the Gu family start to get lucky? It seemed to be 3 years ago. Flowers bloomed everywhere and wild animals came down the mountain. Could it be? Was it the youngest sister of the Gu family? People shook their heads, hesitant to believe their suspicions. They thought it was strange to talk about such things. The new estate bought by the Gu family was not far from Shirtu village. After about 15 minutes of riding, they could faintly see the estate. The estate was very spacious, with blue bricks, white walls, and a black wooden door that looked very imposing. As they got closer, they saw the estate's original appearance more clearly. The gate opened, revealing a place that looked like a grand mansion, but surrounded by a white wall. Inside, the garden was well maintained, full of lush green plants. The leaves fluttered in the breeze, giving a lively spring feeling. The courtyard inside looked new, as if it had just been built recently. Sweetbell looked around while everyone was still examining the place. She saw pavilions and small towers in the distance, a small bridge over flowing water nearby. The green plants inside the estate looked very beautiful, as if carefully cultivated. But wasn't this estate uninhabited? After wandering around for a while, Sweetbell's small forehead was a bit sweaty. It took her an hour to walk around the entire estate. When she went to find old Mr. Gu, she saw him running over with his hem in his hand, looking very unkempt. Sweetbell stood still, thinking he was coming to find her. She waited obediently. But when old Mr. Gu ran over, he seemed to ignore her completely and went straight past her. He didn't even look at her. Sweetbell looked confused, standing in place. She frowned but didn't call out to him, thinking he might just be exercising out of sudden interest. After wandering around, Sweetbell returned to Grandma Gu. When Grandma Gu saw her, she sighed in relief and took out a silk cloth to carefully wipe the sweat from her forehead. "Good girl. Where did you go?" Sweetbell looked around and saw that Lu Shi and the others were nowhere to be seen. She also didn't see the ox-drawn carts, so she knew that her 7th brother had sent people away. Her 2 sisters-in-law weren't there, nor was her older sister or nephew. They must have been wandering around just like her. "I just went for a walk earlier. Mother, this place is so big. In the future, when Mother and Father have nothing to do, we can live here." Old Madame Gu gently brushed a strand of hair from Sweet Treasure's forehead, her eyes full of warmth. When she heard Sweet Treasure's words, she was surprised and asked, "What about Sweet Treasure? Father and Mother have come to the village. Isn't Sweet Treasure coming with them?" Sweet Treasure raised her tender, white finger and shook her head at old Madame Gu, looking serious. "Sweet Treasure won't go with Father and Mother. I want to stay at home to watch my nephew, and I also need to earn money. Mother doesn't know, but earning money makes me very happy." She smiled with her eyes squinting and then said, "Mother, I just saw Father running. He ran past me, and I didn't see Sweet Treasure." As she finished speaking, she wrung her hands and pouted her little mouth, not looking as happy as when she talked about earning money earlier. Her face showed a hint of sadness, but when old Madame Gu looked at her, she quickly put on a smile again. Old Madame Gu felt very distressed and comforted her a few words. Inside, she was furious and decided to return to the mansion to carefully settle this account. Sweet Treasure, on the other hand, let out a sigh of relief. She was really afraid her mother would keep asking, and if she did, she might not be able to hold back. She could only hope that her clumsy father would be safe. Pray for Dad to live well. Amen. Old Master Gu didn't realize his little daughter had tricked him. He searched inside and out but couldn't find her anywhere. Just as he was about to take a breath and keep looking, he saw old 7th Gu walking over from the side. He immediately straightened his back, frowned, and looked at old 7th Gu with icy eyes. He said coldly, "Old 7th, have you seen your little sister?" If he said he hadn't seen her, he would punish him. Old Seventh Goose stopped when he heard his father call him. Then, hearing his father's words, he looked a bit puzzled and glanced at the path he had just come from. He said uncertainly, "I saw her. She was with Mother." "Saw her? Where?" Old Master Goose suddenly became alert. But then his brows furrowed again, and he scolded, "Why didn't you take your little sister with you? She's so young. What if she gets lost? Don't you care about her? Don't you love her?" Old Seventh Goo was stunned and didn't understand why his father's mood changed so quickly. After a moment, he understood what was going on. "Father, didn't you see my little sister? Did you lose her?" He suddenly raised his voice. Old Master Goo was so scared he ran over quickly.
Sure.
Feeling guilty, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and continued, "No. Your little sister said she wanted to find you earlier. Since you didn't see her, I'll go look for her somewhere else." Old Master Goose spoke casually and nonsense, and Old Seventh Goo didn't expose this childish trick. But he remembered the sweet little treasure beside his mother and knew that his father was probably scolded again by his wife. In the future, he might need to stay away from his father. Old Master Goo hurriedly walked toward the front hall. When he was near the flower hall, he heard the cheerful laughter of a young child. He quickly went over and saw the sweet little treasure beside Grandma Goo, and his anxious heart finally relaxed. He pretended to be calm, walking into the flower hall with his hands behind his back. He dared not look directly at Grandma Goo and the little treasure, instead pretending to examine the decorations of the hall. He said, "Madam, this flower hall is decorated very elegantly. It doesn't look like something a typical wealthy merchant could afford." Grandma Goo looked at what Old Master Goo said and also started to observe, but secretly remembered this impression deeply. She knew that Old Master Goo hadn't dared to see anyone for 3 days. The flower hall was decorated very tastefully. The furniture inside was made of wangwali wood, and there were dozens of rare flowers on the flower stands, along with fine porcelain. A landscape painting hung on the wall, and the lingering scent of agarwood still filled the room. Every inch of the hall showed elegance, reflecting the refined taste of the previous owner. Seeing this, Old Master Goo and Grandma Goo exchanged a glance, feeling a sudden pang of worry. Could it be what they were thinking? The little treasure didn't know what her parents were thinking. Hearing her father's doubt, she also looked around, feeling that the previous owner had excellent taste, but also had some doubts. In ancient times, a manor was usually just a place to temporarily stay while inspecting land, not as elaborate as a summer resort. But this manor was not only beautifully decorated, but also more elaborate than a mansion. If she had spent so much effort decorating her home, she definitely wouldn't sell it casually. Even if she left later, she wouldn't sell it. Could the previous owner have been hiding something? No, that shouldn't be. Their family was very poor. If it weren't for the money from selling ginseng, this beautiful manor wouldn't have fallen into someone else's hands. Besides, no one else knew she had sold a king of ginseng. All signs pointed to one conclusion. Her father was just incredibly lucky. The little treasure felt proud. "Father is so lucky." Sweetbow flattered him at the right time and said, "If you say that Dad's good luck is fortunate, then a small part of that luck belongs to Sweetbow." She confidently threw out a jade tile, waiting for Dad to take the bait, then praised herself. Sure enough, when Old Master Goo heard this, he withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, turned to his little daughter, and asked happily, "Oh, then I want to hear how a small part of this luck is ours, Sweetbow. Clearly, it's all because of her." Little Chubby's face slightly lifted, showing a proud and slightly spoiled expression, and she shamelessly said, "Because Dad carries the love from Sweetbow, so part of Dad's luck is given by Sweetbow. It's not only Dad who has it, but also Mom, older brother, sister-in-law, and nephews." "Let me correct you, Sweetbow. Dad's luck isn't just a small part, it's all thanks to Sweetbow. She is Dad's good fortune. With Sweetbow, our family has gradually become better. Look, now we even bought a farm, and that's all because of Sweetbow's luck." What he said was true. Sweetbow had dug up a 400-year-old ginseng on the mountain. Although he didn't know how she managed to do it, he often heard that young children always carry spiritual energy and can see things others can't. Otherwise, how could that ginseng have come from? Why didn't the other kids in his family find any? So, Sweet Bao was truly a blessing sent from heaven. After saying this, old Master Gu teased Sweet Bao, making her giggle happily. The topic then shifted away, but Sweet Bao understood that it was mainly because her parents had proper values and didn't favor anyone excessively. Unlike ordinary families that only love their sons and mistreat their daughters. There might not be favoritism, but there is always a bit of preference. After all, she was still young. Her parents favored her, so she also favored her older brother, sister-in-law, and nephews. Sweet Bao sighed inwardly. She felt she was becoming more like a child herself. The Gu couple played with their daughter, while the brothers Lu Dong and Lu Shi had also arranged the people they brought. The Gu family kept some of the larger rooms in the farm for themselves, while the rest were given to Lu Dong's people, which motivated the workers greatly. Sweet Bao's two sisters-in-law briefly looked over the farm and then went straight to the kitchen, still thinking about their sister-in-law and father-in-law who hadn't eaten. Seeing that it was getting late, they started washing vegetables and cooking. Fortunately, old Master Gu had bought some rice, flour, and vegetables, so they cooked extra to ensure everyone could have a filling meal. Guyan took the children for a walk around the yard. Inside the estate, there was a fish pond. Worried that the children might run over there, Guyan led a group of people to the kitchen to help out. They finished their meal happily and left. Old Master Gu also asked Lu Dong to take care of the estate's affairs and told Lu Dong and Lu Shi to meet at the Gu family's house in a few days and go together to the city. The brothers agreed politely, without any hesitation. The Gu family spent a day shopping for food. They made some into dried provisions, kept a small amount for the journey, and sent the rest to the estate. Old Master Gu originally planned to go to the city by carriage, which would take a day. But since so many people were now going, it would definitely take longer. Since it was mainly a visit to relatives, he decided to walk slowly. There would be a good time to arrive, so he treated this trip to the city as a kind of sightseeing tour. Tian Bao and Gu Yan secretly made some meat sauce when no one was watching. It could be eaten directly, rolled into pancakes, or mixed with noodles. Tian Bao liked spicy food, but the meat sauce was quite salty. She soaked dried radish strips until soft, squeezed out the water, cut them into small cubes, and put them into a clean container without any water. She then added chili powder and Sichuan pepper powder, along with some sesame oil, a splash of spring water, and mixed everything thoroughly. The spicy chili, fragrant Sichuan pepper, and sesame oil created a tempting aroma that made her mouth water just from smelling it. She finished by sprinkling some white sesame seeds on top. Tian Bao picked up a small piece with chopsticks, put it in her mouth. The radish was crunchy and tasty, with a numbing and spicy sensation that was very satisfying. The spring water made the radish taste even better. She stored the prepared radish in 3 small jars, 2 of which she put on the carriage to give to her second brother. The remaining jar was for snacking on the way. After packing everything, the Gu family got ready early the next morning. The children yawned, but looked energetic. Old Master Gu and Old Seventh checked the supplies on the carriage again. Once everything was confirmed to be in order, they arranged for the team to set off. Tian Bao, Old Master Gu, Grandma Gu, and Gu Yan all rode in the smallest carriage, with Lu Dong and Lu Shi driving these 2 small carts. The others rode in the larger carriage. Old Seventh had an important task. He drove alone, closely following behind the small carts. At dawn, everyone had already left Stone Village and was heading towards the county town. They also needed to pick up the bodyguard. As the sun rose higher, more people appeared on the streets of the county town. 2 carriages, one large and one small, arrived from outside the city. Neither attracted much attention, and the carriages headed toward the pawn shop. The pawn shop had no special sign, only 2 large handwritten characters hanging at the door, which read pawn shop. Sweet Treasure peeked out, but was quickly pulled back by Old Master Gu, who was inside the carriage. Too dangerous. Father, we've arrived. Old Master Gu had just spoken when Sweet Treasure interrupted him. Hearing this, he also looked outside and saw that they had indeed arrived. The pawn shop in front of them was the same one they visited a few days ago. He gently placed Sweet Treasure in Grandma Gu's arms and said, "I'll be back soon." After saying that, he got out of the carriage, followed closely by Lu Dong. Grandma Gu watched old Master Gu's back and thought for a moment before speaking to Sweet Treasure in her arms. "Sweet Treasure, next to the pawn shop, there's a clothing store. Let's buy some clothes to wear on the way." Sweet Treasure nodded and agreed with Grandma Gu's suggestion. Although the Gu family was a bit poor, they hardly ever patched their clothes. According to her mother, it was better to eat less than to let the children freeze. She was so touched she almost cried. But after discovering her grandparents' secret, she felt that if they didn't win an Oscar for Best Actor and Actress, it would be a shame. Grandma Gu took Sweet Treasure and Gu Yan to the clothing store. Originally, Lu Shi wanted to follow, but since they had brought a lot of things on the carriage and couldn't leave, she was asked to wait outside. The three of them entered the store. The shop owner was a pretty woman in her 30s, with her hair styled in a neat bun. When she saw the visitors, she greeted them with a kind smile. "Madam has arrived. Feel free to look around. If you see something you like, I can bring it out for you to try." Her friendly attitude made everyone feel comfortable. Grandma Gu immediately replied, "Thank you. I want to buy several pieces of good quality clothes. We have many children at home, so I need to prepare a couple of outfits for each." The woman understood that this elegant lady was about to leave on a long trip. She nodded with a smile and said, "Please wait a moment, madam. I'll bring out the clothes." Then she turned and went to the back room. Sweet Treasure and Gu Yan had already started looking around. Because Sweet Treasure was small, she couldn't see well, so Gu Yan held her up to look. They walked around, constantly praising the clothes. Sweet Treasure didn't expect the shopkeeper to be so skilled at making clothes. She quickly noticed some men's clothes hanging on the other side and pointed at them, saying to Grandma Gu, "Mother, I see some men's clothes. Let's buy a few for Dad and the brothers, as well as Brother Lu Dong and Brother Lu Shi." Grandma Gu glanced over and saw the clothes hanging in the corner. She frowned slightly. Buying clothes for her sons was fine, but she didn't want to buy clothes for her old husband. When she turned and saw Sweet Treasure's bright, sparkling almond-shaped eyes, her heart softened instantly. She decided to buy. At that moment, a woman came out from the back hall, carrying a large bundle. She placed it on the counter and smiled at Grandma Gu, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting, madam. These small clothes are made by me during my free time. I made too many, so they haven't sold well and have piled up. Please take a look and see if any fit. If you find some suitable, you can just take them." Grandma Gu politely declined for a while, but once she confirmed that the shopkeeper was genuinely selling the clothes, she happily began to choose. Seeing that Grandma Gu wouldn't pay attention to them for a while, Sweet Treasure immediately pulled Sister Lu to help pick clothes for the rest of the family. She knew very well that Grandma Gu would be very attentive and focused when it came to her matters. Sweet Treasure selected a few outfits, one in dark blue with silver embroidery of clouds on the collar, and two plain white ones without any decorations, perfect for fourth brother and seventh brother. They also picked out a few for the old master, Lu Dong and Lu Shi, asking the shopkeeper to pack them separately. Additionally, they chose 2 silk dresses each for sister-in-law and the older sisters. This made Gu Yan feel distressed. Before she could strongly refuse, Sweet Treasure paid the money. This money was actually the pocket money Grandma Gu gave Sweet Treasure before leaving. After they took the clothes packed by the shopkeeper back to the carriage and sorted them out, they went to call Grandma Gu from the ready-made clothing shop. When they arrived, they saw Grandma Gu finishing her purchase and paying. The shopkeeper said, "Madam, a total of 18 children's clothes. I'll charge you 3 taels." Grandma Gu returned to the carriage with the clothes. Sweet Treasure and Gu Yan exchanged a deep, sympathetic look, feeling a bit sorry for Dad and the others. Back in the carriage, Grandma Gu picked out 2 of Sweet Treasure's clothes and also placed Gu Xiaolu's clothes on top. She said to Gu Yan, "These are for Xiao Yi and the others. The top 2 are for Xiaolu. Let your sister-in-law and the others help distribute them to the children. I chose them based on their sizes." Gu Yan took the clothes, nodded, and then got off the carriage, heading toward the other carriage behind. Old Master Gu was still sitting in the carriage, happily flipping through the clothes his younger sister bought. When he looked up and saw Sixth Sister approaching, he put the clothes aside and called out loudly, "Sixth Sister." He then looked down at the clothes in Gu Yan's hand, thinking they were again bought by his little sister for him. He immediately took them, smiling even brighter. "Thank you, Sixth Sister." "Thank you, little sister." Gu Yan was a bit confused, nodded blankly, and turned to leave. But after taking a step, she turned back and said to Old Master Gu, "Brother Chi, the 2 outfits upstairs belong to little 6. The others are for little 1, and the others. Please tell your wife." After saying this, she left, leaving Old Master Gu alone in the carriage, still stunned. He thought it was again from his little sister. He opened a carriage door and handed the package to second sister-in-law, saying, "This is the clothes mother bought for little 1 and the others. The top 2 are for little 6. After speaking, he closed the door, not wanting to see the sad-looking package again. Not long after Old Lady Gu got into the carriage, Old Master Gu came out from the dental shop, his face looking a bit gloomy. Tianbao peeked out and called Daddy. Seeing her father's expression, Tianbao frowned, glanced at the dental shop, and remembered the woman she saw that day. She thought she probably wasn't someone who would let them down. She struggled out of the carriage, stumbled towards Old Master Gu, and hugged his big leg. She said softly, "Daddy, did they break their promise?" Tianbao's big, watery almond-shaped eyes carefully watched her father's expression, not daring to miss a detail. Hearing her words, Old Master Gu was stunned, seeming unsure why Tianbao would say that. He shook his head immediately, hugged her, and gently said, "Tianbao, don't worry. They didn't break their promise." "Then why? Why does Daddy look so gloomy?" Tianbao didn't ask the last question out loud, but her face showed some worry, as if she didn't know how to describe it. Old Master Gu was touched by Tianbao's expression and smiled. "Do you really want to know, Tianbao?" Tianbao nodded hard. At that moment, she heard a whisper. "Daddy is afraid that spending money so freely now will leave us with no money later." Hearing this, Tianbao thought, "It's just about money." She immediately took out the sign of Jinyu Bank, which still had 55,000 taels of silver. But her quick-witted grandfather held her small, eager hands. Tianbao was puzzled and looked at him with confusion, wondering why he wouldn't let her spend. Old Master Gu coughed softly and quickly explained, "Tianbao, I was just joking. We still have money." The guards rode off on horseback. When they returned, "We would go tell your older brother and 5th sister, so they wouldn't have to make a trip back empty-handed." Sweet Treasure nodded without speaking, lowering her head to reveal her smooth, white neck, which somewhat resembled a lotus root. Old Master Gu noticed that Sweet Treasure seemed a bit unhappy, but he couldn't figure out why. He could only try to comfort her. Just then, Grandma Gu, who had just lifted the small curtain, saw this scene. She looked deeply into her eyes, then casually lowered the curtain again, pretending nothing had happened. Sweet Treasure felt guilty for being young. Unlike others who might have traveled through time and appeared mature, or even if she was born into this world, she was still behind. But upon reflection, she realized that some things could be done regardless of age. If she tried to do everything herself, she would tire herself out. Clearly, in her past life, she didn't understand this simple truth. Feeling better, Sweet Treasure rested her small head on Old Master Gu's shoulder and whispered, "Father, I think the mountain behind our house is very good. Can we buy it?" Old Master Gu was surprised when he heard this. His daughter wanted to buy a mountain? Buy it. That mountain has many wild animals. What's the point of buying it? He said, not understanding. The mountain wasn't a gold or silver mine. At most, it had more wildlife. No one had been there for years, but perhaps the herbs there could be worth some money, and there were also radishes. Yes, and ginseng. Could it be that Sweet Treasure knew there was ginseng inside, and that's why she wanted to buy the mountain? Old Master Gu thought he understood the truth. "We can go hunting, father. We've never seen hunting before." Sweet Treasure eagerly replied. Moreover, that mountain wasn't just home to wild animals and rare herbs, it might also be a jade mine. If she owned the mountain, she could explore and examine what was inside. Old Master Gu believed there were still many ginseng inside, so he promised that once sweet treasure returned from the county town, he would go to the government office to ask about it. Usually, land transactions in the village could be handled directly with the village head. But for mountains and similar land, the government would need to confirm that it could be sold before the transaction could proceed at the county office. Old Master Gu carried sweet treasure back to the carriage. The hired guards, who had also ridden over on tall horses, came over and saluted Lu Dong with a fist salute. Only then did they slowly start their journey. After passing by Gu Qing's embroidery shop to learn skills, Gu Yan planned to tell the other person, but when Gu Qing learned that he was going to the city to see fourth brother, he immediately decided to go along. Grandmother Gu agreed. Gu Qing took leave, packed a few sets of clothes simply, and went to the embroidery shop entrance. Seeing 2 carriages and a group of guards riding tall horses at the door, Gu Qing felt his legs weaken. He had only been away from home for a few days, yet everything seemed so different. Gu Yan helped fifth sister into the carriage and quietly told her about the recent events, which all felt like a dream. Next to them, Tian Bao occasionally chimed in happily whenever praised, appearing very pleased. The carriage turned and headed towards the county office. When they reached a distance from it, Old Master Gu ordered the carriage to stop. He got out, walked to the back carriage, and said to Old Seventh Gu, "Go tell your elder brother that we are leaving for the city from today. Tell him to stay in the county and, when free, find a private school for Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. When we return, they will go to school. Also, remember, don't let your elder brother come along again." Old Master Gu, thinking of Tian Bao nestled in Qing Jie's arms, felt angry and headache. No more stealing people away. Old Seventh Gu promised Old Master Gu and then turned to walk towards the government office. The office was heavily guarded, not something he could enter just by saying so. Luckily, the guards recognized Old Seventh Gu. When they saw him, they exchanged greetings. The guards knew he was here to see Captain Gu. After a few words, they called Captain Gu out. Seeing his elder brother come out, Old Seventh Gu felt nervous. He had never lied in his life, as the saying goes. Never mind, the ancient people never taught him to lie either. He bowed, straightened his expression, and said, "Elder brother, father asked you to find a private school for Xiao Yi and the others. In a few days, they will start school." Old First Gu nodded. The matter of sending them to school had been mentioned by their father before. He was also looking for one, but most were boarding schools, which he couldn't find suitable. They could only attend day schools. After speaking, Old Seventh Gu hesitated to mention that the Gu family was going to the city.
He dawdled for a while.
Seeing this, Old First Gu couldn't bear it anymore. He frowned, noticing that Old Seventh Gu had developed a shy habit. Who did he learn that from? "Why are you so shy?" he asked sternly. Big brother, I'll go back now. You go ahead and busy yourself." After saying that, he turned to leave, but thinking of Old Master Gu's threatening look, he hurried back. He threw out a quick sentence and planned to sneak away. "Father told me to tell you that our whole family has gone to the city. You shouldn't come back for a few days." He was about to run off but was suddenly pulled back by Old Master Gu, who had been prepared. Gu pulled him back and handed him over to the guards standing nearby, then casually brushed some imaginary dust off himself and said coldly, "Watch him well. I'm going to report to the county magistrate." After that, he turned and headed into the government office. Gu's seventh son, who was held hostage by the guard, felt like crying but had no tears. He seemed to sense that his father had just added another debt to him. When Old Master Gu and Gu's seventh son returned to the carriage, Gu's eldest son's eyes flickered briefly. He didn't say anything but gave Gu's seventh son a cold look and walked straight to the large carriage without a coach. He opened the door and looked inside, then froze in place. Inside were a group of children and 2 women carefully taking care of them. One of the women was his wife. "Shuer," he called out Qin Shue's name. Qin Shue looked up and saw Gu's eldest son blocking the carriage door. She felt a bit surprised and showed a slight smile. Gu's eldest son saw her and felt uncomfortable inside. His family had abandoned him to see the fourth brother, and now even his own wife seemed to dislike him. "Why are you here?"
Just in time.
"Seventh brother is driving the carriage alone, and I don't feel at ease." "You can go with him." He paused, closed the door. "It's a bit cold." He then adjusted his clothes. Gu's eldest son, feeling defeated, closed the carriage door and sat inside, waiting for Gu's seventh son to come over. Gu's seventh son saw his eldest brother walk straight to the large carriage and secretly let out a sigh of relief. He decided to hide things from his father for now. When the time comes, he would deal with it. He couldn't just leave his eldest brother stranded on the road. If it got really bad, he would ask his younger sister to help. Having made up his mind, Gu's seventh son quickly ran to the small carriage and whispered, "Father, everything is done." There were some small problems, but he had already told him whatever he was told to say. Old Master Gu was resting inside the carriage with his eyes closed, not wanting to see the sweet baby girl smiling happily in someone else's arms, though that someone else was also his daughter. When he heard Gu's seventh son's voice, he didn't think much and simply said, "Got it. Let's set off." At his command, 2 carriages with a group of guards set out grandly along the main street of the county town. Many people gathered to watch. Such a big scene made everyone think it was some young master out for a tour. A middle-aged man also blended into the crowd, watching quietly. When he saw the 2 carriages, his eyes narrowed slightly, showing a cold expression, yet his intentions were hard to read. After the carriages moved away, the man disappeared without anyone noticing. The carriages moved very slowly, swaying as if they were standing still, taking a long time to cover even a short distance. Because after leaving the county town, Sweet Treasure leaned out of the carriage window to look outside. She saw tall trees along the road and wild grass growing everywhere. From afar, it looked so peaceful and beautiful that she couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Old Master Gu's eyes lit up when he saw this. He felt his moment had come and immediately ordered the carriage to slow down. His action excited the children, especially Sweet Treasure, who had never seen such scenery before. The blue sky was dotted with white clouds. Tall trees swayed with fresh green leaves in the breeze, and the wild grass under the trees grew unevenly, with a few tender flowers here and there. Everything looked like a moving picture. Sweet Treasure was mesmerized. She rarely saw such beautiful scenery. It wasn't that she hadn't seen it in her past life, but she spent most of her time in dark laboratories, rarely able to enjoy such views. After walking all morning and just a mile outside the county town, the 2 carriages were tied to nearby trees. The guards hired by the yaxing shop showed no complaints. When they reached the inn, the Gu family set up a stove nearby, while the guards, carrying their own dry food, sat aside to protect the family's safety. On the way, Sweet Treasure suggested making a dumpling soup. She took out a few tomatoes from her space and some pepper, handing them to Sixth Sister, saying she had traded for them with a traveling merchant from another place. Guyen didn't doubt her. But looking at the bright red ingredients in her hand, she didn't know how to start. Sweet Treasure quietly recited the recipe she had dreamed of, and Guyan's eyes lit up. After hearing it once, she knew exactly how to make it. At noon, they made the dumpling soup to eat with freshly baked scallion pancakes and some radish strips that Sweet Treasure had prepared. The meal was simple, but very appetizing. She had never realized radish strips could be so delicious. The guards nearby, smelling the sweet and sour dumpling soup and the spicy radish strips, salivated with hunger. Sweet Treasure specially made extra radish strips for Sixth Sister. When the Gu family finished eating, she shared the rest with the guards. Eating hot food while away from home was not easy. The guards did not refuse. Instead, they took the gifts directly. To them, it was something given by the young master, so they couldn't refuse. Everyone ate until they were full, except old Master Gu, who was so angry he almost couldn't eat. When he saw his 2 sons eating fiercely like wolves, he turned his sadness into an appetite and became the one who ate the most. In the end, old Master Gu was helped onto the carriage by his eldest son. Old Master Gu huffed proudly. Another person came to try to take the girl. After resting for a while, everyone extinguished the fire completely, washed the dishes in a nearby stream, and then tidied up before continuing their journey. In the afternoon, they moved faster. By dusk, they successfully reached the next county. Upon entering the county, old Master Gu casually found a guest house to stay. The guest house was quiet and empty, feeling as if only their family was staying there, which was a little frightening. When they entered, they booked 4 rooms on the upper floor and 8 rooms on the ground floor. The guards they hired took turns guarding outside the upper rooms. Although the Gu family thought there was no need for guards at night since they were just country folks and not worth such fuss, old Master Gu waved his hand to stop everyone's worries. This guest house had no other guests besides the Gu family, which made old Master Gu suspicious. He decided that everyone should eat some dry food tonight. Tomorrow morning, they would leave the county and find a place to cook a tasty meal. The others didn't mind much since they had eaten a lot at noon and weren't very hungry. Especially Sweet Treasure, who bought many pastries in Phonlai County. Grandma Gu was worried she might go hungry, so she kept feeding her or secretly stuffing food into her mouth when she wasn't looking, turning her into a little squirrel. With pastries and tea, Sweet Treasure was so full she didn't dare move. Grandma Gu thought that Sweet Treasure was so lively because she hadn't eaten enough, so she kept feeding her. Her active nature became her weakness. She ate until she was completely full. The family ate a simple meal with spicy radish, which was quite delicious. After eating, they each went to rest. People walked back and forth in the corridor, making the already quiet night feel a little more tense. Sweet Bao sleeps at night with Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu. During the day, she is very energetic, so as evening falls, she becomes sleepy and falls asleep quickly, even before taking off her clothes. Outside the door, Grandma Gu brings in hot water. She places the wooden basin on the ground, planning to let Sweet Bao wash her feet. When she turns around to look at the bed, she sees Sweet Bao clutching her pink little dress collar, leaning to one side on the quilt, breathing evenly. She is clearly asleep. Grandma Gu finds this amusing and walks over to sit by the bed, helping to undress Sweet Bao. As she reaches to move the chubby little hand, the sleeping child makes soft sounds, and Grandma Gu quickly pats her back to comfort her. Be good, Sweet Bao. Mommy will help you take off your clothes. After that, we can sleep. Wearing clothes to bed isn't comfortable, she says gently. Hum. Mommy takes off. Baby sleeps. The soft, childish voice responds in a sleepy, milk-sounding tone. Sweet Bao moves slightly in her sleep, unconsciously replying. Hearing this, Grandma Gu smiles warmly, her expression becoming gentle and kind. Her movements slow and careful. After removing Sweet Bao's clothes, she dips a towel in hot water. When the towel is soaked, she lifts it out with her delicate fingers, squeezing out the excess hot water before it cools too much. Then she gently wipes Sweet Bao's small body. Her fingers are soft and white, with a faint red glow. Grandpa Gu enters the room and sees Grandma Gu's loving face and her red-tinted hands. He quickly walks over, takes the towel from her, and gently moves her aside. In a husky voice, he says, "Let me handle these small matters. Look at your hands, how red they are." He then continues to help wipe Sweet Bao's body. Grandma Gu smiles happily, feeling very sweet inside, but she playfully glances at Grandpa Gu. This isn't a small matter. Since Sweet Bao is growing up, I've been helping with everything. It makes me feel a bit useless as her real mother. Grandpa Gu hears this and chuckles. Ever since Sweet Bao was born, you've been so caring. As her father, I definitely can't fall behind. After finishing wiping Sweet Bao, his smile fades, and he sighs. He continues, "From now on, you should handle her bath. As she grows up, we need to keep some distance." Grandma Gu nods, understanding Grandpa Gu's feelings. She thinks for a moment and changes the subject. Were the guards sent here by the family today? Old Master Gu, upon hearing this, no longer looked sad but instead showed some anger. He immediately said angrily, "That's right, it was arranged by my elder brother. Since he sent someone, don't keep a bad face at them every day, and don't be mad at my elder brother." Grandma Gu thought of this and felt a headache. The Gu family in the capital is a famous noble family, But the only flaw is that by the time of the ancestors, they had 7 sons but no daughters. The couple hoped that in the future, their daughter-in-law would give birth to a girl, but things did not go as planned. They had grandson after grandson, but no granddaughter. Old Master Gu was disappointed because of an incident in Beijing that year, which led him to retreat to a mountain forest. It was around this time that he met her. Over the years, Old Master Gu would often provoke the people in the old house. Especially in the past 2 years after the birth of Tianbao, the pranks became more frequent. She couldn't stand it anymore. It's rare that her father-in-law and the others are patient enough not to come and see. But Grandma Gu didn't know that it wasn't that they didn't come, but that they couldn't. Old Master Gu listened to Grandma Gu's advice with a hum, as if he heard nothing, then picked up a wooden basin that was cooling and turned to leave. As he stepped out, he just happened to meet Old Gu, who came out from the next room. Old Master Gu looked at the tightly closed door, then at his eldest son holding a basin of foot-washing water, and silently looked down at the fine shoes on his son's feet. "Hey, are you bringing foot-washing water for your wife?" Seeing the teasing opportunity, Old Master Gu quickly spoke just as his son was about to turn away. Old Gu almost stumbled and fell, but he managed to steady himself. He coughed lightly and said slowly, "Dad, this is for myself." "For yourself?" Old Master Gu asked.
Yes.
Old Gu's ears turned slightly red. He turned his back to Old Master Gu and whispered a yes. But Old Master Gu chuckled after hearing this, causing Old Gu to blush instantly. After all, this was the second time he had brought foot-washing water for his wife, but it was the first time he was caught. Old Master Gu shook the wooden basin in front of Old Gu, raised an eyebrow, and said, "See that? This is to bring foot-washing water for my wife." After saying that, he turned to walk toward the kitchen, but after taking a step, he turned back and said, "Coward." Old Gu blushed with embarrassment, quickly poured out the water, and hurried back to his room. Just after putting the child to sleep, he saw Old Gu rushing in hurriedly. Qin Shui was a bit puzzled. Before she could think further, she asked, "Did something happen?" Old Master Gu shook his head and said nothing, as he didn't want his wife to know about such embarrassing matters. However, when he thought of his father's disdainful expression, he felt something was off. He had a strange feeling that his father was deliberately targeting him. As night fell, the lively and gradually quieted down. The next morning, the Gu family members gradually got up. After tidying up, Old Master Gu checked out and prepared to leave. Once ready, they headed towards the county gate early in the morning. At this time, more people began to gather in the town. Seeing a group of riders on tall horses following 2 somewhat modest carriages, many onlookers stopped to guess what was happening. After leaving the town, Sweet Baby lifted the small curtain at the window and peeked out. She saw a large stone stele engraved with the words Fengwu County, and from afar, it looked like a swirl of black mist floating in the air. She rubbed her eyes, but the black mist disappeared completely. She thought she was seeing things. She lowered her head, leaning on her mother's shoulder, while her mind was busy thinking about what kind of business to start. People say food is the most important thing. Maybe she should start with cooking. Since they were going to the county city, she could explore local delicacies and decide whether to focus on small snacks or open a full-scale restaurant. Her thoughts kept circling as she tried to decide what to do, but she hadn't come to a conclusion when the carriage stopped. Sweet Baby, on the carriage, snapped back to her senses. She turned her little face to look at Old Master Gu and asked softly, "Father, why did we stop?" After speaking, her big almond-shaped eyes darted around, as if she was observing for any movement nearby. But since they were on the carriage and only her parents and 2 older sisters were around, she was just curious. Fifth sister saw Sweet Baby's expression and quietly leaned close to Gu Yan, whispering, "Has little sister always been like this?" Gu Yan looked puzzled. Under Fifth sister's hint, she looked up and saw Sweet Baby snuggling in her father's arms, whispering softly. She didn't hear what Fifth sister said but saw Sweet Baby looking at her, so she hurriedly nodded, "Yes, she's always like this." Gu Qing listened and felt a deep sense of pity. Such a timid appearance. Could she have been bullied? She thought for a moment, but couldn't figure out who might have done it. Still, she secretly decided to love her little sister even more. She usually studied her craft and rarely came home. She had no strong feelings for her new sister until she saw Sweet Baby take her first wobbly steps and then rush into her arms, smiling shyly with her chubby face. That smile made her feel as if, after traveling through mountains and rivers, she was still a young girl at heart. Gu Qing's caring gaze did not attract the little one's attention, but her attentive actions drew the old man's notice. At breakfast, Gu Qing carefully fed the little one from her small bowl, ignoring the child's desire to feed herself. When the child wanted water, Gu Qing first poured water from the water bag into a bowl, added some sugar, then used a small cup designated for the child to pour out some, and personally fed her again. This continued until noon. The old man couldn't take it anymore. To save his daughter's face, he probably asked her about it eagerly. While everyone was busy with lunch, the old man took Gu Qing aside behind a large tree. He peeked to see if the little one was following, but saw she wasn't. He cleared his throat, hiding a hint of disappointment. Turning to Gu Qing, his eyes held a bit of scrutiny. He asked, "Qing girl, is there something you want to say?" His daughter seemed unusually quiet lately. Could it be she saw that her future husband's family wasn't good?
That shouldn't be.
Their family has good manners, or they wouldn't have arranged the marriage. Gu Qing was stunned by the question. She thought carefully, but didn't have anything to say.
Father, what do you want to say?
She slightly furrowed her brows, wondering if. Suddenly, she remembered the man she was engaged to, surnamed Qi. She didn't know much else, but could it be that he changed his mind? If so, she would have to cancel the engagement. Gu Qing couldn't help but feel happy, her eyes shining brightly with hope. The old man felt uneasy under her gaze, frowned, and said coldly, "Although the little one is young, she has liked to do things herself since she understood. Especially when eating. You don't need to feed her. She has eaten less because of this. She even dares not eat snacks, afraid Gu Qing will rush over to feed her." Although the old man loved his daughters dearly, he loved his youngest daughter even more. Gu Qing's brow furrowed, and her bright eyes suddenly dimmed, losing their sparkle. She lowered her head without replying. The old man felt a bit sorry, but, thinking of the little girl, he quickly dismissed any concern. "If you want your little sister to go hungry, then just feed her," he said honestly. Gu Qing looked up, confused. How could feeding her make her hungry? "Father, I didn't let my little sister go hungry," she murmured in explanation. The old man sighed, knowing Gu Qing didn't understand the details about the little girl. He was also worried that her frequent absence from home might have affected their bond, especially since she was set to marry next spring. "Do you know how your little sister gained all that weight?" Old Master Gu subtly reminded him. But unfortunately, the sweet little treasure who came looking for Old Master Gu overheard. She had just walked behind the big tree, standing behind Old Master Gu, with a sweet smile on her face. Before she could speak, she heard her father's slightly disdainful tone. "Do you know how your little sister's body got so fat? Do you know? That body?
Fat.
Ugh, ugh, ugh." Even with an adult soul, the sweet little treasure couldn't bear this unfairness and immediately started crying. The sudden crying startled Old Master Gu. He quickly turned around and saw that it was the sweet little treasure crying. In that moment, he felt like his feet were rooted to the ground, his face turning pale, and his lips trembling with fear. Old Master Gu wasn't afraid of the little treasure crying, but was worried about the woman behind her, Grandma Gu. The little treasure ran into Grandma Gu's arms, refusing to lift her head no matter how Grandma Gu tried to comfort her. She cried while reaching out her chubby hand to pinch her belly's flesh, but after touching it, she became even sadder. The results on her belly were the consequence of indulging her appetite. At this moment, she was truly upset. She still thought she had her previous body's metabolism, eating without gaining weight. But unexpectedly, she had gained weight. Gained weight. After touching her belly, the little treasure cried even harder. Grandma Gu quickly carried her onto the carriage, not wanting others to see the crying little treasure. Grandma Gu's heart trembled. She dared not use much force when holding her. This was the first time she had heard the little treasure cry. She hadn't cried even when she was born. Grandma Gu tightened her hold on the little treasure, her nose filled with her unique scent, which made her feel very comforted. Even her trembling hands steadied a bit. After crying herself out, the little treasure lay in Grandma Gu's arms, unable to stop sobbing. Grandma Gu gently patted her back with love, feeling her emotions easing. She lowered her head and gently wiped away the tears on her face, softly asking, "What's wrong, little treasure? Did your dad bully you?" After asking, she felt this question was unnecessary. Given Grandma Gu's courage, he wouldn't dare bully little treasure. But after thinking for a long time and reviewing everyone in her mind, she grew more suspicious of old Master Gu. However, before she could continue asking, the little treasure in her arms shook her head and replied in a muffled voice, "No one bullied me." Sweet Bao didn't want to say anything, as it was not honorable. Dad was right. She had indeed gained weight. Because Dad mentioned it, she became aware and needed to watch her diet. But she was only 3 years old, and there were so many tasty foods. How could she control herself? Oh, it's so frustrating. When Grandma Gu kept asking questions, no matter how she tried to coax or persuade her, Sweet Bao remained unmoved and refused to tell her. Grandma Gu gave up, but she never expected someone to come willingly to her door. Meanwhile, old Master Gu, after regaining his senses, told Gu Qing, "Your embroidery skills are almost there. You don't need to go to the embroidery house anymore. Stay at home and embroider wedding clothes. Also, make a few garments for your mother-in-law's family." Before Gu Qing could reply, he hurriedly turned and left. Gu Qing had no objections to her grandfather's words. She could have left the embroidery house long ago. She just met an old maid there who taught her double-sided embroidery techniques. Now that she had learned enough, it was time to leave.
But wedding clothes?
Whether she could get married was still uncertain. She was determined to make that man withdraw his proposal voluntarily. Old Master Gu hurried toward the small cart, looking around for Sweet Bao. After a quick scan, he didn't see her and guessed she might have gone onto the cart. At this moment, he didn't notice that Grandma Gu was also missing. Old Master Gu climbed onto the cart using a small stool. Just as he was about to open the door, he spoke outside the cart. "Good girl, it was Dad's fault earlier. I shouldn't have said that. I only did it so your older sister wouldn't fight to feed you. But who would have thought?"
Oh my.
As he spoke, he opened the door and leaned in. But as he looked up, he saw Grandma Gu holding Sweet Bao with a half-smile, staring at him with a smile that seemed gentle but carried a cold warning. It was a warm smile, but it made him feel a little scared. When did she arrive? He seemed to have not seen her outside. Old Master Gu sighed inwardly, feeling like he was doomed. Sweet Bao was cherished like a precious gem in the Gu family. Under the subtle influence of the elderly couple, this effect was very obvious. If she cried and others found out, old Master Gu would probably be scolded heavily. He awkwardly smiled at Grandma Gu, caught between the cart door and himself, unsure whether to go in or out. "The weather is very nice today," old Master Gu said awkwardly, raising his head to look around. When he saw the yellowish roof of the cart, he realized he was inside, and added, "This roof is quite pretty." Sweet Treasure sighed softly, originally wanting to defend her father, but unexpectedly, her father revealed his own mistake first. She turned to look at her mother, ignoring her mother's threatening gaze at Mr. Gu. She coquettishly leaned into her mother's arms and said softly, "Mom, Dad is doing this for me." "You're just siding with him." Her heart suddenly felt a bit sour. "Then tell me, why do you think Dad is doing this for me?" "Mom, Sweet Treasure is still a child. How could she understand so much?" She pouted and protested in a cute voice. "She is still a little baby." Grandma Gu smiled but didn't continue the topic. She knew her children well. Sometimes, Sweet Treasure was surprisingly calm and mature for her age, almost like an adult. She shook her head and held her little treasure tighter in her arms. No matter what, she was her child, born after 10 months of pregnancy. She had never suffered any hardship. Such a sweet treasure was always sensible and smart from a young age. Old Mr. Goose saw the tension ease and let out a sigh. He quietly walked over and sat beside Grandma Goo, staring at Sweet Treasure with red eyes that showed he was moved. He tried to speak, but couldn't say a word. Sweet Treasure noticed her grandfather approaching. She was waiting for him to come for her, but after a while, she saw him with slightly red eyes. She struggled to break free from Grandma Goo's embrace and looked up to see her grandfather with tears in his eyes. Her heart ached sharply at that moment. Sweet Treasure sighed and climbed into her grandfather's arms like a little adult, gently holding him. She patted his back and said softly, "Don't cry, Dad. Sweet Treasure is here." Grandma Goo couldn't hold back her laughter and giggled. Her grandfather, still sad, suddenly smiled and pulled Sweet Treasure into his arms. Sweet Treasure didn't understand why her parents' moods changed so quickly, but she felt that her parents were a bit difficult to handle. After her grandfather regained some composure, he took Grandma Goo and Sweet Treasure out for lunch. Everyone finished tidying up and waited for Mr. Goo and Grandma Goo to start eating. Once everyone was seated, they officially began the meal. The lunch was prepared by Gu Yen, who cooked a few vegetarian dishes and a braised pork. Sweet Treasure was a bit disappointed there were no eggs. If there had been a few eggs, biting into the braised pork with the sauce would have left a fragrant taste in her mouth. Today's braised pork recipe was also provided by Sweet Treasure. After all, in ancient times, people mostly boiled meat or stewed it simply. Even cooking stir-fry dishes rarely involved adding meat. Most ordinary households didn't often have meat, let alone figure out how to cook it well. Only restaurants could prepare meat dishes excellently. For common families, meat was a rare treat, and they rarely thought about how to cook it. The Goo family members were trying the braised pork for the first time. Even old Master Goo had never tasted such sticky, tender braised pork before. The texture was quite unique. Young sister Yen has improved her cooking skills a lot recently. Old Master Goo nodded happily. Everyone in the Goo family agreed and praised her. Recently, Gu Yen has been in charge of cooking every meal, bringing unexpected surprises each time. When Sweet Treasure heard everyone praising her, her eyes lit up. She casually said, "Six Sisters' cooking is so delicious, she could open a restaurant." Her words made Gu Yen think deeply. She wondered if her younger sister had seen something again. She liked her sister's idea very much. Opening a restaurant was also something she wanted to do. She believed that one day, her restaurants would be everywhere. Because of Sweet Treasure's comment, Gu Yen started imagining her grand plans for the future. Her nephews and nieces were also eating happily, which made Gu Yen feel very satisfied. As the Gu family was packing up, Gu Yen quietly took Sweet Treasure to the back of the carriage. Gu Yen looked a little nervous and excited. She fidgeted with her sleeve and asked softly, "Little sister, did you see that I will really open a restaurant in the future?" Sweet Treasure, with her hands behind her back, nervously played with her fingers when no one was watching. She heard her six sisters' words and saw her determination in her eyes. She confidently replied, "That's right, sixth sister. And I saw more than one." Sweet Treasure's words hit her like a thunderbolt. She was excited and trembling, but also more determined about her own ideas. Sweet Treasure tilted her little head and looked at her sixth sister, praying in her heart that her sister's wish would come true. If not, she would give her more recipes and help her research. The Gu family prepared to leave again. Sweet Treasure rested her chin on her hand, feeling a bit anxious. They had only traveled for 2 days and had only gone a short distance. If they continued like this, it might take her father half a month to reach the capital. By then, her older brother, who was waiting for the exam results, would be there. The more she thought about it, the more upset she felt. She sighed, looking like a little adult, sighing deeply. Her small appearance made old Madame Gu laugh. "Sweet Treasure, what's wrong?" "Mom," the sweet, soft-tongued girl called out, then snuggled into Grandma Gu's arms. She playfully kicked Grandpa Gu with her little foot and then leaned into Grandma Gu's embrace, saying, "Mom, I was just sighing. Why haven't we reached the city yet?" It's been 2 days, and she still hasn't seen her second brother. Grandma Gu was about to speak, but at that moment, the moving carriage suddenly stopped. She swallowed her words. She shot a sideways glance at Grandpa Gu, who, after receiving her look, stood up and knocked on the carriage door. The door was opened from outside by Lu Shi. He looked down, his voice calm and a bit low, saying, "Sir, there's a carriage ahead that seems to be broken down on the road, blocking the way." Hearing this, Grandpa Gu turned to Grandma Gu and said, "You stay on the carriage and watch the children. I'll go see what's happening up front." After saying that, he opened the door and quietly stepped out. Seeing the situation, the sweet girl slipped out of Grandma Gu's arms and ran to the carriage door, shouting, "Mom, I want to go see with Dad. I want to protect him." Then she asked Lu Shi to carry her down, but Lu Shi was hesitant. Grandpa Gu, who had just stepped a few steps away, heard his little daughter's voice. He quickly turned back to the front of the carriage. Seeing her eager face, he softened and gently picked her up, saying to Grandma Gu inside the carriage, "Sweetie, I'll carry her." "Be careful," Grandma Gu's voice came from inside the carriage. Just these 3 words made Grandpa Gu smile happily. He carried the girl forward and soon saw Lu Dong, old Gu, and Gu Lao Chi walking toward him. Lu Dong nodded politely and stood aside. Old Gu then said, "Father, it looks like the carriage ahead has broken a shaft. It might take a while to fix, and it's blocking the road." Old Gu also looked a bit worried. There were several other carriages waiting ahead. If they couldn't fix this quickly, they might have to stay overnight here. The temperature was low at night, which was fine for adults, but the children might not handle it well, especially since they didn't bring blankets. Grandpa Gu pondered for a moment, then said to Old Gu, "Let's go see for ourselves." He wanted to check if what Old Gu said was true. Holding the sweet girl, Grandpa Gu walked ahead. She obediently wrapped her arms around her father's neck, her bright, star-like eyes curious as she looked at the blocked road. In front of their carriage, about 4 or 5 families were also out with their servants. The servants standing beside the carriage couldn't help but sweat under the hot sun, clearly unsure how long they had been standing there. Sweet Bao looked up at the blazing sun. She carried a space with a spring inside that nourished her body, so she didn't feel hot. She frowned slightly, thinking that waiting around like this wouldn't work. Old Mr. Gu crossed the crowd, carrying Sweet Bao to the broken carriage. It was a brown carriage shining in the sunlight, with curtains made of fine silk. Even the pearls on the curtains looked full and shiny. To Sweet Bao, they looked like coins swinging back and forth, making her a little dizzy. No one was on the carriage. 2 servants were busy fixing it, but since the carriage pole was broken, it wasn't easy to repair. Under a tree nearby, there were 2 figures, an adult and a child, standing with a woman and a maid beside them. Despite the sudden situation, neither the adult nor the child looked worried. They calmly watched the carriage. Sweet Bao frowned again, looking at the carriage and the other blocked carriages. Her head hurt a little. She thought the owner would be worried about fixing the carriage, but now she realized she might be meddling too much. If she didn't interfere, she might have to stay here tonight. If no one was around, she could go into her space, but there was someone now. So frustrating. Sweet Bao calmed down. She turned slightly and whispered into old Mr. Gu's ear, "Father, I think this family can't fix the carriage alone. Maybe we should find some people to help move it, so the other carriages can pass." She didn't mention whether she wanted to go with them. Old Mr. Gu was worried about sleeping outdoors tonight. When he heard Sweet Bao's suggestion, his eyes lit up. He immediately kissed her happily and told Gu Lauda and others excitedly. Everyone agreed with old Mr. Gu. Gu Lauda and Gu Lao Chi looked a bit resentful and unwillingly turned to help. Under the tree, a small figure with delicate features and cool eyes watched Sweet Bao and the others. After Sweet Bao was kissed, her eyes showed a hint of envy, but she quickly hid her feelings and looked away. Meanwhile, Sweet Bao rubbed her eyes. She had just seen that little girl's envy? No way. She looked up at the sky, feeling that the sunlight was too intense, making her eyes water from the heat. There were 5 carriages blocking the road, belonging to 4 families. Three of them agreed to send someone to move the broken carriage, while the other was led by a child. Old Master Gu heard about it but waved his hand dismissively and turned to find the guards, telling them to help lift the carriage. Before doing so, he decided to speak with the family involved. Old Master Gu carried Sweet Treasure and approached the mother and daughter resting under a tree. As he got closer, he recognized the woman and frowned slightly, hiding his surprise behind half-closed eyes. He shared his thoughts with the lady. The lady was also a calm and reserved person. When she heard that Old Master Gu was willing to help, she smiled faintly and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." After getting permission from the family, Old Master Gu waved his hand, and the people he borrowed from, along with the guards, moved the carriage aside. With many helping hands, they soon shifted the carriage to the side, allowing the blocked carriage to pass. The other three families who borrowed help also thanked Old Master Gu. If he hadn't come up with this idea, they wouldn't know how long they would have been stuck. Old Master Gu responded politely and considered it a done deal. Only one family was not fond of borrowing help. When the carriage reached Old Master Gu's side, it stopped. The curtain on one side was lifted, revealing a small head with a bright face showing a bit of pride. "Hey, you bunch of country bumpkins, you're quite resourceful," said a young girl, who looked young but spoke with a very confident tone. Sweet Treasure straightened up quickly, her almond-shaped eyes looking at the girl speaking. Her face was proud, with a hint of disdain. "Is this little girl so rude?" Sweet Treasure crossed her waist with one hand and was about to point her finger and scold her back, but a cold voice behind her stopped her. "Tao Tua, you're really annoying. The road is open now, so go away," said the cold girl under the tree, clearly familiar with the carriage. "Sun Sun, where are you going, you sickly girl?" Tao Tua raised her chin slightly, looking proud and speaking without hesitation. The cold girl's name was Sun Sun, and the boastful girl was Tao Tua. Sweet Treasure quietly remembered the names of the cold girl. Sun Sun's cold eyes showed a hint of impatience. Suddenly, she turned her head and met a pair of curious, almond-shaped eyes. Her chubby face revealed a playful and cute expression. At this moment, she placed one hand on her hip and pointed at Tao Duo, looking at her with a curious expression. This made Tao Duo feel a bit embarrassed. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Tao Duo's impatient voice sounded again. She really disliked Sun Sun. She was not as cute as her sister at all. The etiquette of the cabinet scholar's family is nothing special. The speaker was a cold-looking woman standing beside Sun Sun. After speaking, she calmly looked away and turned her gaze to Old Master Gu, apologetically saying, "Sorry for making my benefactor laugh. Does the benefactor need to go to the city? If so, could you kindly take my young daughter along? There was only one way to go to the city from here." After the cold woman finished speaking, the little girl beside her looked up at her mother with confusion, but her mother didn't say anything. Old Master Gu hesitated. If it were a boy, he would have agreed immediately, but now it was a girl. Tian Bao saw her father hesitating and quickly said to the mother and daughter, "Annie, aren't you coming with us? Our carriage is big enough for you." Although their carriage was small, it was spacious enough for 5 or 6 people. The cold woman hesitated for a moment, glanced at the servant nearby who was still repairing something, and seemed unsure. However, the little girl Sun Sun, who didn't want to be separated from her mother, whispered, "Mom, let's go together." Sun Sun's eyes showed a pleading look. She also wanted to stay with her mother. If they were separated, what was the point of the carriage? Unable to resist her daughter's pleading gaze, the cold woman nodded in agreement and, feeling a bit embarrassed, asked Old Master Gu if they could take her and her daughter along. Before Old Master Gu could answer, Tian Bao had already agreed. Now, Old Master Gu was left standing there helplessly. Meanwhile, Tian Bao had already slipped down from Old Master Gu's embrace and ran happily to Sun Sun. Her chubby hands clasped together, and her face showed a rare shy smile. "Let's go, miss," she said, then reached out her small hand to hold Sun Sun's. The two of them headed toward the Gu family's carriage. As they passed by Tao Duo's carriage, Tian Bao even deliberately hummed. Tu Duo, who had been watching the two people's actions, became angry. She suddenly pulled down the small car curtain, but then felt annoyed and quickly lifted the curtain to shout at the two people walking away, a mere noble daughter, actually associating with common folk. It's so shameful. After saying this, she hurriedly ordered the coachman to drive away. Sun Sun was so angry her stomach hurt, but her face remained cold and calm. She slightly frowned. Seeing the beautiful young lady frowning, Sweet Baby quickly comforted her. "Miss, don't be angry. We shouldn't be so narrow-minded." Sun Sun was amused by Sweet Baby's innocent voice. She gently poked Sweet Baby's nose with her small, white finger and softly said, "You little kid, you know so much?" "Well, you don't know. I know a lot." The two little ones' voices gradually faded away, followed by the cold woman and old Master Gu, who kept his distance. Old Master Gu hurried forward, scratching his head as if unsure why things turned out like this. He hesitated and asked, "Father, should we send someone directly to the carriage? Would Mother agree?" Old Master Gu shot a sideways glance at Old Master Gu, feeling conflicted inside. He hadn't said a word the whole time. He pouted with his hands behind his back and walked forward angrily, but his actions might have been misunderstood by Old Master Gu. Watching his father walk away calmly, Old Master Gu wondered if he had already had this idea for a long time. No, he must stop his father's plan before it's too late. Sweet Baby and the others got into the carriage. In her soft, tender voice, she described what just happened, even acting out the frightened expressions, making Grandma Gu laugh so hard she bent over. She also looked at the cold mother and daughter with new respect. The Gu family took the mother and daughter away. The maids and servants could only wait at the carriage. Old Master Gu left 2 guards to protect them in case of emergencies. Fortunately, the next stop was the city, just a few hours away. The Gu family's carriage sped up. After 3 hours, they successfully entered the city. The cold woman then bid farewell to the Gu family after arriving. The Gu family entered the city as evening approached. They found a guest house to stay in. After a day of traveling, they ate a quick meal and went to bed early. Sweet Baby was worried that the conflict between her grandparents might affect her, so she clung to her sick sister and slept with her. When Old Master Gu saw his daughter wasn't coming, he felt a bit sad but didn't understand why Sweet Baby wasn't there. Until Old Master Gu returned to his room and saw Grandma Gu looking very upset, as if he finally realized something. But it was too late. Madame Gu looked up at Old Master Gu and slightly smiled, her lips twitching with a faint smile. Her voice was cold and calm as she slowly said, "They've arrived." "They've arrived? They've arrived?" Old Master Gu hesitated and didn't dare reply, seeming unsure what Madame Gu's words meant. He forced a polite smile but didn't speak. Seeing this, Madame Gu didn't say anything further. She just smiled and turned around to make the bed. Old Master Gu kept watching her actions closely. She spread the bedding, tidied the pillows, and then took out a small package she carried with her. Old Master Gu thought she was going to change clothes inside the room and quickly offered, "Madam, I'll go get some hot water for you." But as soon as he spoke, he received no response from Madame Gu. Instead, he felt uneasy, and suddenly, his legs turned weak. He saw her silently take out a brand new pair of scissors from her package. Under the candlelight, they shone brightly, hurting Old Master Gu's eyes. He accidentally knocked over a stool with a loud bang and knelt on the ground, with no intention of running away. "Madam, please stay calm. Little Tian is still young, and we haven't saved enough dowry yet." Old Master Gu almost cried, then continued, "Wait until I save enough dowry for little Tian, then you can do as you wish." His voice trembled, especially at the end, sounding full of righteous anger, as if he was ready to face death. Madame Gu heard this and sneered, playing with the small scissors that were not much bigger than her palm. She looked up casually at her kneeling husband, feeling a sharp, uncomfortable sting. "Oh, isn't this the great benefactor Gu? Why are you kneeling on the ground? Why kneeling?" A bead of sweat rolled down Old Master Gu's forehead. He also wanted to know why he was kneeling, but didn't know what he had done wrong. "Madam, Just tell your husband what he did wrong.
He will change.
After speaking, old Master Gu sighed in relief, as if he remembered something, and quickly added, "Could it be that you're still upset about that lady?" He clapped his hands, realizing it was the issue. "Madam, you misunderstood. The lady's carriage is stuck somewhere. If it can't pass, we might have to spend the night outdoors. The adults can handle it, but what about the children? Besides, that woman is the wife of the Minister of Rights. Making a good connection is good for little Tian too." Mrs. Gu, upon hearing this person, immediately thought of their character and nodded in agreement after hearing Mr. Gu's words. The Minister of Rights is quite respectable, always careful and never careless. His children must also have good temperaments. Still, such matters depend on fate. "All right, get up," Mrs. Gu said softly. After speaking, she put away her very shiny scissors and, under Mr. Gu's surprised gaze, placed them under her pillow. She then turned around, smiling, and said to Mr. Gu, "It's getting late. Time to sleep." Mr. Gu supported his trembling legs and moved over. The next day, Sweet Bao, who was sleeping in the next room, waited all evening but didn't hear her familiar cry. She was a bit confused. Could it be that her mother had become kinder?
No.
Mother has always been kind. It must be that father didn't cause trouble. Sweet Bao thought for a moment and decided not to think about it anymore, as she couldn't understand the reason behind it. Early in the morning, Gu Yan and Gu Qing got up early. They wanted to help their younger sister dress, but a chubby little hand stopped them. The little face was a bit resistant, and she said firmly, "Sweet Bao can dress herself. I will dress myself." Apart from a few unclear words, there was nothing wrong. Gu Yan and Gu Qing simply let her be. Gu Qing went out with a wooden basin to fetch water, while Gu Yan leaned over to look at her little sister. Dressed in a pink spring outfit, with embroidered butterflies fluttering on the hem, her fair face looked even more delicate and charming, like a half-ripe peach. Very beautiful. "My little sister is so pretty," Gu Yan said sincerely after examining Sweet Bao. Hearing this, Sweet Bao squinted happily, giggling softly with a sweet, sticky voice. Sixth sister has good taste. The two sisters complimented each other a few more times until Gu Qing brought in the face-washing water, and their shameless praise finally ended. After tidying up, the three of them left the room, followed by Mr. Gu, who looked refreshed, though a bit tired, as if he hadn't rested well. They immediately bowed to Mrs. Gu and Mr. Gu. The young Sweet Bao, who hadn't learned proper manners yet, watched her sisters and tried to imitate them. Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu did not stop him at all. Instead, they watched Tian Bao with great satisfaction. When Old Master Gu stepped forward to try to pick up Tian Bao, she took a few steps back with a slightly grown-up look on her face and said, "Dad, there are many people. The people in the city are really many. Even in this small inn, many come and go, all with proper manners." She admitted she was annoyed by that spoiled little girl, and the phrase muddy boots kept echoing in her mind. So last night, she discussed with her sisters about etiquette. It's not hard to learn. What surprised her even more was that her two sisters had known these manners since childhood, but their family was used to being casual, so they never really practiced them. Tian Bao didn't think much about it. Why would a rural family learn etiquette? Old Master Gu also knew his daughter was shy. When he wanted to go forward and hold Tian Bao, he suddenly heard a familiar cough. Instantly, he tensed up and didn't move at all.
He took a step back.
Behind him, Old Lady Gu stepped forward, gently holding Tian Bao's chubby little hand, and said softly, "Mother can hold Tian Bao's hand, right?" "Hee, Mommy will hold it," Tian Bao said happily, then offered her chubby little hand to Old Lady Gu. Old Lady Gu smiled as she held Tian Bao's hand and walked downstairs. When passing by Old Master Gu, she only glanced at him with a victorious smile, which made Old Master Gu feel a bit defeated. God knows what kind of mental torment he suffered last night. Old Lady Gu placed the scissors under her pillow. Although he knew she wouldn't really hurt him, he had a strange dream about being chased by scissors all night. When Old Lady Gu carefully put the scissors away in the morning, he still felt like those scissors were the ones chasing him in his dream.
But
it was just a dream. Gu Yan and Gu Qing hurriedly followed old lady Gu downstairs. Meanwhile, old Master Gu also got up. He shared a room with old Seventh, and two mischievous boys were sleeping beside him. He sat up, rubbed his calf that had been kicked by old Seventh last night. He was not young anymore, but still quite strong. After dressing neatly, he called his two sons to wake up and told them to get dressed quickly and go downstairs. Old Seventh was still sleeping in bed, with no one to wake him. When everyone had gathered downstairs, old Master Gu suddenly realized someone was missing. "Where's old Seventh?" he asked with a bit of displeasure, frowning. "He's probably still sleeping," old First replied, looking a little embarrassed. It seemed he had forgotten to wake his younger brother. Old Master Gu was about to turn around and call old Seventh upstairs, but he was stopped by the old master sitting nearby. "All right, boss, go eat first. I'll go stretch my legs upstairs," said old Master Gu. Then he got up and headed to the second floor, leaving everyone wondering what stretch my legs meant. Could it be just a digest after the meal? But Sweet Bao somehow understood the meaning of the phrase. Her father was probably looking to help seventh brother loosen his muscles, hoping he could stay alive. Old Master Gu confidently walked upstairs, heading straight to old Seventh's door. He didn't knock but pushed the slightly open door open with his hands. As soon as he entered, he saw old Seventh still sleeping in bed. Old Master Gu smiled mysteriously and stepped inside, closing the door behind him. Soon, everyone downstairs heard loud screams from the second floor. Boss Gu apologized to the surprised guests while silently praying for his brother. Only Grandma Gu remained calm, lifting a cup of tea and sipping it lightly. The faint aroma of tea masked the smile in her eyes. When the mist dispersed, her smile disappeared as if it had never appeared. After a while, there was no sound from upstairs. The two sisters-in-law worried that their father might have been too harsh on Seventh, since he was a scholar and would take the imperial exams in the future. Then, two figures appeared on the second floor, one after the other, descending the stairs. Leading was a handsome middle-aged man with a refreshed look, completely different from his earlier exhausted appearance. Behind him was a tall, slender young boy with a somewhat aggrieved expression, walking with a slight limp, but once downstairs, he showed no signs of discomfort. Old Seven sat at the dining table, looking upset. He glanced at Grandma Gu, then turned his gaze to Sweet Bao, appearing close to tears. Seeing seventh brother's sad expression, Sweet Bao knew he was probably slow because her father had been harsh. She quickly poured a glass of water from the teapot, secretly adding a few drops of spiritual spring water to help seventh brother recover. After drinking the water, the pain in his body instantly eased. He looked at the cup in his hand in surprise, wanting to ask Sweet Bao what was going on. Before he could speak, a chubby little hand slapped him.
Slap.
Everyone was startled and stood up. Seventh brother thought he was about to turn the tide, but then, "Mother!" The handsome young boy just called out one word before being scolded. "Shut up. You are so shameless. Your little sister's hands are red." Grandma Gu gently rubbed her chubby hands with concern. "Why are you calling her mother? How could you be so thick-skinned?" The eldest brother, standing behind, couldn't squeeze in and sympathetically agreed. Then his wife and sister began to criticize him one after another. Old Master Gu, with a dark face, stood behind old Seventh, waiting for a proper reason to scold his son. Because of this, Sweet Baby felt guilty. Little Fatty curled her face, feeling more guilty after hearing her family defend her. Sweet Baby pulled her little hand away and offered it to seventh brother, lowering her head and whispering, "Seventh brother." In the next moment, a small hand was grabbed by a big hand, and seventh brother's voice sounded in her ear. "Little sister, does your hand hurt? It's not your fault. I made your hand hurt." Seventh brother apologizes. Old Seventh Gu looked at his little sister's hand with concern. Little Fatty's hand lightly hit her face without much force. At first, he was stunned, but then he thought she was just joking with him. When Sweet Baby heard seventh brother's words, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but turn red. Such a lovely family. She was so happy. "Seventh brother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have hit my brother." She lowered her head sincerely to apologize, but the Goof family didn't think much of it. They kept asking if her hand hurt. Even old 7th Goo, who was hit, was scolded for being too thick-skinned, while he just smiled happily. However, the onlookers thought this family was strange, pampering a little girl so much, even hitting their precious son, and still defending her. They shook their heads, finding it all very bizarre. But the Goof family didn't care what others thought. Sweet Baby still felt very guilty and decided that during their trip to the capital, as long as 7th brother was free, she would follow him and work hard as his little follower. The morning's events took a new turn. Old Master Goo and Grandma Goo decided that staying at the inn was not ideal, especially since they had to stay a few more days. They asked Old Master Goo to visit the pawnshop to look for a larger house to rent, as the current place was too small for so many people. Old Master Goo received the order and wanted to take Sweet Baby with him, but she wasn't in the mood to go. She waved her hand to let her father go alone and took out some fresh fruit from her space, washed it, and placed it in front of old 7th Goo. 7th brother, try some. Old Gucci looked down at his chubby little sister, feeling soft-hearted. He took the fruit tray from the sweet treasure and gently lifted her onto his lap. He continued reading his book. On the way here, he had delayed a few days and hadn't studied well. Now that they were in the city, he planned to settle down and review his lessons for a few days. After reading only a few lines, he felt something cool touch his lips. Looking down, he saw a small, chubby hand offering grapes. He slightly opened his mouth, and the little hand quickly pushed a grape into it. Old Gucci tasted the grape, which was cool and slightly sweet. He bit gently, feeling the firm, crunchy flesh and the juice mixing in his mouth, carrying the fresh scent of grapes. He looked back at the fruit tray in his hand, which had some cut-up fruits, mostly unfamiliar to him. Little sister, where did these fruits come from? Sweet Treasure tilted her head, blinking innocently. She replied, Brother Chi, these are bought outside. You don't know, this city has everything. Bought in the city. Old Gucci didn't doubt her. Since she said so, he believed her. After all, the city was full of talented people and strange things. The siblings continued eating until the fruit was gone. Sweet Treasure patted her rounded belly. Feeling a bit annoyed, she had overindulged again. Old Gucci put down his book and took Sweet Treasure out for a walk. Just as they were about to leave, Old Goo's father stopped them from outside. He waved his hand, shooing them back to the inn. At that moment, Old Goo's mother was coming down the stairs and saw him stopping Sweet Treasure. She frowned. Take Sweet Treasure to mother, she said. Her voice surprised Old Goo, who quickly realized he hadn't done anything wrong and relaxed. Sweet Treasure ran happily toward her grandmother. When she reached her, her grandmother also came downstairs and hugged her tightly. Then she looked up at Old Goo and asked, What's the matter?
Let's talk inside, he replied.
The busy hall was not the place for private talk. Grandma nodded, carrying Sweet Treasure upstairs. The girl obediently rested in her grandmother's arms, but her eyes kept glancing at her grandmother's black hair. At first, her hair had a few white strands, but today, even the roots looked black. When she saw this, Sweet Treasure held back her excitement and quickly looked at Grandma Goo's eyes. Her eyes, which used to have wrinkles at the corners, now gradually became fine lines. Her once slightly slack face also became tighter. Even old Master Goo behind her seemed to look a little younger without realizing it. She suppressed her inner excitement even more and became more determined to continue giving her family the spiritual spring water. After going upstairs, Grandma Goo took Sweet Treasure back to her room. Old Master Goo, behind her, asked Old Gucci to call Old Gouda. He planned to go see the house in the afternoon. When Old Gouda and the others arrived in the room, Little One and Little Two were watching their younger siblings nearby. After everyone was gathered, Old Master Goo cleared his throat. After lunch, we will go see the house together. If the location is good, Old Fourth will move back to live here. The Goof family members remained silent. Suddenly, they remembered something. It seemed they hadn't told Old Fourth about coming to the city. Old Master Goo turned to look at Gucci, who was trying to avoid him. His voice was a bit deep as he slowly said, "Old Seven, I thought I told you to tell Old Fourth about this? Why are you here in the city, and I haven't seen Old Fourth yet?" After speaking, he flicked his sleeve, causing Old Goo Chee's eyes to jump. Hearing this, Sweet Treasure quickly jumped out of Grandma Goo's arms. At this moment, she wanted to protect Old Seven. "Father, didn't we agree to give Old Fourth a surprise? Why did you tell Old Fourth in advance?" Sweet Treasure's chubby little face showed some disagreement. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, and her eyes looked a bit displeased, as if Old Master Goo had really interrupted her plan. Poor Old Master Goo shivered, as if he saw Grandma Goo turn her gaze toward him. He quickly changed his words, saying, "I must have remembered wrong. I didn't tell Old Seven to inform Old Fourth. Otherwise, Old Fourth would have come already." Old Master Goo wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling that life was too exciting. "You're the best, Father," Sweet Treasure praised Old Master Goo at the right moment. Seeing him happy after the compliment, his eyes smiled warmly, with no trace of the earlier embarrassment. After lunch, the Goo family packed up early and loaded their things onto the carriage. They left some guards to protect the carriage and others to secretly guard the family. Old Master Goo took the whole family to the jewelry shop. The jewelry shop in the city was not ordinary. The pawn shop is divided into 2 floors. The first floor is for buying and selling servants, while the second floor is for various sales and rentals. Whether it's shops or courtyards, everything can be bought or rented here. When Tianbao heard this, her eyes lit up. Could it be that a senior has come? She walked behind Old Master Goo with a look of anticipation and bright eyes. On the second floor, a middle-aged man approached to greet Old Master Goo. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, wearing a gray silk robe, holding a folding fan in his left hand and a brush in his right. When he saw Old Master Goo arriving with someone, he smiled and came forward. "Old Brother Goo, are you here to look at the houses?"
His smile was just right.
To Tianbao, it was a typical sales smile. She was curious, but chose to quietly watch. "Thanks, Brother Su, for leading the way." The person called Brother Su was named Su Zheng, the manager of the pawnshop's leasing department. Su Zheng's encounter with Old Master Goo was quite dramatic. It happened when Old Master Goo was out looking for a place to rent and was wandering aimlessly. He happened to meet Su Zheng, who was being scammed. Although he usually kept to himself, Old Master Goo's sense of justice made him step in to expose the scammer. That's how they met. At first, Su Zheng was worried that Old Master Goo might seek revenge, but when he saw Old Master Goo easily knock down the scammer, Su Zheng was so shocked he almost kneeled. It turned out Old Master Goo was skilled in this kind of thing. Su Zheng immediately approached him, and they became acquainted. He learned that Old Master Goo had come to the city to visit his son, and planned to stay a few more days. Since Su Zheng's line of work was nearby, they quickly agreed to go see the houses together in the afternoon. With Old Master Goo's introduction, Su Zheng bowed to each member of the Goo family. After the visit, Su Zheng was secretly surprised. Everyone in this family looked extraordinary, especially the chubby little girl whose face was even more charming. He remembered Brother Goo mentioning that he had a son studying here. It seemed that their friendship was a good choice. Su Zheng composed himself, smiling as he tossed his brush into the brush holder on the desk behind him. With a clink, the brush landed steadily in the holder. Without turning his head, he moved to a spot some distance from the desk and carefully placed the brush into the holder. Su Zheng revealed his move, and the Goo family members looked at him with surprise. Only Old Master Goo was puzzled. Why would someone try to steal this deal? He couldn't understand. The Goo family praised Su Zheng's skill, but only Sweet Baby's eyes flickered slightly after seeing this move, with a hint of disappointment behind her lowered eyelids. Su Zheng took the Goo family to the house. Following Old Master Goo's request, he specifically found several houses near the academy. These houses were courtyards bought by wealthy families, left unused and overgrown. It was better to rent them out, as someone would watch over the property, and they could earn some money each month. It was quite a comfortable arrangement. The first house they visited was the closest to Yishuan Academy, one of the 4 major academies. From the courtyard gate, They walked down a small alley, turned a corner, and reached the academy. Soo-jung explained, the owner of this house is a government official. It's said to be the private property of a young lady from a noble family. Because she's too young and lazy to manage it, she rented it out for students of Ishwan Academy to live in. Soo-jung's reason for choosing this house first was because it was spacious, an elegant four-out courtyard. Few students from Ishwan Academy could afford to rent such a place, and wealthy young masters usually bought their own homes early on, so they wouldn't rent. That's why this house has remained unrented until now. He recommended it to old Master Gu, mainly to try his luck. Although he didn't know which academy old Master Gu's son attended. What if? Old Master Gu looked at the courtyard with great satisfaction. Although it was a small four-out courtyard, it gave off the feeling of small but complete. Brother Gu, how much is the rent for this house? Old Master Gu, interested in the house, asked Soo-jung about the price. Soo-jung hesitated slightly after hearing the question, unable to say a word. Seeing this, old Master Gu understood and asked cautiously, could it be rented already? Thinking about this possibility, old Master Gu felt a little uncomfortable. He continued, or perhaps it's no longer for rent. Besides these two reasons, old Master Gu couldn't think of any other issues. Soo-jung, after hearing this, showed a faint smile, worried that old Master Gu might misunderstand, and quickly explained, old brother Gu, it's not that. The owner of this house explicitly said they wanted to rent it to students of Ishwan Academy. Hearing this, old Master Gu relaxed. He had thought the house was already rented out. He waved his hand casually and said confidently, no problem. I'm just interested in the house. I'll see if I can rent it. Upon hearing this, Soo-jung's smile deepened. He knew he had won the bet. Immediately, he pulled old Master Gu to handle the rental agreement. Sweet Treasure followed behind old Master Gu, quietly asking if the house could be sold. Soo-jung was surprised and thought for a moment before softly replying, the owner hasn't said anything clearly. If I get any news later, I will tell you. Sweet Treasure nodded, acting like a little adult. She kept her chubby hands behind her back and strolled casually behind old Master Gu. Her calm and relaxed attitude made Soo-jung wonder if he had said something wrong earlier. Soon, old Master Gu held the signed contract. They planned to go to the government office to register, officially renting the courtyard. The monthly rent was 20 taels, and they had to take good care of every part of the house, avoiding damage. If anything was damaged, they would have to pay for repairs. Old Master Gu agreed happily. After all, they were just renting, not deliberately damaging anything. Once the house was rented, Soo-jung handed over the keys. Old Master Gu wanted to invite him for a meal, but Soo-jung was busy and regretfully declined, saying he would visit in person the next day. Only then did old Master Gu agree. After they left, old Master Gu kept praising Soo-jung's character until Grandma Gu, unable to watch anymore, pulled him aside. Now that everything is settled, go call fourth brother back tomorrow. She had been here for so many days and hadn't even seen her son once. She was anxious, but seeing old Master Gu's expression, she suspected he didn't really want to go. Grandma Gu frowned and quietly asked, could it be that you're unwilling to go? Then let seventh brother go instead. Grandma Gu didn't dwell on this and was about to turn to find seventh brother. Meanwhile, old Master Gu watched her nervously, feeling confused. He quickly grabbed her and said hurriedly, I will go tomorrow. Sweet Treasure, nearby, sighed helplessly. Since she grew up, she had been sighing almost every day. She had endured so much that a girl her age shouldn't have to. Shaking her head, she didn't want to get involved in her parents' matters. She turned around and leisurely strolled around the yard. The mansion had 4 courtyards with multiple entrances, and there was a garden. The space was quite large. Behind the main house, there were 2 rows of servants' rooms, making the place quite complete. This made Sweet Treasure think about buying a few servants to take care of fourth brother. Not too many, just a cook, a few cleaning maids, a steward, and a young servant boy. The appearance of the academy in the city of Fuching is unknown to her, but she knows that most people have always judged others based on their status. Since she has the ability to help her second brother improve his life, Why not do it? The answer is clear. The money she has is enough for her family to live better, but it's not enough for business ventures. Just that mine, with this small amount of money, is impossible to develop. Even small amounts of money are valuable. Now, she plans to save little by little to accumulate more. Near Tianbao, Guyan kept watching Tianbao absent-mindedly. She saw the chubby little body almost bump into a nearby stone pillar. Quickly, Guyan ran forward and caught Tianbao in her arms, avoiding the accident. When Tianbao was rescued, she saw the stone pillar not far away and felt scared. She hurriedly turned to her sixth sister with a sad face and said softly, "Sixth sister, luckily you came, or Tianbao would have been squished." Guyan didn't understand what Tianbao meant and asked, "Squished how?" Tianbao pouted her little mouth and continued, "I said Tianbao is round, right? If I hit the pillar, I'd be squished." Even if not squished, hitting the wall with a bang would hurt a lot, especially since she was soft and tender, like a white tofu block.
Ha!
Guyan couldn't help but laugh. She didn't realize her little sister was so quick-witted, which made her even more fond of her. Sixth sister. Seeing Guyan not comforting her but instead laughing, Tianbao hurriedly called out in her arms, her ears slightly red. She shyly buried her face in Guyan's neck. After all, she was already grown up but had never done this before. Guyan endured her laughter and comforted Tianbao for a while before gently taking her out of her arms. The fuss made her a bit sweaty, but she remembered her main purpose for coming and looked down at Tianbao, asking, "Little sister, have you seen any new recipes these days?" "Sixth sister, do you remember the last few formulas I gave you?" Tianbao thought about the 4 recipes she had shared with her sister on the way, plus the 2 or 3 she had given at home, making about 6 or 7 in total. Guyan nodded heavily upon hearing this. Not only did she remember all of them, but she also kept them in her mind, even able to replicate the taste exactly. Seeing her 6th sister's confident expression, Tianbao understood a little more. 6th sister has a good memory. She repeats the recipe once and remembers it perfectly. She can even make small improvements, making the dish taste even better. However, she has never told 6th sister this, fearing that overconfidence might lead to failure. 6th sister, Sweet Treasure called out, then shook her head at Guyan. Guyan immediately understood what she meant. She blushed a little and said shyly, "Little sister." 6th sister didn't think it through. It was her mistake. The dream she had was already unusual, so she shouldn't expect her little sister to dream about it. After all, it was a sign from heaven. She had to explore and create her own dishes. Sweet Treasure didn't reply, only smiled shyly. She saw a sense of relief in 6th sister's eyes, probably understanding the twists and turns involved. If 6th sister relied only on recipes to run the restaurant, she might become famous quickly, but dishes created through her own effort would be more popular. Sweet Treasure took Guyan by the hand and went to choose a room. The house had 4 courtyards with 4 entrances. There were 2 main houses in the courtyard, each with rooms on the east and west sides. The first main house was given to Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu. Sweet Treasure initially wanted to give the second main house to the eldest brother and his wife, but suddenly remembered her second sister-in-law. Feeling a bit bitter, she decided to suggest that the second main house be reserved for 4th brother and 7th brother. The remaining rooms were divided among Sweet Treasure and others. Old Master Gu's east wing was occupied by Gu Yan and the west wing by Gu Qing. In the second main house, the east wing was for the second sister-in-law and the west wing for the eldest brother and his wife. Old Master Gu carefully considered and decided how to assign the rooms, and everyone agreed. Old Lady Gu felt very pleased. However, whenever she thought of her second son, she couldn't help sighing. He had been gone for many years without any news. She wondered if he knew about the new sister or about Sweet Treasure. Thinking of this, Old Lady Gu looked at Old Master Gu, who was teasing Sweet Treasure in his seat. She wondered if he had sent a letter to the second son. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. When everyone went back to their rooms to pack, she pulled Old Master Gu into the main house. At that moment, Old Master Gu was holding a sleepy Sweet Treasure, and a gentle spring breeze brushed her face, bringing a warm, sleepy feeling. When old Lady Goo asked him to carefully place Sweet Treasure on the bed, she couldn't help but ask, "Have we received any news from the second son lately?" Old Master Goo gently tucked in the quilt for Sweetie, then turned around and said, "Not yet." After speaking, he frowned. It had been several months since he sent that letter, but he still hadn't received any news. "If not, then have your older brother send someone to ask what's going on," Old Lady Goo suggested with a worried look on her face, though she couldn't help but bring it up. Old Master Goo simply sighed and said, "Tonight, I will write a letter to my older brother and send it. I will also write a family letter to the second son." Hearing this, Old Lady Goo's worry eased. She moved closer to Old Master Goo and said slowly, "Does the second son know he has a sister? Would he like Sweetie? Would he understand what Sweetie has done for the family? If he doesn't know, what if he comes back and isn't close to Sweetie? Even brothers can have disagreements, and she was worried about such a small sister." Unexpectedly, Old Master Goo's temper flared when he heard this. He lowered his voice and said fiercely, "He dares. If that little brat dares to treat Sweetie like that, I will risk everything to break his legs." Old Lady Goo listened and suppressed a smile, her face showing a hint of sadness as she said slowly, "You say that nicely. But if we are buried in the ground first, how will we know if Sweetie is being bullied? Do you really think you can become a ghost?" She scoffed at the idea of ghosts and spirits, thinking it was all nonsense. If ghosts were so powerful, how could evil people still run free? Old Master Goo listened and thought her words made sense. He asked, "So, what do you suggest?" He couldn't quite understand her meaning, so he decided to ask directly. "Sweetie has done so much for our family these days. You know that. Just write down everything she's done honestly and send it to the second son. In the future, whenever something happens to Sweetie, just send a letter to him." She knew Old Master Goo's temper and was worried he might exaggerate or twist the story. Old Master Goo agreed with this plan. That night, he hurriedly wrote 2 letters, one to his older brother and one sealed with wax to send to the border town. In Beijing, the Goo family. Since they received the letter from Fenglai County, they hadn't heard from anyone for many days. Even the secret guards rarely sent messages back. Just when the Goo family thought the secret guards might have been bullied, they received a letter from the city residents. The letter was written on 3 pages, with the first 2.5 pages mostly praising the 2 older daughters and the youngest daughter. The youngest daughter alone took up 2 full pages, which made the head of the Goo family feel a headache. At the end of the letter, it asked the head of the Goo family to help find out where their second son, Goo Buizhou, was now, as they hadn't heard from him in a long time and missed him very much. The head of the Goo family looked at the 3 pages and felt a vein bulge on his forehead. He casually picked up an envelope sealed with red lacquer, containing a small stack of papers. Based on what he knew about Goo Xianchen, the heroine's father, he suspected most of the letter was full of praise for the sweet treasure. Thinking for a moment, he took out a small stack of paper and began writing eagerly. Late at night, he sent the 2 thick stacks of letters to the border town. As he watched the night fall, he felt the darkness was dazzlingly bright. Now, the 2 old ancestors of the Goo family hurriedly packed their things and went to the capital city overnight. To avoid the Goo family's pursuit, they were willing to take any risk, even traveling by water. This gave the head of the Goo family a headache. He looked at the sky, then decided it was time to go to the capital himself. After renting a house, Old Master Goo arranged the accompanying guards properly. He wasn't worried about not having enough rooms. They could always serve as secret guards instead. That night, Sweet Treasure proposed to go shopping for vegetables herself to check her 6 sisters' work, but Goo Yen was worried and wanted to go along. Sweet Treasure firmly refused. Little Fatty carried her familiar small basket, which she had secretly put into her space when no one was paying attention. Now she quietly took out the small basket, which was filled with a few fish and some small fish fry she had casually stored in her space last time. They had grown quite fat now. Carrying the small basket on her back, Sweet Treasure set out confidently in the noon sun. After walking 2 streets, she arrived at a lively vegetable market. The Goo family members, worried, carefully followed her from a distance. The hidden guards also frowned. The leader of the secret guards took out a familiar small note and began writing. Soon, a white dove flew out from the shadows. Old Master Gu, unaware of the white dove, was nervously following behind Sweet Treasure. He watched as little Fatty stopped at a vegetable stall, seemingly talking to someone. Her chubby face looked puffed up with anger, and her almond-shaped eyes widened. But in the next moment, she smiled happily, took out some copper coins, and paid the vendor. After agreeing on a price, Sweet Treasure happily handed over the money. The vendor then stuffed a bunch of greens into her small basket, nearly pulling her to the ground. Sweet Treasure finally steadied herself and continued walking ahead. Her small body swayed gently, and the little fish in her tiny basket were already quite lively. Now, she had added a bunch of greens, which was also a challenge for her. She kept her balance and headed toward the meat stall. The butcher was a big, muscular man with fat jiggling as he chopped meat. Most children would avoid him, but a little girl with a small basket of greens on her back kept walking forward. The nearby vendors all watched nervously, worried that such a cute child might get hurt if he got angry. While everyone was worried about her, Sweet Treasure looked up and ignored the intimidating butcher. She spoke softly and cutely, "Uncle, how much is the meat per jean?" She used a cute, repetitive tone, making her sound adorable. The butcher, hearing this, put down his cleaver carefully, afraid of frightening the little chubby girl. He tried to smile and said, 25 won per jean. The meat wasn't expensive, but his smile looked a bit scary. Everyone watched nervously, especially old Master Gu hiding in the shadows, almost rushing forward. But Grandma Gu pulled on his sleeve to stop him. 25 won per jean wasn't too costly. In the county town, it was about 20 won per jean. She wanted some pork belly for braised pork and some ribs for her brother to make soup. After calculating how much meat she needed, Sweet Treasure raised her chubby hands and tried to stretch her head over her shoulders. She pointed with her tiny fingers at the butcher and said, "I want meat."
10 jean.
Seeing her outstretched hand and fingers, the butcher thought she meant 7 jean. But he heard her soft voice say, 10 jean? With her small frame, she couldn't carry that much. She was already wobbling with just a little greens on her back. How could she carry 10 jean of meat? Before the butcher could think further, he heard a plop. The little chubby girl suddenly fell to the ground. He quickly looked down and saw Sweet Treasure lying on her back, still holding up her tiny hand. He let out a small breath of relief. Do you want some help?" the butcher asked hesitantly. Sweet Treasure looked up at the sky, which was a vast, clear blue with a few playful clouds drifting by. She was lying on the ground, kind of embarrassing. She had been trying hard to get up, but couldn't. Just when she felt hopeless, she heard the kind voice of the butcher, which made her almost cry with happiness. "Uncle, please help me," she said, just before a young man's figure suddenly appeared from the shadows. He was tall, handsome, and carried a gentle, scholarly aura. The young boy gently picked up the fallen Sweet Treasure and held her in his arms. He also took off the small backpack from little Fatty's back and slung it over his wrist, freeing one hand to comfort the frightened Sweet Treasure. His face was full of concern. The Sweet Treasure in his arms smelled a familiar ink scent. Without looking, he knew it was Brother Chi coming. She immediately lifted her little head, her eyes red, and looked at Brother Chi softly, saying, "Brother Chi, look, I fell down. Brother Chi, I fell down." These few words felt like a hot iron, deeply engraved in Gu Laoqi's heart, making his breathing feel painful. Gu Laoqi reached out with his free hand to pat Sweet Treasure's small head and said warmly, "Our Sweet Treasure is so brave. She bought so many vegetables, all by herself." His eyes showed pride. Sweet Treasure sniffed her little nose, decided to stop fussing, and smiled instantly. Covering her mouth, she said, "Sweet Treasure is so amazing." Wow, she was really becoming more and more shameless.
Sigh.
Seeing that there was free labor at her doorstep, Sweet Treasure took advantage of the situation, feeling justified in tidying up her mood and commanding her brother to do things. Gu Lao Chi saw that Sweet Treasure bought 10 pounds of meat and many ribs. He couldn't carry all that, especially since he still wanted to hold his soft, fragrant little sister. He glanced at the crowd hiding in the shadows and had an idea. After paying for the meat, he whispered a few words to the meat vendor at the dark corner. The vendor happily agreed. Meanwhile, Sweet Treasure tilted her head towards the place Brother Chi pointed at. When she saw the familiar cloves, she couldn't help but excitedly point in that direction, but Gu Lao Chi quickly held her small hand. Brother Chi? Sweet Treasure looked at him with some confusion. But Gu Lao Chi smiled and whispered, Sweet Treasure, look, you just fell down. Dad and the others are calm, but Brother Chi is so worried. He feels terrible after just one fall. He paused and added, Sigh, Brother Chi is young and not as steady as Dad. He sighed again, with a tone of regret, but his face showed no regret at all. Sweet Treasure knew that Brother Chi was acting. But if Brother Chi was acting, she would join in. After all, she was just a 3-year-old child. Whatever others said, she would naturally believe. She nodded her small head vigorously and said firmly, Yes. Brother Chi is right. Dad is mean. I won't play with him. Old Master Gu heard this, and a victorious smile appeared on his face, but he secretly thought that old Master Gu could have such a proud moment today. Meanwhile, he continued shopping with Sweet Bao. Because there was an extra helper, the things Sweet Bao needed to buy increased, and these items were handed over to the Gu family members by the vegetable vendors under Old Master Gu's instructions. When the Gu family members carried the items back home for the 3rd time, Old Master Gu could no longer hold back. He angrily stepped out, his face showing gentle anger, and stopped Old Master Gu Chi. He then quickly changed to a kind, fatherly look. Good girl, you've been shopping for so long and must be tired. Come, let me carry you down and let's go home to rest, okay? Old Master Gu spoke to Sweet Bao in a gentle, negotiable tone. But as soon as he finished speaking, Sweet Bao in Old Master Gu Chi's arms let out a hum, turned her little head to the other side, and buried her face into Old Master Gu Chi's chest. This. Old Master Gu was stunned. How could a girl who went out shopping not recognize her own father? Good girl, I am your daddy. Old Master Gu hurriedly said, worried that Sweet Bao might not recognize him anymore. He kept talking nearby until Sweet Bao got annoyed and moved her little head out of Old Master Gu Chi's arms. Her big almond-shaped eyes looked at Grandma Gu walking over, and suddenly her eyes turned red. Her face showed a trembling expression as she looked at Grandma Gu approaching. She stammered and called out, Mom, just one word, but it melted Grandma Gu's heart. She quickly stepped forward and took Sweet Bao from Old Master Gu Chi's hands. Sweet Bao was cuddled into Grandma Gu's arms. Old Master Gu looked on in shock. What was going on? Before Old Master Gu could ask, he saw a chubby little finger point at him, with a more aggrieved expression on his face. He said in a distressed voice, Mom, Sweet Bao just fell down. Daddy didn't help. Daddy doesn't love me anymore. I don't want Daddy. Sweet Bao really told Grandma Gu about Old Master Gu. But after hearing Sweet Bao's accusation, Grandma Gu's face showed some embarrassment. If Old Master Gu Chi hadn't rushed out, she might not have reacted. When she tried to go over, she saw that Sweet Bao had already been comforted. Old Master Gu, upon hearing Sweet Bao's words, looked a bit wronged. He felt very unfair. He clearly saw that he was a step too late. He also wanted to rush over, but before he could, Old Master Gu Chi said a few words and comforted her. He said a few words? Old Master Gu thought about this and shifted his gaze to Gu Lao Chi. He clearly saw a flash of guilt in Gu Lao Chi's eyes and understood immediately. It was probably this mischievous boy who took the opportunity to speak ill of him, just because he liked Sweet Treasure too much and wanted to create trouble. After figuring this out, Old Master Gu wore a cold smile and turned to push Old Lady Gu back to the residence. He said gently, Wife, you take Sweet Treasure back first. I will apologize properly to our daughter later. Then he turned and walked toward Gu Lao Chi. Sweet Treasure, who was hiding with Old Lady Gu, immediately hugged her neck. She clearly saw Old Master Gu walking toward Gu Lao Chi, rolling up his sleeves with a look like he was ready to fight. She quickly leaned close to Old Lady Gu's ear and whispered, "Mother, I think father wants to hit seventh brother. Maybe he's upset because seventh brother just helped Sweet Treasure. Does he not like Sweet Treasure anymore?" Her voice carried a hint of sadness. Old Lady Gu, hearing this, turned her head and saw Old Master Gu. Her sharp eyes caught the rolled-up sleeves, and she immediately put Sweet Treasure down on the ground, pushing her gently into Sister Yan's arms. She advised softly, "Take your little sister inside. I will go see what her husband is doing." With that, she smiled gently. That smile made Sister Yan and Sweet Treasure tremble all over. Sweet Treasure prayed silently in her heart, "Please, protect father and let him live." Gu Qing didn't understand what Old Lady Gu meant. She thought Old Lady Gu was going to check on Old Master Gu. She sighed inwardly, thinking how good the couple's relationship was. Then she looked down at the adorable Sweet Treasure and felt that their good relationship was worth it. Sister Yan listened to Old Lady Gu and took Sweet Treasure back to the house. She was followed by Gu Qing, and the three of them went to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Old Lady Gu, after freeing Gu Laoqi from Old Master Gu, gently smiled at her husband, almost stealing his soul. She even secretly thought that her own wife seemed much younger, with no more white hair. Before she could think more, her expression suddenly changed when she saw Old Lady Gu's face turn cold. After the three sisters finished preparing dinner, the two sisters-in-law helped decorate the table. Even the usually mischievous nephews found something to do. At this moment, everyone in the Gu family was trying to keep a low profile. The new rented house had all the kitchen supplies needed, but because there were many people in the family and guards to take care of, some dishes were in short supply. Gu Laoqi saw this and stepped in to help. When Old Master Gu let out the first cry, Gu Laoqi quickly ran out. In the end, Old Master Gu remembered him. Gu Laoqi didn't look sad at all. Instead, he seemed a bit happy. After buying the dishes and chopsticks, Gu Laoqi happened to meet Gu Laoda, who was bringing food back to Old Master Gu. Gu Laoda looked at his younger brother with some helplessness and said in a tired tone, "Next time, don't say things in front of little sister. You might influence her badly." "Got it, big brother." Gu Laoqi lowered his head, sincerely listening to his brother's advice, but his eyes couldn't help but glance toward the main house where Old Master Gu was. He wanted to ask how Old Master Gu was doing, but couldn't find the words. Knowing his younger brother's awkward feelings, Gu Laoda stepped forward and patted Gu Laoqi's shoulder, speaking with some helplessness. "Don't worry, Dad is fine. Hurry up and eat." Gu Laoqi didn't move. How could he be fine? He heard a loud cry before leaving, and that sound was truly terrible. Seeing the disbelief on Gu Laoqi's face, Gu Laoda sighed and whispered, "Don't worry, Mother didn't hit him. Dad just fell down by himself and shouted out loud. Mother laughed at him and felt embarrassed, so he didn't come out." Grandmother Gu originally wanted to hit Old Master Gu, but since they were in the city and had to meet people outside, if he had a face injury, it would embarrass fourth young Master Gu. While she hesitated, Old Master Gu, who was very nervous, couldn't hold back. Determined to speak his mind, he took a step forward to argue with Grandmother Gu, but slipped on the ground. He immediately shouted out loud, but as soon as he did, he regretted it. He wasn't hurt before, but with that shout, he lost face. Later, when Grandmother Gu called him to eat, he refused to come out. Finally, she had Gu Laoda bring the food to Old Master Gu. Gu Laoqi, understanding what happened, had no regret at all. He draped his arm around his older brother's neck and went to eat, completely forgetting that Old Master Gu still held a grudge against him. Inside the main house, Old Master Gu was angrily eating his food, secretly adding more blame to Gu Laoqi. Once he recovered, he planned to discipline Gu Laoqi thoroughly. After dinner, the Gu family members each went back to their rooms to rest. After all the fuss, it was already dark. Grandmother Gu returned to her room and saw Old Master Gu leaning against her back. Hearing her move, he snorted and continued to lean on her. Grandmother Gu rubbed her head in frustration. The older she got, the more difficult she became. People, you can't spoil them. Grandma Gu ignored the sulking old Master Gu. She washed up and went straight to bed. Seeing this, old Master Gu was stunned. Why was he copying the behavior of Sweet Bao incorrectly? He quickly turned to follow Grandma Gu, wanting to get into bed, but she kicked him out with a foot. Everyone knows I hit you. If you come up again, it will be hard to explain. Grandma Gu looked at the sad-looking old man and frowned. She seemed impatient as she continued. All right, there's a small bed in the side room. I've already made it for you. Go to sleep. After saying this, she lay down on the bed, dressed, with her eyes closed as if she was already asleep. Old Master Gu felt wronged. He wanted to speak, but he swallowed his words and quietly moved to the next room, feeling sad but secretly planning that in the future, when they moved to a bigger house, he would not want a side room anymore. Unbeknownst to him, there were plans and counterplans. Sweet Bao followed Gu Yen to the east wing. When they entered the room, Sweet Bao looked longingly at the main house, worried even though she couldn't see anything clearly. Gu Yen carried a basin of water into the room. Seeing Sweet Bao leaning at the window, she understood her worry. She wondered how such a small person could always have so many concerns. She smiled and stepped forward, lifting Sweet Bao down from the window. Her voice was gentle. Hurry and wash up. It's almost time to rest. Dad is fine. She heard her older brother and seventh brother talking and knew old Master Gu was okay, but she didn't say it out loud to avoid losing his dignity. Sweet Bao turned to look at Sixth Sister. Seeing her sincere eyes, she nodded and felt a little more at ease. After washing up, Guyen took Sweet Bao into a sweet dream. But in her dream, Sweet Bao felt uncomfortable. In the dream, she seemed to arrive at a house, floating in the air invisible to others. She hovered near a corridor, staring at a man walking toward her at the end of the corridor. He wore white, looking delicate and weak, handsome and cold, with a hint of indifference and impatience in his expression. His eyes suddenly shifted as if he saw her floating in the air. Before he could speak, a man in black suddenly appeared beside him and pulled him away. Sweet Bao quickly floated after them and saw the black-clad man leading the man to a crowded place, seemingly to congratulate him. The man looked cold and tried to refuse several times but couldn't. Instead, he casually took the wine cups offered by the crowd. Sweet Bao clearly saw the wine glass emitting red smoke, as if others couldn't see it. She became a little anxious. The man being forced to drink was her fourth brother. After finishing a glass of wine, the man couldn't hold his liquor. A man in black nearby smiled slightly. His normally plain face looked even more fierce. He waved his hand, and someone took her fourth brother into a small side room. Soon, a woman dressed lightly appeared in the room. Then a group of people passed by. Hearing strange sounds, two maids went forward and opened the door. The room was filled with a sense of spring. The man on the bed was deeply asleep. Next to him, a woman with her shoulders half exposed looked upset, which made Sweet Bao feel uncomfortable. Looking at this shameless woman, Sweet Bao was furious. If she hadn't peeked in earlier, she might have been fooled by her acting. She was also shocked by her tricks. Sweet Bao sat up suddenly, sweat on her forehead, breathing heavily. She also woke up Gu Yen beside her. Gu Yen quickly sat up and reached out to comfort Sweet Bao. After her emotions calmed down, she asked, "Did you dream about something?" Seeing Sweet Bao's condition, she worried she had seen something bad. She wanted to ask more but knew it wasn't the right time, so she held back her anxiety. Sixth sister, I dreamed about fourth brother. Her words made Gu Yan's face change. Others wouldn't know about Sweet Bao's dream, but she did. Seeing her face turn pale, she guessed fourth brother might have been in danger in her dream. She hurriedly asked, "Is fourth brother in trouble?"
Sweet Bao nodded that heavily.
The things in her dream were too dirty to tell Sixth sister. She didn't want her to hear it, but she also couldn't hide it. After thinking, she said, "Sixth sister, I saw fourth brother being dragged away by someone, then given something to drink until he fainted. I woke up scared after that. Did fourth brother offend someone? I'm so worried, Sixth sister." Sweet Bao didn't mention what happened after drinking, but just that made Gu Yen very worried. Her brows furrowed tightly. She thought for a long time but couldn't figure out anything. Sixth sister, should we go look for fourth brother with seventh brother tomorrow? Sweet Bao had no better idea. She remembered that seventh brother was going to look for fourth brother tomorrow, so she thought it might be better to follow him and see who was around fourth brother. She still remembered what those people looked like. If she could see who they were, she could find a way to make fourth brother more alert. Guyan nodded. Now she could only go and see.
Go to sleep.
Guyan wiped the sweat from Tian Bao and gently comforted her to fall asleep. Until she heard even breathing nearby, Tian Bao opened her eyes carefully, gently moved Gu Yan's arm aside, and slipped into the space. Inside the space, a new batch of crops had already ripened. Tian Bao thought, and the mature crops automatically harvested themselves into her bag. This function was activated after she helped move the cart. Although she didn't understand it fully, she believed doing good deeds was always right. After planting a new round of crops, Tian Bao looked at the harvest and thought it could be used as seeds for the workers, since everything from the space was of high quality. She wanted to try planting some herself to see if she could increase the yield. It was always good to stock up more. Tian Bao picked some fruits she could reach and looked at the hanging fruits on the branches. She sighed helplessly, wishing she could unlock the skill to make fruits jump down by themselves. Oh well, better to do good deeds. Before leaving, she took another sip of spiritual spring water, then happily exited the space. The fruits she picked were soaked in water. Lying down again, Tian Bao slept peacefully through the night, with no more dreams. Early the next morning, Guyan got up early to prepare breakfast. Tian Bao, with sleepy eyes, looked outside. It was still dark, but she curled up her small body, ready to get up and join Guyan. Guyan put Tian Bao back into the quilt and turned to go to the kitchen. When she arrived, she found fifth sister and two sisters-in-law already there. Elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, fifth sister. Why are you all up so early? Elder sister-in-law Qin Shui, second sister-in-law Lu Qingdai, and fifth sister Gu Qing all turned to look at her. When they saw it was sixth sister Gu Yan, they frowned. Elder sister-in-law first spoke. Why did you come out? Not enough to stay with little sister-in-law for a while? Second sister-in-law quickly added, we decided not to wake you, so you could rest a bit longer. We only came to help. Last night, the three of them quietly discussed while Gu Yan was unaware. They wanted Gu Yan to rest for a few days. On the road, Gu Yan was busy alone, and they only helped a little. They felt guilty about it. Now that things had settled down, they definitely couldn't let Gu Yan continue to work so hard. But Gu Yan didn't mind these small matters. To her, everyone was family and there was no need to divide things so clearly. Then I'll help my sisters-in-law and fifth sister a bit, Gu Yan said sincerely, knowing they meant well. She felt touched and offered to help. Qin Shui naturally wouldn't really send people away. Since sixth sister wanted to help, she simply assigned some light chores. The four of them worked together to prepare breakfast. By dawn, everything was ready. Gu Qing went to call Old Master Gu and Old Lady Gu. Gu Yan went to wake up Sweet Treasure in her room. Meanwhile, Qin Shui and Lu Qingdai watched the children get dressed. All the chores were done in an orderly way. Only after everyone was seated did they realize no one had gone to call Old Seventh and Old Second. Sweet Treasure quickly slid down her stool and ran outside, shouting as she ran, I'll go wake seventh brother for breakfast. Soon after, Guyan also stood up to call Old Second. Seeing this, Old Master Gu felt a bit annoyed, but he also decided to train Old Seventh more strictly. When Sweet Treasure reached the second main house, she saw the door wide open and bumped into seventh brother coming out. Seventh brother, she called cheerfully. Old Seventh Gu was fixing his headband. Hearing the innocent, childish voice, he softened inside. He smiled and stepped forward, hugging Sweet Treasure. He poked her small, white face with a long, slender finger and asked, What's wrong, little sister? Do you need something from seventh brother? Sweet Treasure nodded firmly and said seriously, It's a big matter. She then rubbed her chubby belly and continued, It's time to eat. Seeing Sweet Treasure's cute actions, Old 7th Gu couldn't help but smile. He pinched her little face again and carried her toward the main hall. He had originally planned to go straight to 4th Brothers Yishuan Academy and visit Master Yun, but unexpectedly, his little sister stopped him halfway. Oh well, he would go later. After walking a few steps with Sweet Treasure, Old 7th Gu saw Old 2nd Gu coming out of the west wing, looking sleepy. Behind him, Guyan looked annoyed, clearly having a hard time waking him up. Old 7th Gu took advantage of Old 2nd not noticing him yet and dashed forward with Sweet Treasure, rushing into the main hall like a gust of wind. This immediately woke Old 2nd Gu, who was still groggy. He paused, then turned to look at his 6th sister behind him, ignoring her slightly angry expression, and pointed at the spot where the gust had just disappeared. Did someone just go over there? Guyan was still upset and didn't want to answer her brother's question, but somehow, she suddenly had a mischievous idea. She immediately said, "Yes, 7th brother just went over there."
Oh.
Old Master Gu responded casually. 7th brother is holding little sister. She clearly saw Sweet Bao being carried away. Old Master Gu frowned upon hearing this, his eyes deep with thought, as if pondering something. It wasn't until Guyan called out to him a few times that he slowly snapped out of it, smiled at Guyan, and then walked toward the main hall. His posture was tall and elegant, but that smile made Guyan feel a strange chill. She didn't know that her words today had added more suffering to Old 7th. Old 7th ran with Sweet Bao to the front of the main hall. Before entering, he stopped, used one hand to fix Sweet Bao's messy hair, whispered a hush, then carried her inside. Soon after, Old Master Gu entered. His gaze on Old 7th was obvious and made Old 7th uncomfortable, but he didn't think much of it, because at that moment, he was glaring resentfully at Old Master Gu for taking Sweet Bao away. Old Master Gu was busy pouring tea for Sweet Bao, but she remembered the act she performed yesterday and ignored his caring gestures, pretending not to see the hurt look in his eyes. Fine, that means she forgave her father. Sweet Bao turned her head, her bright eyes looking at Old Master Gu with a smile on her lips. Just as she was about to speak, Old 7th cut her off. "Little sister, have you finished eating? If you're done, 7th brother will take you to see 4th brother." Old 7th could tell from Old Master Gu's fierce gaze when he entered that if he wasn't holding 8th sister, his father might have really eaten him. So, 8th sister, who was his protective charm, had to stay close. Sweet Bao retracted her words, her eyes shining as she looked at Old 7th. Before she could speak, Old Master Gu, feeling sour, interrupted, "Go find 4th brother alone. Why do you need to bring your little sister? Don't you see how hot the sun is today? What if she gets sunburned? Don't you know the sun in the capital is even hotter than in our village?" Old 7th and Sweet Bao looked at the sun outside, confused. Weren't they under the same sun? But seeing Old Master Gu's obvious anger, they couldn't openly oppose him. So, the two children looked at Old Lady Gu for help. She understood the silent plea, cleared her throat, and Old Master Gu shivered slightly. He slowly turned around and glanced at Old Lady Gu. The elderly Lady Gu smiled gently and looked at the sky outside. She said, "Today the sun is very good. It's nice for Sweet Treasure to go out with Old 7 for a walk. After all, it's her first time in the city, so she should explore more. Seeing the world is good. When she gets married in the future, she will know what the outside scenery is like." Her words were like a sharp knife stabbing into Old Master Gu's heart. Hearing this, Grandma Gu continued, "It's fine if it's dark, as long as the future son-in-law likes it." Another knife seemed to stab into Old Master Gu's heart. He looked at Grandma Gu and saw she was about to speak again, so he quickly said, "Old 7, take Sweet Treasure out to play. Later, your mother will give you some money, and you can buy some food." After breakfast, Old 7 Gu took Sweet Treasure out. Their rented house was very close to Yishuan Academy. Today was a day off for the school, but many students still studied and reviewed lessons during the break. The autumn exams were only a few months away. Yishuan Academy was famous all over the Eastern Kingdom. It was one of the 4 great academies, and many students admired it. Old Seven Gu held Sweet Treasure and was about to walk over, but Sweet Treasure pulled on his sleeve. He turned to look at her wet eyes, and he heard a soft, sweet voice. "Brother Chi, please put me down. Sweet Treasure wants to walk in by herself." Old Seven Gu nodded and put Sweet Treasure on the ground. He didn't doubt her words at all. He thought she was just feeling sorry for him, although that wasn't really what she meant. He tidied her wrinkled clothes and then took her chubby hand. "Now, Brother Chi can take little sister in, right?" Sweet Treasure smiled happily, looking very satisfied.
Yes.
"That's great." Brother Chi. Old Seven Goose smiled and pinched her little nose. His handsome face, already bright, became even more dazzling because of his smile. Passers-by stopped to look, seeming unsure who this young man was, feeling a bit unfamiliar. Old Seven Gu didn't notice what was around him. He led Sweet Treasure toward the gate of Yishuan Academy. At the gate, there were two men dressed in gray armor, each standing on either side. They had long swords at their waists and serious, meticulous expressions. Even when Old Seven Gu approached, they didn't move a bit. Old Mr. Gu asked Sweet Treasure to hold his leg, then stretched out his hands to bow to the two people in front. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, "Sorry to trouble you, big brothers. I brought my little sister to the academy to find our second brother, Gu Yunqi. Please, if it's convenient for you, let us siblings go inside." Old Mr. Gu was sincere, and Sweet Treasure, holding his leg, nodded in agreement. The guard, who looked like a wooden figure, was also softened by Sweet Treasure's cuteness. His expression softened, and he replied stiffly, "You two can go to the side desk to register. Then you can go in." Another guard, hearing the name Gu Yunqi, felt it sounded familiar. After thinking carefully, he realized this was the famous scholar Gu Xiaozai from a few days ago. Thinking of this, he kindly said, "You siblings, if you're looking for someone, go to the Tian section. Don't run around elsewhere." Old Mr. Gu quickly bowed in thanks. After registering at the side, he led his sister into the academy. He didn't think much of the guard's words, just assuming they meant not to wander around. After entering, Sweet Treasure looked back at the helpful guard. Her intuition told her that this person wouldn't say such words without reason. He probably knew something. But what exactly, she didn't know. Facing unknown dangers was always frightening.
Sigh.
Sweet Treasure sighed in her heart. She felt that her second brother's fate had been tough ever since he came to the city to study. She didn't realize that studying could be so difficult. She looked around curiously, taking one more glance and sighing again inside. Old Mr. Gu was also entering Yishuan Academy for the first time. The entrance looked very ordinary, but inside, they went straight to a classroom labeled the Earth section. The academy was originally divided into 3 levels: Heaven, Earth, and Human, based on each student's talent. The Earth and Human sections had the most students, while the Heaven section had the fewest but often produced the top scholar. Students in the academy weren't discouraged if they were assigned to the Earth or Human sections. It was said that 10 years ago, a top scholar came from the Human section, and several other top students also came from the Earth section. The top scholar from the Human section was later known as Master Yun. As he said, "All causes and effects are self-made. All efforts are used by oneself." Old Mr. Gu finished speaking, and Sweet Treasure nodded as if she understood, though she was only 3 years old and couldn't fully grasp these deep truths. "Brother Chi, is second brother here?" Sweet Bao stretched out his chubby finger and pointed at the hanging signboard, which had 3 characters written on it. Old Seven Gu was surprised, and then remembered that Sweet Bao couldn't read or recognize the characters for Heaven or Earth. He quickly said, "This is the Earth section. No 4th brother here.
Come on.
7th brother will take you to find him." After speaking, he turned and led Sweet Bao in another direction. They crossed a long corridor and saw a few men dressed in sky-blue clothes, holding books, either standing or sitting, reading inside a pavilion. Old Seven Gu hushed Sweet Bao, about to give instructions, but suddenly saw Sweet Bao's chubby little hand break free. The round little body darted like the wind toward the pavilion. Before Old Seven Gu could react, Sweet Bao had already rushed out. When Old Seven Gu finally reacted, he saw Sweet Bao charging toward the people inside the pavilion. He was stunned, Did his little sister dislike him? Realizing what is happening, old Seven Gu thought to himself that if old Master Gu found out about Sweet Bao's actions, he would definitely hold a grudge again. Old Master Gu loved to remember wrongs. He quickly ran after him. Halfway there, he saw the round little figure, like the wind, dashing to the group of students. Suddenly, he saw Sweet Bao jump into the arms of a man sitting at a stone table, with his back facing him. His steps involuntarily stopped. Tall and slender, old Seven Gu stood on the corridor as if abandoned, with a look of angry warmth on his face. He saw the man gently hold Sweet Bao into his arms, even lowering his head. Old Seven Gu's hands trembled with anger. He clenched his fists and walked heavily toward the pavilion. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to beat this man up without leaving bruises. He quickened his pace and soon reached behind the man. He peeked at Sweet Bao, who was smiling with his eyes squeezed shut. A faint sadness grew in his heart. His little sister. Had she abandoned him? Little sister, come here. Old Seven Gu suppressed his anger. Knowing that causing trouble in Yixuan Academy was not allowed, he spoke in a calm voice to Sweet Bao, but his eyes kept fixed on the man. The thin man heard this and remained still, even reaching out to brush back the little bangs on Sweet Bao's forehead. Sweet Bao felt the tickling sensation and smiled, then snuggled further into the man's arms. He looked at Seventh Brother with his eyes barely open, full of anger. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Why was Seventh Brother so angry? Sweet Bao was unfazed after hearing old Seven Gu's words. Old Seven Gu had no choice but to shift his gaze to the man nearby, his face showing displeasure, his fists clenched with a creaking sound. A few men reading beside him seemed drawn by the scene before them. The closest scholar to the man asked, Yunqi, do you know this young man? Why does he look at you with such hatred? The scholar speaking was Qin Qing, a new friend of Gu Yunqi. Gu Yunqi usually had a cold personality, but when he saw Sweet Bao, it was as if an icy mountain melted, giving a brief feeling of warmth. He listened to his friend's words with a cold expression, then gently wiped the sweat from Sweet Bao's forehead, his voice carrying a hint of coldness as he replied, perhaps. I've been in the city for so long that my younger brother has long forgotten me. He sighed. Then his tone suddenly warmed as he continued, fortunately, my little sister is still young and cares deeply for me, her older brother. That makes me very happy. Old Four Gu's words stabbed old Seven Gu's heart like a knife. He froze in place, his anger gone, replaced by shock. He hadn't expected that the person Sweet Bao ran to was his fourth brother. Fourth brother. Essie, don't call me fourth brother. I'm not your fourth brother, and you're not my seventh younger brother. If you were my brother, how could you think of hitting me? Old Four Gu slightly tilted his head, glancing at the still clenched fist, then said with a faint smile, look at that, still clenched tight. Old Seven Gu panicked immediately, quickly spreading his hands flat at his sides. If there was anyone in the Gu family he feared most, it was definitely fourth brother Gu Yunqi the eldest, and second brothers might just get a scolding from their father, but fourth brother was different. He would not only hit him but also humiliate him completely. Fourth brother, it was seventh brother's mistake. I was blind and didn't recognize you for a moment. Old Seven Gu lowered his head, deeply repentant. The scholars reading nearby put away their books, all watching the scene with interest, as they hadn't seen Gu Yunqi confront someone like this in a long time. Old Four Gu carried Sweet Bao and turned around to look at the remorseful old Seven Gu, with no softness in his heart. He narrowed his long, narrow eyes, a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and said lightly, you've lived 15 years, but you're no better than a 3-year-old child. When you go out in the future, don't think about being part of the Gu family. I'm afraid you'll embarrass the Gu family. Everyone in the Gu family is good-looking and smart, except for old Seventh Gu. He only has a good appearance but no brains at all. If he hadn't stayed at the door when he was a child and seen Nurse when carry him out, he would really think Nurse when swap the babies. Old Seventh Gu was surprised not to argue when fourth brother spoke. Instead, his face turned slightly red, clearly feeling guilty. He didn't expect that his younger sister could recognize fourth brother from so far away, while he, even standing close, couldn't recognize him. He felt he was not as good as his sister in this. Sweet Bao saw seventh brother's expression and quickly said to fourth brother, "Fourth brother, no, you turned your head just now, so Sweet Bao only recognized you." At that moment, seventh brother was talking to fourth brother while carrying her, so she didn't call out to him. Hearing Sweet Bao's words, fourth brother's calm expression disappeared. He looked at her with a gentle smile and said warmly, "Whatever Sweet Bao says, fourth brother believes it." He had turned his head just then and secretly admired her keen eyesight, but he also felt sorry that she wasn't a boy. If she were, she would be much better than old seventh Gu. Hearing this, old seventh Gu felt even worse inside. He was sure that Sweet Bao was lying to flatter fourth brother. This friendship moved him so much that he almost wanted to cry. After talking with Sweet Bao for a while, fourth brother learned that the reason they came here was because the Gu family had arrived and rented a house waiting for him. He felt a bit excited. He looked up at old seventh Gu and saw his conflicted face, then sighed. "Brother Chen, Brother Zhou, Brother Zhao, and Brother Jiang, Yunqi probably can't study with you all today," said fourth brother, holding Sweet Bao and apologizing to the four scholars in front. The four men waved their hands in response. The man called Brother Zhou said, "Yunqi, you should go back quickly. Don't keep the elders waiting at home." Hearing this, fourth brother didn't delay anymore. He carried Sweet Bao and turned to leave. But suddenly, Sweet Bao in his arms said to a scholar, "Brother Chen and the other three brothers, you can come to my house to play in a few days. Sweet Bao wants to treat you all and thank you for taking care of fourth brother." After speaking, she even bowed slightly. If old fourth Gu hadn't been holding Sweet Treasure, she might have rushed forward to get a good look at the man called Brother Chen. Because this person had appeared in her dreams before, and he was part of that bad group. Chen Qing, Zhou Ziyu, Zhao Yulin, and Jiang Tong were all startled by the innocent words of this little girl. After they recovered, they all smiled and promised her politely. Although the four didn't understand what Gu Yunqi's little sister meant, since she was still young, they treated her with respect. It showed that the Gu family was a polite and well-mannered family, which made their friendship with Gu Yunqi worthwhile. Old fourth Gu didn't know why Sweet Treasure made that suggestion. No matter how much he asked on the way, she didn't answer. She was busy watching other students in the academy. Only after leaving the academy did she realize she hadn't seen the leader of the group. She frowned slightly, looking confused. Old seventh Gu walked ahead, deep in thought, leading the way for old fourth Gu. Sweet Treasure was in his arms, but she looked worried, her little face almost scrunched up. After thinking for a while, she realized that the person wasn't in the academy, probably because he wasn't there. The way that person behaved in her dream looked like a noble family member who had entered the academy through connections. Many people had done that, so it was probably very hard to find him in the academy. Understanding this, Sweet Treasure rested her small forehead on fourth brother's neck, softly speaking with a gentle, childish voice, "Fourth brother, this is my first time in the city and my first time traveling far away. Are there any fun places in the city?" It was her first time in the city, her first long journey. The farthest she had traveled was to the academy to find him. Old fourth Gu felt a bit bitter in his heart. He hugged Sweet Treasure tighter, his voice hoarse and low, and said, "Sweet Treasure, it's not your first time here. When fourth brother becomes successful, I will take you to play every day." He knew what had happened at home and was aware of her going up the mountain alone to dig ginseng, but all these things were beyond his expectations. Old fourth Gu arrived at the house rented by the Gu family. As he entered, he was almost stunned. He only knew he had rented a small mansion. At that time, he thought it was just 2 or 3 rooms. Now that he was in front of it, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Is this really a small mansion? Old fourth Gu suddenly felt a bit doubtful about life. He carefully recalled his 20 years of life. The Gu family wasn't exactly poor, but not well off either. There were many people in the family, but none of them were lazy or depended on others. However, upon thinking more carefully, he wondered how such a small amount of land could support so many people. The more he thought, the more suspicious he became. Before he could ask, he heard old seventh Gu chattering nonstop. "Fourth brother, you probably don't know how we got here, do you? We not only bought a carriage, but 2 of them. Recently, we also bought a farm, and even hired some farm workers. In just a few words, old Fourth Gu heard them, but although he recognized the words, he couldn't understand the meaning when they were put together. In just a few months, the family had bought carriages, a farm, and hired workers, things he never imagined. Old Seventh paused, turned his head, and looked at the silent old Fourth Gu. He saw that his expression was cold, and his narrow eyes were slightly squinted. When old Seventh looked at him, those narrow eyes looked back with a cold glare, almost frightening old Seventh. Fourth Brother's gaze was too scary. Old Fourth Gu narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. He remembered that the family letter he received didn't mention any of this. If it weren't for their trip to the city, he wouldn't have known, and normally, only old Seventh Gu would write to him. When he looked up, he saw old Seventh Gu nervously avoiding his gaze, and he suddenly understood everything. Sweet Treasure, unaware of the little actions between the 2 brothers, pretended to be coquettish and said to Fourth Brother, "Fourth Brother, from now on, you can just stay here peacefully." There were only a few months left until Chi Lu, and the house would continue to be rented. When the time came, she would come to cheer for Fourth Brother and wish him success. Old Fourth Gu's cold aura faded, replaced by a gentle warmth like a refreshing breeze. Hearing Sweet Treasure's words, he smiled slightly, his voice deep and pleasant. "Everyone listens to my little sister." Old Seventh Gu, seemingly unaware of old Fourth Gu's gaze, wore a simple, honest smile. His handsome appearance now looked a bit silly, adding a touch of innocence. He then said, "Fourth Brother, you probably don't know, but all of this is thanks to my little sister. It's her ginseng money." After saying this, he felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Old Master Gu was surprised to hear this. Seeing it in a letter was nothing compared to hearing it in person. In that moment, he hugged the sweet little treasure even tighter, his voice a little hoarse as he said, "Little sister, don't worry. Your Fourth Brother will give you a bright and beautiful life someday." At this moment, Gu Yunqi became more certain of his goal, and he truly gave the sweet little treasure a bright future. Fourth Brother. Sweet little treasure stretched out her chubby hand to tug at old Master Gu, who was lost in thought, then pointed to the row of houses ahead and whispered, "Fourth Brother, hurry home. Sweet little treasure is going to melt from the sun. If I melt, Fourth Brother will feel sad." They had gone to Yishuan Academy earlier, and before they knew it, they had spent the whole morning there. Now it was the hottest part of the day. When they just entered the main gate of the residence and walked along the paved Qingyan stone path, there were no obstructions on either side. The dazzling sunlight was very hot. Everyone hurried into the main hall. Inside, a group of people was sitting. Leading them were old Master Gu and old Lady Gu. The 2 daughters-in-law and 2 daughters were busy in the kitchen, while old eldest son couldn't stop pacing back and forth in the hall. Old Seventh had been out all morning. Did he know if little sister was hungry? Old eldest son kept walking, making old Master Gu dizzy. The old man frowned and looked at him with displeasure, coldly saying, "Sit properly. Your pacing makes me dizzy. Don't block my view of when your little sister returns." After speaking, he continued to stretch his neck and look out. Old Lady Gu, feeling a headache, rubbed her forehead. Seeing her, old Master Gu quickly stood up, went to her side, took her hand away, and started massaging her instead. "Madam, is this enough pressure?" Old Master Gu carefully massaged her forehead while still watching the door, hoping that sweet little treasure would come back any moment now. Old Lady Gu, resting her eyes, heard his words and replied faintly, "It's okay." Old Master Gu wanted to defend himself, but suddenly a childish voice interrupted him. "Daddy, Mommy. Sweet little treasure is back." At the door of the main hall, a chubby little figure ran happily, backlit by the sunlight. He hurriedly ran over, threw himself at old Lady Gu's legs, hugged her big thigh, and said softly, "Mommy, I missed you so much." Grandma Gu and Grandpa Gu were very happy that sweet treasure had returned. They both looked at her naturally, ignoring the younger brother Gu Fourth who followed behind. Luckily, Gu Fourth was used to this, and went straight to the eldest brother upon entering. At this moment, he felt a little embarrassed to disturb the family reunion. Behind Gu Fourth, Gu Seventh also turned to walk toward the eldest brother. "Does sweet treasure miss Daddy?" Grandpa Gu saw his daughter being affectionate with his wife and, as if he didn't see her, he couldn't help but remind her. Holding onto her thigh, sweet treasure looked up at her father, then at her father's thigh. Comparing it with her mother's thigh, she decided to hold her mother's thigh instead, since her father was just someone to be tough with. "Daddy, did you forget? I just saw you this morning," she said with big eyes, looking at Grandpa Gu with shining stars in her eyes, blinking brightly, with a hint of innocence in her expression. This simple sentence left Grandpa Gu speechless. He thought for a moment and agreed that his daughter was right. He nodded at Sweet Treasure and smiled. "Sweet Treasure is so clever." "Sorry, Daddy was a bit forgetful." Gu Fourth, who was standing nearby and saw everything, widened his eyes with a hint of disbelief. He looked at his older brother, seeking confirmation. His older brother, looking very used to this, simply nodded. At that moment, Gu Fourth fully understood. Gu Seventh's intelligence was inherited from someone. When Gu Fourth returned, the Gu family was the happiest, especially his 7 nephews. They gathered around him, chattering about everything they saw and heard on the way. Gu Fourth really cooperated and, when something interesting came up, he couldn't help but ask questions. He listened carefully, and the nephews spoke enthusiastically. Until the end, Gu Fourth listened and then calmly checked the homework of a few children. The boys, who were about to be teenagers, looked a bit bitter at first, but Gu Fourth's questions made them recall and recite their lessons one by one. Gu Fourth nodded with satisfaction. During the months he was away, these boys hadn't fallen behind in their studies. In fact, they seemed to have improved quite a bit. He once again admired the intelligence of the Gu family, except for one person. As evening fell, the sky turned dark with the evening glow fading from the horizon. The lively noise of the Gu family gradually quieted down. After Sweet Treasure finished eating and drinking, she still lay comfortably in Fourth Brother's arms. She gently touched her round belly, cleared her mind, and then slowly replayed today's memories, mixing and filtering them again. After reviewing everything that happened today, she didn't find anything suspicious about the man with the surname Chin. Or perhaps he hasn't been brainwashed or turned yet. If her guess was correct, she could easily bring him into Fourth Brother's group. Unaware that she was being watched, Sweet Treasure was still thinking of plans. Meanwhile, old Master Gu, having eaten his fill, no longer missed Fourth Young Master. His gaze fell on a small, chubby figure and its noticeable little belly, and he started to make plans. From Stone Village to the city, Sweet Treasure had been sleeping with Grandma Gu. Even on the first night in the city, she stayed with Sister Yen. It had been a long time since he last held his chubby little girl. If he could hold her tonight, he might not have to stay in the side room. Deciding this, old Master Gu stood up and walked toward where Sweet Treasure was. Just as she was lost in her thoughts, a shadow blocked her view. She looked up and saw it was her father. What was he about to do? Sweet Treasure blinked, looking innocent and a bit silly, without making a sound, just quietly watching old Master Gu. Cough, cough. Old Master Gu pretended to cough lightly a few times. Seeing that his daughter still looked blankly at him, as if not understanding, he coughed again.
"Father."
"Are you feeling cold?" She knew what a cold was, just a common cold. When she caught a cold before, she often forgot to prepare medicine and just drank hot water to get through it. When she spoke, the Gu family members in the room all looked at old Master Gu, especially Grandma Gu, whose gaze was cold and sharp. This made old Master Gu, standing still, a bit unsure. He moved his lips slightly and quickly said, it's nothing, just a little cold." After saying that, he waved his hand, trying to dismiss everyone's curious glances. But just as he finished speaking, Gu Yen, who was tidying up nearby, stopped what she was doing. She lowered her head and thought deeply. Tonight, she was the one cooking, and the dishes weren't salty at all. "Father, that's not right. Sister Lu's cooking isn't salty. And her skills are getting better." Old Master Gu, who had just come in from outside, heard his son say the food was too salty. He frowned slightly and quickly spoke up to defend sick sister. But the rest of the Gu family didn't dare to breathe loudly. Sweet Baby, who was lying in old fourth Gu's arms, slowly sat up and turned to look at old Master Gu, whose face was turning darker. Inside, she couldn't help but sigh. If seventh brother hadn't been saved by her, he might have been sick in bed from the day they arrived in the city until they left. Father, the food isn't salty. Just drink more water, Sweet Baby said softly, tugging at old Master Gu's clothes. Her gentle voice made everyone's heart melt. Old Master Gu's gloomy face suddenly eased. He looked at Sweet Baby with a smile and asked, Sweet Baby, should you sleep with Dad tonight? His smile faded, and he looked a little sad. It's been many days since you last slept with Dad and Mom. Don't you like them anymore? Sweet Baby was stunned. How did this turn into a matter of liking or not liking? Just a moment ago, they were talking about the food. Grandmother Gu frowned as she looked at old Master Gu, then turned to her daughters-in-law and said, Eldest and second daughter-in-law, it's getting late. You two should take Xiao Yi and the others to bed early. The house was too big. Every day, the two daughters-in-law and their daughters had to clean each room carefully. They also had to provide food for so many people at home. Just thinking about it made her feel distressed. Seeing old Master Gu looking upset, she felt helpless but was already thinking about buying some servants.
But
they definitely needed a cook. Grandmother Gu sent her daughters-in-law and daughters back to their rooms. The son stood nearby, watching and smiling at the scene. She felt her face ache with pain. Old and petty, always bullying the young. Grandmother Gu stood up, walked over to old Master Gu, and gently pulled him aside. She then turned to her eldest son and said, Eldest, tomorrow go to the pawn shop and buy some servants. She paused and added, Fourth, you go too, and see if there's a suitable cook. When we all return, if you don't have someone to cook, that won't do. We can't eat out every day. Eldest son nodded, agreeing that they needed to buy some servants. But then he thought, if they buy servants now and settle them here, what about after the autumn exams? Would they still bring them home? He remembered the several rows of small houses at home and felt they wouldn't be enough to live in. Mom, Sweet Baby wants to go too. When they heard about choosing someone at the dental shop, Sweet Treasure became interested. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Grandma Gu, waiting for her to pick her. But after her older brothers agreed, no one called her name. She pouted unhappily and shouted. Grandma Gu turned to look at Sweet Treasure. Seeing her pout, she stepped forward and gently touched her little mouth, smiling. Your little mouth is so pouty, it could hang a gourd. Tomorrow, you can go with your brothers. It's a good chance for them to see things. Grandma Gu said confidently. A 3-year-old child has clear eyes, and anyone with bad intentions can tell. She trusted Sweet Treasure very much. Old Master Gu, who had been ignored, now looked less upset. He quickly said anxiously, I want to go too tomorrow. In the end, Grandma Gu decided that old Master Gu could go with them but was not allowed to interfere. He had no objection, just wanted to be with his daughter. It was late, and old Master Gu wanted to take Sweet Treasure back to her room. He hesitated, worried she wouldn't want to go, and couldn't speak for a while. At first, Sweet Treasure didn't understand what he meant. But after Grandma Gu said those words, she realized her father missed her. Her eyes turned red. Afraid others might notice, she pretended to yawn and rubbed her eyes with her small hand. When her eyes felt a slight burning sensation, she stopped and looked sleepy. Softly, she said, Daddy, Sweet Treasure is sleepy. I want to sleep with Mommy and Daddy. Old Master Gu was very happy. He pinched himself to feel the pain, which made him even happier. He told Grandma Gu, my wife, Sweet Treasure wants to sleep with me. Then he strode over, picked up Sweet Treasure carefully, and quietly left the main hall. Grandma Gu watched her husband leave and shook her head helplessly. She sighed and followed him out. She missed her daughter very much too. Big Brother Gu and Fourth Brother Gu lowered their heads slightly, their eyes full of complicated feelings that others couldn't understand. Only Seventh Brother Gu, standing nearby, said with a bit of annoyance, I'm so old. Why has Daddy never hugged me to sleep? He was a bit confused. Since he could remember, he either slept with his eldest brother or his second brother. Only after the two brothers got married was he sent to live with the fourth brother. Later, he stayed in the academy. He rarely remembered sleeping with his parents. Old Lord Gu and Old Lord Si exchanged a look, seeming reluctant to hurt this silly boy. Not just once, he hadn't slept with them. He was given to the eldest brother right after he was born. The old couple was worried about their daughter, as the boy absorbed everything too quickly, almost preventing Gu Yen from having children. Out of anger, Old Lord Gu made Gu Qi the seventh son. They gently patted Gu Qi's shoulder with concern. Gu Qi looked confused, and together they left the main hall. Standing alone in the empty hall, Gu Qi scratched his head, not understanding his brother's actions. He couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. When he thought about going to the pawn shop tomorrow, his mood improved. Without looking back, he headed outside. He waved his hand toward the interior, extinguishing the candle on the main seat. He walked back to the main house under the moonlight. Late at night, a white dove flew out of the estate, its elegant figure soaring into the sky toward the distance. At the Gu family in Beijing, a young servant carried the familiar white dove, walking confidently toward the study. The guard outside the study recognized him instantly, so he didn't stop him and simply let him in. Gu Xuanzong, the head of the Gu family, sat behind his desk, holding the letter the young servant just handed him. The letter had a few words. Third young master rented a small room, a bit crowded. Young miss is crying. These 3 short sentences made Gu Xuanzong look at them more than 10 times. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his anger, and asked his second brother standing nearby, Xian Ting, look at this. Am I seeing things? His tone was full of frustration. Gu Xianting, the second young master, took the letter from his brother and read it carefully. He read it 3 times before frowning. Then he asked coldly to Gu Qi, the 7th young master, who was standing beside him, Old 7, have you given your third brother his yearly salary? Gu Xianmei, the 7th young master, looked confused. Hearing his second brother's words, he quickly replied, Second brother, what do you mean? I gave it all. Every penny. Just as I always do. He even watched his third brother save it in front of him every time. Gu Xianting didn't explain further. Instead, he handed the letter to Gu Qi. The 7th young master took it angrily and read it. As he read to the end, his face turned redder and redder. He was furious. Big brother. Third brother is being too unfair. The head of the Gu family looked very grim. After thinking for a moment, he said, I was planning to go to the capital in a few days, but it seems I must leave tomorrow. All family matters will be handled by the second son. Recently, the court has been unstable. The emperor is increasingly obsessed with alchemy, and he has warned all members of the Gu family to behave themselves. Now, the court is clearly divided. The officials are taking sides, but since the Gu family has no female members, no one is trying to win their favor. This keeps the Gu family neutral. If others find out about the third family's daughter, it might cause unnecessary trouble. The words of the Gu family had made everyone in the room look serious. They all responded in unison. That night, they sent messages to the Gu family members outside, telling them to behave and not cause trouble. Anyone who disobeyed would face family discipline. That night, the Gu family in the capital did not sleep. At dawn, a gray carriage quietly left the city. At dawn, Tianbao woke up early. She twisted her little body and rolled into her mother's arms. She also kicked her sleeping grandfather, Gu Leoi. The grandfather, half awake, grabbed her small foot with his warm hand and comforted her, saying, Good girl, your foot is a little cold. Daddy will warm it for you. Then he went back to sleep, still holding her foot. No one saw Tianbao in Grandma Gu's arms, and her ears turned red. When it was very bright, Grandma Gu woke up early. She looked at Tianbao still sleeping and gently tucked her in. Then she looked at Grandpa Gu, who was warming Tianbao's feet. At this moment, she rarely covered him with a blanket. If Grandpa Gu had been awake, he would have been very happy. After dressing, Grandma Gu went to the kitchen. There were already 4 people there. Gu Yan was wearing a white cloth, holding a spatula in one hand and a pot lid in the other. Water was warming on the stove. Guyen planned to boil water and cook. Just as the water was ready, Grandma Gu came in. She rolled up her sleeves and asked, "Is there anything I can do, daughter?" Hearing this, Guyen naturally didn't mind. She thought for a moment and said, "Mom, go help big sister-in-law pick vegetables. Since there are many people at home and a lot of dishes to prepare, they need several basins of vegetables washed. Cooking is not difficult, but washing vegetables now takes a lot of time." Grandma Gu nodded. Seeing that there were 2 stoves in the house, she first went to prepare egg custard for Tianbao and the grandchildren. Recently, Tianbao and the others hadn't been eating well. If Sweet Treasure knew her mother's thoughts right now, she might cry and eat less, since her belly's waistband is getting tighter again. After breakfast, Old Master Gu couldn't wait and took people to the dental shop. First, he was following, and second, he wanted to ask Brother Su why he didn't come yesterday. But after thinking about it, he felt it might be rude to ask so suddenly. He decided to hold back and not ask anymore, maybe because something was holding Brother Su back. The rented house was not far from the dental shop, just a street or 2 away. In the early morning, the streets of the city started to get lively with the sounds of people bustling around, mostly vendors shouting to sell their goods. When Old Master Gu appeared with a group of handsome men and a cute treasure, everyone, vendors and shoppers, stopped to look at them, curious about these strangers. Sweet Treasure refused to be carried by Old Master Gu. Now, she held his hand and walked on his left side. Her big, round eyes looked at the people on both sides of the street who were glancing at her. Her chubby little face turned red instantly. She felt a bit confused because it was her first time being stared at so openly. She moved stiffly, a little awkward in her actions. Behind her, Old Fourth Gu walked carefully, protecting her. He soon noticed that Sweet Treasure's hands and feet were getting stiff, and she was even walking with her hands and feet moving together. He looked nervous, no longer cold and distant. He quickly stepped forward, bent down, and hugged her into his arms. His cool voice carried a hint of warmth as he asked, "What's wrong, little sister? Are you feeling unwell?" Old Fourth Gu spoke very softly, as if whispering into her ear, which made Old Master Gu look displeased. When Old Fourth Gu finished speaking, Sweet Treasure's face turned a few shades redder. Her bright eyes looked at him shyly, then she rubbed her little head against his neck, whispering, "Fourth brother, everyone is looking at me.
I feel shy."
Standing nearby, Second Uncle Gu overheard and said, "Little sister, they're just looking at you. What's there to be shy about? Girls are young, and it's good to be looked at more. The more you see, the more used to it you'll get." Suddenly, Second Uncle Gu spoke, making Sweet Treasure's face turn even redder. She didn't expect that seventh brother was listening carefully to her and fourth brother talking. Her voice was so soft that he could hear her clearly. His good hearing was impressive. Sweet Treasure buried her face completely in Old Fourth Gu's neck, leaving only her breath coming out. After hearing seventh brother, she couldn't lift her head anymore. Old Master Gu looked cold and distant, with a very faint gaze towards Old Master Gucci. Gucci only felt a chill on his neck, shrank back, and looked innocent as he touched his nose. He was only trying to help. Old Master Gu, standing nearby, sighed and reached out to pat Gucci's shoulder, feeling that his seventh son had a hard life. This time he was thinking about how to train Gucci together with Old Fourth. Leading the way, Old Master Gu looked angry and occasionally turned his head to watch the little darling behind him. But when he saw the little darling leaning in Old Fourth's arms, his heart almost broke. He looked up at Old Fourth silently and continued walking forward, but inside, he was thinking about when to go home. After seeing the people and renting the house, adding a few more people wouldn't matter anymore. It was a good time to bring the children home. Feeling better after making up his mind, Old Master Gu walked with a spring in his step. After crossing 2 streets, they arrived at the entrance of the yaxing shop in the city. Old Master Gu led the way inside, followed closely by Old Big Gu and others. The last were Little Darling and Old Fourth. Little Darling didn't want to be carried inside, so old Fourth had to put her down on the stone steps and held her chubby hand to lead her upstairs. Once inside, little darling looked around. She remembered that the first floor was a place to buy people, but now it looked empty, with hardly anyone there. And she couldn't see her father and the others. Old Master Gu was led into a room by a steward. Old Chi, walking behind, didn't see his fourth brother and little sister go in, so he stayed at the door waiting for a while, but no one came out. He looked up at the door, then turned back to the path they took. When he reached the main hall, he saw the two people looking around anxiously. Fourth brother, little sister. Over here. Old Chi waved and pointed to the room behind him. Old Fourth nodded and led little darling toward Old Chi. Under Old Chi's guidance, they pushed open a tightly closed door. Inside, the scent of sandalwood filled the air. As the wind blew, the smell grew stronger. At first, Old Fourth frowned at the smell and shrank back slightly. Old Chi, behind him, didn't understand and blinked, asking, "Why isn't fourth brother going in? Father and big brother are waiting." Little darling stood at the door, carefully glancing inside. She saw several pairs of eyes looking at her, and she felt so embarrassed she wanted to hide in the wall.
This.
She didn't recognize anyone inside, but the woman sitting in the main seat looked cold and distant, and she felt a faint sense of familiarity. Sweet Bao quickly forced a smile and bowed to the people inside the house. She nervously said, "Sorry for accidentally bumping into you all. Please forgive us.
We will leave now."
After speaking, she twisted her chubby body and was about to leave, covering her face with her hands and walking quickly. She didn't notice a little girl walking straight toward her. Suddenly, they both fell to the ground with a thud. Just before falling, Sweet Bao reacted quickly and hugged the little girl in front of her, falling backward herself. "Little sister!" Old Master Goose shouted loudly. Hearing the sound, a few people in the open room quickly came out to see. Inside the tightly closed room, Old Master Goose sat with a frown, having already drunk 3 cups of tea. When he saw that Old Master Gu and others hadn't come in yet and was about to drink the tea in one gulp, he suddenly heard the tragic cry of Old Master Gu. After hearing the shout, he hurried out and saw Old Master Gu standing frozen in place. Looking in the same direction, he saw his beloved daughter sitting on the ground holding a girl about her age, talking to her. The little girl even reached out and pinched his daughter's chubby cheek. That was his own flesh and blood. He couldn't bear to see her hurt. Angrily, Old Master Gu kicked Old Master Gu with a look of disappointment, gritting his teeth and saying, "Hurry up and help your little sister up." He was anxious, but couldn't ignore the situation. He recognized the person coming out of the room opposite. It was the mother of the girl sitting on the ground, who was also on her way to the city. He had helped her family along the road. The cold-looking woman saw the person coming out of the room and whispered a few words to the man beside her. The man looked over, examined Old Master Gu from top to bottom, and felt a faint sense of familiarity, but couldn't quite remember why. The man in front of him didn't recognize Old Master Gu, but Old Master Gu clearly knew who he was. It was Sun Jishue, the Minister of Rights, young and holding a high position with a promising future. However, Old Master Gu didn't have time to think further. He saw the man stretch out his hand in a greeting with a gentle and kind expression. After bowing, he spoke to Old Master Gu. "Thank you for helping my wife on the way. My surname is Sunday. I live in Dongjia. If you need help in the future, you can find me." Old Master Gu heard this and showed a faint smile. He nodded politely to Sun Jishue in front of him and spoke in a very calm tone. "Old brother Sun, you're too polite. I am just a simple farmer. Helping someone on the road is a small matter, not worth mentioning." Old Master Gu could tell that Sun Jishue was somewhat distant in his words, but he was worried that Sun knew his official status as a minister and might trouble him later. He felt he didn't deserve such attention, mainly because he was too poor. While he was still dealing with Sun Jishue, his mind had already drifted to Tianbao. He saw his fourth son pick Tianbao up from the ground and quickly said to Sun Jishue, "It's getting late. I won't bother with pleasantries. Let's talk another day." He didn't make any excuses about his daughter's situation because he saw her sitting on the ground but didn't think she had done anything wrong. So, he didn't need to say any false words to defend her. Sun Jishue frowned when he heard this. He felt that the man in front of him was a bit too familiar and even a little shameless, calling him old brother Sunday. But since the man had spoken first, he maintained a gentle and kind attitude, smiled at him, and then turned his gaze to his daughter still sitting on the ground. His brow furrowed slightly, showing some displeasure as he glanced at Chuyu beside her, feeling that she was not teaching his daughter well. Chuyu is Sun Sun's mother. At this moment, she looked straight ahead with a hint of worry in her eyes. But when her gaze fell on her daughter's smiling face, she froze for a moment. It seemed she hadn't seen Sunner smile like that in a long time. Chuyu suppressed the bitterness rising in her heart, turned her head to look at Sun Jishue beside her. Just then, the man's eyes also shifted to her. She clearly saw the disgust in his eyes. In that moment, she smiled and felt a sense of relief. The originally cold and beautiful woman suddenly showed a stunning smile, so charming that anyone would be captivated at first glance. Tianbao was helped up by her fourth brother. She quickly moved her chubby body to help Sun Sun up. When no one was watching, she took a deep breath. As she looked up, she saw the coldly beautiful woman smiling so beautifully. She was momentarily stunned. The woman was naturally stunning and noble, radiating a cold aura that seemed to keep people at a distance. But at this moment, she felt like being bathed in spring breeze, mixed with a faint sense of relief. Tianbao didn't understand these complicated feelings. She didn't know what her mother had been through or what experiences had made such a beautiful woman pretend every day. Smiles come quickly and fade just as fast. Standing nearby, Sun Zishue felt a sharp pain in his chest, but he had no time to think about it. He frowned and glanced at Sun Sun outside, sighed, and then turned to go inside. Chuyu didn't mind Sun Jishue's attitude. At this moment, she stepped forward to Sun Sun, gently brushed her hair with cool fingers, and then looked at Sweet Bao standing nearby, who was staring at her. Sunner has no friends. She was weak from birth. Now she is 5 years old, but still has no friends. Chuyu paused, suppressing a bitter feeling in her throat. She squatted down, looked directly at Sweet Bao, and continued, "Annie hopes you can play more with Sun Sun in the future. I promise, she is rarely naughty. You see, she always looks cold, but she really wants to have a friend." Sun Sun was born with a weak body, a sickness she carried from her mother's. Over the years, she had been treated with good medicine, and now her health was slightly better. She decided to return to Kyoto with Sun Sun. Sun Sun's face was cold, but when she heard her mother's words, her small, fair face blushed a little, showing some embarrassment, but also a hopeful look at Sweet Bao. Sweet Bao looked at her beautiful aunt and saw the pleading in her eyes. She was puzzled. Why was there such a plea? At that moment, she couldn't understand. "Auntie, don't worry. Sister Sun is my good friend, and she's not cold at all," the chubby girl said seriously, speaking clearly, and even emphasizing that Sun was not cold. Chuyu nodded with a gentle smile, then pulled Sun Sun to stand in front of Sweet Bao. She said to Sun Sun, "Sunner, you must play well with your sister in the future. You are the older sister, and you need to take care of her, understand?" Sun Sun's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chuyu and nodded seriously. Inside, she was very excited. At this moment, her usual cold appearance was gone. Sweet Bao covered her mouth and giggled secretly. So Sun Jia wasn't a cold person after all. Now she could rest assured. After talking with old Master Gu for a few more words, Chuyu took Sun Sun back to her room. Old Master Gu turned around and told everyone to hurry back to their rooms so as not to cause embarrassment. When old Fourth Gu passed by him, he calmly reached out and gently took Sweet Bao into his arms. He shot a displeased look at old Fourth Gu before carrying Sweet Bao into the room. Old Fourth Gu was momentarily stunned, then smiled and followed inside. The housekeeper, who had been waiting inside for a long time, finally relaxed when he saw the people return. He immediately smiled as he watched the old Master Gu walking over with a child in his arms. He asked, "Sir, are you looking to buy some servants?" Old Master Gu waved his hand, and the housekeeper was confused. Gu pointed to the person following behind him and said, "Ask him." Madame Gu had told him to come and take a look. If he interfered, he was afraid he wouldn't get a good result. Sweet Bao was carried in Gu's arms. She turned her head to look at her angry father. She carefully thought about how she used to comfort people in her past life, but she couldn't remember how. She hadn't even comforted her father before, and she didn't even remember what he looked like. She tilted her head and remembered how Sister Sun had comforted her earlier. She immediately reached out her chubby little hands and, with a loud slap, both hands swung toward old Master Gu's face at the same time. The sound was loud, but the force was gentle. Her small hands pressed against his face, squeezing in the middle. Old Master Gu pouted, wanting to smile but unable to. He heard her soft, sweet voice say, "Daddy, smile." Old Master Gu's face was pressed by her chubby little hands. He heard his obedient daughter ask him to smile. He tried to smile, but her small hands held his face tightly, making it impossible. He sighed helplessly and muttered, "Sweet daughter, I really can't smile properly." His face was held by Sweet Bao. When he tried to smile, her small hands pressed even harder, and he just couldn't do it. Sweet Bao tilted her head, her big eyes full of curiosity. Why couldn't he smile? She had just smiled a moment ago. Could it be that Daddy thought she was an adult and felt shy? She thought about it carefully and increasingly believed that was the case.
She sighed.
As an adult, her father just didn't have the same awareness as her. She pulled her small hands back and patted Gu's head. She sighed in front of everyone and then looked away toward her brother's positions. Old Master Gu was confused. He didn't understand why his little daughter patted his head and sighed. Did she think he wasn't paying attention to her? Was she ignoring him? The more he thought about it, the more he believed that was possible. But in front of everyone, he didn't dare ask. He was afraid he wouldn't understand again. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Gu Laoqi, who was standing foolishly nearby, with a look of full disdain in her eyes. She quickly looked away and turned her gaze to Gu Laozi. She remembered that in the past 2 days, she had been very clingy to Gu Laozi, so she asked him privately. Meanwhile, the steward held a thin book in his hand, walked over to Gu Laoda, and handed the book to him. After Gu Laoda took it, he said, "Gentlemen, please look. This thin book is a list of the servants in our small shop. It includes maids, cooks, cleaners, guards, and other staff." The steward's face was smiling as he finished speaking. He then carefully looked at the group and continued, "Of course, our shop doesn't only have this one list, but the ones you hold are the best." He stopped there, not going into more detail because everyone understood. Even the sweet baby, nestled in Grandpa Gu's arms, understood what the steward was saying. It was just saying that they showed the best servant list. Their shop has not only top-quality staff, but also ordinary ones. If you want lower-quality ones, they have those too. Gu Laoshi glanced at the list briefly, and then handed it to fourth brother, since the decision was in his hands. Gu Laoqi, standing nearby, saw the eldest brother give the list to fourth brother and couldn't help but walk over. He tilted his head to look at the list, which only had names and dates, and then lost interest and looked away. The sweet baby, who was being held by Grandpa Gu, also became curious. She immediately imitated Chiga, stretching her neck to look. After a few tries, she couldn't move it much. She looked down and saw that Grandpa Gu had noticed her moving and had held her tighter.
"Daddy."
"Put sweet baby down. I want to see." Her chubby little face puffed up, and she pointed her chubby finger toward fourth brother, speaking seriously. Grandpa Gu saw this and, holding back his jealousy, looked at Gu Laozi with a serious gaze. The next moment, Gu Laozi stood up, holding the list, and walked over. He had already guessed that sweet baby also wanted to see after hearing her words, but he doubted whether such a small child could understand these things. He then stood up, took the list, and walked over to Grandpa Gu. He spread the list open and held it out in front of Sweet Baby, lowering his hand slightly so she could see better. Sweet Baby was still pouting, but the next moment, she saw the list in front of her. She was stunned. Was she really so powerful now that her words made the list fly over by itself?
杏谋旁边一看，看到一双骨节分明的手指捏着名单递到他面前。他顺着手往上看，发现送名单的人竟是他四哥。田宝高兴，赶紧低头看去，脸色变得苍白。名单上的字是繁体，他不懂那是什么字体，只能看懂一些偏旁。田宝笑眯眯，把名单推到四哥怀里，眼睛亮亮的，声音满是奶味：“四哥辛苦了。”顾老四看到田宝那笑脸，心里明白小妹看不懂字。原本他还好奇，一个3岁的奶娃娃怎么能认字，现在看到，觉得有点心酸。顾老七3岁就能认百字，而小妹却一个也不懂。如果这样下去，难免会被人欺负。想到这个可能，顾老四皱了皱眉，心里暗暗有了想法，转身对身后的管事说：“麻烦管事带人来看看。”说完，他把田宝看的那一页名单交给管事。管事连忙上前接过名单，低头一看，发现上面全是好东西，脸上带笑，让大家坐下，然后转身走向门口。管事出去后，顾老爷子抱着田宝坐下，旁边的案几上放了几盘点心。刚才顾老爷子尝了一块，觉得味道不错，软糯不甜腻，适合小孩子吃。他一手抱着田宝，一手拿着茶杯，细心喂女儿。站在一旁的顾老七像个木桩一样，变身为给茶杯添水的小二，偶尔还推荐哪块糕点好看，适合小妹吃。顾老爷子点点头，觉得好看的糕点应该给女儿吃。一指一喂一吃，直到田宝的小肚子鼓了几分，他发出柔弱的抗议：“爹爹，田宝真的吃不下了。”说着，他摸了摸圆滚滚的小肚子，早上吃的还没消化完，又在牙行把刚消化的那一半吃了回来。田宝心里满是泪水，觉得太好吃，自己控制不住，小肚子又大了一圈，怎么办呀？顾老爷子看了一眼案几上的点心碟，发现都少了一半，满意的点点头，抬手整理了一下田宝脸上的发丝，说：“吃饱了吗？如果不够，爹爹再给你喂。”
He hasn't fed his daughter for a long time and is starting to lose control. Sweet Treasure, upon hearing this, shook her head like a rattle and looked at her second older brother with pleading eyes. The tall figure of her elder brother approached slowly, reaching out a fair, slender hand to take Sweet Treasure from Grandpa Goo's arms. He looked at Grandpa Goo with a calm expression and said indifferently, "If mother knew that father has let little sister become like this, I think my son might have to rent a room at the inn for him." As soon as fourth brother Goo finished speaking, Grandpa Goo's expression stiffened. He had been feeding Sweet Treasure happily and had already pushed Grandma Goo out of his mind. He then turned his head to avoid fourth brother Goo's cold look and mumbled, "That's not. I just thought Sweet Treasure was hungry." Fourth brother Goo didn't continue talking to Grandpa Goo. His sharp ears caught a faint movement, and he turned with Sweet Treasure in his arms to sit at a seat nearby. He carefully stroked her round belly with one hand, but didn't press hard, afraid of hurting her. Sweet Treasure ate some snacks and drank hot tea. She felt faint sweat on her body and a few beads of sweat appeared on her nose. Seeing this, fourth brother Goo worried she might catch a cold, so he wiped her sweat away with his sleeve. When he leaned closer to her, he suddenly caught a faint, pleasant scent, so subtle that only close-up could reveal it. He seemed to realize something, his eyes showing a hint of shock. He quickly suppressed his emotions and looked up again, his usual coldness returning to his eyes. At this moment, the tightly shut door creaked open from outside. The butler entered, followed by dozens of people lined up at the door. Several men in uniform stood nearby. Sweet Treasure looked carefully, guessing they might be enforcers from the pawn shop. The butler entered politely and addressed the group, smiling, "Sir, young masters, I've brought the people you requested. Please take a good look." After saying this, he clapped his hands twice. Several people entered one after another, standing in a line. Upon closer inspection, there were about 10 people. Fourth brother Goo held Sweet Treasure and sat upright. Next to him, Goo's seventh couldn't help but lean forward to look. Grandpa Goo, sitting nearby, looked visibly unhappy. When he saw Gu 7's action, his eyes narrowed, clearly lost in thought. However, Grandpa Gu's move was noticed by the eldest brother, who was standing up, so he silently sat back down. He was getting older and needed more rest. Fourth brother Gu leaned close to Sweet Treasure's ear and whispered, "Does little sister see anyone she likes?" Although Mother allowed him to choose for himself, when he saw how seriously Little Treasure was watching these people, he couldn't help but want to ask his younger sister. However, as soon as he spoke, he felt he was being too rash, since she couldn't even read or write. When these people entered, Little Treasure kept staring. She carefully observed how they walked and their unconscious gestures. Among these 10 people, 3 were timid, 2 were cold and distant, and 5 were bold. Look. Some were even looking up at her. Quietly, Little Treasure pointed with her chubby finger at 2 of them. Old Fourth nodded, then looked at the people standing in front of him. After seeing their names, he took out paper and a pen from beside him and wrote them down. Once finished, he nodded slightly to the steward. The steward understood and immediately waved his hand, telling these people to wait outside for news. Then he clapped his hands and called in the next group. After 5 or 6 rounds, they selected a cook, 5 maids, 10 young servants, and a few capable guards. Once done, they handed the list of names to the steward. The steward looked down at it, surprised. He glanced at Old Fourth with a look of shock, then carefully examined the aura of the person, almost biting his tongue. He had a good memory and a strong skill. The steward lowered his head, hiding his surprise, and carefully looked at the list. Then he said to a few people, "The cook costs 20 taels, 5 maids 50 taels, 10 young servants 70 taels, and 4 guards skilled in martial arts 200 taels." He paused and added, "All the guards are martial artists, so their price is higher than usual." Old Fourth nodded slightly, then looked down at Little Treasure in his arms. Seeing her lift her small face to look at Fourth Brother, he suddenly seemed to understand what Fourth Brother meant. He immediately called out to Old Master, "Father, pay the money." Old Master looked a bit wronged but obediently stood up and went to the steward. The steward, already numb from witnessing everything, only saw the shocked looks of the selected servants as they glanced at the little girl. They all lowered their heads, understanding that this young lady was not someone to be messed with. Old Master followed the steward out, casually grabbing Old Seventh and telling him to take the servants back home first. Luckily, their rented house still had many empty rooms, including some side rooms with small chambers, so they weren't worried about space. After Old Master left, Old Fourth and Old First looked at Little Treasure. She lowered her head, sensing their gazes. When she looked up, she saw her 2 brothers staring at her, making her feel a bit nervous. "Big brother, Fourth brother, what's wrong?" She blinked innocently and asked. Old Fourth Gu gently rubbed the Sweet Treasure's head and asked softly, "Fourth brother knows that little sister is clever, but he wants to know why she chose those maids?" He was talking about the maids. Just thinking about having maids in the future made him feel uneasy, and these maids were all chosen by little sister. Big brother Gu also wanted to know why she gave her brother maids. It wasn't that he minded. He thought that little sister must have her reasons for doing this. Suddenly, Sweet Treasure blinked again and said softly, "Huh? They wear old clothes and probably don't eat enough. Our family has plenty of food, so we can support them." She patted her small belly, showing that her big stomach was all from her family's care. Big brother Gu and Fourth brother Gu didn't expect that little sister chose them because of this reason. After thinking carefully, they noticed that the few maids had yellowish faces, patches on their clothes, but their clothes were clean. What Sweet Treasure said was partly true, but not entirely. Looking around, only these few had yellowish faces and washed-out clothes with frayed cuffs. They looked like poor people who had to sell themselves. Others looked healthy or wealthy, some even wore gold and silver jewelry. She couldn't understand why. If they were slaves, they would be so rich. The only explanation was that others in the mansion had committed crimes and were sold, which was common in ancient times. Furthermore, those 5 women had clear eyes and looked a little scared, as if it was their first time selling themselves. She bought them hoping they could buy back their freedom someday. She didn't have great kindness or the power to save everyone because the world was like this. She could only do what she could. Sweet Treasure sighed softly, then looked at her big brother and fourth brother. She sniffed, shook her head, and said in a cute voice, Big brother doesn't believe Sweet Treasure. It makes her sad, very disappointed, and unhappy. Fourth brother Gu wasn't good at comforting people, especially a 3-year-old girl. Big brother Gu, standing nearby, gave a mysterious smile to fourth brother Gu. He was good at comforting others. He raised an eyebrow at fourth brother Gu, then squatted down to be at eye level with Sweet Treasure. Little sister, the brothers didn't mean to upset you just now. Please don't be angry. After saying a few words, he seemed to get stuck and looked a little worried. He thought carefully and realized he hadn't comforted Xiao Yi and the others much. At most, he had scolded them a few times. As for soothing words, he had only done that for Xiao Lu. But Xiao Lu was timid, and before he could say more, she had already hidden away. Old Gu scratched his head in worry, unable to think of more comforting words. He looked up and saw her bright, sparkling eyes, as if waiting for him to speak. He made up his mind and ignored the mischievous look in the fourth brother's eyes. Oh, little sister, I heard there's a bakery called Lu Fong Zhai in the city. Their pastries are said to be very delicious, even praised by the palace concubines. Tomorrow I will buy some for you. Sweet Bao perked up her little ears, waiting for her 2 brothers to comfort her. But instead of hearing soothing words, she heard about tasty cakes. If they weren't expensive. Big brother, do you think it will be very costly? Sweet Bao looked at old Gu and suddenly asked. Since the family's expenses were high, and she hadn't found a way to earn money yet, they had to save where they could. She remembered she still had some ginseng in her space, which she could sell here. But the trouble was how to sell it. If she suddenly took it out, old Master Gu and the others would definitely ask questions. She couldn't just say, hey, I have a space that can keep things warm and even grow things. Don't believe me? Well, I'll just put you inside. That would mean she'd be stuck at age 3 forever and be seen as a monster. Her heart sank a little, but she kept her expression innocent and cute, waiting for her big brother's answer. Old Gu had heard of Lu Fong Zhai. He knew that this pastry shop sold only 80 portions a day, and once sold out, that was it. So there must be quite a few people lining up every day. Of course, the prices were very high. He remembered the little savings he had hidden away, which now might come in handy. He reached up and patted Sweet Bao's head with a smile, shook his head slightly, and said, it won't be very expensive. I'll bring some back tomorrow. Sweet Bao nodded eagerly, but inside, she was thinking that she had already tasted the pastries from the city. Her little brother Xiao Yi and the others hadn't yet. If her big brother bought some, it would be a good treat for them. After comforting Sweet Bao, Old Gu stood up, gave a teasing look to fourth brother with a victorious smile, and his handsome face looked even brighter. Fourth brother looked away indifferently, but secretly remembered that Sweet Bao loved pastries. Old Master Gu on the other side paid the money, holding a stack of sale contracts as he walked in. He looked up at Gu Lauda and others and said, the money has been paid, and I have the sale contracts. I will go to the government office to register later. You can take your little sister home. Remember not to run around. Gu Lauda and Gu Lao Si nodded. Gu Lao Si quickly hugged Tian Bao into his arms, causing Gu Lauda, who was quick, to miss catching her. Old Master Gu, standing at the door, hadn't turned away yet and saw this scene. He frowned and said to Gu Lao Si, be careful. Your little sister is weak. Watch out for her. Tian Bao, who was fragile, looked at her small belly and her chubby hands. She also reached out and touched her chubby face. She didn't understand why they thought she was weak. Old Master Gu, worried, reminded them again before turning his gaze to Tian Bao. His expression softened into one of kindness, completely different from his stern face just now. Good girl, your father will go to the government office and come back soon. Be patient for a while. Go home with your second and eldest brothers. Tonight, your father will feed you and hold you to sleep. After saying this, he smiled and turned to leave, not noticing Tian Bao's stunned face, or the strange glint in Gu Lao-Si's eyes. Gu Lao-Da and Gu Lao-Si felt there was nothing more to do, so they took Tian Bao out of the pawnshop. They didn't go straight home as their father told them, but wandered around the market instead. The market was lively now, with continuous shouting and selling. As soon as they stepped onto the street, they could smell the mixed aroma of delicious food floating in the air. Tian Bao snuggled in Gu Lao-Si's arms and immediately perked up. Her big eyes looked around eagerly. After a few turns, she saw a person carrying a wooden pole, with the top tied with straw and decorated with skewers of bright red candied fruits coated with sugar. Seeing the candied fruits, Tian Bao's eyes lit up even more. She grabbed Gu Lao-Si's clothes and pointed with her chubby finger at the vendor selling candied fruits, shouting, "Fourth brother, red fruit. Want it, want it, want," she exclaimed, eager to eat, but her mouth was full of drool. Tian Bao had never seen candied fruits sold in the county town. Maybe no one knew how to make them there. Now that she saw them, she seemed to feel the sweet and sour taste again, and she could almost feel her mouth watering. When he lowered his head to ask his little sister something, his gaze fell on her drooling face. He suddenly felt a pang in his heart and quickly reached out with his sleeve to wipe her mouth. Then he called out to his older brother and headed toward the vendor. He didn't see that after wiping her mouth, Sweet Baby's face turned red, as if it might smoke.
Did she drool?
That wasn't her intention. Most people see candied hawthorn and automatically feel their mouths water with sourness. Sweet Baby, blushing, was carried by old Fourth Gu toward the candied hawthorn seller. She smelled the familiar sugar coating and couldn't help but blush again. She was shy. Before old Fourth Gu could speak, he looked down at his little sister and saw her blushing. He thought for a moment and realized she was seeing this fruit for the first time, feeling a bit shy. He then said to the vendor, "I'll take all of these." On the way back, Sweet Baby leaned on old Fourth Gu's shoulder, watching her big brother walking beside her. Then she looked at the candied hawthorn he was carrying. At that moment, her heart was full of gratitude. How could her brothers be so kind to her? She remembered how Fourth Brother had taken out money just now and thought her brother was so handsome. Although she wanted to buy some herself, Fourth Brother held her hand down, so she couldn't take out the money.
But
after buying the candied hawthorn, Fourth Brother only had 5 copper coins left. The 3 of them returned to the mansion. As soon as they entered, they saw old Master Gu, with a dark face like coal, standing with his arms crossed, staring straight at them. Sweet Baby didn't feel too much pressure, but her eyes showed a bit of confusion. She didn't understand why old Master Gu was angry again. Old Master Gu, with a grim face, stepped forward and gently took Sweet Baby out of old Fourth Gu's arms. Then he looked at Big Brother Gu and old Fourth Gu with a sarcastic expression. "You're here." His tone was light, which didn't match his coal-black face. Before Big Brother Gu and old Fourth Gu could speak, Sweet Baby held in old Master Gu's arms, crossed her hands on her hips, and cheerfully said, "Yes, we're here." She almost got used to replying, "Here, little brother." Fortunately, her reason prevented her from doing that. Old Master Gu choked on his own saliva. He looked at his little daughter in his arms, speechless for a moment. His son, old Fourth Gu, seized the opportunity, flicked his robe, and turned to walk into the main room while old Master Gu was distracted by Sweet Baby. Since her father was unkind, he wouldn't blame himself for being unfilial. Old Master Gu followed the path that old Master Gu 7 mentioned, heading toward the main house. At first, he didn't have high hopes, as he didn't know what his mother was busy with at the moment. When he reached the door of the main house, he saw it was open, so he knew his mother must be inside. He stepped up the stone stairs and soon entered the house, where he saw Grandma Gu busy with her work. "Mother." Grandma Gu turned around at the sound and saw it was old Master Gu for returning. She smiled warmly and gently said, "You're back. Are you tired? Are you hungry? I'll ask your younger sister to bring you some food." As she spoke, Grandma Gu was about to put down her work and leave, but old Master Gu quickly held her back. "Mother, my older brother and I are indeed a little hungry, but it's okay. Lunch will be ready soon, so we can wait. His tone was very calm, and he seemed to remember something as he continued. By the way, Mother, later we might need to give little sister less to eat. He was thinking about how to tell old Master Gu about this, but Grandma Gu asked him directly. She suddenly turned to look at old Master Gu for, her brows slightly knitted, and her gentle expression disappeared. Her voice became a bit stern as she asked, "Why would you suddenly give your little sister less to eat?" Grandma Gu's first thought was whether someone had said something about the little girl, and if so, she would fight to get the truth out, even risking her life. Old Master Gu shook his head and, seeing the right moment, said, "Mother, you don't know. Just now at the pawn shop, Father fed little sister a lot of snacks. She was so full her belly looked round. If I hadn't seen and carried her away, she might have kept eating." He sighed halfway through, his cold face showing a hint of grievance, and continued, "Mother, you don't know. Because of this, Father even glared at me. When he came home just now, he looked angry and wanted to stop me." Grandma Gu's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. She had no doubt about what old Master Gu said. At home, old Master Gu was feeding the little girl sweets. But on the way here, he hadn't had the chance, and she was anxious. If it weren't for her seeing how intimidating old Master Gu looked when he stared, she would have already found a chance to let him feed the girl. But she didn't expect that this old man would take the opportunity himself and carelessly feed the child without knowing the consequences. Very well, she had planned to wait until they got home to settle old scores with old Master Gu, but now it seemed she wouldn't have to wait. Old Master Gu stood nearby, watching the changing expressions on Grandma Gu's face. He couldn't help but pray for his father. However, knowing Grandma Gu's personality, he feared that old Master Gu would be beaten again and unable to get out of bed for 3 days. After thinking for a moment, he decided that this beating could be taken at home, so he would feel more at ease. "Mother, please take care of yourself and don't get too upset. I'm sure little sister doesn't want you and Dad to argue because of her." When mentioning Sweet Bao, Grandma Gu's anger eased a bit, but she wouldn't let old Master Gu off easily. "I understand." Grandma Gu nodded after a moment of thought and replied. Since they were in the city, if they wanted to hit someone they had to do it at home behind closed doors, so they could do it comfortably. Besides, Sweet Bao was not only clever but also sensitive. If old Master Gu was beaten now, she might think it was because of herself. Although she wouldn't say it out loud, she would be very sad inside. Grandma Gu definitely wouldn't give old Master Gu the chance to gloat. Thinking this way, she decided it was better to go home and deal with things there. Seeing Grandma Gu's relaxed expression, old Master Gu knew she had understood. He comforted her for a while, and only then did they both get up to check on how the people they bought had been settled. Meanwhile, old Master Gu was pacing around with Sweet Bao in his arms. It wasn't until she nearly fainted from dizziness that old Fourth Gu, who had hurried over, rescued her. Originally, old Fourth Gu planned to go with his mother to see how the arrangements were going. But then he remembered that Sweet Bao was still in old Master Gu's hands. So, he followed Grandma Gu's orders and carried Sweet Bao over. As he stepped forward, seeing Sweet Bao nearly dizzy, his eyes darkened. For the first time in his life, he regretted stopping Grandma Gu from doing something earlier.
Fourth
brother, her soft, usual voice now sounded a little wronged. Seeing her savior appear, Sweet Bao pouted her lips and pitifully called out. Immediately, old Fourth Gu's heart clenched. He quickly went to old Master Gu, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes carrying a slight coldness. His gaze was icy as he looked at old Master Gu and said softly, "Little sister, Mother misses you." Old Master Gu, who had been somewhat resistant to old Fourth Gu's approach, hurriedly handed Sweet Bao to him when he heard this. He couldn't help but remind him, "Hold your sister carefully, don't drop her, and don't hurt her." Old Master Gu became more worried as he spoke. After all, he was not someone experienced in caring for children. He wanted to reach out and take Sweet Bao back, but his hands, which had been about to move, stayed down. After all, it was decided that he should hold his daughter. Old Master Gu took the sweet treasure, gently brushed his hand through her hair, then carried her towards the backyard, ignoring all his father's repeated warnings. Old Master Gu wasn't sure if old Master Goofer listened, but he followed behind, chattering nonstop until he saw the sweet treasure being held by Grandma Gu. Only then did he stop talking. Seeing Grandma Gu's displeased expression, old Master Gu didn't know what had happened. He had no idea he had been reported by his son and just gave a shy smile, saying, "Look at how proper my wife is holding her." Grandma Gu ignored old Master Gu and carried the sweet treasure towards the backyard. The backyard was small but had a row of servant rooms. Each room could sleep 4 or 5 people, so there was no worry about housing the hired maids and guards. The only concern was the few maids in front of her. Grandma Gu held the sweet treasure and carefully looked at the maids. Though they looked pale and sickly, their eyes were clear and a bit scared. They all lowered their heads shyly. Grandma Gu thought for a moment but couldn't decide where to place them. She looked down at her daughter's wet eyes and suddenly became interested. She asked softly, "Sweet treasure, where do you think these sisters should be placed?" As soon as she finished speaking, the sweet treasure didn't respond. The few women standing nearby looked shocked, appearing helpless, which eased their nervousness. Maybe this family was very good. Thinking this, they listened to a soft, gentle voice say, "Mother, I think these sisters can help big sister-in-law and second sister-in-law take care of the little nephews. There's also one in the kitchen who can help sixth sister. The rest can be left to mother." Sixth sister was busy in the kitchen all day, so she didn't have time to find her. She needed to take sixth sister to explore the city and sell some small ginseng. The sweet treasure's plan was very good. Grandma Gu was pleased when she heard her words and nodded. This way, the eldest and second households each had a maid to serve them. Besides the cook, there needed to be 2 more maids in the kitchen. The remaining one could watch over the sweet treasure. Grandma Gu, having made her decision, divided the maids according to the sweet treasure's suggestions, but the last one was given to the sweet treasure herself. Under the surprised gaze of sweet treasure, Grandma Gu smiled and nodded. She thought sweet treasure was so excited that she couldn't speak, so she said, "I think the second the left looks good. She seems more lively too." "The second the left?" Sweet treasure looked up and saw that although the left was a bit pale, her features were neat. If you looked closely, her eyes were very beautiful, but her delicate face made her stand out a little. She suppressed her curiosity and happily accepted Grandma Gu's suggestion. For her, having more helpers was good, especially since she was young and couldn't do many things herself. After assigning the roles, Grandma Gu looked at the 5 maids and softly asked, "Do you have names?" The 5 maids nervously looked at each other. One slightly older girl stepped forward, bowed, and said, "We don't have names. Please give us names, madam." Grandma Gu nodded understandingly, but she knew it wasn't that they had no names. It was because they had been trained to change their names when they came to the main house. It was a kind of honor from the family. She didn't agree with this, but she knew she would need to teach them slowly over time. Chun Tao, Xia He, Chiu Ju, Dong Shui, La Mei, Grandma Gu named them in order of where they stood. Chun Tao was assigned to the eldest sister-in-law's house, Chiu Ju to the second sister-in-law's house, Dong Shui and La Mei went to the kitchen to help, and Xia He was given to sweet treasure. Chun Tao and Chiu Ju were a bit older, about 17 or 18, looking honest and kind. They always kept their heads down and seemed a little shy, but not as scared as when they first arrived. Dong Shui and La Mei were younger, only about 15, lively and active. They were sent to the kitchen to learn patience. Xia He looked gentle and pretty, about the same age as Dong Mei and the others, with bright, curious eyes that kept looking at sweet treasure being held. When sweet treasure looked over, her lively eyes suddenly turned dull and blank, making sweet treasure curious. But right now, she wanted to take her sixth sister out to look around. Thinking of this, she couldn't stay in Grandma Gu's arms anymore. She tried to struggle and get down. Grandma Gu noticed and immediately squatted down, gently placing sweet treasure on the ground. She softly asked, "What's wrong?" She looked at sweet treasure carefully, noticing her worried face. "Could it be? Are you going to the bathroom?"
Suýt bao su đen ly bờ lù xét.
She wasn't going to the bathroom. She just wanted to find sixth sister. "Mother, it's already noon. I want to find Sixth sister and help her. After saying this, she turned and ran off. Grandma Gu saw this and quickly called out, "Slow down." Xia He, who had just been given her name, saw the situation and hurriedly lifted her foot to follow. She hadn't forgotten she was assigned to serve the young lady. But after taking only a few steps, Grandma Gu, standing nearby, stopped her. She looked at Xia He and then at the others and said, "You don't need to serve today. Starting tomorrow, you should serve early." Grandma Gu rubbed her forehead, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She hadn't used maids for so many years and was still getting used to it. Old Master Gu, who had been silent, was trying to stay out of the way. Only after Sweet Bao ran off did he move closer to Grandma Gu.
"Wife."
He wanted to be affectionate, but
"Get lost."
Grandma Gu's good mood disappeared instantly. She glared coldly at Old Master Gu and then said to Old Fourth, who was standing nearby, "Take these maids to your eldest sister-in-law. She knows how to arrange them." Old Fourth saw what was happening and understood he was being sent away. He nodded and agreed, then turned to lead a few people toward the main hall. Old Seventh, who was standing nearby, seemed to want to stay longer, but was pulled away by Old Fourth. Seeing everyone leave, Old Master Gu immediately perked up. He knew his wife had a delicate skin and was just trying to chase these people away. He was happy and about to speak, but he met Grandma Gu's icy gaze. Suddenly, he didn't dare say a word. Inside, he felt like crying but couldn't. What was wrong with her now? Gu Xianchen, you enjoyed all the glory and wealth in the first half of your life. The second half will be full of hardships, and that's fair. I've been married to you for so many years. Suffering a bit is okay. But look at our children and grandchildren. They should be promising young people, but now they've become common folk. Aren't you ashamed? Although you let Old Fourth and Old Seven study, I know you won't let Old Fourth enter the official court. Just like when the eldest was young. Grandma Gu's expression was cold and stern as she continued, "I tell you, if you don't handle the mess in Beijing before Old Fourth takes the imperial exam, I will take this whole family back to Gu's house." "And you?" Grandma Gu snorted coldly and she didn't continue speaking. The few words she said earlier were enough for Old Master Gu to think about. Madame Gu glanced at Old Master Gu, who was standing still, but did not speak or disturb him. Instead, she turned and headed to the kitchen, planning to cook some of Old Master Gu's favorite dishes. Although she was angry, she spoke more harshly than usual today. Back then, Old Master Gu caused a fuss in Kyoto, and she heard about it from afar in Phonlai County. It was only through a chance encounter with Old Master Gu that she gradually understood what really happened. But after so many years, that incident had been forgotten by most, except that Old Master Gu still kept himself trapped in his own mind. The wind blows even when the trees want to stay still. The Gu family in Kyoto had always had dealings with Old Master Gu. She knew this from the beginning, and was aware of the current political changes and how the Gu family secretly protected him. But they couldn't stay hidden forever. Madame Gu looked up at the sky, sighed, and her resolve to pursue a career in government grew stronger. Sweet Bao ran along the familiar path to the kitchen door. She immediately saw Sixth sister chopping vegetables, with Fifth sister sitting beside her. Fifth sister was turned to the side, talking to a woman she recognized as the new cook who arrived today. It was said that this cook was excellent at making pastries, which was why fourth brother Gu chose her. Quietly, Sweet Bao tiptoed behind them and overheard the cook introducing herself. "Two young ladies, my surname is Zhou. Thank you for not minding, just call me Aunt Zhou." It turned out that this cook was named Zhou, a local from the city, and she was skilled, but her life had been difficult. Years ago, her family arranged a marriage. In the early years of her marriage, she and her husband loved each other, but as time went on, they couldn't have children for the husband's family. This became a source of sadness for Aunt Zhou. Over time, she became gloomy and withdrawn. Unexpectedly, disaster struck when her husband brought home a beautiful woman from somewhere. Ignoring Aunt Zhou's feelings, he forcibly married her, nearly driving Aunt Zhou to despair. For several years after that, Aunt Jo was treated like a servant in her husband's family, despite being officially married. Her family back home didn't defend her. In fact, they looked down on her. The woman her husband brought home soon became pregnant. When she was 7 or 8 months along, she falsely claimed that Aunt Jo pushed her, nearly causing her to die. Luckily, she survived and gave birth to a healthy boy. And so, Aunt Jo's tragic life continued. The husband's family faced hard times. The man fell seriously ill, and the woman took the children and all the household belongings, leaving only after informing the man that the children were not his. The man was hit hard emotionally and collapsed, coughing up blood and passing away. Meanwhile, Aunt Jo held the divorce letter the man had once given her. She didn't understand why the man agreed to divorce, but after seeing the woman's pity in her eyes, she seemed to understand something vaguely. Aunt Jo stopped worrying about her husband's family issues and packed her belongings from when she first married, then left casually. She didn't go back to her family, but instead went to the city to sell herself to a pawn shop. Luckily, she was skilled at her work, so she wasn't too worried. This story was told from Aunt Jo's perspective. Sweet Bao listened carefully, but found some parts confusing. Did the first wife really have such good intentions? Could she have helped Aunt Jo get a divorce letter, and not a formal separation paper? What kind of serious illness did the man have? Did Aunt Jo know that the child born to the first wife wasn't the man's? Or did she use this information to threaten the first wife and exchange it for a separation letter? All these questions still had no clear answers. Uncle Jo is so pitiful, Sweet Bao blinked and said sadly. Then she moved her small body and squeezed into her sister Wu's arms, who was wiping tears nearby. She didn't doubt, but the story had many gaps, so she only believed half of it. Gu Qing wiped her eyes and, feeling a small, soft ball push against her, quickly reached out to protect it. When she looked carefully, she saw it was her little sister. Her heart was instantly filled with joy. Since her last failed attempt to feed her little sister, the little girl had been avoiding her. Now, she was willingly leaning into her arms. How could she not be excited? Little sister, she said happily, almost unable to speak clearly. Sweet Bao reached out her chubby hand to wipe Wu's tears and said, "Wu sister, be good, don't cry. It looks ugly when you cry." She even made a funny face. Gu Qing immediately chuckled softly. How can her little sister be so adorable? Seeing Gu Qing smile, Sweet Bao also started to smile. Indeed, Wu's sister's smile was very beautiful. Her eyebrows curved like a crescent moon, her cheeks flushed, and her charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with tears, one even running down her cheek, looking pitiful. Wu's sister looked delicate and fragile, but in reality, she was lively and energetic. She wondered if her future brother-in-law could handle her. If he couldn't, she thought maybe her brothers could give him a good beating to teach him a lesson. Sweet Treasure reached out her chubby little hand to wipe away the tears from Sister Five's eye corner. She once again admired Sister Five's smooth, tender skin, which looked so soft without any spiritual spring water nourishment. If only there was spiritual spring water to nourish it, wouldn't that be even better? After thinking for a moment, she had an idea. She broke free from Sister Five's embrace, turned her back, and softly said, "I'm going to see if there's anything I can help with inside." Then she turned around and headed toward the kitchen. She knew where the large jars she often used were. 2 big jars stood against the wall near the stove. She looked at their height, then casually took a small stool from in front of the stove. She stepped on it and poured about a bowl of spiritual spring water into each of the 2 large jars. After finishing, she carefully stepped down, wiped the stool, and put it back in place. Then she turned around, still with her hands behind her back. As soon as she came out, she saw Grandma Gu and Aunt Jo chatting while selecting vegetables. Seeing Sister Five listening intently, she quietly tiptoed to Sister Six's side and whispered, "Six sister, I had another dream last night." Hearing this, Guyen quickly carried the prepared vegetables toward the kitchen and hurriedly took Sweet Treasure inside. Right now, Sweet Treasure felt as if she had been kidnapped. "Little sister, what did you dream about this time?" Sweet Treasure was still worried about the long-term workers. At first, she just wanted to settle these people, but now that she wanted to develop her business, these people would be useful. Sixth sister, I dreamed that after we returned to Phonlai County, we opened a restaurant. The delivery people there were the long-term workers we previously hired, and the fields on our estate were rented out again to tenant farmers. All of this was her own idea, spoken through her dream, and she wanted Sister Six to discuss it with Big Brother. Guyen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It wasn't because of the restaurant idea, but because the long-term workers at home had a better arrangement. She had been worried about the sudden increase in workers, especially since they were planting crops on the estate for free, and after the crops matured, they would have to pay to get them back.
She felt it was not right.
But now, hearing her little sister's words, she thought perhaps some adjustments were needed, which was for the best. After understanding this, Guyen wrung her hands in thought. She looked at Sweet Treasure's side face, soft and white, and poked her cheek with her finger. Her face twitched slightly. Little sister, but I don't know how to run a restaurant. I don't know how to do it. How can I learn? Guyen hesitated for a long time before finally asking nervously. She lowered her head slightly, her face pink. She had always wanted to say this, but was afraid her little sister wouldn't understand. After hesitating, she decided to ask directly. Sweet Bao thought about it. She didn't know how to manage a hotel, but she needed someone skilled in that area. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared in her mind, someone she recognized, like Father's sworn brother, Su Zheng. Sixth sister, you don't need to worry about these things. Tomorrow morning, we should leave early so Father won't catch us, Sweet Bao whispered, emphasizing the last part with a stronger tone. Guyen nodded. Recently, she had heard about Father's wild behavior and thought it was very necessary to stay away from him. After they agreed, they also heard that Guyen had invented a few new dishes, but she hadn't tried cooking them yet. Sweet Bao was very supportive of Guyen trying to make the dishes. However, due to a shortage of ingredients, they had to put that idea on hold for now.
Suddenly, Sweet Bao clavet scally on pancake.
Guyen went to knead dough and make some pancakes. Sweet Bao looked at the plain flour dough and then at the spinach nearby. She pointed at the spinach and asked Sixth sister, do you think spinach would taste good in the pancakes? She tilted her head and added, just like making dumplings. Guyen was initially confused. When she heard about making it like dumplings, she paused to think and seemed to understand. She immediately said, Little sister, you play here first. I'll go handle the spinach. She took the spinach outside to wash, then took down some pork hanging on the wall, planning to make minced pork for Sweet Bao. Watching Sixth sister leave, Sweet Bao quickly slipped into her space. She went to a forgotten corner and took out 2 small jars filled with pickled radish strips she had prepared earlier. Those were the only jars left inside. The rest had been eaten on the way here. She carried the jars outside, checked on the ripe crops, and plucked some grapes, placing them in cold water to chill. As she turned around, she saw a fluffy tail, as if hearing footsteps, and the fluffy creature disappeared. Looking at it, Sweet Bao knew the little fox was doing well. She had previously bandaged its wound, which hadn't healed yet, so she had to put it in her space. Her family didn't know about this. They thought the little fox had run away. She had come in several times before and hadn't seen it, thinking it might not survive. Now, seeing it lively and jumping around, she felt relieved. She just thought the little fox was quite heartless, not recognizing her at all. Sweet Bao looked at the healthy crops again. She didn't have time to harvest them now. The crops she had gathered were already many. Later, she planned to exchange them under the pretense of trading high-quality seeds from the long-term workers. This way, her crops could be seen again. If those workers go to the tavern later, she could rent out the land and sell grain seeds to them to increase crop yield. If her finances allowed, she also wanted to stock more grain in case she couldn't get enough to eat. It's always good to prepare in advance, but she also hoped that day would never come. After leaving her space, in just a moment, she carried a small jar to the chopping board. Because the board was too high, she couldn't reach it even when she raised her small hand. Reluctantly, she moved the 2 small jars underneath the board. She took a deep breath and once again felt she had gained weight. Before coming to the city, she could climb mountains. Now, not only climbing mountains was difficult, even leaving the house made her gasp for air. She clenched her chubby little hand and made up her mind to lose weight. The first step was to stay away from her father. After making this decision, Sweet Bao intentionally avoided old Master Gu within the city for a few days. This made old Master Gu sad, but it made Grandma Gu happy. At noon, after preparing the meal, the maids quickly brought the dishes to the main hall. Once everyone was seated, she waved her hand, and the maids standing nearby left. Someone waiting nearby made the Gu family feel uncomfortable. Grandma Gu noticed this discomfort and had the maids leave. Her grandchildren happily ate at a small table nearby. Grandma Gu looked at them and felt relieved. She then turned her head to look at Sweet Bao sitting on her left. Her eyes showed some doubt. Why wasn't Sweet Bao sitting between her and old Master Gu today? Thinking for a moment, she remembered what fourth Uncle Gu had said earlier. Her eyes darkened, and she understood. It must be that old Master Gu gave Sweet Bao too much snack, causing her to feel full and leaving a bad impression. Thinking of this, Grandma Gu felt sad again and secretly made a note to settle accounts when she returned to Phonlai County. At the dining table, the adults ate quietly without talking. Sweet Bao sat peacefully, eating a meat pie she had told her sixth sister about. The fragrant meat pie was paired with spicy radish strips, and she drank a sip of rice porridge. It was a familiar taste. In her previous life, she was busy in the laboratory every day. The only relaxing moment was eating a hot meat pie with fragrant rice porridge, along with some small salted vegetables her boss gave her. It was very comforting. Now, even in this ancient time, I can taste familiar flavors, which is truly worth it. The Gu family members are eating pies quietly, secretly watching Sweet Treasure. The latter is biting into a pie, then picking out a dried radish, taking a small bite, and then lowering her head to sip some porridge. With her eyes closed, she chews happily, her face showing satisfaction, which makes everyone else feel hungry too. Old Fourth Gu looks at the pie, golden brown on both sides. He picks one up and smells a meaty aroma. Gently biting into it, he finds a piece of meat. Mimicking Sweet Treasure, he also picks a dried radish and takes a sip of rice porridge. The taste is wonderful, something he has never experienced before. Next to him, old Seventh Gu suppresses his saliva. Seeing his older brother imitate so well, he quietly starts to learn too. After swallowing, his eyes light up and soon he is eating much faster. Until old Master Gu, with a displeased look, glances at old Seventh Gu. His expression is mysterious and hard to read, showing a look that others cannot understand. After lunch, Sweet Treasure helps the family clear the table. Although she only assists by watching nearby, she feels the burden on her shoulders. After eating, old Master Gu pats his slightly full stomach and looks at old Seventh Gu, who is sitting with the same posture as Sweet Treasure. He feels that old Seventh Gu has been neglecting exercise these past few days. Half an hour after the meal, the women of the Gu family are talking in the kitchen. Even little Sweet Treasure is forced to join in. Old Big Brother and old Fourth Gu go to check how the servants are settling in. The large estate still needs a steward. Old Big Brother suddenly remembers Lu Dong. Although he appears cold, he is attentive and honest. He can temporarily take over the responsibilities. They still need someone to replace him eventually. Old Fourth Gu has no objections. He immediately asks his elder brother to go and meet the people first. Old Master Gu sees most of the people leaving and notices only a few grandsons sitting on chairs, digesting after the meal. He looks up again at old Seventh Gu, who is still sitting there, and a faint glimmer flashes in his eyes. He stands up, walks over to old Seventh Gu, suddenly stumbles, pretending to fall. Old Seventh Gu, startled, quickly sits up and catches the falling old Master Gu.
Dad.
What's wrong? He asks anxiously. Old Master Gu quickly suppresses the smile rising at the corners of his mouth, showing a look of weakness. Hearing old Seventh Gu's concern, he slightly curves his lips and pretends to be weak, saying, "Dad isn't feeling well. Don't wake your mother." Help me to your room first so she doesn't see. Old Master Gu, feeling weak, finished speaking and then placed his hand on Old Seventh Gu's shoulder. With that strength, he leaned all his weight onto Old Seventh Gu. Old Seventh Gu didn't feel that Old Master Gu was very heavy. At this moment, his eyes were full of worry. When he heard Old Master Gu's request, he felt something was wrong but didn't have time to think carefully. Following Old Master Gu's words, he helped him into the main house where he and fourth brother lived. When they reached the door, Old Master Gu suddenly held the door with both hands, took a deep breath, and said to Old Seventh Gu, "You go inside first. I will close the door. But, Father, your health," he started to say, but Old Master Gu cut him off without mercy. At this time, he still didn't realize the danger. Old Master Gu waved his hand, signaling Old Seventh Gu to go in first. Young and inexperienced, Old Seventh Gu didn't understand the dangers of the world. Under the authority of Old Master Gu, he obediently entered the house. As soon as he stepped inside, Old Master Gu peeked out from behind him, looked outside to make sure no one was passing by, then slowly closed the door. Through the door, a smiling face appeared, but that smile was chilling. After closing the door, Old Master Gu no longer looked weak. He walked toward Old Seventh Gu while rolling up his sleeves. Old Seventh Gu, who was lowering his head, didn't notice Old Master Gu approaching. Only when he felt someone nearby did he lift his head slightly, dazedly looking at Old Master Gu, then shifting his gaze to the rolled-up sleeve. At that moment, he seemed to start understanding Old Master Gu's strange behavior. "Father, what are you doing?" He nervously swallowed, worried that he might be about to be hit again. Old Master Gu smiled at Old Seventh Gu and nodded, confirming what Old Seventh Gu was thinking. Old Seventh Gu immediately let out a loud cry and turned to run to the side, but Old Master Gu, who saw his move clearly, grabbed him firmly. From the main house, distant screams of distress could be heard. Sweet Treasure helped tidy up, then was carried by her mother to the kitchen to chat. She knew the cook was staying in a small room next to the kitchen, which was quite spacious for one person. Grandmother Gu also taught the cook a few dishes that fourth brother loved. At noon, she let the cook show her skills, which were quite good. Because of that, Grandma Gu was assured enough to pass on a few secret recipes. The cook listened carefully, and Snow and Plumeria, who were nearby, secretly took note of any foods the master or mistress avoided. After teaching for a while, everyone finally remembered some of the important points. Grandma Gu finally let out a sigh of relief. Holding the sweet baby, they returned to the main hall but did not see Old Master Gu and the others. He asked Xiao Yi, who was reading nearby, "Xiao Yi, where are your grandpa and the others?" Hearing his grandmother call him, Xiao Yi looked up and replied, "Dad and fourth uncle went to the backyard. Grandpa was just carried away by seventh uncle. I don't know where they went." After answering, Xiao Yi continued studying, still working on the homework assigned by fourth uncle. Old Lady Gu frowned upon hearing this. She wasn't worried about the eldest and fourth brothers, but was a little concerned about seventh. He looked decent enough, but she wondered who he had inherited his foolishness from. She thought it was probably from Old Master Gu. Sweet Baby turned to look at her mother's frowning face, reached out with chubby little hands, and gently patted her. In a soft voice, she said, "Mama, don't frown. You'll get old." Her face stiffened, her little mouth pouted, and she looked genuinely angry. Old Lady Gu's brow relaxed, and she smiled softly. "All right, I'll listen to my sweet baby. No more frowning. Mommy is the best," she said, then leaned her chubby head against Old Lady Gu's neck, looking adorable and obedient. Old Lady Gu played with the sweet baby, then suddenly remembered Seventh's room. She thought for a moment and decided to take the baby to check. They headed along the main path toward the second main house. Before reaching it, they heard loud, piercing screams from afar. Sweet Baby, who had been snuggling in Old Lady Gu's neck, immediately sat up straight when she heard the sound. Her rosy little face turned pale, and she nervously tugged at Old Lady Gu's clothes, then looked toward the door of the main house. Mom, seventh brother is inside, she exclaimed, recognizing that the screams were from seventh. Old Lady Goo's scalp prickled. She tightened her hold on the baby, her face darkening. She walked toward the door. She pushed the heavy door, but it wouldn't budge after several tries. Losing patience, she spoke coldly, Gu Xianchen. Open the door. Sweet baby's eyes widened, her hands clasped in prayer, hoping her father would come out alive this time. Meanwhile, old Master Gu was sitting on a stool, panting heavily. His gaze fixed on seventh, lying motionless on the ground, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Trying to pick a fight with him? Still too young. Looks like you're lucky today, he muttered. If he hadn't heard Old Lady Gu calling him, he wouldn't have let seventh go. Since entering the city, he had become increasingly impulsive and restless. Now, after some activity, he finally felt a bit relieved. Old Master Gu stood up feeling refreshed and opened the closed door. As he looked up, he saw Grandma Gu with a cold face like ice and Sweet Treasure with a small, pale face. Old Master Gu immediately lost his smile. Old Master Gu was stunned. He thought only Grandma Gu was outside the door, but he didn't expect his daughter to be there too. In that moment he panicked. He glanced back at Old Seventh, who was lying on the ground gasping for breath. He quickly stepped outside, blocking Sweet Treasure's curious gaze. Wife, why are you here? He asked, glancing at Sweet Treasure as if to ask why she brought her daughter along. Grandma Gu sneered coldly, not answering directly. Instead, she loosened her grip on Sweet Treasure's hand and softly said, You go play first. Your dad and I need to talk. Sweet Treasure withdrew her chubby little hand and quickly stood to the side, watching Grandma Gu and Old Master Gu. She nodded in response. Grandma Gu shot a cold look at Old Master Gu, then turned and left. Seeing this, Old Master Gu felt something was wrong. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, about to leave, but then glanced at Sweet Treasure standing nearby. He hurried over, squatted down, hugged her, and kissed her. Then he stood up and turned to leave. At that moment, Sweet Treasure saw a heroic, almost tragic look on Old Master Gu's face, like a brave warrior going off to fight and not returning. She didn't understand what was happening, but she didn't have the energy to think about Old Master Gu's feelings now. When she saw her father close the door just now, it seemed like she saw Seventh Gidge too. Now that Old Master Gu and Grandma Gu had left together, Sweet Treasure lifted her chubby foot and headed toward the main house. When she reached the door, she pushed it open hard with her small hand. As the heavy door swung open, the afternoon sunlight poured in. Sweet Treasure squinted uncomfortably until her eyes adjusted. When she looked around, she didn't see Seventh Gidge's figure. She frowned slightly. She was sure she saw him just now. Not understanding what was happening, Sweet Treasure decided not to think about it anymore. Instead, she turned to leave. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a dark lump lying on the ground. Suddenly, she realized that dark lump was Seventh Gidge, the very one she had been looking for. Quickly, she waddled over with her short legs, tilted her head to look at Seventh Gidge lying on the ground. His handsome face was intact, without a single bruise. Probably Old Master Gu had beaten him secretly. Sweet Treasure quickly took out half a bowl of water from the space, squatted down beside Little Fat, and carefully supported Old Seven's head with one small hand. With the other hand, she brought the bowl close to his mouth and gently fed him to drink. Although Old Seven had injuries, most were in unseen places. He was lying on the ground because he was too weak to stand. After drinking the spiritual spring water from Sweet Treasure, he instantly regained some energy. He slowly opened his eyes, appearing a bit dazed. Sweet Treasure's heart tightened. She wondered if Old Seven had been knocked silly. Little sister? Old Seven, regaining his memory, turned his head to look at the little person squatting in front of him. The sunlight shone on his face, giving a warm feeling, and his eyes showed worry. Yes, she was his little sister. Seeing Old Seven wake up, Sweet Treasure was so happy, she forgot she still had one small hand supporting his head. She immediately set the bowl aside and reached out with both hands.
Before she could do anything, there was a loud bang.
Old Seven's face twisted in pain. He grimaced and covered the back of his head where he hit the ground. He was in so much pain he couldn't speak. He didn't understand why he suddenly fell and hit his head. Feeling guilty, Sweet Treasure moved aside a little, but a wave of remorse flooded her heart. She quickly moved her small body back into place. Her almond-shaped eyes turned red, and she hurriedly reached out her small hand to gently rub Old Seven's head. Old Seven felt her small hand rubbing his head. If he hadn't turned his face to see her guilty expression, he might not have noticed how lightly she was rubbing. She was afraid to hurt him. For a moment, Old Seven felt a mix of emotions. He remembered the first time he learned about his little sister during the break at the academy, and after she was born, they found out they had another sister. Before seeing her, he didn't have strong feelings. When he found out she was born, he just casually accepted it. But when he saw that small, white, furry ball at home, he suddenly felt like he had grown up in that moment, and his burden felt heavier. When his little sister smiled at him for the first time, he thought she deserved all the good things in the world. "It's okay, seventh brother isn't hurt," he said in a hoarse voice. He originally wanted to comfort Sweet Baby, but when Sweet Baby heard this, her eyes became even redder. At this moment, Old Seven Gu admitted that he was scared. If his father saw this, he was afraid he would be disciplined again. He was worried it wouldn't be so simple next time at home. Well, Brother Seven is really fine now. This time, Old Seven Gu answered very firmly. But Sweet Baby thought that Brother Seven was saying this probably just to comfort her. "Brother Seven, wait for me." She remembered there was a corner in the space with some items. These items were experimental products developed by the laboratory, including medicine for simple concussions. She thought her brother Seven must have a concussion. After saying that, she quickly ran out, found a patch of grass, slipped into the space, and hurried to the forgotten corner. She was in great health, and with the nourishment from spiritual spring water, she no longer had headaches or fevers. So, she completely ignored these experimental items brought by the space. If possible, she wished she would never have to use them in her life. In the forgotten corner, there were 3 metal shelves filled with bottles and jars, each labeled. Sweet Baby looked along the labels and finally found the medicine on the bottom shelf of the 3rd row. She unscrewed the bottle, took out a pill, and looked at the Western medicine tablet in her hand, feeling a bit unsure. How could she coax Brother Seven to take it? Suddenly, she remembered the fruit she picked at noon. She took a bunch of chilled grapes and held them in one hand, with the medicine in the other. She plucked a shiny grape, stuffed the pill into it, and squeezed the grape with her chubby hand, forcing the pill open inside. Then she hurried back inside. "Brother Seven, open your mouth quickly," she shouted while running. Old Seven Gu didn't understand what she meant, but when he heard Sweet Baby tell him to open his mouth, he obediently did so. In the next moment, a small, chubby ball of flesh flew in, and the little fat hand reached out, shoving something into his mouth. It was a bit cold and icy, and the juice mixed with a bitter taste spread in his mouth. Bitter taste? Old Seven Gu bit into the grape, and his handsome face twitched again.